Several weeks have passed since the climactic battle between Harry Potter and Voldemort in the magical realm. Harry had anticipated a future of uninterrupted tranquility, yet unexpectedly found himself ensnared by an unfamiliar wizard's incantation of Avada Kedavra, which thrust him into a chaotic temporal vortex, transporting him to a strange yet enchanting ancient world. Chapter 1. The Green Light and the Labyrinth of the Imperial Palace. A blinding green light tore through the oppressive night sky above number 4. Privet Drive, Avada Kedavra. The voice was sharp enough to chill one to the bone. 17-year-old Harry Potter scarcely managed to raise his holly wand when the ominous beam struck his chest. There was no pain, only a sensation of rapid descent, as though he were being drawn into a colossal whirlpool. His final consciousness lingered on a pair of serpent-like, crimson eyes, not Voldemort's, but those of a stranger whose mouth twisted in a sinister grin beneath a hood. Bumpiness. This was Harry's first thought upon regaining awareness. It was not the excruciating agony of a curse nor the void of death, but rather a rhythmic, disconcerting jolt. The sounds of hooves and the rumble of wooden wheels rolling over cobblestones filled his ears as he struggled to open his eyes. But what met his gaze was not the familiar, cluttered cupboard under the stairs ruined by Dudley. Instead, he found himself surrounded by deep crimson silk adorned with intricate patterns of peonies and butterflies. He bolted upright, surveying his surroundings. It was a small yet exquisite space, akin to a moving chamber. Beneath him lay a seat cushioned with soft brocade, flanked by delicately carved wooden windows, draped with translucent veils through which faint light filtered. A subtle, unfamiliar sweetness permeated the A.I.R.my lady. "You are finally awake," came a tearful, unfamiliar voice from beside him. Harino, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. He glanced down to see slender hands, delicately encased in pale pink satin, with well-manicured nails painted a gentle hue. He was clad in a deep red gown that matched the drapes, adorned with intricate silver trimmings at the collar and cuffs. Long, sleek hair cascaded down to his chest. He instinctively reached up to touch his face. The texture was smooth, the height of his nose. The contour of his jaw had changed, the dryness settled in his throat as he attempted to speak, producing a clear, yet somewhat hoarse voice. "Where am I?" Upon uttering the words, he was taken aback. He spoke in an unfamiliar tongue, its syllables melodious and imbued with a unique cadence. Yet he understood it instinctively and expressed it effortlessly. "My lady, do not frighten me." The girl kneeling beside him, perhaps 14 or 15, with her hair styled in twin buns and clad in a blue garment, exclaimed, her eyes swollen. "We are on the official road to the capital. We shall arrive at the gates of Shenwu in half an hour. The master and mistress have instructed me repeatedly today is the first selection of the year in the reign of Yongzheng, and you must not err." Selection? Yongzheng? Shenwu Gate? Each term struck Harry's mind like a foreign language recognizable in form, but utterly incomprehensible in meaning. Transmigration? This concept, mentioned only occasionally by Hermione in Muggle fantasy novels, chilled him to the core. Had he not been struck by the killing curse? How could he have become a girl and ended up in this astonishingly ancient place? Who am I? He or she attempted to make sense of the situation, striving to mimic the tone of the maid. The maid, Xiaotsue, looked as though she might faint. "My lady, you are the legitimate daughter of the 5th-rank civil official, Lord Hoffingay of the Han Army, Lady Halia Potter. Your given name is Leah, your pet name Hallie. Have you perhaps been jolted along the way, or caught a chill while studying last night?" She reached out to touch Hallie's as she would temporarily refer to herself forehead. "Halia Potter? Hallie?" An absurd sense of disorientation nearly made Hallie laugh, yet it instead manifested as a suppressed sob in her throat. She evaded Xiaotsue's hand and turned her gaze to the window. Beyond the sheer veil, the dawn sky was a slate gray, the towering city walls looming in the morning mist like a sprawling beast. Flags fluttered atop the walls, and shadowy figures of armored soldiers wielding long spears could be discerned. This was not Hogwarts, nor London, or even any place she recognized. The air bore no trace of magicka, rather, it was suffused with a dense, oppressive atmosphere, entirely unlike the vibrant energy of the magical world. The carriage gradually came to a halt, and the sounds of a bustling crowd grew louder outside. Xiaotsue hurriedly adjusted Hallie's already immaculate attire and whispered, "My lady, we have arrived. When you disembark, follow the guide and do not look around or speak unnecessarily. I can escort you only to the palace gate." The palace gate? Hallie's heart tightened. A sense of bewilderment and helplessness, deeper than when facing Voldemort, seized her. At least with Voldemort, she knew her adversary and what was required of her. Here, everything was governed by unknown rules, and she was still grappling with her own identity. The carriage doors swung open, revealing a pale, beardless man clad in dark blue robes, his expression impassive. "Please disembark, my lady, and await your summons in accordance with the rank of your banner." Taking a deep breath, Hallie mimicked Xiaozui's earlier supportive gesture, resting her hand upon the eunuch's proffered arm as she stepped down. Her footing faltered, not due to uneven ground, but because of those accursed, thin-soled shoes. She stumbled, nearly falling, but the eunuch's arm was steadfast, unwavering in its support, though his peripheral gaze seemed to flicker over her momentarily. Once steady, Hallie was struck by the grandeur before her. The towering vermilion gate, adorned with golden studs, loomed majestically, as if leading to another world. Before the gate lay a vast courtyard, now densely populated with people. All were young women of her age, clad in vibrant gowns, their intricately styled hair held in place, standing silently with bowed heads like a flock of meticulously adorned birds, awaiting inspection. The air was thick with the scents of powder, incense, and an almost palpable tension. The guiding eunuch led her to a line marked with the Sign Han army banner before silently retreating. Hallie mimicked the posture of the girls ahead, lowering her head while casting furtive glances. Surrounding eyes subtly scrutinized her with curiosity, assessment, or perhaps judgment. She could not decipher the hushed, rapid conversations around her. The syllables remained meaningless noise, for which she could only glean emotions: nervousness, excitement, or unease from the speaker's expressions and intonations. Language protocol recognition in progress. Environmental sampling complete. Subject cognitive impairment detected. Initiating simultaneous translation protocol. A cold, monotonous mechanical voice abruptly resonated in her mind. Hallie stiffened, nearly crying out for her wand if only she possessed one. What was this? Protocol activated. Converting current environmental audio information to I. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. The surrounding whispers, once incomprehensible gibberish, transformed in her ears as though under a masterful translation spell, revealing their meaning. "I heard there are far fewer spots available this year. Should be cautious. Do you not see who stands over there? The family of General Yan. My father says the emperor values decorum above all. One must not err. Look at her, she can hardly stand." Clearly, too nervous information surged like a tidal wave, and it took Harley a few moments to acclimate. A system? Translation? What sort of sorcery is this? No, it felt distinctly different, akin to the high technology that Ron had once marveled at in the Muggle world. After encountering the most ancient of death curses in her original realm, she found herself in this unfamiliar world, endowed with an assistance system that bore little resemblance to magic. Basic information loading, current temporal and spatial coordinates, the ancient eastern kingdom of Qing, year 1 of the Yongzheng era. Subject identity, Han Army flag, Maiden Harley. Core survival mission issued. Obtain a legitimate court identity through this palace selection process. Mission failure penalty, identity exposure, deemed heretical. Survival probability below 0.03, that a survival probability of less than 0.03? Harley's stomach tightened. This sounded far worse than the gaze of a basilisk. Beginner's guide, task generated. Observe and emulate the standing, walking, and bowing postures of at least 3 different flag maidens to preliminarily establish a behavioral model. Deadline, before the palace gates open. Reward, basic court etiquette static module. Imitation? Harley forced herself to remain calm. She was a Gryffindor, but not a mindless lion. In a completely unknown and perilously dangerous environment, cautious observation was paramount. She subtly adjusted her gaze toward the nearby, maiden clad in lake blue attire, her posture remarkably upright. The maiden's chin was slightly retracted, the curve of her neck exuding both respect and poise, with her hands elegantly clasped before her, utterly still. Harley committed that posture to memory and discreetly glanced towards another maiden dressed in a soft yellow gown, appearing somewhat more diminutive. This one's stance seemed softer, the lines of her shoulders slightly different. Motion capture analysis in progress. Model establishment progress 20. Just as she concentrated on her observations, a heavy, slow creaking sound abruptly emanated from the palace gates ahead. The massive crimson doors, symbolizing supreme imperial power, were gradually being pushed open. An elderly eunuch, adorned in more elaborate attire and a feathered cap, emerged, flanked by several younger attendants. He stepped forward and stood upon the elevated platform at the center of the gates. His gaze was sharp as he slowly scanned the throng below, and the entire square fell into a hushed silence, even breath subdued. The eunuch unfurled a roll of bright yellow silk and, with his piercingly thin voice, began to read in a rhythmic cadence. The system's simultaneous interpretation clearly conveyed the content into Harley's mind. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's decree, in the year 1 of Yongzheng, coinciding with the 8-banner selection to extend the national lineage, maidens of each banner enter the Shenzhen Gate in order, awaiting the emperor's selection. Behave with propriety, observe decorum, refrain from noise, and do not glance about. Thus decreed. Once the edict was concluded, the eunuch rolled up the silk and commanded, maidens of each banner, proceed in order into the palace. The procession began to move slowly forward. Harley, swept along by the crowd, crossed the high threshold that symbolized the separation of the inner and outer realms. The soles of her shoes tapped lightly against the smooth golden floor within the palace, echoing in the unusually silent corridor. Towering palace walls sliced the sky into a narrow strip, flanked by endless, equally crimson walls and closed palace gates. The leading eunuchs and maidens moved forward in silence, the only sounds being the rustle of fabric and the cadence of footsteps, an indescribable weight pressed down, more formidable than the ancient castles of Hogwarts, more suffocating than the chill brought by dementors. There were no magical creatures frolicking, no portraits engaged in idle chatter, no spiraling staircases, only straight, silent hallways that seemed to lead towards an unknowable fate. Is this the court? Is this the place where she must survive? Beginner's guide task completed. Reward granted. Basic court etiquette static module loading. A faint warmth or perhaps merely an illusion surged into her mind, and details about standing, walking, gaze angles, and hand placement surfaced as if she had rehearsed them 1,000 times. Instinctively, Harley adjusted her posture, relaxing her shoulders, straightening her back, and positioning her chin at just the right angle. The small eunuch guiding her seemed to glance at her momentarily, yet said nothing. The procession halted in a more spacious courtyard. Several maidens who had arrived earlier stood quietly in small groups. The leading eunuchs stepped aside. A matronly figure emerged, her voice clear yet authoritative, as she reiterated the rules for the audience, detailing everything from how to approach the throne to how to kneel and respond, leaving no stone unturned. As Harley absorbed the real-time translation from the system while processing the recently acquired etiquette module information, an uncontrollable thought surfaced. Who was the mysterious wizard that had cast the death curse? A remnant of Voldemort's forces? Or some other malevolent faction? Was her arrival here a mere coincidence, or the beginning of some ominous conspiracy? And most crucially, what could she rely upon in this bizarre world besides the system in her mind? What of her magic? Subtly, beneath the expansive sleeves of her robe, she attempted to twitch her fingers, recalling the sensation of casting the simplest Lumos spell. Nothing happened. No surge of magic, no familiar warmth. It was as though the power that had once coursed through her veins had vanished along with that green light in her corporeal form. No, perhaps it wasn't gone. Merely dormant or suppressed by the rules of this world. She lifted her gaze to the sky above the courtyard, which was cut into a rectangular shape by the high walls. The morning light brightened, casting a pale gold hue over the cold palace, yet failing to dispel the deep-seated chill. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, the deep palace akin to an ocean. And Harley Paterno, Harlea Potter battle had just begun in the most unexpected manner. Environmental scanning ongoing. 17 gazes with assessment, curiosity, and slight malice detected focusing on the subject. Recommendation: maintain current etiquette module output, reduce presence. The system's icy prompt jolted her back to reality. Harley took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing all her confusion, fear, and questions. She mimicked the demeanor of most maidens around her, slightly lowering her eyelids, her gaze fixed 3 steps ahead on the ground, as if every pattern on the golden bricks warranted meticulous examination. Survive. This is the simplest form of Gryffindor bravery. Then, find a way to comprehend it all, to discover a path back, or, at the very least, to establish a foothold in this world, evading the clutches of that 0.03 probability. From deep within the palace corridors, the sound of distant bells resonated. The time for the audience had arrived. Chapter 2. Rules as rigid as iron, treading on thin ice. The distant tolling of the bell resonated like an invisible whip, striking at the taut nerves of every young lady within the courtyard. Following the flow of people, Hallie trailed behind the guiding eunuch, passing through one heavily guarded palace gate after another. The soles of her flower-pot shoes clicked against the polished golden bricks, producing a monotonous yet clear sound that echoed in the unusually silent corridors of the inner palace, as if each step resonated with her own heartbeat. The navigation mode has been updated according to environmental information. Current location: proceeding to the selection area of Shunjin Gate. Reminder: turn right in 20 steps to enter the main corridor, where you may encounter high-ranking palace attendants and other flag-bearing young ladies who have arrived earlier. Please maintain the current etiquette module output, with an error margin of less than 5. The system's voice was calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, acting as an invisible filter that transformed the oppressive sounds of nearby breaths, fabric rustling, and distant reprimands into a stream of processable information. She forced herself to concentrate on the system's prompts and the recently loaded basic court etiquette static module. Her shoulders relaxed, yet the line of her spine remained taut. Her chin slightly retracted, her gaze fixated on the hem of the guiding eunuch's robe. Neither too high nor too low, her stride measured. neither too wide to convey eagerness nor too small to appear timid. As she turned past a high wall, the scene before her suddenly widened into a straight, lengthy corridor, flanked by railings of white jade and adorned with golden bronze basins. Along the corridor stood several groups of young ladies clad in various colors. Almost the instant she stepped onto the main path, Hallie felt countless gazes piercing through her like fine needles from all directions, assessing, curious, envious, but mostly coldly scrutinizing and subtly comparative. The air, thick with incense, also carried an unspoken scent of gunpowder. At the periphery of her system's vision, faint markers and brief labels began to flicker. Left ahead, yellow banner, prominent family, emotion, pride. Right side, red banner, military achievements of ancestors, emotion, competitive scrutiny. Diagonally behind, same banner, young ladies, lower paternal rank, emotion, nervous dependency. Hallie's heart sank. This system not only translated languages, but could also analyze emotions and backgrounds. It was more direct than delving into others' thoughts, though seemingly only scratching the surface. She immediately recognized the peril of such a capability. If she inadvertently revealed her awareness of it, she would surely be deemed peculiar. She had to present herself as an anxious novice, even more clumsy than her peers. To mask this untimely insight, the procession halted before a more spacious courtyard. Above the entrance, the characters Jingyi Xian were inscribed, marking the place where the young ladies would undergo their final grooming and listen to admonitions before the formal selection. Inside the courtyard stood solemn matrons and eunuchs, the atmosphere even more austere than outside. A stern matron, her face lined with deep creases, stepped forward to the steps, her gaze sweeping over everyone like a hawk, and spoke slowly, her voice not loud, yet clear enough for all to hear. Now that you young ladies have entered the palace gates, you are members of the royal family. The rules of the palace are of utmost importance. Every action, whether standing, sitting, or lying down, is governed by a set of rules. Every word and response must be approached with utmost caution. From this moment forth, your first lesson shall be in tranquility and respect. Only respond when questioned, and refrain from unnecessary movement unless commanded. As she spoke, the system nearly instantaneously translated her words. Yet Hallie observed that it seemed to be analyzing the matron's micro-expressions and tonal emphasis, annotating her mind. Key point: emphasis on obedience. Potential warning: any autonomous action may be perceived as an affront. Subsequently, they underwent a rigorous retraining in etiquette. They learned how to maintain an unyielding posture on a narrow embroidered stool for half an hour, how to walk while keeping the tassels and headpiece perfectly still, how to kneel without letting their skirts disperse, and how to rise without swaying. Most importantly, how to perform a proper kowtow. The forehead must touch the gilded brick with a crisp sound to demonstrate reverence. Upon rising, the neck must remain in a posture of submission, without the slightest relaxation. The matron personally demonstrated, her forehead making a muffled thud against the padded practice brick. Then she cast a cold glance at the maidens, instructing them to take their turns. You begin with yourself. The girl chosen was a fellow banner maiden positioned slightly behind Hallie, her emotions marked as nervous attachment. The young lady turned pale with fear, trembling as she approached. When she bowed, her shoulders quaked, and the sound of her kowtow was faint. As she rose, she fumbled, almost stepping on her own skirt. Weak and unconvincing. The matron chastised, stand by and observe. Next, the girl's eyes instantly filled with tears as she stepped back, lowering her head. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, it was her turn. Han Army banner, Halia, the eunuch called out. Hallie inhaled deeply and stepped forward slowly. The flower pot base made her movements deliberate, conveying a sense of caution. She positioned herself as instructed, bowed her head, bent her knees, and gradually knelt down. As her forehead touched the cool brick surface, she strained to control the pressure on her neck, neither too light nor too heavy to avoid dizziness. Thud. The sound was clear, not the loudest, but sufficiently steady. Action analysis meets standard template 87. Deduction points: slight stiffness in shoulder lines during the bow, likely due to muscle tension from unaccustomed movement. Overall assessment: above average, unlikely to attract negative attention. The matron's stern gaze lingered on her for 2 seconds before she imperceptibly nodded. Acceptable. Remember this force. You may withdraw. The matron scrutinized her for a moment longer, and the harsh lines of her face seemed to soften just a fraction. Yes. Remember the 4 characters of diligence and propriety. In the palace, this is the greatest wisdom. She did not pursue further inquiries and turned to the next individual. Hallie exhaled quietly, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her back. This was not merely a test of etiquette, but a trial of mental acuity and adaptability. Every utterance, every glance, even the weight of their breaths, could be interpreted in myriad ways. The entire morning was spent in this state of heightened tension and repetitive training. At midday, the maidens were finally permitted to partake in a simple lunch in a designated side hall. Dubbed lunch, it consisted merely of a bowl of thin porridge and a few small dishes, portions barely sufficient to satisfy hunger, and they were observed by the matron, who insisted they chew slowly and maintain silence. Hallie shared a table with several other maidens, the atmosphere steeped in silence and subtlety. She could discern the faint emotional tags hovering above her fellow companions: fatigue, anxiety, observation of others. The girl who had been reprimanded earlier now sat diagonally across from her, sipping kanji and occasionally stealing glances at Harley. Following their meal, a brief respite allowed the girls to stretch their stiff limbs. Albeit within the confines of this modest side hall, the girl finally summoned the courage to shift closer to Harley, positioning herself by the window, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sister, your response earlier was truly commendable." Harley turned her head, noticing the genuine admiration in the young girl's eyes, mingled with a subtle yearning for validation. The system tags displayed: target, Su Jai Yunshu, daughter of a 6th-rank official of the Han Army. Emotion, nervous, seeking alliance, benevolent beginner. It was merely a stroke of luck that the matron had not delved deeper. Harley softened her tone, mimicking the gentle cadence of some refined women she recalled. "Your foundation in etiquette is commendable, dear sister. It is only natural to feel a bit anxious upon arrival. With practice, you shall surely surpass me." This was an unmistakable, albeit cautious, olive branch. In the rigid hierarchy of the palace, individuals of similar standing and circumstance instinctively gravitate towards one another. Harley needed to discern whether to accept this gesture. Yunshu immediately grasped the implication, nodding in gratitude, refraining from further dialogue, yet positioning herself slightly closer to Harley, as a fragile and tentative alliance seemed to form in the invisible ether. As the recess concluded, the afternoon training grew more arduous, incorporating intricate ceremonial movements and simulated audience lines. Harley devoted herself entirely, surrendering her body to the guidance of the system module while embodying a touch of Gryffindor-like tenacity. She felt her new body protesting. Muscles ached, knees tingled, and her temples throbbed from the sustained tension. However, the mental strain was far more significant. She had to constantly suppress any sign of reliance on the system prompts, ensuring her actions remained within the confines of Harley's identity. Harley and 3 other girls were assigned to the same chamber. Fortunately, Yunshu was among them, while the other 2 included a taciturn girl from the Blue Banner with a cold demeanor, system tag, aloof, distant, and a strikingly beautiful girl from the White Banner, whose eyes roamed the room with a scrutinizing gaze, her brow slightly furrowed, system tag, picky, obvious superiority. The 4 exchanged scarcely a word, undergoing a simple grooming under the watchful eyes of the palace maids. The palace had its own rules, even pertaining to sleep. Lying on a hard bed, Harley listened to the distant sound of clappers and the muted rustling of her companions as they turned in their sleep. Though her body was utterly fatigued, her mind remained remarkably alert. Beneath the covers, she quietly attempted once more to sense her magical powers. Yet, silence enveloped her still. There was no wand in her sleeve, nor any magical artifacts in her embrace. In this world, she had lost the very strength she relied upon, reduced to an infant needing to learn how to walk and speak anew, while perpetually fearing being deemed an outcast. The only companion she had was this enigmatic system, which seemingly prioritized her survival. What was it? Who had created it? What was its purpose? These questions lingered unanswered. Today's survival summary. The assimilation of basic etiquette has risen to 41. A preliminary encounter with a local individual has occurred, with a relationship rating of cool, cautious, and friendly. The environmental threat index remains elevated. Recommendation: maintain minimal information output and prioritize the completion of tomorrow's palace election core task. The system summary is cold and pragmatic. The palace election tomorrow shall be the true test. All that has been learned today will be scrutinized before that exalted emperor. Yet her understanding of this world, this court, and the Yongzheng emperor remains scant. Outside the window, the moonlight is obscured by towering palace walls, leaving only a profound, inescapable darkness. Hallie closes her eyes. Survive. Past the palace selection. Only then can other matters be broached. As she drifts into a shallow slumber, the final thought crosses her mind. Is the enigmatic sorcerer who delivered her to this place lurking in some corner, mockingly observing her struggle within this gilded cage? As night deepens, the lights of the Shusho Palace extinguish one by one, as if countless pairs of newly opened, bewildered eyes slowly close, awaiting the unknown judgment of dawn. Chapter 3. The initial manifestation of magic patterns, the scented bait suspended. The morning in Shushio Palace awakens to a silence and oppression that penetrates to the marrow. There is no rooster crowing, no sounds of the marketplace. Only the synchronized, heavy, and monotonous footsteps of patrolling guards echo from afar, and the gentle clinking of the wind brushing against the eaves, further accentuating the tomb-like seclusion of this space. Hallie opens her eyes almost instantaneously as the first strike of the gong resonates. The unfamiliar bed, the strange curtains, and the distinctive scent of the palace linger at her nostrils. Aged wood, almost imperceptible insect-repelling herbs, and a faint chill that seems to seep deep into the stonework. The muscle soreness accumulated from yesterday awakens immediately, protesting vehemently, particularly in her knees and ankles, where the marks of her footwear are notably deep. She gently sits up. The other 3 ladies in waiting have also awakened, yet none utter a word. The aloof lady of the blue banner has already donned her attire, silently adjusting her hair before a small bronze mirror. The striking lady of the plain white banner leans languidly against the bed, her personal maid cautiously attending to her flowing locks, adorned with the languor and impatience of insufficient rest. Su Jiayun is somewhat flustered, struggling to fasten the intricate buttons beneath her arms, casting a shy and slightly pleading glance at Hallie when she catches her eye. System, assess my current state, particularly for any signs of magical or similar energies. She attempts to communicate telepathically. This has been her recurring contemplation during her shallow slumber last night. Purely physical training and etiquette mimicry cannot adequately confront genuine crises. She requires power, even if it is but a spark. Command received. Commencing comprehensive scan of the host's vital signs and energy field. Scan complete. Conclusion. Host's vital signs are stable, aligning with current physiological age and gender characteristics. No active, voluntarily accessible, standard magical fluctuations detected. Warning. A rejection oscillation of approximately 173 has been detected between the host's soul wavelength and the current physical form. This oscillation is weak but persistent, potentially leading to a failure in intent and energy transmission during spellcasting, accompanied by slight mental fatigue. Moreover, the environment is imbued with an inert, low concentration, and complex background energy field that the subject is currently unable to directly absorb or utilize. Indeed, the rejection between the soul and the corporeal form explains the complete lack of response when she attempted the simplest fluorescent flicker yesterday. This world is not devoid of energy. However, these energies differ from the magical essence with which she is familiar, and they remain isolated from her body and the rejecting soul. As for that background energy field, it evokes memories of the system prompts indicating irregularities in certain palace areas upon her entry yesterday. Is there a method to reduce the rejection between the soul and the body, or to transform the environmental energy? She inquired further. The database is insufficient. There is a lack of foundational data on the physical and magical laws of this world. Recommendation. Collect more local unconventional phenomenon cases or seek texts, artifacts, or locations that may relate to energy utilization for analysis. Risk warning. Any related investigative actions within this cultural context may easily be classified as witchcraft or sorcery. Proceed with utmost caution. Again, the term witchcraft felt like a cold shackle. It appears that in this court, which is intensely averse to supernatural powers, the path to restoring or acquiring strength is fraught with far more thorns and perilous traps than one might have imagined. After completing her grooming and donning the new uniform, prepared for today's palace election, still in shades of red, yet adorned with more solemn patterns, and having a remarkably succinct breakfast, the young ladies were led to queue in the courtyard before the main hall of the Shushio Palace, where they would receive their final and most authoritative admonishment. This time, an elder matron with an imposing demeanor appeared, accompanied by a chief eunuch who stood by attentively. The matron no longer reiterated specific actions, but rather emphasized the demeanor and composure required during this election. The emperor's favor, akin to thunder and rain, is ever present. When questioned by the emperor, one must think carefully, and responses should be concise and precise, avoiding superfluous words and timidity. Displaying talent must align with one's status, avoiding ostentation that might incite frivolous remarks. One's gaze should be respectful, yet the heart must convey sincerity and dignity. Hallie listened intently as the system concurrently analyzed the underlying layers of rules embedded within the discourse. Surface requirement, obedience, and propriety. Deeper rules. One must exhibit unique value that can be appreciated by those in higher positions within a framework of extreme limitation. and this value must fully conform to their definitions of utility and safety. Once the admonishment concluded, there remained about an hour before formally proceeding to Shunjing Gate to await summons. This was the final preparation time, a moment for the young ladies to privately compete and make last-minute efforts. In the corners of the courtyard, along the corridors, and beside the rocky outcrops, one could see the young ladies either softly reciting lines of poetry that might be questioned, repeatedly practicing the angle of their bows, or adjusting the placement of their hairpins, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Hallie found a relatively secluded spot beside a column, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the southeast corner of the courtyard. There, a few young ladies were gathered around a girl clad in a pale yellow uniform, exuding an elegant aura, who was gently caressing an ancient guqin before her. The instrument's glossy body and flowing lines conveyed an extraordinary quality, and even with Hallie's ignorance of Eastern instruments, she could sense its remarkable nature. The young maiden's fingertips hovered delicately over the strings of the guqin, not truly striking a note, yet her graceful demeanor captivated the attention of those nearby. Whispers of admiration for her skills echoed softly, suggesting that she had indeed received the teachings of a master. It seemed that, today, her artistry would play a crucial role in the selection process. The system provided a standard response template that included basic appreciation points and safe response strategies for several common talents: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery. However, Harry knew well that the original owner, Hallie, was most distinguished for her proficiency in Manchu and Chinese calligraphy, while her knowledge of the guqin was likely limited to a rudimentary understanding of its scales. Should she be called upon to perform, relying solely on the template and the vague memories of the original owner would likely prove inadequate, especially in comparison to any truly skilled competitors. System, could you provide support for guqin performance skills? At the very least, to navigate the immediate situation, she silently inquired. Available skills: fundamental principles of Eastern string instruments, theory, body coordination, and micro-movement optimization module. Note, without actual performance experience or muscle memory infusion. This will only assist in understanding finger positioning principles and optimizing the appearance of posture. The actual auditory outcome cannot be guaranteed, and it will continuously consume the host's mental energy to maintain coordination optimization. Would you like to load this? Anticipated consumption will decrease the host's agility in responding to complex verbal inquiries by 15 over the next 3 hours. The cost was significant, and the efficacy remained uncertain. Harry hesitated. This felt more like a grand gamble, wagering that the Emperor would not truly demand a complex piece, or that even if she did play, she might disguise her shortcomings with her composure. The stakes were high. As she weighed her options, a somewhat sharp female voice rang out nearby, laced with an affected sweetness. "Oh, I wondered who was quietly practicing here. It turns out to be Sister Hallie." Turning around, Harry beheld the strikingly beautiful maiden from the same household, adorned in the attire of the plain white banner, flanked by 2 equally resplendent companions. The system promptly noted, Tong Jiayuing, plain white banner. Father holds a 3rd-rank military position, emotional state, provocative, displaying superiority, testing. As Tong Jiayuing approached, her discerning gaze swept over Harry from head to toe, lingering a moment longer on Harry's conventional attire and simple hairpin, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. "Sister, you truly possess remarkable composure. As we stand on the brink of our audience, you remain so serene, enjoying the view. Unlike us, whose hearts race with anxiety, we can only practice hastily, fearing we might embarrass ourselves before the Emperor." As she spoke, she raised a hand holding a half-embroidered handkerchief, its intricate butterfly pattern undeniably exquisite. Potentially hostile target identified. Tong Jiayuing. Threat level: low, currently limited to verbal probing and emotional rivalry. Harry felt little stir within her. Such verbal sparring was mild compared to Professor Snape's daily sarcasm and Malfoy's provocations, akin to a light afternoon tea conversation. Yet she understood that in this palace, today's verbal exchanges could sow the seeds of tomorrow's troubles. Tong Jiayuing, clearly of noble descent and high pride, was duly noted. This minor interlude served to sharpen Harry's awareness that the selection was not merely an examination before the Emperor, but a performance under the scrutinizing gaze of all competitors. Any peculiarity, whether excessively remarkable or strikingly mediocre, may be magnified and exploited. She ceased her glances towards the ancient zither, relinquishing worries over her talents. The system's provision for optimizing physical coordination might offer some refinement to her demeanor, yet the essence lies within the profound rules discerned by the system, showcasing a value that can be acknowledged within a framework of subservience. The original owner's calligraphy could serve as an entry point, but it necessitates a more secure and indirect method of value presentation. Her gaze wandered towards the meticulously tended flora in the courtyard, and further afield, to the silent ridge beasts perched atop the palace eaves. Perhaps this very palace is the grandest repository of information and a latent source of energy? The system's prompt from her entrance yesterday re-emerged in her mind. System, please rescan the current area of the Shosho Palace, particularly the architectural structures, vegetation, and near water sources, to ascertain whether the previously mentioned inert, low concentration, and complex attribute background energy fields exist. Is there any discernible pattern in their distribution? Command received. Expanding the scanning range. 3 anomalous points of weak energy fields detected. 1. The stone circle at the edge of the ancient well in the southeast corner of the courtyard. Residual energy attribute. Cold and stagnant. 2. The junction of the third eve pillar's base on the west side of the main hall. Residual energy attribute. Agitated and sharp. 3. 3 meters behind the current location of the host, in the soil beneath a cluster of withered purple bamboo. Residual energy attribute. Decayed and entangled. The energy intensity is below the threshold for extraction, yet the distribution seems to correlate with the architectural feng shui layout or specific past events. Warning. High-frequency fragments of resentment and obsession detected in the residual energy contact may exacerbate the subject's soul's rejection tremor or induce negative mental disturbances. Hallie instinctively cast a glance at the cluster of bamboo by the root. The stalks exhibited an unhealthy dark purple hue, with sparse and withering leaves. Resentment? Obsession? Beneath this resplendent and solemn palace, indeed, lay concealed shadows unknown to most. These energies starkly contrasted with the magic she was familiar with, being far more chaotic and imbued with negative mental imprints. They resembled the remnants of countless secrets and tragedies that had settled within this palace. Direct interaction or utilization appear to be a dead end for now. Yet, awareness of their existence might itself confer an informational advantage. Record the locations and attribute characteristics of these energy anomalies. Unless necessary, do not approach, Hallie commanded. Recorded. Establishing initial dossier of the palace's anomalous energy points. As the appointed hour approached, the steward and eunuchs began to call names loudly to form ranks. The ladies swiftly resumed their places, their earlier private preparations, rivalries, and furtive glances instantly retracting, leaving only a uniform display of submissive postures and lowered gazes. Hallie stood in the ranks, making a final check of her attire and adornments, ensuring everything was in perfect order. Her knees still ached subtly, her spirit somewhat fatigued from earlier tensions and dialogues with the system. Yet her gaze gradually settled into a profound calm. The path of magic was temporarily obstructed. The system was a support, not an omnipotent solution. Before her lay the unpredictable heart of the sovereign. Alongside competitors with watchful eyes, and hidden within the shadows might lurk ominous energies and specters of the past. But what of it? She was once the boy who, even as an infant, confronted the most malevolent Dark Lord. The youth who battled the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. The valiant warrior who traversed dragons and labyrinths during the Triwizard Tournament. And ultimately, the savior who stood before Riddle, choosing to embrace death. The palace before her was merely another, more intricate maze, governed by subtler rules. The selection was the first threshold she must cross. The bell tolled again, resonant and solemn, as if echoing from the heavens, in the direction of the Shunjing Gate. The heavy palace doors were slowly being pushed open. The leading eunuchs sang out sharply. The noble maidens are lined up to pay their respects. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped forward with the procession, embarking on the first step towards the unknown judgment. Within her sleeve, her hand gently clasped, as if grasping the ephemeral hope of survival. Chapter 4. Thunder before the palace. Words concealed with precision. The pathway from the Chusho Palace to the Shunjing Gate felt particularly long and solemn today. An invisible, oppressive weight hung in the air, thicker than the morning mist and colder than autumn frost. The maidens formed 2 lines, stepping in nearly perfect unison under the unwavering guidance of the eunuchs and matrons, their skirts silently brushing against the polished golden bricks, reflecting their shadows. Apart from the barely audible breaths and the faint, soft sounds of their shoes meeting the ground, there was no other noise. Even the occasional birds that flitted by in the past were conspicuously absent today, as if subdued by the solemnity and tension of the palace's depths. As they approached the Shunjing Gate, the density of the atmosphere seemed to increase. This was not merely psychological tension, but an ineffable ambience. The crimson walls on either side cast deep shadows, slicing the pathway into a narrow corridor of light and darkness. She could sense many eyes lurking in the shadows, not from the maidens or the guiding attendants, but from behind the walls, the crevices of doors, and even from the higher eaves of the palace. These were the ever-watchful eyes of the court, silently scrutinizing every face that was about to meet the sovereign. The environmental pressure index continues to rise. Over 30 concealed observation points detected. Energy field scans indicate a high-intensity, orderly pressure zone in the core area ahead, Yongzheng Hall. Suspected to be related to the concentration of imperial power and long-standing specific ritual activities. Warning: this domain may exacerbate the host's spiritual rejection response, potentially inducing dizziness or impaired judgment. The system's warning tightened Harry's chest. Could the oppressive weight of imperial power manifest as a force field? The rules of this world were indeed peculiar. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her quickening heartbeat, burying deeper the rebellious spirit that belonged to Harry Potter. The square before Yongzheng Hall opened up, paved with white jade, vast enough to induce a sense of trepidation. The grand hall loomed, its yellow glazed tiles emanating a cold, imposing light under the autumn sun. Before the hall, the imperial throne was already set, now suspended in emptiness. Beneath the throne, the sides were filled with eunuchs and guards dressed in various official robes adorned with plumage, alongside a few solemnly attired court ladies. Each posture was rigidly standard, as if even the movements of their eyes were meticulously measured. The maidens positioned themselves in the designated area of the square, still bowing their heads in silence, awaiting the sovereign's presence. Time flowed slowly in the almost suspended silence, each breath stretching into an eternity. Hallie could hear the sound of her blood coursing past her eardrums and feel the slight tremor of Su Jiayun's sleeve beside her. Tension coiled around everyone's ankles like cold vines, quietly tightening their grip. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps merely a quarter of an hour, but it felt like half a day. From the depths of the hall came a long, solemn proclamation. The Emperor has arrived. Hallie, along with the others, prostrated herself, her forehead pressed against the cool gold bricks. She sensed an indescribable, weighty presence emanating from the depths of the great hall, slowly drifting toward the throne. It was not a matter of sight, but rather a direct pressure on the mental plane, as if mountains were drawing near and oceans were suspended overhead. The system's energy field scanner blared warnings, and crimson ripples indicating high danger flickered at the edges of her vision. This was the voice of Emperor Yongzheng. The assembly rose after expressing their gratitude, yet remained bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Hallie discreetly adjusted her breathing, stealing a quick glance towards the throne. The Emperor donned a bright yellow dragon robe, his posture impeccably upright, and his face was sharply defined, austere to the point of being stern, with brows habitually furrowed and a gaze profound, scanning the assembly with deliberation. His eyes lacked a specific focus, yet seemed capable of piercing through flesh to reach the deepest secrets of the heart. The system annotated in her view, Aizen Joro Injin, the fifth emperor of the Qing Dynasty, reign title Yongzheng. Emotional state, dominated by high rationality, intertwined with deep fatigue and vigilance, possessing an extreme need for efficiency and control. Currently in a mode of intermittent assessment following multi-threaded governance tasks. He was not a tyrant given to rage, nor a feckless ruler. Rather, he embodied extreme restraint and control, channeling all emotions and power within a rational framework. Hallie instantly concluded that he was a foe far more inscrutable than Dumbledore, and one who valued tangible rules and order even more than Voldemort. Before him, any emotional display or superficial flattery could prove counterproductive. The selection process commenced. It was mechanical and efficient, with the Emperor's judgments appearing remarkably swift, devoid of personal bias. The one retaining their card showed little joy, while those who folded suppressed their disappointment, adhering strictly to protocol. The tension in the air did not abate. Instead, it thickened due to the unpredictable and almost indifferent verdicts. At last, the eunuch's sharp voice announced, Han Army Banner, daughter of the fifth-rank official Hafeng, Halia, age 16. A chill ran through Hallie's heart as she stepped forward with composure. Following the practice steps, she approached, knelt, and spoke clearly and steadily. I, Halia, humbly seek the Emperor's benevolence. She felt that profound gaze settle upon her, lingering a moment longer than it had on the previous candidates. Daughter of Ha Feng. The Emperor's voice revealed no emotion. Your father works in the Ministry of Works, overseeing river documentation? Yes, she replied. The Emperor seemed to merely mention it in passing, not probing further into her lineage, but instead inquired, what books have you read? There was a brief silence, one that seemed to freeze the air around them. Hallie held her breath. The 300 poems of the Tang, she stated. The Emperor echoed her words, his tone flat. Which one do you favor? Quietude and nature. The emperor's voice remained inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. Your father, engaged in the Ministry of Works, grapples daily with the complexities of mud, bricks, stones, and the navigation of waterways. It is likely that tranquility eludes him. As you are versed in poetry, you must appreciate the governance of a nation. What distinguishes it from merely reveling in the moonlight and the breeze? A deviation from customary inquiries. Moreover, it directly pertains to the affairs of the court. Harry's heart seized suddenly. All ears around her seemed to tense in anticipation. Was this a trap, a test, or merely a whimsical challenge born from disinterest? The system churned frantically, yet the database yielded scant information linking the governance philosophy of a Yongzheng emperor to the appreciation of poetry. It could only suggest, based on previous analyses of the emperor's character, pragmatic and disdainful of empty rhetoric, of vague direction. Avoid nebulous discourse, strive to relate to practical matters, but proceed with utmost caution, steering clear of specific political affairs and refraining from unwarranted commentary on court officials. In a flash, Harry recalled the teachings of the previous day from a matron of Qing Pavilion regarding propriety, as well as the system's analysis of showcasing value within the framework of respect. She also remembered the world she had traversed from, where the most fundamental concepts of pragmatism and public welfare might resonate, albeit subtly, with this emperor known for his practicality. She lowered her posture, her voice growing even more respectful, tinged with a hint of appropriate trepidation. Your Majesty, wise as you are, I, a mere maid from a humble chamber, dare not presume to speak of the grand principles of governance. However, I have often heard my father mention that the affairs of the Ministry of Works are intricate and that the dredging of waterways is vital for the livelihood of the people. A solid embankment is essential to withstand floods. Each brick, each stone, each grain of earth, and each timber must be substantial, allowing for no trace of superficial embellishment. I humbly opine that while poetry may nurture the spirit and please the heart when it comes to managing a household, handling affairs, or addressing matters of the court, it is imperative to establish a solid foundation, employing quality materials and proceeding with caution, lest we falter in the face of adversity. She deftly transformed the discourse on governance into a more abstract notion of practicality, anchoring her response in the realm of the Ministry of Works, an area she ostensibly understood, using the most straightforward, albeit somewhat clumsy, metaphors to convey her thoughts. After delivering her response, she remained still, awaiting judgment, her back already slick with cold sweat. A profound silence enveloped the throne. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Harry could hear the thunderous drumming of her heart within her chest. Had she spoken too much? Had her straightforwardness rendered her foolish? Or had she, in fact, missed the mark, provoking the emperor's ire? Just as she felt herself on the brink of suffocation, the emperor's voice resonated once more, devoid of overt emotion. Yet the faint weariness that had previously lingered seemed to dissipate slightly. Establishing a solid foundation and fulfilling one's obligations. He slowly reiterated these two phrases before posing an even more unexpected question. In your opinion, when constructing an embankment, what is of utmost importance? The materials? The manpower? Or the blueprints? The perceptive emperor gently pondered these words, his gaze fixed upon the prostrate young woman, clad in the standard attire of a talented young lady. Her demeanor was submissive to the point of humility, yet her earlier discourse, particularly the term perceptive, subtly revealed a mindset that transcended the confines of the inner chamber, approaching a level of strategic discourse. It was not a hollow appeal to virtue and morality, but rather a pragmatic argument that struck at the very core of governance. Though the metaphor may be somewhat immature and the expression rather plain, its essence surprisingly resonates with the emperor's governance philosophy since his ascension, an earnest commitment to rectify financial discrepancies, reform the bureaucratic system, and prioritize pragmatism. This peculiar alignment manifests in a 16-year-old Han military banner maiden, raising questions. Is it mere coincidence? Did her father, Ha Fenghe, inadvertently share his musings? Or is there something else at play? He refrained from immediate comment, diverting his gaze as if their previous exchange were merely a fleeting whimsy of conversation. To the chief eunuch, Su Peixiang, he instructed, make a note. Su Peixing, estudie. Immediately bowed yes. On the scroll in his hand, he marked a special sign next to Halia's name and quietly inquired, Your Majesty, regarding this young lady's rank. The emperor's eyes swept over Halia, still kneeling below, then glanced at the preliminary rankings of other designated maidens, mostly of common status, designated as attendants, and paused in contemplation. The young woman's words were intriguing, yet her ordinary lineage and the abruptness of her insights warranted closer observation. He decreed her rank as an attendant. He hesitated for a moment, recalling a previously vacant, secluded corner he had seen days earlier on the palace diagram. The west wing of the Zhongshui Palace, still unoccupied, perhaps? The emperor spoke no further, his attention shifting to the next named maiden. Halia remained on her knees until the young eunuch beside her softly urged her to rise and express her gratitude. Only then did she realize. Hastily bowing her head, "This servant thanks your majesty for your grace." Her voice trembled imperceptibly, whether from lingering fear or a sense of relief, she could not discern. An attendant in the west wing of Zhongshui Palace. Halia was unaware of the insignificance of this rank in the imperial harem, nor did she grasp the implications of the west wing. All she understood was that she had succeeded. In that harrowing exchange, she had accurately wagered on the direction of her response, touching upon the emperor's core value of pragmatism in the most unadorned manner. Yet concurrently, she felt acutely the emperor's final, penetrating glance, one not of admiration, but of deeper scrutiny and suspicion. She had been remembered, not for her beauty or talent, but for her peculiar dialogue that piqued the emperor's interest or perhaps caution. This was hardly a fortuitous circumstance. In this inner palace, being forgotten in a corner may be desolate, yet being noted by the highest authority with a probing gaze often heralds the onset of greater storms. Especially as she harbored a secret of untold gravity. She had taken her first step on a path of survival. Yet it seemed she had also ventured into a deeper fog. His lips barely moved, forming an arc devoid of warmth, almost indifferent. Chapter 5. The Cold Palace of Zhongshui, where bamboo shadows conceal the depths. The reverberations of the palace selection, akin to pebbles cast into a deep pool, had yet to settle, while new destinies were inexorably thrust onto their predetermined trajectories. As Halia and several newly elevated low-ranking concubines followed the eunuchs dispatched by the Internal Affairs Office away from the still echoing courtyard of Shunjin Palace and deeper into the harem, an atmosphere starkly different from before enveloped them, a more profound and somber aura shadowing their every step. The imperial harem of the Forbidden City was far grander and more intricate than Halia had envisioned, resembling a meticulously constructed, silent labyrinth. The towering palace walls extend endlessly, slicing the sky into countless narrow strips. The gates, some ajar and others closed, resemble silent, gaping maws, having unknowingly devoured countless passers-by. The eunuch leading the way moves swiftly and silently, so familiar with the path that it seems as natural as breathing. As they meander through the corridors and alleys, the grandeur and majesty representing the core of power gradually fade into the background. The deeper they venture, the narrower the palace paths become. The walls seem to show signs of age, with withered yellow weeds sprouting through the cracks, rustling in the autumn breeze. The number of passing palace maids and eunuchs has diminished significantly. When they do encounter one another, they bow their heads and hurry past, their faces indistinct like soulless shadows. The faint, omnipresent aroma of incense has dissipated, replaced by a more complex scent, a blend of aged wood, dust, and an elusive dampness. They have arrived at the palace of Zhongshui. The eunuch halts before a somewhat desolate palace gate, his voice flat and emotionless. Raising her gaze, Harley observes the plaque above the gate, where the 3 gilded characters of Zhongshui Palace are dulled and peeling, exuding an air of long-standing decay. The color of the palace walls appears deeper than elsewhere, with slick, dark green moss creeping at their base. The heavy vermilion doors are slightly ajar, the copper rings on them rusted. The eunuch steps aside, gesturing for Harley to enter, his expression still that of trained, impeccable indifference. Your residence is in the West Side Hall. The Internal Affairs Bureau has dispatched 2 rough palace maids and 1 maid to attend to your needs. According to protocol, provisions commensurate with your rank will be sent shortly. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Standing before the palace gate, Harley watches the eunuch swiftly vanish into the winding palace path, a chill sweeping over her heart. This was not merely a formal affair. It felt more like an unavoidable evasion. Steeling herself, she pushes open the heavy palace door. The hinges emit a dry, piercing creak, jarringly loud in the silence. The courtyard within is even more desolate than it appeared from outside. Although not small, it feels empty, dominated by a tall, ancient locust tree, its leaves mostly fallen, with bare, gnarled branches reaching out towards the gray sky. The main hall and the east side hall are tightly shut, the window paper yellowed and torn. Spider webs adorning the eaves, clearly long uninhabited. Only the west side hall retains a semblance of integrity, yet it too radiates an air of neglect. In the corner of the courtyard stand 3 figures. 2 rough palace maids, clad in somewhat worn blue cotton skirts, bow their heads demurely. They appear youthful. With rough hands and feet, their faces marked by the fatigue of long labor and a cautious demeanor. The third figure, dressed in a slightly neater lotus-colored palace garment, adopts the typical hairstyle of a palace maid, standing with hands down. Upon seeing Harley enter, she steps forward, kneeling in greeting, her voice measured. "I am Ling Lan, here to pay my respects to you, my lady." The other two are palace maids dispatched by the Internal Affairs Bureau for cleaning duties, named Spring Grass and Autumn Leaves. Harley's gaze lingers on Ling Lan. She appears to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate countenance, yet her complexion is somewhat pallid, and her eyes exude a tranquil demeanor, perhaps too tranquil, resembling a bottomless ancient well, undisturbed by ripples. The system marked in her field of vision, Lily of the Valley, a maid from the western side hall of the Zhongsui Palace, emotional state, superficial respect and obedience, deep-seated, highly reclusive, extremely vigilant, with residual mental energy of unknown origin, weak, partially resonant with the current environment. Residual mental energy? Resonating with the current environment? A faint alarm echoed in Harley's mind. "Please rise." Harley endeavored to keep her voice calm. "You shall be at my service henceforth." "Serving the young master is our duty," Lily of the Valley replied, rising with an unwavering tone. Stepping aside, "Please." The western side hall has been tidied up. The interior of the western side hall appeared somewhat better than the exterior. It was merely an empty room, barely suitable for habitation. The layout comprised one bright and one dim area. The outer room was a small hall, furnished only with a peeling square table and 2 chairs. The inner chamber served as a bedroom, containing a hardboard bed dressed with moderately worn bedding, a rudimentary dressing table, and a trunk with nothing else of note. The air was thick with an unshakable scent, a mixture of dust and aged wood. Although it was evident that it had recently been wiped down, cobwebs and dust still lingered in the corners. Several areas of the window paper were torn, allowing cold drafts to seep in. As dusk approached, the dim light within the hall further accentuated the chill. The customary charcoal fire and candles would not be brought in until later. Lily of the Valley seemed oblivious to Harley's appraisal of the surroundings, reporting in an ordinary tone. "You seem weary today, young master. I have prepared warm water. As for dinner, the customary portion is 2 dishes and a soup, which I shall fetch from the kitchen." "Thank you." Harley nodded and walked to the window. Gazing through the tattered window paper, she could see the old well in the southeastern corner of the courtyard, covered with stone slabs, alongside clusters of purple bamboo that appeared shadowy in the twilight. This was the same type of plant that the system had previously detected in the Shusho Palace, which exhibited signs of decay and entangled residual energy. However, the purple bamboo here grew in a more peculiar manner, with stalks displaying an ominous deep purple hue, nearly black, and sparse, curled leaves devoid of vitality. Her gaze lingered a moment longer on the well and the bamboo thicket. System conducted a detailed scan of the current western side hall and courtyard, particularly the well and the purple bamboo. Compare it with the data from the Shusho Palace. Command received. Initiating deep scan. Scan complete. Warning. The environmental energy field in the western side hall of the Zhongsui Palace is significantly higher than the average value of the Shusho Palace. Main anomalies. 1. Courtyard ancient well. Residual energy attributes are cold and stagnant, with moderate intensity, and periodic weak fluctuations detected, suspected to be related to underground water veins or enclosed spaces, accompanied by fragments of strong, despair-related mental imprints. 2. Purple bamboo thicket. Residual energy attributes are decayed and entangled, with high intensity. A high concentration of pain and resentment-related mental pollution detected in the bamboo root soil, which has significantly distorted the plant's growth. 3. Main structure of the western side hall. The wooden structure contains trace amounts of evenly distributed inert energy permeation. Prolonged exposure to this environment may lead to a gradual decline in the mental vitality of living beings or exacerbate soul rejection reactions. Preliminary conclusion. This place has evidently experienced a powerful and sustained outburst of negative mental energy, with residual energy remaining for years. Indeed, this place was far from ordinary. Harley's heart sank. Was the Emperor's appointment of her to this place mere coincidence or a deliberate act? If the latter, what implications does it bear? Is it an observation conducted in silence, or perhaps a subtle form of coldness or even punishment? Ling Lan, turning casually to inquire, asked, "Have you served in the palace of Zhongsui for long? You arrived only last year?" Yet, the remnants of energy surrounding her seemed entangled with the history of this palace. Was it a result of prolonged exposure to this environment, or was she intrinsically connected to the events that caused this lingering energy? The palace of Zhongsui exuded an aura of tranquility. Has any empress resided here before? Hallie continued her probing. Recognizing the futility of her questions, Hallie ceased her inquiries, stating, Never mind. As a newcomer, I merely wish to familiarize myself. There are many rules to observe in this palace, and I will rely on your guidance. Your grace speaks too highly of me. It is my duty, Linglan replied with a submissive demeanor, as if the fleeting tension moments ago had never transpired. At that moment, two course palace maids named Chunhua and Shuyue timidly entered with warm water. The water was merely lukewarm, and the quantity sufficient only for a cursory wash. As Linglan assisted Hallie with her ablutions and dressing, her movements were deft, yet imbued with an ineffable sense of detachment, as if she were merely executing a prescribed routine. Dinner soon arrived, consisting of a meager portion of greens, a scant plate of minced meat stir-fried with pickled vegetables, a bowl of rice soup so thin it could reflect a shadow, alongside two dry and hard steam buns. The paltry servings were accompanied by a flavor that was painfully bland. The eunuch delivering the meal displayed a lackadaisical attitude, hastily thrusting the food box into Linglan's hands and muttering something about the rations of Zhongsue Palace before departing without casting a glance inside the hall. Hallie silently consumed this exceedingly humble royal meal, the pangs of physical hunger palpable, yet the chill within her heart was even more pronounced. She had mentally prepared herself for the lowly status she had been accorded, but this blatant deprivation and neglect seemed to suggest something beyond mere rank. It appeared that Zhongsue Palace, or perhaps she herself, Halia, had been relegated to a category of undesirability. After finishing her meager supper, the night had fully descended. Linglan lit a slender candle, the dim glow illuminating only a small area by the bed, while the rest of the hall remained shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Outside, the wind grew more insistent, rustling through the withered branches and torn window paper, producing a sound akin to soft sobbing. Chunhua and Shuyue completed their final tidying and retreated to the cramped quarters reserved for the servants. Linglan prepared the bedding for Hallie, checked the doors and windows, though the holes in the window paper could hardly keep out the night breeze, and softly said, "Your Grace, please rest early. I shall keep watch outside. Should you require anything, just call." "You have worked hard as well," Hallie replied, observing Linglan's still placid countenance. "You may go and rest. There is no need for you to keep vigil here." Linglan appeared slightly taken aback, meeting Hallie's gaze for a moment before bowing her head again, replying, "As you wish. Thank you for your consideration." She did not persist, performing a respectful bow before quietly exiting, gently closing the inner door behind her. At last, Hallie found herself alone in the hall. The flickering flame of the candle was swayed by an unseen draft, casting shadows on the walls that danced ominously. The coldness surged from all directions, penetrating through her inadequate clothing and bedding. Hallie did not immediately lie down. She sat cross-legged on the calm, her eyes closed, attempting to dispel distracting thoughts and immerse herself in the essence of the palace. Without relying on sight or sound, she sought to perceive this space through an innate magic that seemed at odds with the world, or perhaps through the delicate tendrils of her soul. Initially, there was a profound and chilling silence. Yet gradually, beneath that stillness, faint and discordant sounds began to emerge. Not true sounds, but fragments of emotion, whispers of energy. From the direction of the well came strands of despair, reminiscent of a drowning person's final, hopeless struggles. From the soil of the purple bamboo grove seeped a viscous, venomous liquid filled with hatred and anguish. And throughout the air of the western side hall lingered a subtle, pervasive sorrow and fatigue, akin to ancient dust settling slowly, attempting to suffocate all vitality. Warning: the host's active perception has intensified resonance with negative spiritual imprints in the environment. The soul rejection oscillation index has increased by 5. Immediate cessation of deep perception is advised. The system's alarm echoed in her mind, tinged with an unusual urgency. Startled, Hallie opened her eyes, cold sweat beading on her forehead, a wave of nausea and dizziness washing over her. She gasped several times before regaining her composure. The impurity of this place far exceeded her expectations. It was not merely an abandoned palace. It resembled a graveyard of emotions, a forgotten scene of tragedy, its residual negative energy perhaps merely evoking a chill in ordinary people. But for her, a being of unique soul state and acute perception, it could act as a slow poison or even a fuse for unknown peril. Had the Emperor cast her here by mere happenstance or with intent? If the latter, did he consider her peculiar and thus cast her into an oddity, allowing her to fend for herself while observing her responses? Or was it that someone within the palace possessed knowledge of something? Or that this very place harbored secrets intertwined with her existence as an outsider? She recalled the calm, yet guarded demeanor of Linglan, the eunuch's mention of the provisions from the Zhongsue Palace, and the hurried footsteps of the guiding eunuch avoiding her gaze. Lonely hall, cold quilt, in different eyes, and strange circumstances. This was the first domain she had acquired since her arrival, and it marked the beginning of her survival. Hallie extinguished the flickering candle, lying down in complete darkness. The fatigue of her body surged like a tide, yet her mind remained unusually alert. Outside, the wind howled, reminiscent of countless whispers recounting the palace's long-buried past. In the distance, the faint, ethereal sound of a flute drifted from an unknown palace, adding a touch of desolation to the atmosphere. She wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, the icy sensation sending a shiver down her spine. Within this golden cage, more suffocating than Azkaban, her first day concluded in such a manner. To survive, she must not only contend with tangible rules and the machinations of the human heart, but also maintain clarity of mind and integrity of soul within this invisible, malevolent energy field. The path ahead seemed more daunting than her confrontation with the Emperor before the Shunjing Hall. Chapter 6. A glimmer breaks the night, thorns unseen. The deepest chill before dawn enveloped the air of the western side hall of the Zhongsue Palace like an icy tide, seeping into every inch of the atmosphere and penetrating the thin bedding. Harry was not awakened by the morning light, but rather by a subtle and persistent tremor emanating from the depths of her soul. It was not a shiver induced by the cold, but rather a discordant resonance stemming from her body's rejection and the imperceptible yet omnipresent negative energy field of the palace itself. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by a thick darkness. The tiny candle from the previous night had long since burned out, leaving even the ashes cold. Silence enveloped the outer chambers. It seemed that Lily had indeed followed orders to rest, rendering the entire side hall as lifeless as a sarcophagus. Only the wind outside persisted, whistling through the bare branches and the tattered window paper, producing sounds that were at times sharp and at others mournful. Her body was stiff and aching, particularly in her knees and ankles. The aftermath of prolonged kneeling and walking in flower-pot-bottom shoes had now fully manifested. Yet, what troubled her more was a profound sense of mental fatigue, as if she had engaged in a silent battle throughout the night, consuming not merely physical strength, but something far more essential. System, report my current status, particularly the soul rejection index and the influence of the environmental energy field. She communicated mentally, her voice seeming somewhat sluggish in her mind. Status scan in progress. Host physiological indicators, mild fatigue, localized muscle strain. Mental indicators, significant exhaustion. Attention concentration decreased by 12. Soul rejection oscillation index, increased by 73 since last night, currently stabilizing in a higher oscillation range. Environmental energy field influence analysis confirms that the host, even in a state of unconscious sleep, continues to be subjected to low-frequency erosion from fragments of decay and suffering mental imprints, leading to reduced mental recovery efficiency and slightly exacerbating the discomfort of the soul. Warning: prolonged exposure to this environment poses a risk of cumulative negative effects on the rejection index and mental state. Indeed, this place was not only cold and dilapidated, it was also insidiously eroding its inhabitants. The Emperor had placed her here. If he claimed it was entirely unintentional, Harry could never be convinced. This was a silent, frigid exile and observation, perhaps even a gentle method to gradually wear away any anomaly she might possess. She could not remain passive. Harry, enduring her discomfort, sat up and groped for the fire stick, one of the few essential items left by Lily. A faint spark ignited, barely illuminating her pale visage and icy fingertips. She reignited a new candle. Limited by her rations, there was little of this fine wax, and the dim yellow glow struggled to disperse a small patch of darkness. With this meager light, she scrutinized the shabby room once more. It was empty and rudimentary, exuding an air of neglect and abandonment. Her gaze fell upon a small table by the Kong, where lay the meager stationery sent by Lily the day before, the stub of a pen, a piece of inferior ink, and a few sheets of coarse bamboo paper. This was likely a meager allowance accompanying her status, or perhaps the last vestige of dignity associated with her identity as the daughter of a civil official. Writing, a thought stirred within Harry. During the selection for the palace, she had caught the Emperor's attention with her straightforward responses related to the Ministry of Works, and the original Harriet had excelled in calligraphy. This may be the only skill she can currently utilize rationally without appearing overly conspicuous. More importantly, she requires a medium, something seemingly ordinary, that allows her to attempt communication between the internal and external realms, to organize her thoughts, and even to probe the intangible energy field. She picked up the worn-out pen, its body rough and its nib frayed. The ink was subpar, bearing a peculiar odor, and the paper was coarse and yellowed. Yet, This very imperfection made her feel a sense of authenticity. It mirrored her current predicament, rough, inferior, and fraught with inconvenience. Rather than writing immediately, she gently tapped the pen tip against the spread-out bamboo paper and closed her eyes. In this moment, she was not passively enduring the encroachments of her surroundings, but rather, she was actively and cautiously extending a thread of intention through the pen's body, not to cast a spell, which would surely fail, but to perceive. The instant the pen tip grazed the paper, she heard something, not a sound, but a more chaotic sensation. Within the fibers of the bamboo paper lingered the faint vestiges of life from the plant's growth, now long deceased, intertwined with the dust and impurities from its creation. The inferior ink was saturated with murky, soulless minerals and gelatinous essences. Through the pen and paper, she could more distinctly touch those fragments of decay and suffering that permeated the air. They were like invisible dust, attempting to cling to her, yet subtly repelled by the pen's minuscule, inherent order of intention, albeit originating from Harley. This was an exquisitely delicate sensation, one that would have gone unnoticed had her soul not been unique and her focus unwavering. Yet, it was this slight repulsion and perception that ignited a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps magic was not entirely impossible. It merely required a shift in form. This world harbored energy, albeit of differing natures, and the force of thought or spirit, as evidenced by the lingering spiritual imprints in the environment. Furthermore, writing, especially that imbued with specific intention, has been regarded as powerful in many ancient cultures. Could she, with this rudimentary ink and pen, attempt to inscribe something? Not a spell, but symbols akin to runes, which are more aligned with symbolism and guidance rather than direct command. This thought quickened her heartbeat. She recalled her time at Hogwarts, where, despite the monotony of ancient runes class, she and Hermione had delved into the subject. Runes themselves did not directly yield powerful magical effects. Rather, they stored, guided, or enhanced specific magical energies or intentions. In this realm devoid of magic yet rich in chaotic energy and spiritual power, the characteristics of runes, relying more on the inherent meaning of the symbols and the will of the inscriber, might offer a glimmer of hope. System. Access the database for all theoretical knowledge regarding runes, ancient magic, symbolic associations with energy, and combine it with the current environmental energy field skin data. Attempt to deduce whether there are symbols or combinations that could provide faint guidance, mental solace, or limited protection against negative spiritual erosion. Requirements. The symbols must be as simplified as possible, conform to local writing habits or natural patterns, and not easily reveal anomalies. Command received. Accessing knowledge base. Environmental data matching and analysis initiated. Estimated duration is prolonged and will continue to occupy background processing resources. Holly understood that haste was not the answer. She set down her pen and began to stretch her stiff limbs, preparing to embrace her first morning in the Zhongsui Palace. The dawn gradually broke with a pale light, though the sky remained shrouded in gloom. A faint sound from outside indicated that Lily of the Valley had risen. Soon, she entered with a basin of cold water, her voice steady and unwavering. "My lady, it is time for your morning wash. The firewood at the hot water stove is insufficient today, so we can only use this." The cold water splashed upon her, sending a chilling shiver through her bones. Holly refrained from complaining and silently proceeded with her ablutions. Breakfast consisted once again of thin porridge and hard, dry buns, the portions even smaller than the previous evening. As Lily of the Valley set the table, she quietly added, "The kitchen staff mentioned that resources have been tight recently across the palaces, and the promised rations must be adjusted accordingly." Holly nodded and finished her meal in silence. She understood that the so-called tight resources were merely an excuse for the cuts. In the eyes of many, Zhongsui Palace had become synonymous with despair and exploitation. After finishing her breakfast, she turned to Lily of the Valley and expressed, "I wish to explore this courtyard. As a newcomer, I should familiarize myself with my surroundings." A fleeting emotion flickered in Lily's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or something else, but it was swiftly masked. Very well. However, the courtyard is rather neglected, and, in the deep autumn, there is little beauty to behold. Please watch your step. The two of them exited the west side hall. In the morning light, the courtyard appeared even more dilapidated than it had the night before. The withered leaves of the old locust tree danced in the wind, littering the ground, untouched by any cleaning. Holly walked seemingly at random, yet her gaze discreetly swept over several points of anomalous energy marked by the system. Warning: contact with high concentrations of negative psychic contamination detected. Immediate termination required. My lady? A hint of genuine concern and curiosity crept into Lily's voice. Her hand remained steady, But Holly could sense a slight chill coursing through her fingertips, as if she too harbored a fear of this land. It's nothing, just a slight dizziness. Holly steadied herself, her heart pounding like a drum. The resentment emanating from beneath the purple bamboo was palpably intense, far from ordinary. What had transpired here? Regaining her composure, she approached the old well, which was covered with stone slabs. The stone circle at the well's mouth was cloaked in moss, and heavy stones lay atop the slabs. She hesitated to use her perception recklessly, but even standing at the edge of the well, she could feel an ominous chill seeping through the cracks of the stone. Not merely a coldness of temperature, but a penetrating, chilling stillness that pierced to the marrow. This well. Holly glanced at Lily of the Valley. Sensing her reluctance to elaborate, she chose not to press further. Just as she was about to turn away, her peripheral vision caught a glimmer of something reflecting faint light among the wild grasses near the eastern side hall's wall. She paused and approached, parting the dried grass. She discovered a fragment of broken porcelain, half buried in the earth. The edges of the shard were sharp, and she could faintly discern the delicate celadone glaze, upon which a twisted, oddly shaped orchid was painted in faint blue, the lines chaotic and disjointed, resembling the frenzied strokes of a madman. She bent down to pick up the shard. As her fingertips grazed the icy surface of the porcelain, a sharp, brief mental shock surged through her, a piercing wave of extreme pain and terror, like a red-hot needle thrust unexpectedly into her mind. Holly cried out in pain, her hand loosening, causing the porcelain piece to clatter to the ground and shatter into even smaller fragments. My lady. Lily's complexion shifted dramatically as she rushed forward to support the teetering Hallie. In that moment, the serene facade that adorned her face shattered completely, revealing eyes brimming with terror and an inexplicable, deeply buried fear, as if something had been stirred within her. What is the matter? What have you encountered? Hallie pressed her palm to her forehead, beads of cold sweat trickling down as a persistent buzzing filled her mind. The fleeting illusion of a woman's piercing wail intertwined with the sound of shattering porcelain left her in a state of lingering dread. She fixated on the scattered shards on the ground, breathlessly inquiring, What is this? Upon returning indoors, Lily swiftly closed the door behind her, leaning against the doorframe, her chest rising and falling slightly as she gazed at Hallie, still shaken. Her expression was a complex tapestry of fear, vigilance, confusion, and a hint of an indescribable sorrow. Hallie, leaning against the edge of the bed, gradually regained her composure, her voice hoarse. My lady, Lily interjected, her tone urgent yet subdued. Please, do not inquire further. That object is tied to some old matters within this palace, all of which are ominous. If you become entangled, it may invite trouble. She paused, observing Hallie's pallid countenance, her tone softening with a plea. This Zhongsue Palace is not a place of good fortune. Now that you are here, I urge you to remain calm, refrain from prying, and limit your excursions. Endure, and perhaps there's still hope. Her words conveyed an abundance of information. There were old stories within the palace connected to the porcelain shards, the well, and the purple bamboo, all steeped in misfortune and trouble. Did Lily possess knowledge of a potential connection? Was her advice to endure a matter of goodwill or a primal instinct for self-preservation? Hallie regarded her, noting the remnants of fear still flickering in her eyes as she attempted to regain her composure, and nodded. I understand. Thank you, Lily. I feel somewhat unwell and wish to rest for a while. Lily seemed to exhale in relief, though a trace of guilt lingered as she softly replied. I shall fetch you a cup of hot water. With that, she hurriedly exited the room, leaving Hallie alone once more. Leaning against the frigid wall, she gradually sank down to the edge of the bed. The sharp pain in her forehead had subsided. Yet the mental shock from that moment and the distorted orchid design on the shards were indelibly etched in her memory. System. Analyze the mental shock fragments received upon contact with the porcelain shards, as well as the orchid pattern. Analyzing mental shock fragments. A highly concentrated amalgamation of extreme momentary pain, the terror of impending death, and a strong desire for cursing. The directional focus is vague, yet the intensity is exceedingly high. Orchid pattern. An unconventional design with chaotic brushstrokes, suspected to have been created in a state of extreme mental instability. The pattern itself contains a faint but distorted residue of obsession, partially aligned with the decaying, resentful energy present in the environment. Preliminary deduction indicates that the porcelain shard is associated with a woman who suffered immense anguish here and may have met an unnatural death. It serves as a vessel for her intense negative emotions and dying thoughts. A woman's profound suffering and curse resulting from an unnatural death. Hallie closed her eyes, The chill of Zhongshui Palace truly seeped into her very being at this moment. This was not merely a forgotten cold palace, but a site of tragic and brutal events. And she had been delivered here by the emperor himself. Was it mere coincidence? A punishment? Or something far more inscrutable in its significance? Regardless of the circumstances, she found herself positioned at the precipice of a tempest, or perhaps at the very heart of its ruins. The execution of the task has reached 78 completion. 3 groups of simplified, Nevin symbolic combinations that meet the criteria have been identified. Theoretical deductions suggest their potential to channel or mark faint chaotic energy with a low probability, alongside a minimal soothing or repelling tendency towards similar negative spiritual fragments. However, practical validation is lacking. Furthermore, the drawing process necessitates the host to infuse a heightened concentration of pure order, tranquility, or cleansing intention, thus rendering the success rate and effectiveness uncertain. Should the symbolic data be recorded? Harley opened her eyes, a flicker of resoluteness crossing her gaze. To remain idle would only invite the darkness of her surroundings to engulf her. Even though the path ahead was fraught with thorns and concealed perils, she felt compelled to kindle a glimmer of light, however faint, sufficient to illuminate the mere inches beneath her feet. Record, she silently resolved. A stream of information surged into her mind, manifesting as 3 exceedingly simple symbols, composed of only a few strokes. They resembled a slanted tic-tac-toe, distorted ripples, and an abstract, root-like pattern that appeared to evade suspicion. Grasping the blunt pen once more, she spread out the coarse bamboo paper. Lacking any magic to wield, she relied solely on her pure intention, channeling the pragmatic and steadfast mindset she had summoned before the emperor, along with her fervent desire for peace and to rid herself of encroaching decay, and the indomitable courage belonging to Gryffindor that resided deep within her soul, all coalescing at the tip of her pen. As the pen dipped into the ink and touched the paper, the initial stroke was excruciatingly labored. The nib splintered, leaving unsightly marks on the coarse surface. Yet, Harley paid no heed. Her entire focus was immersed in that simple symbol, envisioning it as a means to absorb and channel the omnipresent chill and decay. With the second and third strokes, beads of sweat began to form on her brow, not from exertion, but rather from the intense mental concentration. She sensed that as the tip glided across the paper, the fragments of negative energy drifting in the air seemed to be drawn to her clumsy depiction of the symbol, or perhaps repelled by it. As she trembled and completed the final stroke, finishing the most basic channeling symbol, an unexpected alteration occurred. It was not a cataclysmic transformation, but rather, the bamboo paper adorned with her symbol trembled slightly, as if stirred by an unseen wind. Instantly, the paper began to dull, turning gray at a visible rate, as if it had endured decades of temporal erosion in mere moments. Then, with a soft hiss, it quietly disintegrated from the edges, transforming into a small cloud of gray-black ash that dispersed into the frigid air. Yet, as Harley clutched the pen, she felt a fleeting warmth, almost imperceptible. No, it was not warmth, but akin to the sudden touch of an ember that had yet to cool in the bone-chilling water. Had she succeeded, or had she failed? The symbol vanished, the paper decayed. Yet, it had indeed absorbed or transformed something, even if it were but a trifling amount. That momentary warmth, perhaps merely an illusion, resembled a spark in the night, insufficient to illuminate the way forward, yet undeniably affirming to her, this path may yet lead somewhere. The cost, however, was an immense drain on her mental faculties. She was overcome by a profound dizziness and emptiness, almost unable to maintain her grip on the pen. Yet, the corners of her mouth curled into a faint, almost fierce arc. The path of magic has not yet come to an end. It has merely transformed into a more arduous and obscure journey, one that requires her very will and soul as fuel. Outside, the soft footfalls of Ling Lan approached, accompanied by the sound of a water cup being carried. The night in the Zhongshui Palace remained long and cold. However, someone has already discovered the first match that might illuminate the darkness, despite the fact that this match could extinguish at any moment or ignite an unforeseen calamity. In the distance, within the imperial study, Emperor Yongzheng set down his vermilion brush and rubbed his brow. Su Peixiong quietly stepped forward, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what news from the Zhongshui Palace?" The emperor did not lift his gaze. "Fragments of porcelain?" he asked, his eyes sharpening momentarily. "What kind of fragments?" From afar, it was difficult to discern clearly. He only noted that the palace maid exhibited a strong reaction, as if it were a taboo. The emperor fell silent for a moment, his fingertips lightly tapping on the imperial desk. The Zhongshui Palace, even the elderly within the palace avoided it. What had Halia seen? What had she sensed? He continued to observe. Ultimately, the emperor uttered 4 words, picking up the vermilion brush once more. No need for alarm. Su Peixiong bowed and retreated. Whether this was good or bad remained uncertain. In the depths of the palace, countless eyes, some bright, some dim, had quietly turned towards that secluded Josue palace, and towards the newcomer, Hada Ing, who had already exhibited her differences multiple times. A storm was imminent, or perhaps the storm had never ceased. The autumn in Zhongsue Palace arrived earlier and penetrated deeper than elsewhere. The old locust tree in the courtyard had shed its last leaf, its bare branches piercing the leaden sky like a desiccated hand reaching out in supplication. In the western side hall, Halia, wrapped in a somewhat worn cotton cloak, sat on the cold edge of the con. Her fingertips gently brushed over the coarse bamboo paper before her, remnants of last night's failed attempts to sketch like Niwen, now carefully cleared away. On the table lay only a few blurred copies of lessons for women and biographies of virtuous women, delivered as per the usual protocol by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Only Halia knew that each stroke of her brush was not merely writing. It was her way of resisting the palace's incessant, slow erosion of spirit. Since that day, when she encountered the shards of porcelain and experienced a profound mental shock, her perception of the negative energies in her environment had sharpened, rendering her more vigilant. The system continued to monitor her soul's rejection index. Although her nightly practice of drawing fundamental concentration symbols had somewhat restrained the intensity of her distress, that deeply rooted discomfort lingered like a persistent parasite. Warning: it has been over 72 hours since the host's last deep sleep. Prolonged, low-level mental resistance is exacerbating fatigue accumulation. It is advisable to seek a more effective energy neutralization or shielding solution. The system's alert tone carried a rare hint of almost human-like concern. The afternoon light was dim, filtering through the damaged paper of the windows and casting blurred patches of illumination on the cold floor. Outside the hall, faint footsteps could be heard. Neither the deliberate softness of Lingland's tread nor the hesitant dragging of spring grass or autumn leaves. Footsteps halted outside the door, followed by a deliberately cleared throat and a voice, slightly high-pitched, that announced, "Is Lady Hallie in?" "This is Su Peixiong, bearing the Emperor's command." Su Peixiong, the chief eunuch of the Yongzheng Palace, one of the Emperor's most trusted aides. Hallie's heart raced, and she swiftly rose to her feet, hastening to the door to pull it open. Standing outside was indeed the pale-faced, inscrutable Grand Eunuch, flanked by 2 demure junior eunuchs. With an appropriately restrained reverence characteristic of those in higher circles, Su Peixiong slightly bowed. "I convey my respects to Lady Hallie." "You are most courteous, Master Su," Hallie replied, stepping aside, curiosity piqued by the Emperor's summons. With a wave of his hand, one of the junior eunuchs immediately presented an unassuming blue cloth package. Bowing as he offered it, the trio, as quietly as they had arrived, vanished into the desolate courtyard of the Zhongsue Palace. The system's analysis was cold and precise, unveiling the tumult within Hallie's heart. The Emperor was observing her, employing a nearly bait-like approach. This package was not a gift. It was an examination, perhaps even a temptation, or possibly a hook. She approached the bed, placing the package on a small table, her fingers trembling slightly as she unwrapped the blue cloth. Inside lay several neatly bound copies of documents, crafted from ordinary official bamboo paper, the ink already dried. Indeed, they were duplicates. She casually picked up the topmost document and opened it. Another document revealed an indictment against a certain county magistrate for sluggishness in duty and mismanagement of grain reserves. The Emperor's annotation read, "Is this official truly incompetent? It is essential for the governor to verify the facts. If true, immediate action must be taken without leniency. Grain reserves are vital to the people's lives. How can they be compromised?" Each document bore a similar theme, detailing completed matters with the Emperor's annotations succinct and pragmatic, directly addressing the core issues, exuding a palpable impatience for any pretense or evasion. This sentiment felt oddly familiar. Whom did it remind her of? Perhaps it was akin to Dumbledore, who shouldered every burden alone, meticulously planning, yet having no one to confide in? Or was it reminiscent of Snape, harsh and exacting, fixated on concocting the perfect potion, with no tolerance for foolishness? No, it was not entirely like either. The Emperor possessed a unique, chilling authority and an unfathomable suspicion, distinct to sovereigns. As she perused a report regarding the procurement of materials for river works, which involved a convoluted account of financial calculations and labor provisions, her gaze lingered on several figures and descriptions for a moment. The system silently activated the auxiliary analysis mode, swiftly extracting and comparing data regarding the types of materials. unit prices, transportation distances, and labor costs mentioned in the text. The emperor likely perceived the issues, but perhaps, due to insufficient information or broader considerations, chose not to delve into the suspicious minutiae. This ambiguity is commonplace within bureaucratic systems. Hallie set aside the documents and picked up a blunt pen, unconsciously scribbling on a nearby scrap of paper. What should she casually note down? The naive musings of a sheltered young lady? She gazed at her calculations on the paper concerning stone prices and transportation costs, and a thought began to crystallize within her mind. What the emperor desired was perhaps not her genuine ability to propose effective governance strategies, but rather to observe where her instinctual focus lay when confronted with the minutiae of governance. As a woman hailing from scholarly family, would she, like the majority of the women in the imperial harem, only perceive the majesty of imperial authority and the tedium of written words? Or could she capture a glimmer of insight from the perspective of a pragmatic individual? She unfurled a slightly better quality piece of paper, ground the ink, which remained of inferior quality, and began to write. I, a foolish servant, dared to peruse the heavenly texts, as if beholding clouds and mist. Within the lines, all that emerges concerns the livelihood of the common folk and the duties of officials. I chanced upon a mention of stone materials for river repairs, which reminded me of my childhood return to my maternal home, where I witnessed my grandfather's estate repairing the courtyard walls and the steward purchasing bluestone, having once quarreled over transportation costs due to the distance. At that time, the steward remarked, "The stone's price is easily determined, yet the transportation fees are difficult to ascertain. Much depends on the middlemen's negotiations, resulting in significant loss." Now, upon seeing the prices for stone and transportation in this document, I feel a sense of familiarity. I ponder, perhaps the affairs of the world are akin to managing a household, where accounts are clear and transactions are distinct, thus preventing the unscrupulous from deceiving and making the practical achievable. However, such musings are but the shallow observations of a woman, and to speculate on state matters is a grave offense deserving of death. I humbly beseech your majesty to pardon this ignorant and reckless utterance. After completing her writing, she meticulously reviewed it twice, ensuring there were no anachronistic terms or concepts, and that her tone was sufficiently fearful and humble. She then carefully dried the ink and folded the paper neatly. The emperor, in turn, rewarded her with a box of delicacies, urging her to enjoy them at her leisure. She unfolded the white paper, only to find it devoid of any content. Yet in that moment, she comprehended that the emperor had grasped her fanciful thoughts and, through this method devoid of written evidence, granted her tacit permission to continue her ruminations. This was not a commendation, but a far more perilous allowance. It signified that she had temporarily passed this examination, yet also that she had officially entered the watchful gaze of the emperor's suspicious and keen eyes. In an exceptionally peculiar and uncertain manner, she took a piece of pastry and placed it in her mouth. The cloyingly sweet flavor melted on her tongue, yet offered no trace of joy. Only a chilling sensation, akin to walking on thin ice, surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Outside the window, twilight descended, casting a long shadow of the clock tower palace, as if it were merging into the boundless darkness. In the distant direction of the Yongzheng palace, lights blazed brightly. Emperor Yongzheng set aside a confidential report he had just received regarding the movements of several imperial brothers, and his gaze fell upon a corner of the imperial desk. There lay the note from Hallie, marked by her childish handwriting and naive expressions. He observed it for a moment, then reached for it, bringing it closer to the candlelight. The flickering flame illuminated his inscrutable eyes. Clear accounts, distinct transactions, he murmured softly, a barely perceptible, cold curve forming at the corner of his lips. Interesting. It was not a direct revelation, but rather an indirect approach, utilizing the trivial insights of a woman, fortuitously touching upon the most concealed vulnerabilities of administrative affairs. Was this mere coincidence or a clever facade? He moved the note toward the fire. The edges quickly curled, charred, and transformed into ash, cascading down. Continue observing, he instructed, addressing the empty corners of the hall. From the shadows came a nearly inaudible response. Yes. In the western side hall of the Palace of Eternal Harmony, Hallie swallowed the last morsel of her rice cake and ignited a blank sheet of paper with the candle's flame. In that fleeting moment, as the fire consumed the paper, she seemed to glimpse a more intricate game and a deeper path unfolding before her. The days within the palace flowed in a deliberately maintained, almost stagnant silence. Following the emperor's tacit approval, Hallie did not experience any substantial elevation in status or improvement in her circumstances. However, subtle changes, akin to the undercurrents beneath the ice, quietly transpired. The rations remained as meager as ever, Yet their delivery became punctual, and the once sporadic presence of visibly rotting vegetables ceased. The eunuchs dispatched by the Ministry of Internal Affairs to regularly repair the window paper and simple furnishings moved with agility and displayed decorum, no longer casting dismissive glances. Su Peixing himself had not returned, yet his subordinate eunuchs would, every 5 or 6 days, take the opportunity to deliver replacement items, slightly better quality paper, a finer ink stick, or even a modest package of ordinary tea, accompanied by an unmarked food box that occasionally contained a few pastries or seasonal fruits. Though no words were exchanged, Hallie understood this to be a continuation of the emperor's scrutiny, as well as a begrudged, limited form of sustenance. She recognized that she was walking a precarious tightrope, balancing the necessity of maintaining a low profile befitting her agreed-upon identity against the need to occasionally reveal a hint of unique insights that might pique the emperor's interest. Any misstep could lead her to tumble from this delicate equilibrium. Consequently, she devoted the majority of her energy to a more urgent and clandestine pursuit, seeking ways to restore her strength and to adapt to and resist the toxic energies of the Palace of Eternal Harmony. In the dimly lit western side hall at night, the candlelight flickered. Hallie sat cross-legged on the bed, with a low table before her displaying the remnants of engraved symbols from the floating azure pavilion, along with variants of Ni script that she had meticulously studied, simplified, and attempted to integrate with local elements over the past few days. She carefully inscribed these symbols onto the rough bamboo paper or traced them repeatedly on the cold stone floor with her fingertips dipped in water. Failure, failure, and yet more failure persisted until that exceptionally cold afternoon. "Your Highness, this is this month's spice ration," Linglan announced, placing the box on the table and opening it. Inside were several compartments containing different aromatic powders, incense cakes, and variously colored incense blocks. The assortment was indeed complete. Benzoin, sandalwood, cloves, patchouli, and some unfamiliar floral ingredients. An overwhelmingly rich fragrance immediately filled the small room. Initially, it felt sweet and warm, but in a moment, Hallie sensed a faint dizziness and a slight itch at the tip of her nose. The system's alarm was like a splash of cold water, instantly rousing her from the fatigue of days spent studying symbols. Who was it? The consort Hua? The Empress? Or perhaps another faction displeased by her fresh presence? The exchanges during the palace election, the Emperor's veiled attention, had ultimately summoned the poisonous arrows lurking in the shadows. Just as Linglan was about to put away the spice box and prepare the customary incense blend, the tension in the air thickened. Hallie seemingly spoke without intention. "This fragrance seems more intense than usual." Lily paused, lifted a piece of incense, inhaled deeply, and furrowed her brow. "Indeed, it is richer than before. Perhaps it is due to this year's new formulation, or perhaps the storeroom has mistakenly retrieved the wrong sample." Despite her words, a flicker of doubt passed through her eyes. Though long accustomed to the palace's silence, she was not without vigilance. She required a more subtle and natural method to resolve the situation. Perhaps the prolonged exposure had caused the scent to become somewhat oppressive. Hallie extended her hand, her fingertips gently caressing the surface of the incense, while the system rapidly scanned each compartment's ingredient distribution. "My throat has been somewhat uncomfortable these past few days. This strong aroma only adds to the heaviness. Lily, please take these incense materials to the outer room to air them out a bit. Additionally, I remember there are some of last year's mild incense in the inventory. Let us use that for the time being." "Understood." Lily, without suspicion, complied and carried the incense box to the outer room, opened the window, and placed the box on a low stool beneath it, allowing the draft to pass through. The chill of late autumn swiftly whisked away the dense fragrance from within. Hallie observed her retreating figure, her mind racing with thoughts. Merely avoiding confrontation would not suffice. Since the adversary had made their move, if this attempt failed, they would certainly have further schemes. She needed to convey a signal. "I am aware, yet I choose to remain silent and resolve this in my own manner." Simultaneously, she sought to secure a measure of time for her research. In the afternoon, under the pretext of wanting to examine the new fabric colors, she instructed Lily and Spring Grass to unfold the several bolts of cloth in the brighter outer room. Seizing the opportunity while they were occupied, she swiftly approached the window. Outside, the biting wind howled, and the box of incense, exposed to the air, had already lost a significant portion of its robust aroma. Hallie extended her right hand, her index finger hovering about an inch above the box of incense, and closed her eyes. This was not magic, nor even akin to the art of Niven. It was merely her unique essence instinctively repelling and interfering with the environmental energies in an exceedingly clumsy manner. It was as futile as a person attempting to clear muddy water through sheer willpower. However, perhaps due to the hallucinogenic components of the incense being a form of intrusive, negative energy, or perhaps due to an ineffable interaction between the chilling energies of the Zhongshui Palace and her intentions, or perhaps it was merely a coincidence. The air beneath her fingertips subtly distorted. It was not an overt fluctuation visible to the naked eye, but rather a peculiar sensation. It felt as though an invisible hand gently brushed across the surface of the incense. Subsequently, the small compartment marked by the system as containing the most potent hallucinogenic component seemed to dim imperceptibly, while a more acrid scent, akin to the burning of aged dust, mingled with the fragrance on the wind, fleeting and nearly undetectable. Had she succeeded, or was it merely an illusion or backlash? The system provided an answer, effective, but at a tremendous cost, bordering on self-harm. Yet Hallie paid no heed to these concerns. A surge of mixed emotions washed over her, an amalgamation of fear, relief, and a glimmer of faint exhilaration. Although the approach was somewhat crude and the effects limited, it nonetheless demonstrated a significant truth. Her intentions could, in some manner, exert direct influence over the material and energy of this world. The door was not entirely sealed. It merely required a more ingenious and rule-compliant key to unlock it. However, there were more pressing matters at hand. As dusk fell, the stewardess in charge of inspecting the expenditures of the various palaces happened to pass by the Zhongshui Palace. This stern and unyielding woman, surnamed Wang, was well regarded by the empress for her diligence. Upon entering to conduct her customary inspection, her gaze immediately fell upon the open spice box by the window. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, "why is this fine spice left exposed to the air? If it loses its flavor or becomes tainted with dust, would that not be a waste?" Wang's tone bore a hint of reproach as she picked up a piece of spice, cake to sniff, her brows furrowing even more tightly. Why does the scent seem so faint? And there is an oddly unpleasant note? At this moment, Hallie coughed a couple of times, her face portraying just the right degree of frailty and apology. "Forgive me, madam, for the oversight. It is my fault. A few days ago, I caught a chill and have yet to recover. The scent of this newly received spice overwhelms me, causing dizziness that I cannot endure. Fearing I might disappoint the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I thought to air it out, hoping it might soften. I did not anticipate that the autumn winds would dry it out so thoroughly." Her tone was laced with uncertainty and trepidation, embodying the image of a timid and sickly maidservant, unacquainted with the ways of the world. Ling Lan stood nearby, her head bowed, anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. Wang took a moment to smell the other spices, her expression fluctuating between contemplation and concern. The fragrances indeed seemed amiss, considerably diluted, with an indescribable note of decay, wholly unlike the rich aroma expected from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Was it a matter of improper storage, or did the spices themselves possess an inherent flaw? If the latter were true, those handling them within the ministry, and even those behind the scenes, could not evade responsibility. She cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Hallie, whose complexion was pale and shadowed, her cough too genuine to be feigned. She indeed appeared ill. Was it mere coincidence, or had she discerned something, employing some method? Wang gestured for a junior maid behind her to take the spice box away, then, adhering to protocol, glanced at the delivered fabrics, exchanging a few pleasantries about the deepening autumn chill and the need for additional layers before hastily departing, her steps noticeably quicker than when she had arrived. "Young mistress," Ling Lan approached, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes reflecting lingering fright and a deeper concern. "The spices, perhaps it is the weather's fault, or an oversight in their storage." Hallie interjected, her tone weary. "Did not the madam say she would arrange for replacements? I am fatigued and wish to rest for a while." Ling Lan gazed at Hallie's pale, exhausted profile, hesitating to speak, ultimately settling for a soft reply. "Yes. I shall prepare a bowl of warming soup for you." She turned to leave, her footsteps heavy with concern. Hallie remained alone in the room, gradually engulfed by the encroaching twilight. The intense mental strain and the persistent dull ache from her soul's rejection rendered her nearly incapable of thought. She fumbled her way to the bed, lying down fully clothed, pulling the cold quilt over herself. Outside the window, the wind howled, akin to a mournful wail. This time, she narrowly evaded the first cold arrow lurking in the shadows. Yet she paid a considerable price, revealing that she was far from the oblivious lamb she appeared to be. More importantly, that fleeting experience of thought influencing matter struck her like a bolt of lightning, cleaving the fog that shrouded her heart. Power is not solely manifested in the form of magic. In this world of peculiar rules, her very soul may well be the most extraordinary and perilous weapon. However, The means to wield it must be meticulously explored, and the costs must be judiciously weighed. The Emperor's gaze, the lurking poison of hidden hands, the uncanny environment, and the nascent unveiling of her own mysteries began to intertwine with increasing tightness. She must navigate this increasingly intricate web to discover her own narrow path to survival. Mold? He lifted his eyes, their depth unfathomable. The Emperor fell silent for a moment, the cold curve of his lips seeming to deepen. Su Peixing bowed and retreated into the shadows, yet turmoil churned within him. Coincidence? In this palace, how could there be so many coincidences? This Hada, it seemed, always had an uncanny ability to resolve invisible troubles in unexpected and elusive ways. Was she truly naive, or merely feigning ignorance? This question also lingered behind the many eyes quietly observing the Zhongshui Palace. A silent assessment and game of wits, steeped in the faint aroma of spices, quietly escalated. Her gaze again turned to the palace itself and the silent attendants within. Linglong remained taciturn and orderly, yet Hallie sensed that since the spice incident, beneath her well of calmness, a more complex emotion occasionally flickered, perhaps curiosity or a deeper apprehension. She seemed to know something but remained tight-lipped. The breakthrough, perhaps, lay with another. An elderly eunuch responsible for cleaning the front courtyard and nearby paths of Zhongshui Palace, known to all as Lu the Blind. In truth, he was not completely blind. He suffered from a severe cataract, rendering his vision blurry, causing him to squint as he moved slowly. He had served in Zhongshui Palace for 2 or 3 decades, more seasoned than many of the palace's stones. Typically overlooked, he hunched with a long bamboo broom taller than himself, methodically sweeping through the fallen leaves and dust, occasionally humming a tuneless melody reminiscent of some ancient, forgotten nursery rhyme. Hallie observed him for several days. Lu the Blind came to sweep twice daily, rain or shine. As he passed by the window of the West Side Hall, he would sometimes pause, peering with his murky eyes into the hall for a moment before ambling away to continue his work. Hallie had asked Linglong to inquire about him. Linglong merely stated that Lu Gonggong had become muddled in his old age, having spent too long in the palace, and that the young mistress need not concern herself with him. Yet, a eunuch who had spent 2 or 3 decades in Zhongshui Palace, having lost his wits, likely knew far more than he appeared to. That evening, the autumn wind howled, stirring the ground littered with dead leaves. As usual, Lu the Blind came to sweep, his movements slower than usual. He would pause to catch his breath, his cough heavy and hoarse. Hallie ladled a bowl of warm rice porridge, which she herself barely touched, and took 2 pieces of a not-so-refined bread recently delivered from the imperial household, placing them in a coarse porcelain bowl before stepping outside the hall. Lu Gonggong, she called softly, her voice clear against the wind, take a moment to rest. It's cold, have some warmth. Lu, the blind man, halted his movements, slowly turning around, squinting as he strained to see in Hallie's direction. The deep lines etched into his face resembled carved grooves, his skin a dark purplish hue from years of outdoor labor, and his lips cracked. He fixated on the bowl in Hallie's hands, his throat moving but remaining silent. Hallie set the bowl on a relatively clean stone pedestal beneath the corridor. It's not anything special, just to warm you. Hesitant, Lu shuffled over, extending his bony hand, which was caked with dirt beneath the nails, trembling as he cradled the bowl of warm porridge. He did not drink immediately, but held it, savoring the meager warmth, then lifted his murky eyes to Hallie once more, his gaze devoid of gratitude or suspicion, only an almost numbed, unfathomable void. Thank you, young mistress, he rasped, his voice as hoarse as a broken bellows. He sipped the porridge slowly and meticulously, as though relishing a rare delicacy. Hallie stood beside him, quietly observing the shadow of the ancient locust tree in the courtyard lengthening in the dusk. I understand, Hallie said softly, you have been here for quite a while. Haven to you? Indeed, for quite some time, Lu murmured, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the courtyard, to the sealed ancient well, and the cluster of eerie purple bamboo. Since the days of the Emperor, I have been here, watching people come and go. He paused, suddenly lowering his voice, the raspy tone laced with a sense of mystery. This place is not clean. Something remains. A chill coursed through Hallie, though her expression remained impassive. Are you suggesting it is haunted? Ghosts? Lu scoffed, his laughter echoing mournfully in the wind. Which hall in this palace has not witnessed death? Ghosts are not to be feared. What is truly frightening, he said, suddenly alert, glancing around despite the emptiness, are those inexplicable things. When resentment accumulates, it festers, and the ground decays, the flora grows awry. If one lingers too long, they too may become peculiar. Do you know where this resentment originates? Hallie pressed. From a sinister, And the unholy? Hallie's pupils constricted slightly. That master was confined to the cold palace before, residing in this western wing. Lu gestured faintly with a broom handle towards Hallie's quarters, his voice dropping even lower. Afterward, nobody remained. How did they vanish? No one can say for certain. Some claim they hung from beams. Others say they drowned in the well, or were ground to death by some unknown force. Since then, this western wing has been plagued with misfortune. Those who reside here either fall ill or go mad, none lasting long. The well has been sealed. They say the water induces nightmares and ramblings. He sighed. Eventually, the palace stopped sending masters to reside here, leaving us useless old souls to guard it, merely sweeping the courtyard to prevent it from falling into complete ruin. Until you arrived, young mistress. The former dynasty, the sinister and the unholy, the accumulation of resentment from unnatural deaths affecting the environment and those who come after. This sounded remarkably akin to a residue of a potent dark magic curse. Could it be that the world's sinister and occult practices refer to powers akin to magic? Was that former imperial concubine a native sorceress or wizard? Did her demise result in the energy pollution that now afflicts this region? Do you know, dear eunuch, what particular preferences that master had? Or did she leave any remnants within the palace? Perhaps books, notes, or unique artifacts? Harry endeavored to maintain a tone of mere curiosity and trepidation, seeking to uncover more about the taboo. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He pointed with the broomstick towards the northwest corner of the palace, a place more desolate than the Hall of Eternal Purity. Beyond the palace walls, further northwest, lay an ancient stargazing platform or altar, a relic from a bygone era, now known as the Floating Azure Pavilion, reduced to a dilapidated gazebo and a few crumbling stones. It was said that before her untimely incident, that master frequently sneaked away to that very spot, the Floating Azure Pavilion. Indeed, the place where she embossed symbols was intrinsically linked to the source of pollution in the Hall of Eternal Purity. Is that place still accessible? Harry inquired. Accessible? Lou the Blind chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. That location was even more forsaken than here, rumored to be unsettling, with strange sounds at night. There are taboos within the palace that discourage ordinary visits. Only the enigmatic elders of the Astronomical Bureau occasionally venture there to observe the stars or assess the geomancy. He shook his head, gently advising, "My young master, why do you seek such knowledge? Heed this old servant's counsel. The less you know, the more peacefully you may sleep. This palace harbors old debts that ought not to be uncovered." Having spoken, he resumed his work with the broom, moving slowly, his hunched back gradually merging with the twilight. Humming a melancholic tune that was out of tune, Harry stood rooted, her heart tumultuous. Lou's words were like pieces of a puzzle, elucidating many obscure clues. There had once been a concubine in the Hall of Eternal Purity who allegedly engaged with supernatural forces, and her death had precipitated severe energy pollution. The Floating Azure Pavilion was a place she frequented in life, possibly related to her studies, perhaps even a source of her power or one of her experimental sites. The Astronomical Bureau was aware of the peculiarities of these places and might be conducting some form of surveillance. She required more information and more direct samples. She had already embossed the symbols from the Floating Azure Pavilion, but the energy there was relatively calm and thin. The Hall of Eternal Purity was the epicenter of pollution, fraught with danger, yet might conceal more crucial relics or carriers of information. That concubine could not have eradicated all traces, especially in light of her potentially involuntary and abrupt death. In the days that followed, Harry, under the pretense of tidying the room and sunning books to prevent mildew, began a meticulous search within the western side palace. This was no simple task. The room itself was bare, with sparse furniture, easily discernible. However, leveraging her keen acumen for the concealed and the extraordinary honed in the magical realm, along with the system's scanning assistance, she focused on those easily overlooked places, the seams of the walls, the joints of the floor tiles beneath the stove bricks, and the corners of the beams. Most of the time, her efforts yielded nothing but dust, cobwebs, and the marks of time's erosion, until the afternoon of the third day, when her fingers brushed against a slightly darker wall tile near the floor of the bedroom, its edges appearing subtly uneven. The system suddenly emitted a notification. A minuscule cavity has been detected within the target wall, approximately 3 inches deep, containing non-structural foreign objects. Scanning material, a suspected mixture of paper, fabric, and metallic oxides. Something is present. Harley's heart raced. She scrutinized the brick, noting that the color of the mortar surrounding it was indeed slightly different, as if it had been hastily refilled. Yet the craftsmanship was crude. She instructed Linglon to fetch an old chisel or a thin piece of iron. under the pretense of wanting to pry open a stuck gap beneath the window for ventilation. At last, with a soft click, the brick loosened. She carefully removed it, revealing a palm-sized black void behind it. She reached inside, her fingertips brushing against something soft and fragile. Holding her breath, she gently extracted the contents within. It was several crumpled, adhesive clumps of paper, yellowed and brittle, with frayed edges. Within the paper, there appeared to be something hard encased. She cautiously spread the paper clumps out on the bed, using a weight to flatten them. The paper was filled with writing, yet not in Chinese characters, nor in Manchu script, but in a twisted, bizarre form of symbols resembling a hybrid of tadpoles and branches. They bore a resemblance to the symbols she had imprinted at the floating green pavilion, yet were far more intricate and chaotic. The handwriting was hasty, with ink varying in depth, some areas even smudged or punctured, revealing the writer's unstable mental state. Amidst these strange symbols, sporadic, barely discernible Chinese phrases emerged. Equally manic. The stars are reversed. The energy suffocates. They know they are coming. No, it's all wrong. Backlash. Cannot be locked. Cannot be sealed. All must perish. Why is the decree of calm ineffective? These fragmented sentences, akin to a madman's ramblings, sent a chill down Harley's spine. Terms like reverse stars, suffocating energy, backlash, decree, and calm pointed to a systematic attempt to manipulate chi or stellar force, energy, which had encountered failure and terrifying repercussions. Who were they? The Astronomical Bureau? Or other factions within the palace? At the core of the paper clump lay a hard object, an irregularly shaped dark red stone, roughly the size of a thumbnail, warm to the touch yet faintly emanating a disquieting tremor. The system immediately scanned. High-density crystallized energy residue detected. Attributes: extreme chaos, agitation. Containing intense fragments of pain, despair, and unfinished magical intentions. Physical composition: a mixture of hematite and cinnabar, recrystallized after prolonged exposure to a special energy field. Warning: this item is a highly unstable energy carrier, potentially releasing spontaneous negative mental disturbances or triggering unpredictable energy fluctuations. Isolation and disposal are advised. Is this part of the source of contamination? A fragment of the cursed core formed after that consort's failed experiment, where energy backlash merged with her intense resentment. Hastily hidden here, Harley gazed at the small yet seemingly heavy dark red crystal in her hand, alongside the frantic symbols and phrases. A wave of cold surging from her feet to the crown of her head. Her earlier suspicions were validated. This world indeed harbored systematic attempts to manipulate supernatural forces. And right within the depths of this palace, the consort in question was likely a researcher or practitioner whose endeavors met with failure for reasons unknown, perhaps due to discovery, personal miscalculation, or external interference, resulting in her demise and the enduring energy pollution of the Zhongsue Palace area. Bearing a soul from another realm and similarly questing for power, have been deliberately or inadvertently sent by the Emperor into this site of experimentation. Is this a cruel twist of fate, or is there an unseen hand orchestrating events? After all that transpired, she leaned against the frigid wall, feeling utterly drained, not from fatigue, but from the immense pressure that accompanied the glimpse of certain truths. What she had unearthed was not the key to power, but rather a far larger and more perilous enigma, accompanied by a handful of dangerous ashes that could ignite catastrophe. Outside, the night was as dark as ink. In a distant observatory, an elderly man clad in a deep blue official robe, his hair as white as snow, suddenly paused in his data recording at the stargazing apparatus. He lifted his gaze, his wrinkled visage framed by eyes that sparkled with restrained intensity. Peering towards the direction of Zhongsue Palace, his brow slightly furrowed. "Is something amiss, supervisor?" inquired a young subordinate beside him. The elder remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Nothing of consequence, merely a slight movement of a guest star near Xin, with ominous energies seemingly shifting. "Make a note of it." "Yes." The elder set down his pen and approached the window, gazing towards the shadowy expanse enveloped by the heavy palace eaves, murmuring to himself. Has Zhongsue Palace, which has lain quiet for these years, begun to stir again? I wonder whether this time it brings fortune or misfortune. The night breeze swept through the palace corridors, carrying the chill of late autumn, along with whispers from the past and the unknown that went unnoticed. The secret in Hallie's hands, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, would inevitably send ripples to places she could not foresee. The discovery of the dark red crystal weighed heavily upon Hallie's heart, not only confirming that the source of the energy pollution in Zhongsue Palace stemmed from a failed indigenous magical experiment, but also serving as a silent warning. Exploring supernatural forces in this world is fraught with peril that could prove fatal. The deranged words and ultimate fate of that nameless consort mirrored, like the reverse of a mirror, the treacherous path Hallie herself might tread. Hallie welcomed all inquiries and absorbed them all, deliberately drawing superficial and sometimes even laughable comparisons between Western mechanical principles and the indigenous crafts detailed in Tiangong Kai Wu, always emphasizing how to conserve labor and enhance efficiency, never once broaching any theories or systems. She fashioned herself into a curious young lady, fascinated by clever contraptions and practical skills, yet limited in knowledge and prone to whimsical thoughts. She understood that she must maintain this guise of being somewhat clever, yet not threatening. True threats often lurk in the unseen corners. The late autumn rain always arrives unexpectedly, bringing with it a penetrating chill. On this particular afternoon, the sky hung heavy like an inverted lead bowl, and the fine rain quickly coalesced into sheets, drumming against the dilapidated eaves of Zhongsue Palace, converging into murky cascades that tumbled down from the edges. Wrapped in her cloak, Hallie sat in her room, staring vacantly at a newly delivered, tattered book on hydraulic instruments. In reality, she was distractedly attempting to refine her mental focus to intricately control the pen's tip, sketching a complex energy conduit composite rune. Suddenly, she heard Lily conversing softly with someone outside, her tone tinged with concern. Hallie set down her pen and approached the door, slightly cracking it open. To her surprise, she beheld a figure standing outside the courtyard gate, drenched to the bone and shivering uncontrollably. It was a young lady clad in a pale green gown, the fabric ordinary and somewhat worn, approximately her own age, standing alone in the torrential downpour, without even an umbrella-bearing maid by her side. Her pallid complexion, purple-tinged lips, and frantic, helpless gaze resembled that of a small bird bewildered by the rain. The system quickly scanned. Target: Su Jiayuning, daughter of the 6th-rank Han Army official. Nunia pointit su consort. Emotional state: extreme embarrassment, coldness, fear, isolation. Physiological indicators: risk of hypothermia, mild stress. Lily held an umbrella, standing at the threshold with her customary calm demeanor, though a barely perceptible hesitation flickered in her eyes. According to court regulations, it was inappropriate to allow a low-ranking consort to enter another palace unannounced, especially a place like the Zhongsue Palace. Yet, leaving someone out in the rain could lead to complications if anything were to happen. "Susiste?" Hallie called out, her voice piercing through the rain. Su Jiayuning abruptly looked up, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Hallie, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper embarrassment. She flustered, attempting to bow, but her feet slipped on the wet ground, nearly causing her to fall. "Come in quickly. This rain shows no sign of stopping, and you might catch a cold," Hallie said in a straightforward tone, stepping aside. Su Jiayuning hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the bone-chilling cold and her awkward predicament. With her head lowered, she stumbled into the shelter of the West Wing's eaves. Drenched, her thin gown clung to her body, water dripping down and pooling at her feet. She wrapped her arms around herself, chattering her teeth from the cold, her head bowed low, unable to meet Hallie's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. "Teach, thank you. Sister Hallie, for your kindness. Lily, please fetch my slightly worn cotton robe for Su's sister to change into and prepare a bowl of ginger soup," Hallie instructed. Then turned to Su Jiayuning. "If you do not mind, please change into something dry in the inner room to warm yourself. And no, I can't trouble you, sister." Su Jiayuning insisted, repeatedly shaking her head, her face flushed crimson, unsure whether from cold or embarrassment. "It is no trouble at all, when one is away from home. Everyone experiences inconvenient moments," Hallie replied gently, though her tone bore an undeniable authority, signaling Lily to guide her inside. Unable to resist, Su Jiayuning followed Lily. Expressing her endless gratitude, Hallie seated herself in the outer room, listening to the rustling sounds of clothing being changed and the muffled, stifled sobs of the young girl within. Before long, Su Jiayuning emerged, clad in Hallie's somewhat oversized old robe. Her hair had been roughly dried by Lily with a cloth, though still somewhat disheveled. She was no longer dripping. She approached Hallie, tears still glistening on her cheeks, and her eyes red and puffy, but she had managed to regain some composure. As she prepared to bow, Hallie gently supported her. "Sit down and drink some ginger soup," Hallie urged, sliding a steaming bowl of coarse porcelain towards her. Freshly served by Lily, Hallie listened quietly, refraining from inquiring about the missing maid or why the embroidery pattern required her personal delivery. In the imperial palace, it was a commonplace occurrence for lower-ranking consorts to be at the beck and call of higher-ranking attendants, even to the point of being deliberately vexed. As long as one remained unscathed, that was what mattered. Once Hallie sensed that her companion's emotions had calmed somewhat, she spoke gently, noting the vastness of the palace and its myriad rules. Sister, as you are new here, it would be wise to remain vigilant in all matters. Be discerning about those who attend to you. Her words were subtly layered, hinting that the absence of the maid was likely not a mere coincidence. Su Jianing lifted her gaze to meet Hallie's calm demeanor, which bore no condescension or prying curiosity, but rather a faint understanding born of shared adversity. This eased her taut nerves, evoking a bittersweet kinship. Do you not think me foolish or shameful? She asked softly, who has not experienced moments of distress. Hallie replied, shaking her head. When I first arrived, I stumbled so often that I could barely walk across the bottom of a flower pot. And my falls were no fewer than the raindrops you faced today. Though her words were partly embellished, they brought an unusual comfort to Su Jianing. She recalled the palace whispers that, despite Hallie having garnered some favor from the emperor, her placement in the ominous Zhongsui Palace rendered her situation equally challenging. Observing the modest furnishings around her, which were indeed superior to her own but still far from luxurious, a sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. Sister, you possess a kind heart, Su Jianing murmured, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a small, damp pouch from her wet clothing. She extended it to Hallie with both hands. I have little of worth to offer, but this is my own dried osmanthus, mixed with some calming herbs. Its fragrance is rather delicate, should you not find it objectionable. Hallie accepted the moist pouch, warmed by the touch of youth. The system confirmed it contained only ordinary dried flowers and herbs, harmless and benign. She smiled, sister. Your craftsmanship is commendable. I truly appreciate it. Coincidentally, I have a small sachet of tranquilizing incense I prepared a few days ago. Its scent is subtle and may aid in restful sleep. Please take a packet to try. She beckoned for Linglan to fetch a similarly unremarkable plain sachet, filled with her blend of non-magical, calming herbs. The exchange of sachets was a subtle, yet significant gesture of friendship within the confines of the palace. Su Jianing clutched the sachet tightly in her palm, as if grasping a sliver of warmth. Thank you, sister. The rain gradually lessened, transforming into a gentle drizzle. Su Jianing, wary of overstaying, rose to bid farewell. Hallie instructed Linglan to find an old umbrella for her. I shall forever remember your kindness today, sister. Su Jianing said at the door, casting a lingering glance at Hallie, her eyes reflecting gratitude and a sense of reliance, as if she had discovered a kindred spirit. Should you ever need assistance, though I may be clumsy, I might still help you hear or convey messages. This was a clear signal of her desire to forge a connection, fragile yet genuine. Hallie nodded. Take care on your journey. Should you find the time, do come visit and converse with me. Su Jianing opened the umbrella, her figure swiftly disappearing into the misty rain and the desolate courtyard of Zhongsui Palace. What troubles you? Hallie inquired. I fear that not only might I be of no assistance, but I may inadvertently invite trouble, came the reply. Lily spoke with subtlety, yet her meaning was unmistakable. Engaging too closely with someone so evidently at the bottom of the palace hierarchy and who might be deliberately targeted could easily lead to one's own downfall. Harry was acutely aware of this principle. However, she also recognized that absolute isolation within this vast palace was perilous in its own right. Su Jianing, though seemingly powerless, served as a genuine source of information, emerging from the most overlooked corners of the lower palace. The lofty consorts and shrewd eunuchs seldom lingered their gaze on someone like Su. Yet the tidbits of gossip she relayed regarding the servants, the flow of resources, and subtle shifts in personnel often heralded the most authentic signs of an impending storm. Moreover, assisting Su Jianing entailed minimal cost for her, while potentially yielding sincere gratitude and the fragile foundation of a valuable intelligence network. This represented a low-risk investment that could yield long-term benefits. More importantly, as she aided the shivering girl in the rain, Harry felt her intrinsic sympathy for the weak, reminiscent of Hermione Granger, and her innate aversion to injustice, akin to Harry Potter, momentarily overpower the cold calculations of her mind. It reassured her that she had not yet been entirely consumed by the devouring rules of this court. I understand, Harry said to Lily, her tone calm, merely offering an umbrella and a bowl of ginger soup. In this palace, it was far better to have more individuals who could speak than to harbor resentful souls in silence. Lily ceased her further remarks. Yet the flicker of concealed worry in her eyes seemed far from dissipated. A few days later, one evening, Su Jianing indeed returned. This time, she was accompanied by a young maid, carrying a rudimentary food box containing a few leftover pieces of bread from her rations and a dish of her own pickled vegetables. The offerings were humble, yet heartfelt. The two seated themselves outside the western side hall, exchanging idle chatter. Su Jiaying no longer appeared as flustered as during their first meeting. She spoke more freely, albeit mostly lamenting her meager rations, the disobedience of the maids, and the disdainful look she received while paying respects to the high-ranking consorts. Harry listened with patience, occasionally interjecting with seemingly casual, yet subtly guiding questions. From her fragmented complaints, Harry gleaned valuable insights. It seemed the eunuchs in the Empress's quarters had recently begun discreetly inquiring about the preferences and backgrounds of the newly appointed consorts. The control over spices and medicinal herbs by the matron Wang in the Empress's palace appeared stricter than before. A few elderly and ailing noble consorts in the northern 5 courtyards were receiving increasingly perfunctory attention from the imperial physicians, and intriguingly, the Bureau of Astrology seemed to have dispatched individuals to reassess several locations within the palace grounds, including near the Clock Palace. The last piece of information sent a shiver down Harry's spine. The Bureau of Astrology? What purpose could they have for such measurements? She feigned curiosity and inquired, "Who knows?" Su Jiaying shrugged. "I overheard a gossiping eunuch mention that the palace has stood for many years, and they fear some areas might have unfavorable energies, affecting the feng shui and the royal fortune. It's all rather superstitious." The notion of unfavorable energies and feng shui evoked memories of Lu the Blind's words, stirring thoughts of the frenzied symbols in the wall crevice. The Bureau of Astrology was indeed monitoring these anomalous regions. Was their renewed assessment prompted by the recent disruption of tranquility in the Clock Palace? Was it due to her arrival that the subtle energy of the environment underwent a transformation? Or was it the interaction with that dark red crystal that triggered a series of reactions? Regardless of the cause, it signified that she must exercise greater caution. The Qingtian Monitoring Bureau likely represents the nascent form of the Ministry of Magic or the Department of Mysteries in this world. At least an official institution capable of researching and monitoring supernatural phenomena. After bidding farewell to Su Jiayuning, Harry stood alone by the window, gazing at the eerie clusters of purple bamboo in the courtyard, made more foreboding by the twilight. The air, cool and damp after the rain, carried the scent of earth and decaying vegetation. Allies are but a flicker of fireflies in the darkness, illuminating a small space while also making themselves more susceptible to exposure. The watchers have cast their scrutinizing gaze from the dust of history and the trajectories of celestial bodies. She gently held the dried osmanthus flowers gifted by Su Jiayuning in her sleeve and touched the plain sachet containing the ordinary calming powder nestled against her chest. The path ahead remained shrouded in mist, yet at least she was no longer utterly alone, though this companionship felt fragile, as if it could dissipate with a mere breath of wind. Even a faint glimmer in the cold, dark palace night was still light. After the frost fell, the chill of the Forbidden City grew more intense day by day. In the west wing of the Zhongsue Palace, even with the charcoal brazier lit, the imperial household department now provided it regularly, albeit not with the finest silver frost charcoal, yet it was still serviceable. The coldness emanating from the structure itself, from the depths below, and from past shadows, still seeped through, penetrating to the marrow of her bones. Under the stringent surveillance of the system, Harry's soul's rejection oscillation index walked the fine line of a precipice, precariously maintaining a fragile balance through the nightly crafted improved concentration runes and the occasional meager energy drawn from the floating azure pavilion's ley lines. Avoiding severe deterioration, yet not improving either, this delicate alliance offered Harry a faint warmth and tidbits of information, yet it also heightened the risk of exposure. She had to be even more prudent in concealing her uniqueness, especially when confronted with the highest and most enigmatic scrutiny. That afternoon, a young eunuch from the Yongzheng Palace arrived quietly once more, not bearing a food box but rather a smaller, fire-sealed yellow silk scroll. The eunuch bowed, stating, "The Emperor's decree, it is said that you, Consort Han, have recently delved into various studies and, in your leisure, have drafted a topic of past resolutions. Sealed herein for your amusement during idle hours, merely a pastime to pass the time. Upon reading, whatever thoughts arise, write them down without constraint." After delivering this, he placed the scroll down and bowed as he retreated. The content was brief yet weighty. According to the report from the governor of Yunnan, Ertai, the new public expenditure law is being implemented in the province, yet many counties pay lip service while acting otherwise. There are those who, under the guise of legality, impose additional charges beyond the legitimate expenses, labeling them as surplus fees. Others feign insufficient funds, coercing the populace to exchange silver for currency at exorbitant rates. And further, clerks collude to misappropriate public funds, enriching themselves. This has led to a surge of discontent among the people, rendering the new policy ineffective and causing further disturbances. I have issued a strict edict to address this. Yet such systemic issues are not of recent origin nor unique to Yunnan. County officials are meant to serve the people, upholding national laws while connecting with the citizenry. If they fail to earnestly fulfill their duties, they become parasites, and even the most benevolent laws will ultimately prove illusory. I'm deeply concerned. However, as Hallie clutched the paper, her fingers tightened slightly, their tips icy. The fire tax, a core reform vigorously championed by Emperor Yongzheng after his ascension, aimed to rectify bureaucratic practices and alleviate the burdens on the populace. Local officials, while collecting taxes, imposed an additional fire tax under the pretext of compensating for losses incurred during the melting of silver, which was then funneled into the national treasury and subsequently returned to officials as a form of integrity allowance, thereby curtailing layers of exploitation. Yet, as noted in the text, no matter how commendable the policy, if those tasked with its execution engage in duplicity or exacerbate the situation, the outcome is inevitably counterproductive, resulting in public discontent directed at the court. This is far from a trivial pursuit. It is an exceedingly perilous examination that directly addresses the frailties of the empire's governance. Why would the emperor casually present such a complex dilemma, encompassing national policy, execution challenges, and bureaucratic corruption, to a concubine in the palace? Is it because he finds her previous clarity in accounts intriguing, desiring to further probe her intellectual boundaries? Or perhaps, due to the impediments faced in implementing the new policy, he inadvertently regards her as a confidant, a vessel for his frustrations? Alternatively, could it be a more profound, almost ruthless evaluation, a test to reveal how this somewhat unconventional woman would confront the intricacies and intractable realities of political life, exposing her cognitive limitations, naive ideals, or unwarranted insights? Hallie placed the scroll upon the table and approached the window. Outside, the sky was shrouded in gray, and desolate branches trembled in the cold wind. She required time to ponder and, more critically, to identify the most subtle and secure entry point. Core conflict analysis, the policy objectives, rectifying governance, alleviating burdens on the people, fundamentally clash with the interests of the executors, local officials, and their illicit earnings. From the emperor's perspective, a tendency to enhance top-down supervision and impose severe penalties. Historically common solutions, establish oversight bodies, strengthen evaluations, and enforce strict punishments. However, the execution costs are high and may spawn new interest groups. Hallie closed her eyes in contemplation for an extended period. What did the emperor detest most? Empty rhetoric, evasion, deceit. What did he favor? Pragmatism, efficiency, control. His fury over the impeded reforms stemmed not solely from corrupt officials, but also from the sense of impotence that his edicts failed to penetrate beyond the Forbidden City. What he needed was a tool or perspective capable of cutting through the bureaucratic fog to reach the heart of the matter. A notion gradually took shape in her mind. While she could not provide an answer, she could pose an intriguing question from the perspective of a woman in the inner chambers. A question that might illuminate a crucial facet of the problem. The maid trembled and read the sacred text, as if gazing into a profound abyss, shivering in fear. The emperor, concerned for the nation and its people, toiled day and night, yet chose to consult someone of such humble status in the depths of the palace on matters of national importance, leaving the maid bewildered, her spirit nearly seized by trepidation. Regarding the situation in Yunnan, she, residing within the palace's 9 layers, knew nothing and dared not utter a word. However, within the sacred text, the collusion of clerks and their duplicitous numerical representations pricked her memory, recalling a trivial yet perhaps amusing anecdote for the emperor. She paused before continuing to write. In my youth, I witnessed my maternal grandfather managing his estate. The steward reported that this year's weather had been favorable, yielding a bountiful harvest. My grandfather, delighted, instructed the steward to extract 20% from the harvest, as per tradition, for the maintenance of granaries and to reward the farmers, with the remainder to be stored. Months later, my maternal grandfather inquired about the storeroom and discovered that the reported inventory was, astonishingly, over 10% less than what had been claimed by the estate manager. Upon closer investigation, it became evident that the steward had not personally visited the estate, but had merely sent a literate servant with last year's account books. This servant indulged in a few banquets with the estate manager, accepted some favors, and, relying on the outdated records, exaggerated the figures for repairs and rewards, thereby colluding with the manager for personal gain. The truly necessary repairs to the granaries were hastily addressed, and the rewards due to the farmers were meager. My grandfather, infuriated, conducted a thorough investigation, severely punishing both the steward and the servant, and replaced the estate manager. Yet, he sighed afterward, lamenting that the estate manager and steward, deceiving both superiors and subordinates, were deserving of condemnation. However, given that the estate was 100 miles away and he resided in his home, how could he have discerned the truth if he had not been struck by a sudden impulse to personally investigate? With closed ears and eyes, the schemers would easily flourish. But if he were to personally oversee every matter, how could he manage the multitude of enterprises? At this juncture, Hallie pivoted her narrative. The servant's ignorance led to a fanciful speculation. Could it be that the county officials, whom the emperor feared, were akin to the estate manager and steward of my grandfather's household? With the emperor far removed, these individuals, well-versed in local corruption, could manipulate affairs with ease. Although the court had stringent laws and overseers, those overseers too had their subordinates, and these subordinates required layers of oversight, leading to a distortion of information. When the emperor's ear finally caught wind of the truth, how much of it remained untainted? The servant, a mere woman of shallow insight, dared to comment on state affairs, deserving of the gravest punishment. Yet upon reading the sacred text to this point, a whimsical thought emerged. What if there existed a method to render the harvest figures, repair expenses, and actual rewards of the distant estate as clear as the lines upon one's palm, instantly visible to the head of the household? Surely, the steward and estate manager would not dare to act with such impunity. However, what clarity would be required? What kind of informants, what messengers? And what regulations would ensure that these informants and messengers themselves would not dare to deceive? Such matters are beyond the ken of a mere servant, and perhaps beyond human capability. I can only perceive that the emperor, with his singular wisdom, illuminates vast distances, discerning truth from falsehood, a task of immense difficulty that is unimaginable to those of us who dwell in the safety of the palace. Lost in his train of thought, I wrote with a lack of coherence, risking offense to the emperor, and humbly implore his pardon. I placed down my brush, carefully dried the ink, rolled the completed paper, and stored it in the empty tube that Su Peixiang had delivered previously, sealing it once again with ordinary wax. I proposed no solutions, but merely narrated a small tale of household management, raising a simple question about the loss of information in transmission and the necessity for self-surveillance among overseers. This story and inquiry artfully skirted direct commentary on policy while subtly pointing to one of the core dilemmas within bureaucratic systems: information asymmetry and agency risk. More importantly, I attributed the ultimate resolution of these issues wholly to the emperor, recognizing that his singular brilliance illuminates vast distances, discerning truth from falsehood amidst great difficulty. This was the highest form of flattery and the safest means of absolution. In any case, I successfully navigated this perilous examination while maintaining the image of someone somewhat clever, adept at drawing connections, yet whose understanding remained confined to the security of the inner quarters. Hallie almost believed that this trial had passed unnoticed until, 3 nights later, while she was asleep, she was abruptly awakened by an exceedingly faint sound, akin to tiles shifting. The sound emanated from the roof, exceedingly brief, and had it not been for her heightened sensitivity from prolonged exposure to environmental erosion, she might have failed to notice it altogether. She held her breath, completely motionless. The system silently initiated an environmental scan. A brief disturbance in mass detected on the roof. Suspected to be a small creature, such as a cat, or an exceptionally skilled individual who briefly lingered before departing. No persistent life signals or residual malicious energy detected. Lightness of foot at the sticky rod? Or perhaps the spies of some other force? A chill ran through Harley's heart. The Emperor's game, indeed, extended beyond mere exchanges of words. His scrutiny of her had transcended to covert observations of her daily life and true state. Was he attempting to ascertain whether she remained as docile as she appeared, or was he keen to observe any irregularities in her solitude? She maintained a breath rate akin to slumber until, after an extended period, she gradually relaxed. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. Outside, the moonlight was bleak, casting mottled shadows on the ground through the tattered window paper. The distant cadence of a night guard's drum echoed regularly. The deep palace was akin to a vast sea, riddled with hidden reefs. The Emperor's gaze hung over her like the sword of Damocles, uncertain of when it might fall. The lights in the hall of nurturing the heart burned almost throughout the night. Yongzheng set aside the urgent report regarding the military affairs of the Northwest. Rubbing his aching brow, Su Peixiang approached quietly, placing a yellow silk scroll and a small note at the corner of the imperial desk. Initially, he furrowed his brow, and upon seeing the mention of his maternal family's estate, the corner of his mouth slightly turned down, as if he found this metaphor still trivial. However, upon observing the estate's steward, who deceived above and concealed below, becoming a breeding ground for malfeasance. His gaze sharpened. When he read about the information being distorted over time, its geometric implications, and the residual truths left after heavenly scrutiny, he paused, hands still gripping the scroll. The flickering candlelight reflected in his profound eyes and serious countenance. There are no suggestions, no strategies, nor even indignation towards corrupt officials. Only a seemingly naive, yet fundamentally piercing question. How can one ensure that what I see and hear is the truth? How can one guarantee that those who watch and listen on my behalf are themselves reliable? He softly repeated the phrase, clear as the patterns on the palm, directing his gaze toward the boundless darkness beyond the palace. A vast land with millions of inhabitants, countless officials. How daunting it was! Yet this woman, once again, in her unique and roundabout manner, touched upon one of his deepest anxieties. Not an answer, nor even advice, merely a point of resonance. He remained silent for a long while, gradually rolling up the scroll, yet refraining from casting it into the brazier, as was his custom. Supei Singh, your servant is here. Tomorrow, deliver the new set of jade pens and pine soot ink from the Imperial Household Department to Consort Han in Zhongsui Palace. Inform her that I have noticed her recent progress in calligraphy and reward her with these for practice. Yongzheng's voice betrayed no emotion. Su Peixing's heart trembled, and he bowed in response. Yes, the jade pens and fine pine soot ink, though not particularly lavish for a consort status, carried profound significance. This was almost a clear indication that the emperor valued her literary talent, or rather, the thoughts she conveyed through her writing. Moreover, the voice of Yongzheng resonated once more, now deeper, instructing the personnel at the Zhenggan location to maintain their routine surveillance of the Zhongsui Palace, unless explicitly commanded by him. There was no need for nocturnal inquiries. Su Peixing lowered his head even further. A reduction in monitoring implied a degree of reassurance, or perhaps an indication that such close scrutiny was no longer deemed necessary. Yongzheng ceased to speak, resuming his perusal of the reports from the Northwest Army, as if the brief interlude regarding the literary games of a palace woman had never transpired. Only a corner of the imperial desk bore witness to the unburned scroll and the jade brush stand destined to be dispatched, silently signaling that a seemingly insignificant piece was subtly shifting in this immensely intricate game. Meanwhile, in the frigid night at Zhongsui Palace, Hallie remained oblivious to all of this. She was only aware that she had once again navigated a perilous threshold, and she vaguely sensed a subtle, ineffable change in the scrutinizing gaze of the emperor that hovered above her. Was it a blessing or a curse? Such uncertainties lingered. She simply understood that in this game of survival, her token seemed to have gained a minuscule yet tangible increment. The gentle coolness of the jade brush stand flowed through her fingertips, while the finest pine soot ink spread in the inkstone, releasing a rich and slightly bitter fragrance. The emperor's bestowal, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred ripples far more intricate than Hallie had anticipated within the still waters of Zhongsui Palace and the broader court realm. The eunuch delivering the gifts wore an unprecedentedly obsequious smile, bowing with a depth exceeding the norm. Along with the brush stand and ink, there also arrived, as per custom, significantly improved quality paper, several wolf hair brushes, and even 2 sheets of pale golden mica paper, favored by the palace women for transcribing scriptures. The customary charcoal seemed more abundant, with a hint of silk, though not vibrant in hue, subtly blended into the fabric delivered. Su Peixing made a personal visit, uttering the customary words that the emperor appreciated the efforts of the young master, and thus generously bestowed writing materials for encouragement. Yet, his mere presence in the ominous Zhongsui Palace served as a silent proclamation. Hallie expressed her gratitude respectfully, her demeanor remaining cautious and low-key, as if this favor brought not honor, but rather necessitated an even greater vigilance. However, the winds of the court often shift more swiftly than the autumn weather. Some lower-ranking concubines and managing eunuchs, who had previously overlooked the Zhongsui Palace or even covertly disparaged it, began to exhibit subtle changes in attitude. When Hallie paid her respects to the empress, though infrequently, the gazes of other concubines reflected less indifference and more scrutiny and evaluation. Avada Kedavra, upon her return from the northern 5 courtyards, discreetly informed her that an elderly eunuch responsible for their area had inquired about Hallie's well-being a few days prior, reminding Yu Ning to maintain decorum while associating with her. Hallie was keenly aware of these shifts. The emperor's favor was a double-edged sword, capable of bestowing a measure of protection and resources while simultaneously thrusting her into a more conspicuous position, susceptible to envy. The likes of Hua Fei, the Empress, and other factions had likely inscribed her name on a list to be monitored and potentially contended with. The spice incident was merely the beginning. The next covert strike could emerge from any direction, taking an unpredictable form. She must hasten her pace. The restoration of her strength and the art of concealment could not be delayed. The Emperor's rewards, particularly the superior quality materials, presented her with newfound opportunities. In the stillness of the night, with candlelight flickering like a tiny flame, Harley refrained from utilizing the precious pine, soot ink, and mica paper, instead opting for coarse bamboo paper and inferior ink. Yet, beside these commonplace writing tools lay several extraordinary items: a small pouch of common herbs, carefully gathered from the discarded remnants of the Imperial Medical Institute, dried and ground after rigorous testing to confirm their non-toxicity, including honeysuckle, forsythia, and mint. Several fragments of special stones found near the floating azure pavilion, which contained an exceedingly faint trace of energy and had been meticulously ground into a fine powder, and a small vial of nearly colorless and tasteless white, fresh extract, which she had painstakingly distilled multiple times. This extract, although extremely weak in effect, was derived from a large quantity of ordinary herbs known for treating wounds and required several days of labor to distill into a mere essence. In this world, it would be regarded as a highly purified herbal essence. Her objective was to experiment with concocting a truly effective calming powder, or perhaps a potion with subtle magical enhancement properties. It was not intended to harm others, but rather to serve as a means of self-preservation, to combat the corrosive environment of the Zhongshui Palace, and to ensure she possessed something of value that would not reveal her fundamental skills when necessary. On the table lay a sheet she had transcribed from the secret scroll hidden in the wall, depicting the most complete combination of symbols. This combination had undergone numerous alterations and annotations in the scroll, with frantic notes declaring peaceful anvil, Solok, all is folly. However, through systematic reverse analysis and comparison with the symbols from the floating azure pavilion, it was believed that the core structure of this combination might contain the intention of establishing a stable energy field or binding spiritual fragments. Despite the original designer's apparent belief in its failure, Harley did not intend to employ this perilous symbol directly. Instead, she drew inspiration from its structural lines and connections, merging them with her own rudimentary symbols that had calming and guiding effects, striving to create a new, more stable composite rune inclined towards protection and purification. This was an exceedingly laborious process. She not only had to control her pen to render precise lines on the coarse paper, a challenge even for her, whose wrist control had greatly improved, but she also needed to concentrate fully, repeatedly muttering and visualizing the intent of this new rune, to expel impurities, safeguard tranquility, and restore order from chaos to serenity. With every stroke, she felt her mental energy being drawn away like fine silk, infused into the frail strokes of ink. The subtle sting of soul rejection accompanied her, as the negative energy of her environment seemed to be disturbed by this act of orderly creation, sending forth waves of resistance. Scenes of failure, fragmentation, and paper spontaneously igniting into ashes replayed countless times. The candles on the table were replaced one after another, as the night transitioned from deep darkness to dawn. As dawn broke, Harry's visage was as pale as parchment, her forehead beaded with fine, cold sweat, and her wrist, weary from gripping the pen, felt nearly numb. Before her lay a piece of bamboo paper, upon which a complex and exquisite composite rune, outlined with silvery gray lines, crafted from a mixture of stone powder and specially formulated charcoal ink, finally came to fruition. At the moment the final stroke was completed, a faint glimmer flickered momentarily at the center of the rune, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The paper remained intact, neither shattering nor burning, instead exuding an extraordinary sense of stability, as if this fragile bamboo sheet had been temporarily bestowed with an invisible, delicate shell. Harry exhaled deeply, trembling, nearly overcome with exhaustion. Gently, she lifted the talisman paper, sensing that it emanated a faint yet palpable aura, gently repelling the uncomfortable chill and decay permeating the surrounding air. Yet this was insufficient. The rune was static, its efficacy limited and bound to diminish over time. She required a more portable, enduring, and integrative form within the framework of this world's understanding. Carefully, she set the talisman aside and began to prepare the herbal powders, following a precise ratio, determined by the system's analysis of the herb's properties and energy compatibility. She blended common herbs like honeysuckle and forsythia, known for their heat-clearing and calming effects. Then, with utmost caution, she added a minuscule amount of floating green pavilion stone powder, which provided an exceedingly faint yet pure foundation of ley line energy, followed by a drop of precious white fresh essence to enhance purification and healing intent. The powder is amalgamated in the porcelain mortar, presenting a subtle gray-green hue, seemingly indistinguishable from the ordinary heat-clearing calming powders typically prepared by the Imperial Hospital. The pivotal moment arrived. Harry inhaled deeply, gently placing the successfully drawn talisman over the blended herbal powder, her hands hovering above it as she closed her eyes. This time, she did not attempt to draw or invoke, but rather to infuse and resonate. She carefully guided her mental energy through the solidified rune structure, akin to water flowing through a meticulously carved conduit, allowing the intention of dispelling filth and safeguarding tranquility to permeate steadily into the powder below. This was a meticulous endeavor. Her mental energy flowed delicately, resonating with the rune structure, saturating each minute particle of the herbal powder. Harry sensed that the common herbal constituents merely served as passive vessels, while the trace amounts of stone powder and white fresh essence seemed activated, engaging in an almost imperceptible resonance with her intent, beginning to emanate a pure and gentle aura. Although the powder's color appeared unchanged, upon closer inspection, one could discern an almost imperceptible, warm luster gracing the surface. She pinched a small amount between her fingers and brought it to her nose. Amidst the original bitter essence of the herbs, there lingered an ineffable coolness that instilled a profound calmness, a quality far beyond that of ordinary medicine. Item analysis: composite powder. Physical components: a mixture of common herbs, containing trace minerals and unidentified purifications. Energy attribute: detection reveals stability, subtlety, and a clear direction towards tranquility. A purifying type of spiritual energy field is attached, highly resonating with the host's mental wavelength. Preliminary assessment: this item possesses a soothing and nourishing effect on the same source mental energy, exhibiting a faint resistance and dispersal effect against low-intensity negative spiritual encroachments. Effect intensity: extremely low. Safety: high for the host. The system has reached a positive conclusion. The effects, though mild, are indeed present and safe. Harley cautiously placed the powdered remedy into several plain, unadorned porcelain vials, sealing them tightly with wooden corks. She named it Tranquil Powder. This would be her first genuine potion, although in this world, it appeared merely as a somewhat special ingredient of a family recipe, calming remedy. Just as she finished securing the vials and prepared to take a brief rest, Linglan hurried in from outside, her expression unusually grave. "Young master, a little maid from North 5 informed me that Su Daming had a message relayed quietly." Linglan lowered her voice, saying that a familiar rough servant from Changchun Palace mentioned that yesterday afternoon, Miss Songji, who attends to the Empress, seemed to visit the Tai hospital, not to consult a physician, but to speak with Steward Shui from the medicine storage, asking a great many questions. The specifics remain unclear, but the maid noted that Miss Songji appeared rather unwell when she emerged. The Empress's people visiting the Tai hospital's medicine storage? A heavy weight settled in Harley's heart. Considering the hallucinogenic components within the spices, the Empress's interest in medicinal materials could not be without purpose. Furthermore, Linglan's voice dropped even lower. Su Daming also mentioned that when she delivered embroidery samples to Changchun Palace a few days ago, she overheard two young eunuchs whispering about the Empress's physical discomfort, remarking that she had been restless at night. Several prescriptions from the Tai hospital had failed to yield significant improvement, and the Empress seemed rather troubled, even reprimanding two maids for carelessness in preparing the medicine. The Empress suffers from insomnia, the physicians are negligent, and the Empress is inquiring about the medicine storage. Several seemingly unrelated pieces of information rapidly interconnected in Harley's mind. She recalled that Su Jianing had previously mentioned a few elderly and ailing imperial concubines in North 5, whose treatments had grown increasingly perfunctory. A bold and perilous thought flickered in her mind like a match striking in darkness. The tranquil powder she had just created primarily serves to soothe the spirit and dispel negative mental disturbances, likely providing relief for non-pathological insomnia and anxiety. What if, in some inconspicuous manner, this powder were to be discovered by one of those physicians, used in the treatment of a neglected imperial concubine, and fortuitously yielded some effect? The risks are immense. Should the powder attract attention, its source may be traced. If its effects are too pronounced, it will undoubtedly draw scrutiny. However, if executed with precision, it may achieve several objectives. First and foremost, to validate the actual efficacy of the medicinal powder on others. Secondly, to perhaps cultivate a benevolent connection, however trivial it may seem. And thirdly, should the medicinal powder ultimately pass through the hands of the imperial physician and be presented in a more formal manner, potentially entering the higher echelons of awareness, such as addressing the Queen's insomnia. It may unexpectedly open a window of opportunity, allowing her to grasp some semblance of medical wisdom in a more rational light. Furthermore, it would provide her an added layer of protection as a person possessing utilitarian value. Especially one endowed with unique medical expertise is often more challenging to discard than someone with merely a modicum of cleverness. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that the medicinal powder must be safe, and its effects must remain within the realm of slight benefit rather than miraculous cures. Hallie gazed at the few seemingly ordinary porcelain vials in her hands, her expression fluctuating. This was a perilous gambit, yet within the confines of this palace. Every step is fraught with danger. Rather than passively awaiting hidden threats, it is wiser to actively create advantageous and controllable variables. Linglan, she spoke slowly, if Su agrees to return in the coming days, discreetly inquire about the condition of the ailing noble consort in the Northern Five, who is gravely ill and neglected. Find out who oversees her care and who is responsible for the preparation and delivery of her medicines. Remember to be casual in your inquiry, merely stating that I have expressed some compassion and wish to see if I might provide some assistance, perhaps by offering some of our surplus calming herbs of better quality. A flicker of understanding crossed Linglan's eyes. She seemed to grasp Hallie's intent, albeit not entirely. Yet she refrained from further questioning, simply responding in a hushed tone, "Yes, I understand." Hallie nodded, tightly gripping a vial of tranquil powder in her palm. Beneath the cool porcelain surface, she could sense the faint yet palpable flow of her own power. The potion was beginning to take form, and shadows were drawing near. She must not only learn to conceal and defend herself, perhaps it is time to attempt, in a manner comprehensible to this world, to subtly unveil her worth. Far in the Ikuan Palace, the Huafei was venting her frustration at a pot of withered chrysanthemums. Songji cautiously reported the intelligence she had gathered. Master Cui from the Imperial Medical Institute mentioned that there have been no unusual anomalies in the calming medications distributed among the palaces over the past 2 months, and the Zhongsue Palace has never received any related herbs. He did note, however, that there seemed to be minor discrepancies in the records for some aged white fresh skin and cinnabar in stock, but the quantities are trivial and likely due to clerical oversight. Waste. Huafei cast her hand fan to the ground in exasperation. You cannot even clarify such a trivial matter. That Hallie, ever since the Emperor bestowed her with ink and brush, has become increasingly docile, confining herself within her quarters. I sense something amiss. Meanwhile, in the Changchun Palace, the Queen reclined on her couch, a faint dark hue beneath her eyes, listening to Jinxiu report on the movements within the various palaces. Upon hearing that Hallie continued to remain withdrawn, with only slight interaction with Su from the Northern Five, she slightly opened her eyes. The Northern Five, the Queen murmured, a cold smile curving her lips. She certainly knows where to seek refuge. Let us observe how long the Emperor's interest can endure. In this imperial harem, what abounds is the fleeting essence of the extraordinary. Deep within the palace, hidden currents surge. Unbeknownst to all, in the most secluded corner of the Zhongsue Palace, a novel, minuscule yet tangible force has quietly begun to germinate, poised to infiltrate this unfathomable abyss in an unforeseen manner. Chapter 7. Calamity arises from within, the puppet's enigma. The autumn in the palace is invariably entwined with grand and intricate sacrificial ceremonies. Shortly after the Chongyang festival, the Empress decreed, citing the autumn's chill as a fitting time for prayers of blessing and disaster dispelling, to ensure the Emperor's health and the tranquility of the harem, that a grand 3-day Jinhua prayer ceremony be held at the Qingnan Hall. All concubines, regardless of rank, except those bettered in, were required to attend daily at dawn, to burn incense and chant scriptures until noon, with the sound of bells and drums resonating and the ethereal chants filling the air. The Qingnan Hall was enveloped in swirling smoke and fluttering brocade flags for 3 consecutive days. Dressed in various auspicious garments, the concubines lined up according to rank, their heads bowed, reciting obscure texts alongside the officiating Taoist priests. The atmosphere was thick with the rich scents of sandalwood, incense, and the smoke of burnt joss paper. Hallie, clad in a traditional autumn-hued garment befitting her status, stood amidst a group of lower-ranking concubines, striving to maintain a solemn demeanor, yet feeling an odd sense of detachment from the scene. The chants, talismans, and ceremonial gestures held no magical resonance for her. They were mere formalities. However, the system had alerted her at the ceremony's commencement, detecting an exceedingly faint yet remarkably stable field within the Qingnan Hall, seemingly linked to royal authority and the accumulated willpower of long-standing rituals. Yet, This force was distinctly different from the resentful energy of Zhongzhou Palace and the earth veins of the floating green pavilion, leaning more towards a spiritual cohesion and symbolism, having no direct impact on her. Her greater concern lay in the opportunities for contact and the latent risks presented by the ceremony itself. With the first day passing without incident, on the afternoon of the second day, during a break in the proceedings, Hua Fei, supporting Songji, walked past Hallie not far away. Her gaze briefly flickered over Hallie, lingering for a moment, accompanied by an enigmatic, cold smile before she was whisked away by a throng of sycophantic concubines. "Your Highness, over there, it seems something is amiss." At the sound, everyone turned to see a glimpse of a strikingly incongruous crimson hue peeking from beneath a pile of bright yellow prayer flags. The Empress's expression darkened instantly. The officiating priest also halted his actions. The chief eunuch promptly stepped forward, carefully parting the prayer flags. What emerged was a crude, half-foot tall doll fashioned from rough red fabric, starkly revealed before the onlookers. The doll, poorly constructed, bore a line of small characters inscribed in black ink across its chest, which faintly resembled a birth date. Most alarmingly, several slender, glinting silver needles were deeply embedded in its heart, throat, and lower abdomen. "Witchcraft!" came a gasp of horror from an unknown voice. The entire courtyard of the Qingnan Hall fell into a profound silence. The crackling sound of flames in the incinerator, the only noise discernible in the stillness. All eyes were fixated on the grotesque puppet, before they collectively turned to the characters inscribed upon its chest. Those were the birth details of Hua Fei, the esteemed lady of the year. Hua Fei's expression shifted from astonishment to incredulous rage, swiftly transforming into a ghastly pallor. Her body swayed slightly, supported firmly by Songji. She abruptly whipped her head around, her gaze sharp as a poisoned dagger, piercing towards the Empress and sweeping across every concubine present, her voice trembling with intense fury. "Who dares? Who possesses such audacity to employ this malevolent sorcery during the auspicious prayer ceremony? Cursing me?" The Empress's face was as stoic as water, her phoenix eyes gleaming with chilling intensity. Rising slowly, her voice, though not loud, resonated with heavy authority. "Silence. Present this abomination before me." The puppet was placed upon a tray draped in bright yellow silk and presented to the Empress. With just a glance at the birth details and the silver needle, she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. When she reopened them, her gaze was imbued with icy resolve. "This is outrageous. Before the Qingnan Hall, under the Emperor's scrutiny, there are those who dare to commit such heinous acts, disturbing the palace with their vile sorcery. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." Su Beixing, at your service. Su Beixing, who had been waiting nearby, now felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. "Immediately seal off the Qingnan Hall and all adjacent passageways. No one present today is to leave without permission. Search every nook and cranny. We must unearth this audacious rogue." The Empress commanded sternly. "Yes." Su Beixing ignited, promptly directing the eunuchs and palace maids to spring into action. The atmosphere became thick with oppressive chaos. The concubines fell silent, exchanging fearful glances, while the maids and eunuchs dared not utter a word. The Empress picked up the fabric, asking coldly, "Does anyone recognize this cloth?" Silence enveloped the crowd. This indigo coarse cotton was not uncommon in the palace, primarily used by lower-ranking maids and eunuchs for undergarments or menial tasks. At that moment, a timid little eunuch was pushed forward by his Su Beixing's subordinates, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I am the eunuch responsible for clearing away the discarded items from the ceremony." His voice quivered. "On the previous day, I seem to have seen Sister Linglan from Zhongzhou Palace wandering here before the ceremony commenced. She even squatted down as if picking something up from the ground. At the time, I did not pay it any mind, but now it comes to me Linglan. Zhongzhou Palace." Countless gazes instantly pierced like arrows towards Linglan, who stood behind Harley, and the latter's face turned abruptly pale. Linglan collapsed to the ground, her complexion ashen, pleading desperately, "Your Majesty, please discern. I am innocent. I did indeed come this way, but it was because my young master is frail and cannot withstand the thick smoke. I was merely seeking a spot with better ventilation near the ceremony. I did not pick up any cloth, nor do I know anything about this puppet." "Oh." The Empress's gaze shifted to Harley. "Has this matter been substantiated by you, the ever-reliable Harley?" Hua Fei's sharp voice rang out. She had now regained her composure from initial shock, her anger and hatred ablaze. "Harley, your maid has been identified in proximity to this filth, and you expect to absolve her based solely on your word? Who knows if someone has instigated her, harboring resentment, secretly cursing me. Her gaze coiled around Harley like a venomous serpent. The queen raised her hand, halting Hua Fei's further outburst, her tone remaining icy. There is both testimonial and physical evidence. The suspicion cannot be dismissed. Lady Ha, please rise. This matter pertains to the tranquility of the palace and involves grave offenses. I cannot refrain from investigation. Su Pei-sing, temporarily detain Ling Lan and conduct a thorough interrogation. The individuals within Zhongsue Palace are not permitted to enter or exit without my express command. Lady Ya, you shall remain in Zhongsue Palace for reflection on your past actions while awaiting inquiry. Your Majesty. A heavy sense of dread enveloped Holly, with Ling Lan imprisoned. Who could predict what she might divulge under duress? The de facto confinement of Zhongsue Palace severed her ties to the outside world, granting those lurking in the shadows further opportunity to manipulate events. Your Majesty, please discern. A delicate yet resolute voice suddenly emerged. All eyes turned to Su Jiayuning, who stood at the edge of the crowd, seemingly mustering immense courage as she knelt. I was nearby that day, and believe I saw not only Ling Lan lingering there. Oh, whom else did you witness? The queen's gaze sharpened upon her. Yuning appeared taken aback by the intensity of the scrutiny, shrinking back slightly before whispering. I cannot be certain, as I was at a distance, but it seemed to be a maid from Changchun Palace responsible for laundry, hastily passing by. But I truly did not see clearly. Perhaps I was mistaken. As her words trailed off, her voice dwindled into a near inaudible whisper, her head nearly touching the ground. A maid from Changchun Palace? A ripple of apprehension coursed through the crowd. The waters were becoming increasingly murky. Hua Fei seized the opportunity. Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Whether it be Zhongsue Palace or elsewhere, anyone involved cannot be spared. I implore your Majesty to ensure that all relevant individuals are interrogated rigorously. The queen cast a glance at Hua Fei, then at the kneeling Yuning and Ha Li, pondering for a moment. Although Yuning's statement was vague, it successfully stirred the waters further, diverting some of the scrutiny away from Ling Lan. Yet, Hua Fei's aggressive stance compelled her to respond. Holly stood alone in the desolate courtyard, the autumn sun elongating her shadow across the withered purple bamboo, distorting its form. A chill enveloped her from all directions, more penetrating than the inherent coldness of Zhongsue Palace itself. The puppet and the evidence, though ambiguous, pointed directly at Zhongsue Palace. Implicating aka, li. This was a meticulously orchestrated trap, aimed not solely at her or Ling Lan. The incident during the blessing ceremony was a witchcraft event. With Hua Fei as the target of the curse, the audacity of it was staggering. The puppet master behind this scheme either sought to strike two birds with one stone, targeting both her and Hua Fei, perhaps even the queen, or possessed absolute confidence in extricating themselves while firmly placing the blame upon Zhongsue Palace. The indigo fabric was critical. System. Holly immediately called out in her mind. Host, high-speed scanning and analysis of the puppet and fabric were conducted at the time of the incident. And the results? The puppet's construction, rudimentary craftsmanship, erratic stitching, fashioned with a common sewing needle, no traces of magic or special energy residues detected. The material. The outer layer of crimson coarse cloth is stock from the Imperial Household Department allocated last year for creating low-grade cleaning implements, such as rags. Wrapping cloth for various palaces. The indigo cotton fabric, commonly used in the garments of palace attendants, revealed a significant discovery. But what? Harry inquired. However, the scan revealed that the fiber breakage at the edges of the indigo cloth matched approximately 63 with the corresponding breakage on the inner fabric of the doll, indicating they are likely torn from the same piece of material. Nonetheless, the cloth fragment was tainted with minute traces of dust, consistent with the incense ashes from the Qing Hall, while the inner fabric of the doll bore almost none of such residues. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Harry. If the cloth fragment was carelessly discarded during the doll's creation, it should have been exposed to a similar environment, accumulating analogous dust. The ceremonial site was filled with incense, primarily consisting of ash. Yet, the cloth fragment contained incense ash, while the corresponding section of the doll did not. Two possibilities emerged. First, the doll was meticulously protected, avoiding contamination. Second, which seems more plausible, the cloth fragment was intentionally placed there later as evidence. It might have originated from elsewhere or been premeditated. Moreover, was the young eunuch who saw Ling Lan pick something up truly a witness, or was he bribed or manipulated? Sujio sudden interjection, subtly directing suspicion towards the Changchun Palace, raised further questions. Was she merely clever, attempting to sow discord, or was she also a player in this intricate scheme? Her presence and remarks, ostensibly helpful, inadvertently confirmed that there were indeed activities occurring in that vicinity, casting Linglan's appearance on the scene into further suspicion. The atmosphere was thick with uncertainty, yet Harry sensed a potent, interwoven malice emanating from various directions. Huafei could either be the target or one of the instigators, perhaps seeking to eliminate her own threat. The queen appeared impartial, yet one could not dismiss the possibility of her wielding others as pawns. There might even be a third party looking to muddle the situation. She needed to save herself and rescue Linglan. Under severe interrogation, Linglan would not last long. With the Zhongsue Palace surrounded, direct investigation was impossible. How would the emperor perceive this matter? Would he believe in his own innocence? Or would he suspect that this intriguing woman harbored ulterior motives? The night enveloped the Zhongsue Palace like thick ink. Distant palaces twinkled with sporadic lights, while here, darkness reigned in oppressive silence. She slowly sank her thoughts into a small porcelain vial concealed within her garments. It contained a calming powder. The powder held within it a faint yet pure imprint of her spiritual energy. She cautiously attempted to extend a thread of perception along this resonance, not probing outward, which was too distant and difficult, but downward. The ground, the stones, the soil, the chaotic and frigid energy field beneath Zhongsue Palace. She did not intend to absorb, but rather to harness a specific characteristic of this energy field to subtly sense and disturb the intense, concentrated negative emotions, such as resentment and fear. During the daytime ritual, when the doll was discovered, Huafei's fury erupted. The queen pressed for action, and the collective fear of the crowd surged. Would this powerful wave of negative emotion leave a fleeting yet unique ripple upon this land intertwined with negative energy? And at that moment, would the true individual who placed the doll or the evidence cloth experience a more concentrated, clandestine emotional fluctuation? This endeavor is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, fraught with peril and likely to provoke the vengeful forces lurking beneath. Yet, Harry finds herself devoid of alternatives. She immerses her entire being into the abyss of chaotic darkness, akin to groping in a pitch-black mire for a specific needle. Warm to the touch, as time gradually elapses, cold perspiration dampens her temples, and the agony of her soul's rejection intensifies with each passing moment. Just as she teeters on the brink of surrender, she perceives a fleeting, almost imperceptible fluctuation, akin to a spark igniting the darkness. This tremor does not emanate from fury, the favored consort, or authority, the queen, nor from sheer terror, the majority of concubines. It embodies a more intricate amalgamation of emotions: tension, anticipation, a whisper of triumph, and a hint of detached scrutiny. In a flash of insight, she recalls a casual conversation with Su Jiayu, who mentioned a newly favored consort residing in Jingyang Palace, who possesses a particular fondness for a fragrant balm known as rose essence, with its sweet and unique aroma. The favored consort? She is aligned with the favored consort, yet recently seems to have experienced some discord with her over trivial matters. Could it be? Harry's eyes widen in the darkness, their brilliance astonishing. She has discerned the breakthrough. It is not the fabric, nor the testimony of the young eunuch, nor even the presence of the lily of the valley. It is the scent. The true perpetrator may conceal their identity and eliminate evidence, yet they are likely to have overlooked the unique fragrance they carry, which, in moments of heightened emotion, may be recorded in an exceedingly subtle manner by certain discerning entities. And she, Harry, is poised to capture that lingering essence through the unique terrain of Zhongsue Palace. She must convey this clue in a manner that appears reasonable. However, she cannot speak of it directly. She requires a medium, an opportunity, an occasion that would allow the emperor or Su Peixiong to naturally uncover the anomalies. She gazes at the firmly shut palace gates, then up at the dark night sky. Lily of the Valley, wait for me. This unexpected calamity may also serve as an opportunity to draw the hidden serpents into the light. Chapter 8. The initial signs of pestilence and the moment of decision. The night within Zhongsue Palace feels more interminable and suffocating than ever, following the sudden calamity of witchcraft. The courtyard gate has been locked from the outside, with the key entrusted to a loyal eunuch designated by the queen, who opens it only at fixed intervals to deliver meals and essential water and charcoal, strictly forbidding any communication from within or without. Harry, along with two course maids, Chun Chao and Xiao Yi, feels as though they are trapped within a vast, icy stone sarcophagus, isolated from the world. Since the Lily of the Valley was taken away, there has been no word. Harry attempts to probe for information through the eunuch delivering meals, yet he behaves like a mute, deaf individual, merely placing down the food box and departing. His gaze averted from hers. Despair and a sense of powerlessness coil around her like creeping vines. She knows that within this deep palace, once branded with the label of witchcraft, even if one ultimately clears their name, they often emerge severely weakened, or may even fade into obscurity. And as for the Lily of the Valley, a mere maid ensnared in such a vortex, her fate remains as uncertain as floating duckweed. Just as she was on the brink of being overwhelmed by her dire circumstances, a new, more lethal threat, like the shadow of a plague, silently seeped through the palace walls. Initially, it manifested in the food boxes delivered by the eunuchs, which were noticeably coarser than usual, and the meals appeared to be carelessly prepared. Following this, for 2 consecutive days, the charcoal supplies were not delivered. With a surge of courage, Chun Chao inquired at the door, only to hear the eunuch outside, muffled by the door, ominously declare, "There is an epidemic in the palace. Resources are scarce, so you must wait." The words epidemic struck Li like thunderclaps in her ears. In this era of inadequate medical conditions, she understood all too well the implications of a widespread infectious disease, particularly in a densely populated and relatively isolated environment like the palace. An outbreak could lead to a scene of utter devastation. The Zhongshui Palace, already a chilling place shrouded in negative energy and cut off from the outside world, stood as a cursed stronghold in the face of such an epidemic. As predicted, on the 3rd day, Chun Chao began to exhibit symptoms: a low fever, headache, chills, a swollen throat, followed by severe coughing. Qiuyi was soon infected as well, displaying milder symptoms but still unable to rise from her bed. As for Holly, perhaps due to her long-standing resilience against environmental adversities, or perhaps the faint protective effect of her meditative practices, she had yet to show any overt signs of illness. Nonetheless, she felt a dryness in her throat and a slight heaviness in her breathing. An unsettling unease cloaked her. The specter of death had never felt so palpably close. Standing by the window, Holly gazed at the old locust tree in the courtyard, weeping in the cold wind, and at the distant closed palace gates. Symbols of confinement and isolation. She knew that chaos must reign outside as well. With the epidemic at hand, each palace would be preoccupied with its own survival. The empress, the favored consort, and even the emperor would likely be at their wits' end, who would remember that there was a soft captive Changzai in Zhongshui Palace. Along with 2 young maidens whose fates remained uncertain, they could very well perish quietly, succumbing to illness or freezing to death, becoming yet another forgotten tale of the palace's past. She could wait for death or take action, to save herself, and to rescue Chun Chao and Qiuyi. Perhaps she could even find an opportunity to secure a glimmer of hope for Ling Lan and for herself. Once this thought ignited in her mind, it spread like wildfire within her heart. The courage of Gryffindor, the loyalty of Hufflepuff, and the inherent tenacity of Harry Potter, refusing to bow to fate, overwhelmed her fear and calculations in that moment. First and foremost, she needed to comprehend the nature of this epidemic. Based solely on Chun Chao and Qiuyi's symptoms, fever, cough, sore throat, it could be influenza or another respiratory infectious disease. She urged the 2 maidens to describe their feelings as thoroughly as possible, recording and analyzing their accounts. Influenza, or similar viral or bacterial infection, Holly mused. In this age, with no specific medication, treatment relied primarily on supportive care, rest, warmth, nutrition, and the body's own immunity, along with potentially effective or ineffective herbal remedies. The Zhongshui Palace had nothing, making supportive care a distant dream. What resources did she possess? She possessed only the tranquilizing powder, of which the efficacy was feeble, a rudimentary understanding of herbal knowledge, and a superficial grasp of energy and purification. The primary purpose of the tranquilizing powder was to soothe the spirit and weakly purify negative energies, but its effectiveness against physical pathogens was likely limited. However, what if she could merge its purifying intent with certain herbs known for their clear heat, detoxifying properties, and the ability to alleviate coughs? Moreover, what if she attempted to enhance its efficacy using her nascent ability to guide energy through sheer will? This was indeed a tremendous gamble. The potency was difficult to control, potentially ineffective, and might even yield adverse effects due to conflicting energies. Yet, this was the only glimmer of hope. A skilled artisan cannot craft without materials. She was compelled to undertake the boldest of trials with exceedingly limited resources. She instructed the mildly symptomatic Qiuyi, who wore a rudimentary mask fashioned from cloth strips, to search the corner for any residual, still potent dried mint leaves, while she rummaged through her remaining honeysuckle and forsythia powder, and reluctantly set aside half of the last small vial of tranquilizing powder. Lacking an appropriate container, she resorted to a small ceramic pot. filled it with snow-melt water, which Xiyue had risked collecting from the cleanest patch of accumulated snow in the courtyard, and placed it over the solitary remaining brazier to heat. As the water gradually warmed, she first added the honeysuckle, forsythia powder, and crushed mint leaves, watching them swirl in the water, releasing a bitter yet refreshing aroma. The subsequent step was the most crucial. She pinched the half portion of tranquilizing powder between her fingertips, not directly dropping it into the water, but holding it above the ceramic pot. She closed her eyes, concentrating all her mental faculties, no longer pondering the intricate structures of runes, but purely focusing her intent on dispelling illness, calming the lungs, and awakening vitality. This was not the act of drawing runes. It was the infusion of thought directly into the herbal powder, guiding it to merge with the concoction in the pot. She felt as though she were propelling a colossal mountain, her mental energy draining rapidly, while the sharp discomfort from her soul's rejection surged against her consciousness like a tide. Veins throbbed on her forehead, and cold sweat streamed down her face. She had to persevere. Time became an indistinct blur, but eventually, she sensed that the powder had grown lighter, her intent reaching a critical threshold. Releasing her fingers, the powder cascaded into the swirling concoction, dissolving instantly, colorless and tasteless. Strangely, the soup, which had initially borne a bitter scent, seemed to acquire an indescribable, soothing freshness that calmed the spirit. Preliminary analysis. Residual host spiritual energy detected in the concoction, originating from the same energy field as the tranquilizing powder, but more active. Physical components: honeysuckle, forsythia, mint aqueous extract. Comprehensive evaluation. Likely to provide some auxiliary effect in alleviating upper respiratory infection symptoms, clearing heat, soothing, with unknown efficacy. Safety. Expected to be safe for the host and those sharing the same spiritual energy, though effects and safety for others require verification. The system provided a cautious analysis. This bowl of medicine was less a remedy for illness and more an enhanced placebo imbued with a fervent desire for healing, accompanied by a hint of Harriet's unique spiritual energy that might slightly bolster the body's resistance. Disregarding her fatigue, Harriet carefully poured out 2 bowls of the herbal brew, allowing them to cool to a warm temperature before administering it to Chun Chao and Xiyue. The young master, with a frail voice, was filled with gratitude and unease. "Do not worry, drink it. It is a formula for clearing heat and moistening the lungs," Hallie reassured, forcing herself to endure her discomfort as she finished the remaining half bowl. As a medicinal broth settled in her stomach, a gentle warmth spread, alleviating the dryness in her throat and slightly easing her mental fatigue. Whether it was a mere psychological effect or the energy truly had an impact, she could not discern. In the ensuing 2 days, Hallie diligently replicated the concoction using every available ingredient, even daring to experiment with a trace of energy from the powdered stone of the floating green pavilion to purify the snow water. Barely managing to maintain a daily dose of medicine, the charcoal fire remained absent, and the food continued to be meager. Yet perhaps due to the medicinal soup or the will to survive, Chun Chao's high fever did not worsen, and her cough eased somewhat. The symptoms of Qiu Yi also significantly diminished. The shadow of death within the Zhongshui Palace seemed temporarily pushed back by this feeble, yet tenacious effort. However, Hallie understood this was merely a transient reprieve. The medicinal herbs were on the verge of depletion, and the bodies of herself and the 2 palace maids were increasingly weakened by the relentless cold, malnutrition, and illness. They needed a turning point, an opportunity to break free from this dire situation. The opportunity arrived in an unexpected manner. On the morning of the 4th day, the eunuch delivering the meals did not leave, as usual, after placing the food box down. A hushed conversation could be heard outside, followed by the heavy sound of a key turning in the lock. The palace door opened a crack, revealing Su Peixing's emotionless face. Behind him were 2 young eunuchs, their mouths and noses covered with thick cloth, carrying a medicine chest, resembling the lowest-ranking apprentices or servants of the Imperial Medical Institute. "Han Xiangsai." Su Peixing's voice came through the cloth, somewhat muffled. "An epidemic is spreading in the palace, and the Emperor is concerned for the safety of each palace. He has ordered the Imperial Medical Institute to conduct inspections and distribute preventive medicines." How is the situation here? Hallie's heart jolted. The Emperor. He remembered her. Even amidst the chaos of the entire palace, he could still think of her, confined in the Zhongshui Palace. Was it Su Peixing's reminder? Or did the Emperor himself not fully believe in the matters of witchcraft? Or was he still observing? Su Peixing's gaze swept across the courtyard, noticing Chun Chao and Qiu Yi huddled in the corridor, their faces reflecting illness, then glanced at Hallie's pale, yet upright figure, a fleeting complex expression flashing in his eyes. He signaled the young eunuchs behind him to place 2 packets of medicine and a bag of charcoal at the door. This is the preventive formula distributed by the Imperial Medical Institute, to be brewed and consumed regularly. The charcoal has also been replenished. Use it carefully. Supacing continued. By the Empress's decree, during this epidemic, all palaces must remain closed for rest, avoiding movement. The Zhongshui Palace will continue as per previous orders, but all necessary preventive supplies will be delivered on time. Han Changzai, please take care of yourself. His words were quite official, yet the phrases remain closed for rest and delivered on time hinted at something different to Hallie. This signified that while her confinement might persist, at least the channel for survival supplies had been reopened, and it seemed the Empress was temporarily preoccupied or hesitant to impose strict measures on the Zhongshui Palace due to the epidemic. I thank the Empress for her grace, and I appreciate your concern, Lord Su, Hallie replied, bowing once more. Su Peixiong nodded, said no more, and gestured for the young eunuchs to relock the door. Their footsteps gradually faded away. Hallie promptly instructed Qiuyue to bring in the medicinal packages and the charcoal fire. The medicinal packets contained the most commonplace ingredients, such as Banlonjian, Daqingyi, and Ganxiao, ground together to form a Qing Its efficacy was likely limited, yet it was better than nothing. The charcoal fire arrived just in time. What she valued more, however, was the very arrival of Su Peixiong, which conveyed a significant message. The emperor had not ceased his surveillance of her. In fact, to some extent, he provided her with a thin veneer of protection. This could very well be the key to her breakthrough. She gazed at the 2 packets of medicinal powder from the Thai hospital and then glanced at the meager supplies of herbs at her disposal. As a bolder plan swiftly took shape in her mind, she needed to demonstrate her worth to the emperor, not merely as a clever wordsmith, but as someone who possessed practical knowledge in the face of a genuine crisis. She aimed to prove that she understood certain potentially useful insights regarding epidemic prevention and treatment, and that she was willing to share them, even if it was for self-preservation. However, she could not directly propose a remedy. That would be too abrupt and could easily arouse suspicion from the Thai hospital and beyond. She required a testing ground, a platform for demonstration. The Zhongshui Palace itself served as the ideal experimental venue, with Chun Chao, Qiuyue, and herself as the first subjects. She resolved to pursue a dual approach. On one hand, she would adhere to the prescribed regimen of the Thai hospital as Qing San, which was both a formality and a cover. On the other, she would continue to refine her enhanced Jing Xin San decoction, judiciously incorporating select ingredients from the Thai hospital as medicinal powder, after careful identification, and attempting to harmonize the properties of the various herbs with their faint purifying energy through more precise mental control. This was an exceedingly delicate and perilous undertaking, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. She meticulously documented every minute change in symptoms and reactions of herself and the 2 palace maids after ingestion, using symbols and abbreviations comprehensible only to her, while ensuring the system continuously monitored their physiological indicators. Days passed, and under the warmth of the charcoal fire, the basic supply of medicine, and the effects of Hallie's thought-infused decoction, Chun Chao and Qiuyue, as conditions remarkably stabilized and began to improve slowly. Although they were still far from recovery, the high fever subsided, coughs diminished, and their spirits visibly lifted. Even Hallie's own discomfort had essentially vanished. The Zhongshui Palace, shrouded in the dual shadows of epidemic and sorcery, unexpectedly boasted 3 survivors with evidently controlled ailments. Such news could not remain entirely concealed, especially when the eunuchs delivering meals and charcoal discovered that those within Zhongshui Palace not only survived, but appeared healthier than some of the palace attendants outside the quarantine. Whispers of suspicion and intrigue began to circulate among the lower-ranking servants. Finally, on the 10th day of Zhongshui Palace's isolation, Su Peixiong returned once more. This time, he was accompanied by a serious-looking physician, frowning deeply, who was a deputy responsible for epidemic prevention at the Thai hospital. Hallie noted that Su Peixiong's tone was even more solemn than before. The epidemic within the palace had grown increasingly severe, with a rising number of infected individuals and minimal efficacy from the Thai hospital as prescriptions. The emperor was deeply concerned. Upon hearing that the palace attendants inside Zhongshui Palace seemed to show signs of improvement, he specifically ordered physician Wang to visit, both to feel Hallie's pulse and to inquire if there were any particular methods of care being employed within the palace. Here it comes. In her heart, Hallie was certain. She recognized that the moment she had been waiting for had finally arrived. She welcomed Dr. Wang and Su Peixiong into the hastily tidied outer chamber, maintaining a respectful distance. and summoned Chun Chao and Xiao Yi to pay their respects. Dr. Wang meticulously examined the two individuals' complexion and tongue coating, and through a handkerchief, felt their pulses, his astonishment growing more pronounced. It was indeed peculiar, for despite the epidemic affliction, the pulse was superficial and rapid, yet the malevolent energy had waned, while the vital essence gradually returned. According to reason, for such a severe condition, without the appropriate remedy, it would be nearly impossible to witness such a turnaround in this environment. Dr. Wang murmured to himself, casting a glance at Hallie, "May I inquire, aside from the Qingfen powder distributed by the Imperial Medical Bureau, have you employed any other remedies or methods?" Hallie understood that the critical moment had arrived. She could not disclose that she had utilized magic or energy, nor could she appear overly skilled in medicine. Her words would be 7 parts truth and 3 parts ambiguity. Attributing the credit to the commonplace recipes from her memory, the simple yet effective methods of maintaining cleanliness and tranquility, and most importantly, the imperial favor and the secluded serenity of the Zhongsue Palace itself. This not only demonstrated that she possessed some practical and unconventional preventive measures, such as ventilation, cleanliness, mental calmness, and gentle herbal support, but also minimized her perceived threat by attributing the outcome to the inscrutable forces of luck and environment. Dr. Wang listened, half convinced. Those methods indeed sounded rudimentary, even somewhat rustic, yet in an era devoid of miraculous cures, maintaining a sanitary environment, ensuring the patient's mental tranquility, and supplementing with mild, cooling herbs could, at times, yield unexpected results. Could it truly be that the remote and desolate palace environment, combined with these unassuming folk methods, was fortuitously effective? Su Peixiang regarded Hallie with a profound gaze. This woman had once again provided an unexpected, yet seemingly reasonable explanation. What you say does hold some merit, Dr. Wang contemplated. For in the care of the ill, sometimes the nurturing is more crucial than the medicine itself. Might I be permitted to see the herbal formula you employed? Hallie was prepared, presenting a simple prescription inscribed with 3 qian of honeysuckle, 1 qian of dried mint leaves, a slice of licorice, to be decocted in water and taken twice daily. She had deliberately simplified it, concealing the crucial elements of the calming powder and the infusion of intent. Su Peixiang nodded. Thank you, Dr. Wang. Hallie, do take good care of yourself. We shall report to His Majesty. The two departed once more, and the palace gates were locked anew. Yet this time, the sound of the chains seemed less despairing. Hallie understood that the stone she had cast had already stirred ripples. Her name, along with her simple yet seemingly effective preventive methods, would be conveyed through Dr. Wang and Su Peixiang to the Imperial Medical Bureau, and perhaps even reach the ears of the emperor himself. In the face of a monumental epidemic crisis, any potentially effective experience would be valued. And she, a low-ranking consort trapped in the cold palace, had, in this manner, demonstrated her survival capabilities in dire straits and that slight, perhaps useful, practical value. The ominous clouds of sorcery had yet to disperse, and the threat of the epidemic loomed ahead. Yet Hallie felt that the tightly shut door leading to life, and perhaps even further, had been pried open just a tiny crack. Beyond that crack lay a more turbulent undercurrent and the inscrutable heart of the sovereign. Within the confines of Yangxin Hall, Emperor Yongzheng gazed upon the joint memorial from Su Peixiang and Imperial Physician Wang. His finger lingered on the words regarding the ailments afflicting the palace, which suggested the use of traditional folk remedies emphasizing cleanliness, tranquility, and simple herbal concoctions, attributing their efficacy to the emperor's great fortune. He paused for considerable time over these lines, illuminated by the flickering candlelight that cast shadows upon his weary yet profound gaze. Folk remedies for purification, he murmured, the cold, rigid curve of his lips softening ever so slightly for a fleeting moment, revealing an adaptability to circumstance. Setting aside the memorial, he turned his attention toward the somber night sky. The rampant epidemic was ravaging both his empire and his court. This Hallie, always managing to stir unexpected disturbances in the most unlikely of places, prompted him to instruct the Imperial Medical Bureau to disseminate the mentioned practices of cleanliness, ventilation, vinegar fumigation, and tranquility to the various palaces for collective trial. He paused, adding that the provisions for Zhongsue Palace must be supplied according to the standards of noble consorts. Instituting nos shortitis. The investigation into the witchcraft case would be suspended, to be revisited once the epidemic subsided. Understood, Su Peixiang replied with a bow, fully aware of the implications. This Hallie truly seemed poised to turn her fortunes around amidst this crisis, for crises often coexist with opportunities. Hallie had grasped the tenuous rope dangling from the precipice. The first snow of the second year of Yongzheng arrived earlier than in previous years. Fine. Salt-like flakes descended silently from the leaden sky, blanketing the layers of glazed tiles, white marble railings, and the last remnants of withered grass in the desolate courtyard of Zhongsue Palace. Under the shimmering snowlight, the palace's eerie atmosphere appeared temporarily veiled, revealing a haunting yet pristine solitude. Inside the western side hall, the charcoal fire burned more vigorously than usual, casting a dim red glow from the newly allocated silver frost charcoal in the copper basin, dispelling the bone-deep chill. Hallie, wrapped in a half-new apricot-colored brocade coat, sat on the Kong by the window, holding a fragment of illustrated treatises on Western curiosities, quietly delivered by Su Peixiang the previous day. Yet her gaze was fixed outside, captivated by the swirling snow, her mind not focused on the intricate illustrations of levers and gears within the pages. More than a month had passed since the harrowing epidemic crisis and the covert easing of her house arrest. The shadow of the witchcraft case had not yet fully dissipated, and the Empress remained without a final verdict. However, as subtly hinted by Su Peixiang, the Emperor was well aware of the situation. This awareness manifested in the enhanced treatment of Zhongsue Palace, which had quietly ascended to the level of noble consorts, with provisions, food, clothing, and even allowances significantly more generous than usual. The eunuchs delivering goods wore expressions of renewed respect, at least on the surface. And even the guards at the palace gates no longer bore the grim countenance that suggested a forbidding barrier. Systemic energy scans indicated a gradual decline in the resentment energy field within the Zhongsue Palace area, following her nightly efforts to subtly channel it through improved runes. However, this process was akin to drawing silk, accompanied by considerable expenditure of her mental strength and fluctuating indices of spiritual rejection. She was akin to someone laboring to carve out a small dry patch in a swamp, always at risk of being engulfed anew. Hallie accepted the bowl of medicine, the pungent bitterness assaulting her senses. As she sipped slowly, her mind raced with thoughts. Physician Wang is currently the most esteemed figure in the Imperial Medical Institution, and the robust ingredients of this tonic clearly indicate a directive from above. The Emperor continues to nourish and monitor her health through this means, as well as to assess her understanding of medicinal properties. Should she exhibit any unwarranted resistance or skepticism, it would undoubtedly incite fresh suspicions. How are Linglan, Chanchao, and Chiui faring? Hallie inquired. The two young maidens, having recovered from their ailments, have been temporarily reassigned to lighter duties, thus finding a silver lining in their misfortune and escaping the quagmire of Zhongsue Palace. This can be perceived as a form of veiled protection or isolation. They are all well. Just the other day, I received word of thanks from a young mistress for saving their lives, Linglan replied, softly while tidying the medicinal bowls. However, Su Dannying from a Northern Five has seemingly ceased to send any messages these past few days. Hallie's gaze sharpened. Su Yayuning, that fragile ally who once sheltered them with an umbrella amidst the storm. Ever since the outbreak of the plague and the encirclement of Zhongsue Palace, she had lost contact with Jia Yuning. Was it due to Jia Yuning's own precarious situation, or had someone deliberately severed this tenuous connection? Jia Yuning had taken a risk to voice her concerns during the witchcraft incident, while it had stirred the waters. It might have also earned her the ire of certain individuals. I understand, Hallie responded calmly, refraining from further inquiries. Some connections, once severed, may indeed serve as a form of protection. As the afternoon progressed, the snow gradually ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. An unexpected visitor shattered the prolonged silence of Zhongsue Palace. It was not a eunuch or maidservant, but a dignified matron with a warm smile, accompanied by two young maidens bearing brocade boxes. The matron introduced herself as Madame Tian, serving in the presence of the Empress at Changchun Palace. I come to pay my respects to the esteemed one, she said, bowing with impeccable grace. The Empress has been feeling somewhat better lately, and, recalling the sisters in the palace, has specially sent me to check on you. The Empress is aware of the numerous matters in the palace recently, which may have led to some oversight. She remembers the grievances you have endured and acknowledges your contributions during the epidemic. Hallie's face expressed just the right mix of astonishment and gratitude. I am overwhelmed, truly honored by the Empress's concern. I am quite well and have suffered no grievances. In such times, ensuring one's own safety is my duty. How could I dare to claim merit? Madame Tian's smile grew even warmer. You are too modest. Both the Emperor and the Empress possess keen discernment. She gestured for the maidens to present the brocade boxes. This is a token from the Empress. 2 pieces of exquisite Jiangning floral satin, perfectly suited for you. Additionally, there are several new delicacies from the palace for you to sample. As the brocade box opened, the satin shimmered, and the pastries appeared intricate and delightful. While the gift itself was not particularly opulent, its significance was profound, coming as it did from the Empress. It served as a subtle declaration to the six palaces. The Empress's stance towards Hallie was not entirely adversarial, perhaps even hinting at some degree of approval or alliance. Hallie immediately bowed deeply in gratitude. I am sincerely thankful for the Empress's generous gift. I am moved to tears. Madame Tan assisted her in rising, her gaze lingering on Hallie's face as if meticulously observing her reaction. Then, seemingly in passing, she quietly remarked, "The Empress also wishes me to convey a message. In this palace, fortunes may fluctuate, but a stable foundation is essential. Sometimes, visible achievements are indeed commendable, yet the unseen duties form the very essence of one's standing. You are a wise individual, and I trust you comprehend the Empress's intentions." Her words, though veiled in politeness, concealed a pointed message. The subtle implication that the Emperor's appreciation for her contributions might be fleeting, coupled with the emphasis that adherence to one's duties, namely, obedience to the Empress and the rules of the harem, is the path to longevity, serves as both a warning and a test of her willingness to align herself with the Empress. Lowering her gaze, Hallie responded with a tone of utmost reverence. "Your Majesty's teachings are etched in my heart. I shall remain steadfast in my duties, striving not to disappoint your expectations." It appeared that Granny Tian was somewhat satisfied, exchanging a few more pleasantries before taking her leave. Once she departed, silence enveloped the hall once more. However, the two luxurious silks and exquisite pastries loomed over Hallie's heart like silent boulders. The Empress's maneuver was both astute and ruthless. The public bestowal of favor not only showcased the grandeur and control of the central palace, but also placed Hallie in a precarious position, subject to the scrutiny of the Empress and the judgments of other concubines. What would the Emperor think upon learning this? She was effectively placed at the focal point of various factions, subjected to their relentless gaze. Indeed, the news of Granny Tian's visit spread rapidly, as if it had sprouted wings. By evening, a young eunuch dispatched by Su Peixiong delivered the daily provisions with a demeanor seemingly more deferential than usual. Yet his eyes betrayed an inscrutable curiosity. That night, Hallie lay restless on her bed, her mind swirling with thoughts. The Empress's intervention signified that the dynamics of the harem had shifted, now revolving around her as an unpredictable element. She could no longer be content merely to occupy a corner of the Zhongsui Palace, passively responding to the Emperor's scrutiny and the hidden daggers lurking in the shadows. She needed to actively cultivate her worth, one that the Emperor would deem indispensable and that the Empress and others would hesitate to undermine. Her recent success in utilizing folk remedies amidst the epidemic was a commendable demonstration, yet it lacked uniqueness and depth. Her fingers absent-mindedly caressed a small porcelain vial containing a calming powder by her side. The efficacy was modest, yet the direction was promising, aiming to integrate the principles of magic into the realm of medicine to address tangible issues. Perhaps she could delve deeper into this area, for instance, targeting common ailments that, while troublesome for court physicians, were not fatal and frequently encountered among those in high positions. As her thoughts meandered, the system that had lain dormant for several days suddenly emitted a series of soft alert tones, and a pale blue stream of data flowed along the periphery of her vision. Warning: sustained external mental scanning fluctuations detected. Source direction: northeast, approximately 300 meters away. Low intensity, fixed frequency, exhibiting slight order and probing attributes, with a 17 similarity to the will field in the Qing Palace. Scanning has persisted for 3 days, occurring daily from the third quarter of the hour of the monkey to the beginning of the hour of the rooster. Analysis: this scanning is not a natural energy fluctuation. It is suspected to be a deliberately guided observational technique or a sophisticated instrument. Estimated source: Qingtian Observatory or a similar functional agency. The Qingtian Observatory. They had indeed been monitoring her. Moreover, the scanning had become increasingly targeted. Was it due to her recent attempts to alleviate the resentful energy in Zhongsui Palace that had stirred noticeable disturbances? Or had the Empress's actions today heightened their scrutiny? Hallie's heart clenched tightly. With the Empress's ambiguous concern ahead and the silent prying of the Qingtian Observatory behind her, she could only speculate how many eyes were watching from the shadows. The trees desire tranquility, yet the winds do not relent. Slowly, she sat up and gazed out the window. In the aftermath of snowfall, the night sky unveiled itself as the clouds parted slightly, revealing a handful of cold stars that gazed down upon the colossal, golden prison. Promotion, roi, scrutiny. And the incessant signals all indicated that she had been irrevocably ensnared in the intricate web of power and secrets at the Empire's zenith, leaving her with no avenue of retreat. System, she silently intoned, adjusting the priority of surveillance. She designated the energy scans directed at the Astrological Bureau as a continuous focal point. Concurrently, she commenced filtering the database for non-sensitive treatment plans concerning common noble ailments such as headaches, insomnia, and palpitations, which could potentially integrate with her existing knowledge of potion making. The criteria, materials that were relatively accessible, and principles that could be vaguely elucidated through the theories of vital energy and mental tranquility. Command confirmed. Surveillance priority has been adjusted. Plan selection is in progress. Based on the host's foundational mastery of tranquility elixirs, an advanced direction is recommended. A composite calming agent targeting liver qi stagnation and heart fire excess insomnia and anxiety, which may incorporate the principles of a minuscule joy-inducing potion, extremely diluted, non-addictive, enhancing the soothing effects. Additional materials required: Tihuan bark, fallopian vine, lampwick grass, and a trace of pearl powder to serve as an energy stabilizer and a symbol of noble status. The mention of pearl powder caused a flicker of interest in Hallie's gaze. While not rare, high-quality specimens were not easily accessible to ordinary palace attendants. Perhaps this could serve as a potential entry point. She reclined once more, closing her eyes, though her mind raced with thoughts. The Queen's reward was both a burden and an opportunity. The scrutiny from the Astrological Bureau posed a danger, yet also served as a reminder. Since the winds had begun to stir, she could no longer merely contemplate how to steady the branches. Perhaps it was time to explore whether she could harness this gust to allow her own tree to grow more uniquely, more beneficially, so uniquely that when others considered moving against her, they would hesitate, weighing the consequences of uprooting such a tree and the unforeseen repercussions it might provoke. As the night deepened, the snowlight danced upon the window. The lights in the west wing of the clock palace burned late into the night. The tip of her pen produced a soft, rustling sound on the paper, akin to the subtle interlocking of the gears of fate. Days slipped by in a deliberately maintained tension that felt even more taut than before. The Queen's reward was akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters. The ripples of its impact yet to subside, while the atmosphere in the west wing of the clock palace thickened under another form of invisible pressure. Hallie could almost sense the cold, orderly gaze that appeared punctually at the third watch of the day, like intangible tendrils quietly extending from the northeast direction of the Astrological Bureau, meandering over the palace grounds and her own energy field, which clashed with the surrounding environment, repeatedly surveying, measuring, and recording. The system meticulously documented the intensity, frequency, and duration of each scan, revealing that this scrutiny had not diminished with the passage of time. Rather, it was gradually adjusting, attempting to capture more subtle fluctuations. She grew increasingly cautious. During the daylight hours, she refrained from any activities that might provoke fluctuations in energy, including practicing runes and concocting potions. All pertinent materials were carefully concealed deep within wall cavities or mixed among commonplace herbs and sundries. She devoted considerable time to reading the eclectic assortment of books sent by Su Peixiong, as well as practicing her calligraphy, which had shown little significant improvement. She endeavored to disguise herself as a palace woman with merely a superficial interest in the study of things, possessing a simple mind. However, certain changes could not be entirely concealed. Perhaps it was the mental refinement brought about by her ongoing resistance to environmental erosion and spiritual rejection. Or perhaps it was the subtle yet persistent calming energy that subtly adjusted her body. It could also be the gradual adaptation of her soul, a traveler in this world, to its rules. Harry sensed that her senses had become slightly more acute than when she first arrived. She could hear the hushed whispers of palace servants from a distance, discern finer details in the dim light, and even perceive changes in temperature and humidity with greater clarity. Most notably, her tolerance for the pervasive negative energy in her surroundings was slowly increasing, although the rejection response persisted. The accompanying dizziness and nausea were no longer as intense as they had been at the outset. This was undoubtedly a positive development, indicating an enhancement of her survival capabilities. Yet, it also posed a danger. In a court that revered moderation and remained vigilant against the extraordinary, any heightened sensitivity could be interpreted as a foreboding omen. Amidst this intertwining of internal and external pressures, Harry precariously maintained her balance when a seemingly unrelated conversation, one that could indeed determine her fate, quietly unfolded at the intersection of the imperial court and the inner palace. In the warm western chamber of the Yongzheng Hall, the heated dragon warmed the space, dispelling the chill from outside. The Yongzheng Emperor had just finished reviewing a batch of urgent reports regarding military supplies in the northwest. Leaning against a bright yellow silk cushion, he closed his eyes to recuperate, his brow furrowed with an enduring weariness and solemnity. Su Peixing stood by his side, hands clasped, observing with a gaze that was focused and serene, resembling a lifeless statue. A faint sound of footsteps came from outside, followed by the hushed announcement of a young eunuch. "Your Majesty, the director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Tang Ruoang, requests an audience, stating he has urgent matters to report." Yongzheng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within. "Let him enter." Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, clad in a deep blue fifth-rank official robe, with white hair yet a vigorous spirit, entered with measured steps. His face was gaunt, etched with deep wrinkles, but his eyes, unlike those of ordinary elders, were clear and piercing, as if capable of seeing through the world's illusions. He was Tang Ruoang, the director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. This man was not only well-versed in traditional Chinese astronomy, but also knowledgeable in Western celestial mathematics. His unique position in the court earned him the trust of Yongzheng. Yet his forthrightness and the peculiar nature of his responsibilities commanded both respect and fear from many. "Minister Tang Ruoang, I pay my respects to your Majesty." The elder's voice was calm, neither servile nor overbearing. "Rise. What brings you here today, Minister Tang?" Yongzheng inquired directly, his tone devoid of emotion. Su Peixing stepped forward to receive the documents, carefully unfolding them on the imperial desk before Yongzheng. The star chart was meticulously crafted, with vermilion and gold powder marking the stars, intricately connected by fine ink lines, accompanied by annotations in small script. Yongzheng's gaze swept across the chart. Although he was not an expert in this field, he possessed basic knowledge of star lore. Soon, his attention settled on an area near the Ziwei Emperor's star, which was intentionally circled in indigo and annotated with several lines of small text. "Is this a guest star affecting the throne?" Yongzheng lightly tapped the indigo circle with his finger. In the palace, in the northwestern corner, Yongzheng's gaze suddenly deepened, akin to a mysterious abyss. He remained silent, merely listening intently. Tang Ruoang continued, "The light emitted by this celestial body is predominantly a pale blue, occasionally tinged with a shadowy gray. In astrological terms, it signifies obscurity, variability, and peculiarity, neither auspicious nor ominous, but sufficient to disrupt the energies of a region. Recently, we have further observed that the corresponding terrestrial energy in that direction exhibits abnormalities. Normally, earthly energies flow in a natural order, either clear or murky, rising or descending. However, in that area, there are signs of stagnation and blockages, occasionally accompanied by faint currents attempting to alleviate them. The interplay of these forces creates a highly unstable environment. Such phenomena cannot be attributed to natural occurrences. Are you suggesting that someone or something is disturbing the feng shui of the palace?" Yongzheng spoke slowly, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. "I dare not rashly speculate on personal matters," Tang Ruoang replied, bowing slightly. "However, the celestial signs are alarming, and the terrestrial anomalies are irrefutable. The correlation between the stars and the palace, combined with our analyses of historical records and recent observations, indicates that the core area of these disturbances seems to overlap with the former site of Lingjian Hall, now the vicinity of Zhongsui Palace." Zhongsui Palace. The name resonated like a second stone tossed into still waters, stirring invisible ripples within the warm chamber. Su Peixing lowered his head further, seemingly striving to diminish his presence. Yongzheng's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the imperial desk, producing a rhythmic, subtle sound. He did not look at Tang Ruoang. His gaze appeared to penetrate the palace walls. Gazing upon that remote edifice, Zhongsui Palace, he repeated, is now home to Lady Ha. This was not a question, but a statement. Tang Ruoang's expression remained unchanged. "I am only responsible for observing celestial phenomena and terrestrial energies. I possess no knowledge of the affairs of the various consorts in the inner palace, nor do I dare to inquire. I risked my life to speak today solely because it is my duty. Celestial phenomena and terrestrial energies are intertwined with the fate of the nation and the imperial lineage. Given the unusual disturbances, I felt compelled to report. If this anomaly persists, it may lead to minor disasters in specific areas, unsettling the populace. At worst, it could disturb deeper balances of fortune. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to pay heed to this matter." Yongzheng remained silent for a prolonged moment. The warm chamber was filled only with the sporadic crackling of the charcoal fire and the soft sound of the emperor's fingers tapping on the table. I understand, he finally said, his tone flat. Thank you, Tang Iching. I shall remain vigilant regarding this issue. You may withdraw and continue your observations. Report any disturbances at once. Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Ruolong bowed and exited the warm chamber without further words, his steps steady as though the earlier discourse, capable of inciting a storm, were merely a routine academic report. Once Tang Ruolong departed, an extended silence enveloped the warm chamber. Su Peixing even moderated his breathing to a whisper. Su Peixing. Yongzheng suddenly spoke. At your service, he replied. How fares the situation at Zhongzue Palace these days? A hint of coldness flickered in Yongzheng's eyes before returning to their usual depth. He certainly knew how to choose his moments. He fell silent again, his gaze returning to the star chart, his fingertips gently tracing the approximate location corresponding to Zhongzue Palace. A method to alleviate the pestilence. A regimen that astonished even the deputy director of the Imperial Medical Institute, a region detected by the Bureau of Astrology as exhibiting energetic anomalies, and a low-ranking consort who had caught the Empress's attention and was attempting to ingratiate or intimidate. All clues seemed to subtly point towards the woman known as Halia. What secrets lie within her? Is she genuinely endowed with extraordinary talents, possessing knowledge of some long-lost methods of health and harmony? Or, as the celestial signs suggest, does she represent some ominous variable? Or could she be a meticulously placed pawn of a certain faction within the imperial harem or even a former dynasty? Yongzheng never believed in coincidences, particularly within the intricately woven power dynamics of the Forbidden City. Increase the manpower, he suddenly commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Keep a close watch on the Palace of Eternal Harmony and on Consort Ha. Every individual entering or leaving, their food and medications, as well as all she has said or done, regardless of significance, must be reported daily. Furthermore, inform the Imperial Medical Institute that the pulse records and medication logs for Consort Ha must also be delivered. But be cautious, do not startle the snake amidst the grass. Yes, Su Peixing replied with a bow, understanding that the Emperor's interest and suspicion towards Consort Ha had escalated to a new, perilous level. This was no longer mere observation, but rather a comprehensive, meticulous monitoring and investigation. Moreover, Yongzheng paused and added, investigate the recent activities of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Aside from Tang Ruolong, who else has been particularly attentive to celestial anomalies, especially those related to the Imperial harem? The servant understands, Su Peixing thought with a shiver. The Emperor was even probing into the internal affairs of the Astronomical Bureau. With a dismissive wave, Yongzheng signaled for him to withdraw. In the warm chamber, the Emperor sat alone on his throne, gazing at the flickering candlelight, his expression shrouded in uncertainty. The star chart lay before him, the piercing indigo hue resembling a foreboding mark, etched into his vision. Halia, he whispered the name, a cold, almost self-mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you merely a rough gem I stumbled upon, or a double-edged sword that may wound me? The cold wind outside seemed to grow even more biting. An invisible storm, targeting Halia and emanating from the highest echelons of imperial power and the most enigmatic institutions, was quietly brewing amidst the warnings of the stars. Within the Palace of Eternal Harmony, Halia remained blissfully unaware of the fateful dialogue transpiring within the Hall of Nurturing the Heart. Yet, she could sense the gaze that appeared daily at the hour of Shun becoming increasingly focused and oppressive. Standing by the window, she gazed towards the towering silhouette of the Astronomical Bureau's observatory in the northeast, gradually fading into the twilight. The storm was brewing, and she, like a trembling leaf, had been drawn into its eye. The scrutiny from the direction of the Astronomical Bureau grew heavier, akin to tangible leaden clouds pressing down upon the Palace of Eternal Harmony and upon Halia's heart. That cold, orderly gaze arrived punctually each day, its precision seemingly intensifying. Halia could even faintly perceive that the gaze occasionally attempted to penetrate the walls, reaching towards her very core. Though each time it was blurred and refracted by the exceedingly faint mental barrier formed from her continuous use of the modified calming powder. Yet, the sensation of being watched like a deer in the headlights rendered her restless and uneasy. She realized that mere cautious restraint and disguise were no longer sufficient to contend with such a professional-grade, relentless scrutiny. She requires a more profound comprehension of the rules governing this world, and an enhancement of the capabilities of her sole ally, the system, to better conceal herself, analyze threats, and even devise an escape route. However, parallel to the increasing external pressures, there exists a transformation within her. Perhaps it is the relentless pressure of survival. The frequent exertion of her mental faculties, whether in inscribing runes, concocting potions, or resisting environmental erosion, or perhaps a certain unexpected tempering that has arisen from the prolonged synergy between her soul and this corporeal form. Hallie can distinctly sense that her overall mental capacity is growing at an exceedingly slow, yet undeniable pace, and her control over it has become increasingly nuanced. She can maintain her focus for extended periods with greater ease, and her perceptual range and clarity have notably improved, even allowing her to faintly hear the subtle, whisper-like sounds emanating from the corners of the palace, undetectable to ordinary individuals, arising from disturbances in energy. Yet, this is not entirely a boon. The growth of her mental prowess, coupled with the persistent phenomenon of soul rejection, engenders a precarious tug-of-war. She resembles a vessel fortifying itself amidst a tempest. Yet the incompatibility between her hull and the ocean, the rules of this world, remains ever present. The quicker she reinforces herself, the greater the structural stress induced by this incompatibility seems to become. The index of soul rejection monitored by the system fluctuates like an ominous electrocardiogram, oscillating violently around a slowly ascending baseline, occasionally reaching perilous peaks. This internal conflict, coupled with external scrutiny, has forged a dire predicament. Hallie is in urgent need of a breakthrough, a more potent tool to assist her in deciphering all of this. A turning point quietly arrived on a night following a snowfall under the cool light of the moon. That evening, after completing her usual foundational meditation, a practice she had devised by merging the meditative techniques of the magical realm with the concept of tranquility from this world, she prepared to retire for the night. The cumulative tension of recent days and the unrest within her soul left her feeling exceptionally weary, yet she struggled to enter a deep slumber. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, she seemed to glimpse that blinding green light once more, to hear the sharp incantations of Voldemort, no, that unfamiliar wizard, and to feel the suffocating rift of chaotic time and space. As her consciousness floated amidst the chaotic fragments of memory and the cold reality of her bed, the long dormant, frigid core of the full-time plus system suddenly began to tremble violently. It was not a mere alert or data stream, but rather a reverberation seemingly akin to that of a slumbering behemoth disturbed, or of a precise instrument on the verge of surpassing a critical threshold due to overload, an emanation from existence itself. Warning: host peak mental capacity has exceeded the threshold. Unknown high-frequency resonance detected in soul wavelengths. Irregular resonance detected between the environmental energy field, the vengeful energy vein of the Clockwork Palace, and the host's mental energy. Error. Core protocol conflict. Underlying logic recalibration adaptation module overload. A cacophony of urgent, nearly chaotic alarms and error messages erupted within Hallie's consciousness, followed by a dizzying wave of vertigo and an excruciating sensation as if her very soul were being torn asunder. She abruptly curled her body, biting her lip fiercely to suppress any cry of pain. Before her was not darkness, but a multitude of fragmented symbols and torrents of data, shimmering with an eerie glow, akin to a river that has burst its banks, inundating the dam of her consciousness. She witnessed the corridors of Hogwarts Castle swirling before her, overlapping with the crimson walls of the Forbidden City. She heard the song of the Sorting Hat intertwining with the faint melodies of court music. She felt the sparks dancing at the tip of her wand resonating with the subtle ripples of energy as her fingertips traced runes. Fragments of the rules of two worlds colliding violently within her crumbling awareness, shattering and striving to reassemble, extracting auxiliary energy to stabilize deep database connections. The system's voice crackled intermittently, as if struggling in this tempest. Time became an abstract notion. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps an eternity. The torrent of pain and chaos, capable of obliterating her consciousness, gradually receded like a tide. In its place emerged an unprecedented clarity. Breathing heavily, Harry found herself drenched in cold sweat, slumped against the frigid bed. Yet her mind felt as if it had been cleansed by icy spring water, startlingly alert. She sensed that the system within her mind seemed transformed. Core protocol conflicts partially resolved. Preliminary unlocking of deep database permissions and loading of world rule analysis module. Host. The system has completed its first deep adaptive awakening. The voice resumed, still retaining its mechanical texture, yet imbued with an ineffable fluidity and depth. No longer merely a cold tool executing commands. What has transpired? Harry inquired with her thoughts, her voice trembling within her mind. Explanation: the host's recent growth in mental fortitude, the sustained high-pressure environment, In profound contact with a local unconventional energy field, the resentment of the Clock Tower Palace collectively formed the key that triggered the system's underlying preset protocol for adaptation to high magic. Hyrule differential environments. The system has preliminarily integrated certain magical rule cognitions from the host's original world, the Harry Potter universe, with the environmental rule data collected from the current world, the low-magic Qing Dynasty, constructing a more refined, localized analytical model. So you're saying you have upgraded? Due to my growth in the magical environment here? Harry grasped the key information. This can be understood as such. Upon awakening, the system has primarily added the following enhancement functions. 1. World Rule Analysis. Beginner enables deeper analysis of specific phenomena, objects, and energy flows at the rule level, providing insights beyond mere appearances, correlations, and potential impacts. 2. Energy Structure Visualization. Auxiliary allows the host to perceive energy fields, such as the resentment of the Clock Tower Palace, the ley lines of the floating green pavilion, and the oscillations observed by the Astronomical Bureau in a simplified three-dimensional model or diagram format that is easier for the host to comprehend, presented within their consciousness. 3. Composite Solution Simulation. Combines magical principles, local knowledge, medicine, astrology, craftsmanship, etc., and the host's current resources to devise more feasible and covert problem-solving strategies, such as more efficient concealment runes and higher compatibility potion formulas. Optimization of Threat Assessment System. It can conduct more precise source analysis and threat-level determination against external mental scans, malicious spying, and the like. As Harley absorbed this information, her heart raced with excitement. This was truly a boon in times of need, a lifeline in a desperate situation. Immediately, she initiated an analysis of the ongoing mental scans from the Astronomical Bureau, attempting to trace the specific source, assess its intent, and evaluate the possibility of breaking through the obfuscation. She issued her first command. Command received. Engaging Energy Structure Visualization and World Rules Analysis Module. Target scan fluctuations have been modeled. Feature analysis. Energy attributes lean towards orderly observation and spiritual extension, displaying evident signs of artificial guidance and a fixed methodological framework. The energy characteristics match with 81 of the core array of the Astronomical Bureau's celestial observation apparatus. Recommendation for interference shielding. Simple mental obfuscation may be penetrated by higher intensity scans, leading to further suspicion. A composite solution is recommended. Plan B, medium to long-term, utilize the complexity and interference of the Zhongsue Palace's resentment field under system assistance to guide minute resentment energy to form small-scale energy turbulence at specific times, thereby covering or distorting the host's own energy signals. This plan requires meticulous execution and carries a higher risk. Dan Zhuwang. Indeed, this unfathomable monitor was personally orchestrating the endeavor. Moreover, the system could not only locate, but also analyze intent and even provide specific counter-strategies. Harley felt a surge of certainty, although the pressure remained immense. She could at least glimpse a flicker of operable light amidst complete darkness. She proceeded to devise a plan for concealment and misdirection, aiming for maximum simplification. Utilizing common materials, vermilion, specific plant juices, etc., to create traces easily disguised or erased. Harley promptly opted for the more prudent short-term solution. Plan simulation initiated. Estimated duration, 68 hours. During this period, substantial computational resources will be utilized, and responses from other functions may experience delays. Understood. Proceed with priority, Harley concurred. She needed to establish her first proactive defense line as swiftly as possible. Next, another pressing concern crossed her mind. System, analyze my current soul state. The rejection oscillation index fluctuated violently, and it seemed that the increase in spiritual power had exacerbated this conflict. Was there a possibility for alleviation or resolution? Command received. Conducting in-depth analysis of the host's soul, body, and environmental triadic state. Conclusion. The host's soul essence, high magical adaptability, fundamentally conflicts with the current world rules, low spiritual power, strong suppression. The soul rejection manifests as a structural conflict that cannot be eradicated. Alleviation strategy simulation. 1. Continue to enhance mental control and bodily alignment exercises. Current meditation methods require optimization. The system can provide adjustment plans. 2. Seek or create an intermediate energy state. The host is currently attempting to absorb and transform the resentment energy from the Zhongsue Palace, which is of a predominantly negative chaotic nature. While it can be utilized in small amounts, it may exacerbate the mental burden. A more balanced and harmonious energy source must be sought, such as further refining the energy from the floating by pavilion's ley lines or attempting to concoct a high-level potion with harmonizing attributes. 3. Adaptation on the rules level. As her understanding of local rules deepened, aided by the World Rule Analysis module, the host could attempt to adjust the frequency of her energy release and reception, aligning it more closely with the parameters permitted by local regulations, thereby reducing friction. This was a long and arduous process. A series of clear analyses and recommendations illuminated Hallie's mind. No longer did she blindly grope in the dark, suffering injuries along the way. At that moment, the system resembled a mentor and advisor endowed with vast data and formidable analytical capabilities. I comprehend now. First, I shall focus on addressing the surveillance issue of the Qing Observatory while simultaneously optimizing my meditation techniques. The research on purifying ley line energy and harmonizing potions will be included in the next phase of my plan. Hallie clarified her thoughts as the system's voice methodically reported progress. She reclined once more. Exhaustion still clung to her, yet a new flame of hope ignited within her heart. The system's profound awakening emerged as the most significant augmentation of power she had acquired in this unfamiliar and perilous world. This not only signified enhanced abilities for concealment and survival, but also indicated that she might finally begin to actively comprehend the rules of this world rather than merely adapting to them passively. Indeed, she could even, within certain limits, harness and guide them. The moonlight outside poured into the room with a chilling clarity. In the northeast, the silhouette of the Qing Observatory's stargazing platform stood silently against the night, while the celestial sphere and the unseen gaze emanating from the spirit chamber continued their vigil across the starry expanse. Yet in this moment, Hallie realized she was no longer the prey relegated to a corner, praying not to be discovered. She possessed a shield, eyes to see, and even a rudimentary carving knife with which she could begin to sketch the contours of her destiny. In the stillness of the night, only the system engaged in silent yet efficient data, reasoning, and plan construction in the depths of consciousness. An invisible war, centered around concealment and insight, quietly commenced at the most microscopic level in the palace's snow-laden midnight. Meanwhile, far within the spirit chamber of the Qing Observatory, Tumro Wang sat in meditation on a mat, employing his spiritual awareness to conduct routine observations of the formations. His silver brows flickered imperceptibly. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of the Zhongsui Palace, a flicker of doubt crossing his deep-set eyes. The chaotic energy, which had ebbed and flowed, now seemed to be shrouded in a faint mist. Was it a natural variation in the Earth's energy, or? He pondered for a moment, lightly adjusting the copper plate before him inscribed with stars and trigrams, sending forth a refined yet gentle stream of spiritual awareness, silently probing in that direction once more. Let us observe further, he murmured, closing his eyes again. The night deepened. The clarity and strategic responses brought forth by the system's profound awakening acted as a potent sedative, temporarily stabilizing Hallie's tense heartstrings, strained by external scrutiny. The watchful gaze of the Qing Observatory still lingered, yet after the system provided a composite scheme of concealment and misdirection runes, and following several discreet late-night practices in its preliminary mastery, Hallie at least felt a thin, actively manipulable barrier enveloping her. She no longer felt like a specimen completely exposed under the spotlight, but rather experienced a slight psychological space for maneuver. However, this merely addressed the survival baseline of remaining undetected. The Emperor's suspicions, the Queen's probing, and the potential threats lurking from any direction required more substantial leverage to confront. The rudimentary remedies from the plague were gradually losing their efficacy over time. The Queen's rewards felt more like pressures than protective charms, while the attention from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau loomed like a sword over her head. She needed to establish a new and more robust anchor of value. This anchor must align with her innate acuity and her slightly harmonious persona, ideally yielding tangible benefits without being overly ostentatious, which might attract unwanted attention. Once again, her gaze turned towards the direction of the initially verified potions, or rather, the advanced health remedies acceptable in this world. The previous formulation of the calming powder had shown only modest effects, but the direction was correct. The upgraded system provided her with the capability to simulate complex formulations and a deeper understanding of the world's rules, granting her the opportunity for optimization and expansion. She required a safer and more manageable environment, as well as a more rational and sustainable method of production. Opportunity arrived in an unexpected yet sensible manner. One afternoon, Su Peixiang personally visited the Zhongsui Palace, wearing his customary respectful expression, though his gaze revealed a heightened degree of cautious consideration compared to before. A stirring occurred within Hallie's heart. Was the emperor directly soliciting her for a revitalizing remedy through Su Peixiong? This was no mere inquiry for needs. It was a further test based on her previous performance during the plague to ascertain whether she truly possessed hereditary knowledge or innate talent, as well as an opportunity for her to demonstrate her value. More likely, it was a deliberate bait to see what she would present, whether she would conceal anything, and how she would seize this opportunity near the core of power. She could neither refuse nor be dismissive. What she offered must be effective, yet not overly potent, for that would complicate the explanation of its origins. Must be safe and secure, and ideally should integrate seamlessly into the existing cognitive framework of court. I am deeply honored by your Majesty's inquiry, Hallie said, adopting a thoughtful demeanor. After a moment, she continued, in my humble opinion, your Majesty, burdened with state affairs, must prioritize your well-being. Common stimulants often bear the risk of being overly forceful, potentially harming the constitution or leading to dependency. In my youth, I learned from my mother a recipe for a calming tea for the eyes and mind. Utilizing only common ingredients such as cassia seeds, goji berries, chrysanthemum, and a small amount of aged tangerine peel, gently simmer to extract its refreshing essence and nourish gradually. As for incense, I am not particularly adept, but I know that while sandalwood and dragon brain are delightful, prolonged use can induce dryness. Perhaps we could experiment with dried mint leaves and a touch of rosemary, a herb from the West, mixed with mugwort, to create small, delicate sachets placed upon the desk, offering a refreshing and invigorating effect without the drawbacks of smoke. What I propose consists of materials that already exist in this era and are relatively safe. The combinations are not particularly rare, with the emphasis on gentleness and gradual nourishment, devoid of any harshness, perfectly aligning with Yongzheng's pragmatic character and focus on health, as well as fitting her slightly harmonious persona. However, Hallie then displayed a hint of difficulty, softly stating, Master Su, the Emperor's well-being, which is paramount to the nation, weighs heavily upon us all. These commonplace items, though seemingly unremarkable, require meticulous preparation techniques, precise ingredients, and even the right timing in water and fire. Any lapse could significantly undermine their efficacy, potentially compromising their intrinsic essence. I currently reside in the Palace of Zhongshui, where all implements are modest, and the medicinal materials are merely standard fare. Should I endeavor to prepare something exquisite for His Majesty, I fear I may fall short, and thus fail to fulfill his esteemed expectations. She paused, lowering her voice further, expressing that her understanding of this craft is but superficial. If I could be granted a tranquil space, allowing me to consult ancient texts and gradually experiment and refine my methods, I might discover more reliable and effective approaches, not only to invigorate the spirit, but also to provide some benefit in daily health maintenance. This statement was half truth, half entreaty, highlighting her current predicament, namely, the lack of a suitable research environment, while subtly indicating her willingness and potential for further exploration. Moreover, it elevated her aspirations from a one-time remedy to sustainable and improvable research on health maintenance, laying the groundwork for future needs. Su Peixiong, astute as ever, immediately grasped the underlying implications. He regarded Hallie with a discerning gaze. This favored attendant was adept at seizing opportunities to carve out space for herself. The meaning of a favored attendant was now clear to him. Su Peixiong neither readily agreed nor outright refused. The emperor had always valued practical matters. Should this favored attendant genuinely make advancements in her studies, it would benefit both the emperor's health and the tranquility of the harem, which the emperor would surely appreciate. I shall convey the favored attendant's difficulties and intentions to the emperor. Thank you, Su Gonggong, Hallie replied, choosing to refrain from further discourse. After Su Peixiong's departure, Hallie understood that her tentative stone had indeed disturbed the waters. The outcome now rested on the emperor's assessment of her value and the balance of various powers. 3 days later, an internal decree from the Ministry of Internal Affairs was issued, garnering little attention. The favored consort Hallie would be relocated to the eastern wing of the Palace of Yongzheng. Although Yongzhou Palace was not the heart of the 6 main palaces, it was certainly an improvement over Zhongshui Palace. More importantly, the eastern wing came with its own small courtyard and 2 secluded chambers. Furthermore, the emperor's edict permitted the favored consort, who had a keen interest in medical care, to establish a quiet room within her chambers for the study of medical texts and experimentation with remedies. She could requisition any necessary commonplace medicinal materials and implements from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, drawing upon the established allowances for favored consorts, with the chief eunuch conducting regular inspections and record-keeping. There was no grand announcement of her elevation. Her status had already been discreetly upgraded, nor were there ostentatious rewards. Yet this special permission and independent quiet room held far greater significance than mere bolts of silk or trinkets. It effectively carved out a semi-public experimental space within the rigid confines of the harem, granting her a degree of autonomy. While still under close scrutiny, the chief eunuch's regular inspections were a clear testament to this. She now possessed a relatively safe and convenient area for her endeavors. Hallie understood that this was the emperor investing in her talent or potential, while simultaneously tightening his grip to observe her more closely. This quiet room was both a privilege and a new confinement. Without hesitation, she accepted this boon. The relocation transpired discreetly yet swiftly. The eastern annex of Yongzheng's rear hall proved to be considerably more spacious and illuminated than the western side hall of Zhongshui Palace. Although the accompanying independent courtyard was modest in size, its walls remained intact, and within it flourished a small cluster of emerald bamboo, alongside a well of reasonably good sweet water. The two secluded side chambers were promptly designated as the heart of her potion workshop. With the aid of the system, she commenced the meticulous arrangement of this hard-won sanctuary. The outer room was transformed into a bright space, furnished with ordinary bookshelves, writing desks, medicine cabinets, grinding mortars, and small scales provided by the imperial household department, exuding the essence of a quiet chamber befitting a palace consort with an interest in medicine. Aside from the original texts, such as Nuji, the shelves now boasted several foundational tomes from the Imperial Medical Bureau, including copies of Binchao Beiyao and Tangtu Gajue, as well as miscellaneous books previously bestowed by the emperor. The medicine cabinet housed an assortment of the most common herbs: honeysuckle, chrysanthemum, goji berries, dried tangerine peel, licorice, mint, and mugwort, arranged in a sensible and safe manner. The inner sanctum served as a dark room, the true core of her operations. The windows were cleverly obscured with thick fabric, while the walls and floor, under the system's guidance, were meticulously coated by Hallie with a mortar infused with trace amounts of special mineral powder derived from the stones of Phoebe Pavilion and the distinctive soil of Zhongshui Palace. This created a rudimentary yet effective base for energy stabilization and information isolation. Here, she concealed a small quantity of powdered Phoebe stones, purified white fresh essence, and special ink powder for rune drawing, a mixture of vermilion, charcoal ash, and trace energy minerals. An unassuming ceramic alchemical furnace, under the pretext of a fascination with Taoist texts, and several sets of porcelain vessels of varying sizes constituted her primary tools. She cautiously embarked on her inaugural formal endeavor in the new workshop, optimizing the calming tea known as Jingmu Anshin Cha, guided by the system's complex schematics. She introduced a minute quantity of energy-stabilized powdered Phoebe stones, drawing upon their Earth's equilibrium, into the basic formula: cassia seeds, goji berries, chrysanthemum, dried tangerine peel, during the infusion and brewing process. She endeavored to utilize her spiritual energy for gentle harmonization and integration, aiming to enhance the tea's soothing and nourishing properties rather than directly amplifying its medicinal potency. The process was slow and meticulous. She could sense her spiritual energy flowing through the potion, resonating with the essence of the herbs and the faint energy of the stone powder, akin to weaving an exquisitely delicate web. The system's energy structural visualization feature allowed her to observe the potion's energy gradually transitioning from chaos to a harmonious, languid state. The resulting brew was a small pot of tea, its hue bright and its aroma imbued with an indescribable warmth, surpassing that of the ordinary blend. Hallie took a sip herself. A gentle coolness spread from her throat, alleviating her mental fatigue significantly, the effects surpassing those of merely brewed herbal tea. It was no miraculous remedy. She carefully decanted the tea into several elegant white porcelain vials, one of which contained a trace amount of nearly undetectable white fresh essence to enhance purification and stabilization effects, and presented it, along with a sachet of mint, rosemary, and mugwort, to the emperor through Su Peixiang with utmost reverence. The remaining tea was distributed to Linglan, who was subtly encouraged to inform a few moderately close maids and eunuchs of Yongzhou Palace that it was a calming tea she had experimented with, suggesting they might try some if they had trouble sleeping at night. This was a preliminary attempt to establish a reputation and gather feedback. After a pause, Su Peixiang lowered his voice further, stating, "The emperor has also remarked that with such intent and capability, this quiet chamber should be well utilized. If you can discover more beneficial and reliable methods for nurturing both body and mind, not only the emperor, but also the esteemed ladies of the harem will benefit." This statement was laden with significance. It was both encouragement and a clear indication of her value, which could benefit the harem, thereby becoming a form of political capital. Hallie respectfully acknowledged this, fully aware of her situation. Under the emperor's tacit approval, her potion workshop had begun to establish itself, although each step required utmost caution. With surveillance omnipresent, it was nonetheless a space she had carved out for herself through her own abilities, albeit with the system's assistance. The lights in the eastern wing of Yongzheng Palace often burned late into the night. To outsiders, the newly arrived Min Gairin appeared to be an eccentric woman, engrossed in medical texts and fond of tinkering with various herbs and potions. Yet within that dimly lit chamber, a small yet resilient spark of research, blending principles of foreign magic with a knowledge of local herbs, quietly burned deep within the palace. The winds remained vigilant, and prying eyes never strayed far. However, Hallie understood that she finally possessed a modicum of agency. The establishment of the potion workshop represented more than merely a place for concocting remedies. It symbolized her transition from a mere survivor to a participant with specialized skills. In this intricate courtly chess game, she was no longer a passive piece awaiting consumption, but had begun to carve her own unique patterns within her designated space. Life in the eastern wing of Yongzheng Palace appeared, on the surface, to afford her more dignity and elegance than during her time in Zhongsui Palace. The independent courtyard, the regularly cleaned, quiet chamber, the increasingly diverse array of herbs and instruments provided by the imperial household, and the occasional affirmations from the emperor, conveyed through Su Peixiong, regarding her calming tea or newly crafted sachets. All of this contributed to the quiet ascent of Min Gairin and Hallie's name among the whispered discussions of the harem. Nevertheless, the pressure weighing on Hallie's heart had not lessened in the slightest. The emperor's privileges and tacit consent served as both motivation and shackles. Her quiet chamber resembled a transparent glass house. She could conduct her research within, yet every action might be scrutinized by countless watchful eyes outside. The periodic inspections conducted by the chief eunuch loomed over her like the sword of Damocles, compelling her to devise elaborate disguises and justifications whenever she attempted anything involving unconventional materials or methods. Although the system's assistance was formidable, it often proved inadequate against the physical laws of this world and the intricate web of human relationships. The gaze of the Astronomical Bureau, though momentarily obscured by the preliminary application of misleading runes, had not vanished. Rather, it fluctuated in intensity as if adjusting its observational strategy, seeking to penetrate the veil of obscurity. This constant scrutiny left her in a state of perpetual vigilance. She seeks further information, yearning to comprehend the intricate undercurrents that lie beneath the surface of this deep pool. The line of Su Jiayuning has momentarily fallen silent, although Ling Lan remains loyal. Her insights and sphere of activity are limited. She requires a source of information or a reference point that possesses a deeper understanding of the power dynamics within the imperial harem, someone with a higher intellect and the potential for resonance. Gradually, the figure of Zhan Huan has emerged clearly in her mind. This woman, who stands in equal regard with Hua Fei and the Empress, enjoying enduring favor, possesses an extraordinarily complex nature according to Hallie's observations and the fragments of information pieced together. She is neither the arrogant type who revels in favoritism like Hua Fei, nor the superficially affable yet deeply controlling representative of orthodoxy like the Empress. Zhan Huan is astute and perceptive, adept at discerning the opportune moment, exhibiting a resilience that seeks self-expression and a space for survival within the confines of established norms. Unwilling to be wholly assimilated, this resonates faintly with Hallie's own anomalous circumstances. Moreover, based on Su Jiayuning's earlier scattered mentions and vague rumors within the harem, it seems Zhan Huan also harbors an interest in wellness and literature, even privately amassing a collection of unconventional texts. This might serve as a potential topic of conversation. An opportunity silently presented itself on a spring afternoon, still chill in the air. The plum grove in the imperial garden was nearing the end of its bloom, with a few late-blooming plums defiantly exuding their final fragrance. Hallie, under the pretext of needing to stretch her limbs after sitting in silence for too long, took a leisurely stroll with Ling Lan in a secluded part of the plum grove to gather fresh plum blossoms for an attempt at incense-making. While she appeared to admire the remaining blossoms, she was, in reality, utilizing her enhanced perception to be attuned to her surroundings. Before long, the gentle sound of jingling bells accompanied by a faint, elegant fragrance wafted through the air. Hallie lifted her gaze to see a lady in a pale purple gown adorned with entwined lotus patterns, draped in a moon-white fox fur cloak, gracefully approaching accompanied by a retinue of palace maids and eunuchs. Her beauty was unparalleled, With a demeanor that blended gentleness with an almost imperceptible air of detachment and tranquility, it was none other than Zhen Huan. Hallie promptly halted, stepped aside to allow passage, and bowed her head in respect. This humble servant pays her respects to Lady Wan. Zhen Huan seemed to acknowledge her presence, pausing slightly, her gaze lingering on Hallie for a brief moment before a gentle smile graced her lips. Is it Lady Min? There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to pearls falling upon a jade plate. Thank you, Your Highness, Hallie responded as she rose, maintaining a posture of respect. Lady Min possesses exquisite taste. I see you two have come to enjoy the last of the plum blossoms. Zhen Huan took a few steps closer, her gaze sweeping over the delicate bamboo basket in Hallie's hands used for collecting petals. Oh, Lady Min is also skilled in the art of incense making? A glimmer of interest sparkled in Zhen Huan's eyes. I recall that not long ago, the Emperor received an incense pouch presented by you, its fragrance distinctive and refreshing. He even praised it. Indeed, the news travels swiftly. Hallie felt a slight chill within, yet her expression showed a hint of modesty. Your Highness flatters me. I merely experimented with a recipe from ancient texts and was fortunate to align with the Emperor's preferences. I cannot compare to the exquisite craftsmanship of the artisans in the palace's workshop. Recipes from ancient texts? Zhen Huan seemed intrigued. Which ancient tome do you refer to? I too enjoy perusing various texts in my leisure, yet I have yet to encounter particularly exquisite recipes for incense making. These are few worn notebooks left by my mother, interspersed with fragmented notes on health preservation and incense, lacking any systematic structure. I apologize for the amusement it may cause, Your Highness. I attribute the source to my late mother, as it is the safest excuse. One particular entry mentions that by utilizing the blossoms of late plum, complemented by pine needles and cedar seeds, and roasting them slowly, combined with a trace of dried tangerine peel and cloves, one can create a fragrance of coolness, reputed to have a calming effect on the heart and mind. I have been contemplating trying it. The formula she proposed is a blend of truth and fiction. The ingredients are commonplace, and the principles seem plausible. The focal point lies in the calming effect, which might intrigue Zhen Huan. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase, calming the heart and mind, a flicker of interest crossed Zhen Huan's eyes. Positioned at the vortex of power, managing the 6 palaces, engaged in both overt and covert competition with Hua Fei, and delicately navigating her relationship with the Empress, the toll on her spirit is undoubtedly significant. This may be a profound reason for her attention to health preservation. Calming the heart and mind, Zhen Huan softly repeated, her gaze drifting towards the remnants of plum blossoms, seemingly lost in thought, evoking a sense of intrigue. However, the pine needles and cedar seeds possess a rather bitter and robust aroma, which may clash with the delicate softness of plum blossoms, as well as the warm and spicy notes of dried tangerine peel and cloves. Harmonizing these elements may prove to be quite a challenge. She immediately pinpointed the critical difficulty of the formula. This was not a casual remark from an amateur, but a genuine insight from someone who truly understands, or at least has contemplated the matter earnestly. In her heart, Hallie grew increasingly convinced that this Guan Pin was far from an ordinary woman of the harem. She then revealed a look akin to encountering a kindred spirit, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Your Highness, please discern. I too am troubled by this. The ancient prescriptions merely state the ingredients without elucidating the rationale behind them. I ponder if perhaps the timing, the proportions of various materials, and even the coarseness of the grind require repeated adjustments. One might even consider adding a minuscule amount of honey or licorice to impart a gentle sweetness and harmonize the flavors. I wonder if this would be feasible? Without providing a definitive answer, she posed the question, guiding the dialogue towards a deeper exploration, while also demonstrating that her thoughts were not merely rote recitations, but rather contemplations and improvements. Zhen Huan turned her head, looking back at Hallie, and the scrutiny and assessment in her gaze seemed to soften slightly, replaced by a genuine curiosity. The idea of harmonizing bitterness and robustness with sweetness is indeed a worthy consideration. However, the sticky nature of honey might impede the fragrance's diffusion, while licorice could potentially be worth a try, though its quantity must be meticulously measured lest it overpower the main notes. She paused, her tone becoming more casual. Speaking of which, I recently read Bin Cao Yeni, which discusses the compatibility of spices and mentions the principles of monarch and minister, akin to medicinal formulations. Crafting incense is akin to administering medicine. Balancing the energies of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements, is essential for excellence. What does the esteemed Guerin think about this? Drawing a parallel between the crafting of incense and the administration of medicine, and the interplay of yin and yang transcends the realm of ordinary conversations in the inner chambers, delving into deeper philosophical concepts. Zhen Huan was further probing Hallie's depth of understanding while simultaneously showcasing her own knowledge. Zhen Huan listened intently, the smile at the corner of her lips deepening slightly, yet her gaze grew increasingly profound. The words of Entai and Shu He, alongside the practical wisdom of the esteemed Guirun, revealed genuine insight amidst simplicity. Her sentiments carried a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on the palace's tendency towards competition and cunning, where it is rare to find someone who can pause and contemplate tangible pursuits that bring tranquility and harmony to the mind and body. This remark seemed laden with meaning, akin to an acknowledgement of Hallie's research, yet also subtly critiquing the superficiality prevalent in the harem. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely sought to pass the time," Lady Hallie humbly remarked. "To find such diversions is indeed a stroke of fortune." Zhen Huan replied coolly, her gaze fleeting over Hallie's somewhat pallid yet bright-eyed visage. Suddenly shifting the subject, she inquired, "Are you accustomed to residing in the rear hall of Yongzheng Palace? It is certainly more agreeable than the Clock Palace." Her abrupt mention of this was far from idle chatter. It subtly indicated her awareness of Hallie's past, specifically the ominous circumstances and confinement associated with the Clock Palace, and hinted at her concern for Hallie's current situation. Zhen Huan nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. She raised her hand, and the attendant Lu Zhu promptly presented a delicate enamel hand warmer. Cradling the hand warmer, Zhen Huan absent-mindedly stroked its wall with her fingertips, as if savoring its comforting warmth. The charcoal within seemed to emit less smoke than the usual silver frost charcoal, providing a gentler and more enduring warmth. Seemingly in passing, Zhen Huan remarked, casting her gaze toward Hallie, "This hand warmer's charcoal is indeed a marvel." Hallie's heart stirred. What was she implying? Was she inquiring about methods to improve the charcoal? Or was this merely another form of probing? Carefully choosing her words, Hallie replied, "I have heard that the Bureau of Craftsmanship possesses a type of red loquat charcoal, made from special hardwood and treated through secret methods, which burns smokelessly and lasts long, though it is quite costly and seldom found. As for the gentler warmth, it may pertain to the quality of the charcoal, whether it burns adequately, and the construction of the hand warmer's interior. My knowledge of such craftsmanship is, I must admit, rather limited." She demonstrated a degree of understanding, acknowledging the red loquat charcoal, while clearly delineating her boundaries, indicating her lack of expertise in specific techniques. Zhen Huan, upon hearing this, neither affirmed nor denied, but simply smiled faintly. "Lady Min, you are too modest. As you possess the ability to seek out methods of incense making and health preservation from ancient texts, perhaps one day you may also discover insights regarding charcoal or other daily necessities that may evoke a more tranquil and comforting existence." She gently returned the phrase tranquil and comforting to Hallie. "Should you indeed come across such fortunate knowledge, you must certainly inform Her Majesty," Hallie responded in kind. The two exchanged a few more casual remarks regarding the weather and plum blossoms before Zhen Huan excused herself, citing her wish to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Just before her departure, she seemingly mentioned in passing, "The Lotus Fragrance Pavilion in the southeast corner of the Imperial Garden boasts splendid views when the lotus flowers bloom in summer and the pond's edge remains tranquil. Should you find interest, Lady Min, do consider visiting often." The mention of the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion served as a more specific and intimate invitation. Hallie bid farewell to Zhen Huan until her entourage vanished at the end of the plum grove, before she slowly straightened her posture. In her bamboo basket, only a few scattered petals remained. This chance encounter was anything but accidental. Zhen Huan had evidently come prepared. She astutely identified the entry point of incense making and health preservation, employing her superb conversational skills to assess Hallie's depth while judiciously showcasing her own knowledge and inclinations, ultimately leaving behind a clear signal for continued engagement: the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion. This was a cautiously extended olive branch. What was it that Zhen Huan saw in Hallie? Was it the unique attention and value she commanded before the Emperor? Was it her potential possession of health wisdom distinct from that of the Imperial Medical Institute? Or did she simply perceive this somewhat extraordinary lady, seemingly enamored with the pursuit of knowledge rather than courtly favors, as a potentially useful ally or source of information, one who posed less of a threat? Regardless of her motivations, this was a significant opportunity for Hallie. Establishing a connection with Zhen Huan meant she could access a higher echelon of information, gaining a clearer insight into the intricate power struggles within the Imperial harem, and perhaps even secure assistance at a critical juncture. Of course, the risks were equally substantial. Growing too close to Zhang Huan would inevitably provoke deeper animosity from the Empress and Huafei, potentially igniting new suspicions in the Emperor. It was akin to walking a tightrope, with an additional point of balance required. Hallie gazed in the direction Zhang Huan had departed, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Within this palace, there are no eternal enemies or friends, only perpetual interests and calculations. Zhang Huan's olive branch represented both an opportunity and a new challenge. The spring breeze swept through the plum grove, stirring fallen petals to dance. Hallie gathered her cloak, feeling that the palace's spring was even more chilling than the winter. Yet it concealed an unpredictable vitality and peril. A new game was quietly underway. However, the winds of the harem shifted far more swiftly than the blooming of flowers in the imperial garden. Since Granny Tian had delivered rewards, there had been no further communication from the Empress, as if that day's concern had been but a fleeting whim. Yet Hallie understood that the Empress, seated in the central palace, would not easily overlook her as a variable. Silence often signified deeper schemes. The true tempest would first howl from Huafei's direction, ignited by what appeared to be a trivial incident. On that day, a young eunuch from Huafei's palace, while on his way to the Bureau of Internal Affairs to collect the offerings for Yikuan Palace, accidentally tripped and sprained his ankle, collapsing near Yongzheng Palace. At that moment, Hallie was inspecting the growth of herbs in the courtyard with Ling Lan when she heard the commotion. Seeing an unfamiliar eunuch wincing in pain, she promptly instructed Ling Lan, assist him and see how badly he is injured. In the palace, even amidst rival courtyards, a facade of kindness was a necessary disguise. Ling Lan complied and approached to help. The young eunuch, wincing in agony, expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, noble consortman. I am so sorry for disturbing you." Observing the rapid swelling of his ankle, Hallie remarked, "It seems to be quite serious. Do not move just yet. Ling Lan, please fetch a bottle of bruise ointment from the medicine cabinet outside my quiet chamber. And find a clean cloth." The bruise ointment she referred to was a common remedy she had optimized, made from common herbs like safflower, sanchi, and gardenia, proving more effective than the typical plasters distributed by the Bureau of Internal Affairs, yet devoid of any magical properties. Ling Lan quickly returned with the medicine and cloth. Hallie signaled for Ling Lan to assist the eunuch with a simple treatment, sprinkling the powder on the swollen area and binding it with the cloth. The young eunuch expressed his heartfelt thanks and limped away. This was, in essence, a commonplace act, even a benevolent gesture. Hallie soon set it aside, refocusing on her own studies. Following the system upgrade, she made significant advancements in the refinement of the calming powder, successfully integrating the subtly purified energy from the floating by Ting's ley lines. This enhancement rendered the soothing and nourishing properties of the remedy more balanced and stable. She named it the Ning Shun San, improved version, and endeavored to alleviate her persistent mental fatigue caused by soul rejection in a high-pressure environment. The effects were remarkably pronounced. However, 5 days later, a storm descended without warning. On a clear morning, after having partaken of her breakfast, Hallie was preparing to return to her quiet chamber to experiment with the newly discovered herbs, such as the bark of the Hehuan tree and the vine of the Shou Wu, blending them with the foundational formula of Ningxin San. At that moment, a stern-faced eunuch from the main hall of the Yongzheng Palace approached her with an urgent message. The Empress Hua requests the presence of noble lady men at once in the Yikuan Palace. The tone was firm and left no room for objection. A sense of foreboding settled in Hallie's heart. The sudden summons from the Empress could hardly bode well. Steeling her resolve, she donned her appropriate attire and took only a lily of the valley with her as she followed the eunuch to Yikuan Palace. As always, the palace was resplendent, filled with a rich and distinctive fragrance that permeated the air. The Empress, adorned in a deep purple robe embroidered with golden peonies, reclined on a favored couch draped with white tiger fur. Her exquisite makeup contrasted sharply with the cold anger that shadowed her brow. Loyal maidens like Song Ji stood with hands clasped, creating a tense atmosphere. "Your servant pays her respects to the Empress," Hallie intoned, adhering to protocol. The Empress did not immediately bid her to rise. Instead, she scrutinized Hallie with her sharply defined phoenix eyes, her gaze sharp as a poisoned blade. After a moment, she coldly inquired, "Noble Lady Min, are you aware of your transgressions?" Hallie's heart skipped a beat, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. "Your servant, being dull-witted, does not know where she has offended your majesty. I beseech you to enlighten me." Unaware? The Empress scoffed, straightening her posture. "I ask you, 5 days prior, were you near Yongzheng Palace, administering medicine to a eunuch in my service? A common bruise remedy?" The Empress's voice suddenly rose, laced with a chilling intensity. "What a common remedy! Do you realize that after using your ordinary powder, that young eunuch suffered a high fever that night, covered in rashes, struggling to breathe, and nearly lost his life? The Imperial Hospital diagnosed him with severe poisoning. Had it not been for timely intervention, a life would have been forfeited by your hand. What do you have to say for yourself? Poisoned? Severely poisoned? Near death? Hallie's mind buzzed as she instantly comprehended the trap laid before her. A meticulously designed snare exploiting her knowledge of herbs. Your Majesty, please discern. Hallie immediately lowered herself, her voice clear and urgent. The bruise remedy I used consisted solely of the most common ingredients, such as safflower, sanchi, and gardenia, ground together. The recipe is duly recorded in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. There are no toxic substances whatsoever. I have no acquaintance with that young eunuch, nor any enmity. What reason would I have to poison him? This matter is indeed suspicious. I implore your Majesty to see my innocence. The recipe may be harmless, but who knows what nefarious substances you may have secretly added? The Empress retorted sharply. You are adept at manipulating those herbs. Who can say what clandestine dealings you engage in? Now, with both eyewitness, the young eunuch, and material evidence, the remaining poison powder, at hand, do you still wish to argue? Wait, your Majesty. A clear and steady voice suddenly emanated from outside the hall. A gathering of onlookers turned to the sound, and there entered Zhen Huan, accompanied by the maid Lu Zhu, her demeanor composed as she walked in. Today, she donned a simple yet elegant moon-white qipao, layered with a pale blue overcoat, starkly contrasting with the opulence of Qing Palace. Wang Pin and Hua Fei exchanged glances, the latter furrowing her brow, her expression growing colder. What brings you here? She inquired. Zhen Huan offered a respectful bow to Hua Fei, her tone calm. I come to pay my respects to your highness. I was just at the Empress's quarters and passed by Qing Palace, where I overheard a dispute concerning noble ladymen. I thought perhaps I could be of assistance, and thus I took the liberty to enter. I hope your highness does not take offense. Her words, though delivered lightly, were insufficient to explain her timely appearance at such a critical juncture. A thought crossed Harry's mind. Had Ling Lan sensed the impending turmoil and managed to inform the adjacent Sueju Pavilion? Should Zhen Huan still reside there? Or had Zhen Huan been observing these events all along? Hua Fei scoffed. Assistance? How do you intend to assist? Are you to protect this lowly maid who dares to poison my palace attendant? Your highness speaks harshly, Zhen Huan replied with unwavering composure. I merely believe that this matter, which concerns life and death and involves our sisters in the palace, warrants a careful investigation. From what I gathered from your highness's earlier words, there are both witnesses and evidence present. Might I be permitted to examine this so-called poison and the medical records from the Imperial Hospital? Hua Fei scrutinized Zhen Huan, her gaze shifting. She had initially intended to resolve the matter swiftly, intending to directly accuse Harry and perhaps even punish her on the spot. However, Zhen Huan's sudden intervention, invoking the Empress and the need for thorough investigation, complicated matters. To outright refuse would only expose her own unease. Songji, bring forth the items for Wan Pin to examine, Hua Fei finally commanded in a cold tone. Songji presented a tray, atop which lay a small porcelain vial containing a slight quantity of light brown powder, exactly resembling the bruising powder used by Harry on that fateful day. Beside, it was a transcription of the pulse diagnosis from the Imperial Hospital. Zhen Huan lifted the vial, bringing it closer to her nose for inspection, then meticulously examined the pulse record. After a moment, she turned to Harry. Noble lady Min, are you certain this is what you administered that day? Zhen Huan nodded, then addressed Hua Fei. Your Highness, the scent of this powder is indistinguishable from that of ordinary bruising powder. The symptoms described in the hospital records, high fever, rashes, and difficulty breathing, certainly suggest signs of poisoning. However, they also bear resemblance to acute rashes or hives triggered by inadvertent exposure to specific allergens. Has the Imperial Hospital analyzed the precise composition of this powder? Has any inquiry been made to the young eunuch regarding other substances he may have encountered or ingested on that day, aside from the medication for his foot injury? Zhen Huan's brow slightly furrowed. The plant aconitum possesses a potent toxicity. If it were indeed mixed into the bruising powder, even in minute quantities, the young eunuch would have exhibited rapid local necrosis and severe pain at the wound site, rather than the symptoms manifesting only at night. This is one point of inquiry. Secondly, if noble Lady Min truly intended to poison, why would she concoct a powder so easily traced back to her? Why not employ ready-made medicine from the Internal Affairs Office or devise a more discreet method? Lastly, given that the young eunuch is a resident of Qing Palace, it would be prudent to verify that his food and other contacts posed no risk whatsoever. Her arguments were coherent and incisive. effectively highlighting the flaws in the evidence while simultaneously broadening the scope of the investigation, thus turning the tables on the Empress. The Empress's face turned a ghastly shade. Guan Pin, you defend that wretched maid at every turn. What is your true intention? Do you have a secret alliance with her? Your Highness, please calm your anger, Zhen Huan replied, her expression unchanging. I am not here to exonerate anyone, but I believe that human lives are at stake and that right and wrong must be substantiated with solid evidence. Since both sides hold firm to their claims and numerous doubts remain, why not report this matter to Her Majesty the Empress or seek His Majesty's judgment? It would be far better for Her Majesty or His Majesty to dispatch someone to investigate thoroughly, be it the composition of the powdered medicine, the cause of the young eunuch's ailments, or the whereabouts and interactions of all related parties on that day, than to argue here, disrupting the harmony of the palace and risking the innocent, or allowing the true culprit to evade justice. She deliberately slowed her speech, her gaze steady upon the Empress. Let the Empress or the Emperor intervene. This was undoubtedly the outcome the Empress most dreaded. She had intended to swiftly resolve the matter in private and cast Hallie into disrepute. Once it reached the Empress or Emperor, however, the situation would become convoluted. The Empress might not genuinely assist her, and the Emperor's thoughts were inscrutable, especially since Hallie had garnered some fame for her knowledge of health and remedies. More importantly, should the investigation delve deeply, it might reveal any unsavory actions on the Empress's part. The Empress's chest heaved with fury, clearly enraged. Yet Zhen Huan's words were both reasonable and just, positioning her at the pinnacle of fairness and palace regulations, rendering the Empress momentarily speechless. Tension filled the chamber. Hallie, prostrated on the ground, could sense the Empress's almost palpable wrath, as well as the subtle strength beneath Zhen Huan's calm demeanor. After a lengthy pause, the Empress finally managed to stammer, such a sharp-tongued Guan Pin. Since you insist, I shall grant Her Majesty this courtesy. This matter, I shall report to the Empress. Let her decide. However, she abruptly turned her gaze to Hallie, her eyes filled with venom. Yumingurin shall remain in Yongzhou Palace until the Empress has clarified the matter, without my or the Empress's permission. You are not to step out of the palace even a single step, and do keep your vials and jars quiet. Should any further disturbances arise, I will not be merciful. This was tantamount to house arrest, directly threatening her sanctuary. This servant obeys, Hallie replied softly, feeling fortunate to escape, at least for the moment. Begone. The Empress waved her hand dismissively. Hallie and Zhen Huan bowed in unison and took their leave. Upon exiting the oppressive grandeur of Ikuan Palace, a chill wind of early spring swept over Hallie, and she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. Thank you, Guan Pin, for your timely assistance. Hallie sincerely expressed her gratitude to Zhen Huan. Had you not arrived just in time and argued on my behalf, the situation today would likely have ended poorly. Her words were subtly phrased, but Hallie understood their implication. Her unique abilities were both a blessing and a curse. Without the corresponding power and protection, they would only invite envy and treachery. I shall remember your teachings, Your Highness. Hallie lowered her gaze. Though I may have aided you this once, I cannot guarantee a second time. Zhen Huan gazed at the distant palace eaves, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she were conversing with herself. In this imperial abode, mere ingenuity and the goodwill of others are far from sufficient to establish a firm footing. Take heed of your own actions. Having spoken, she departed with Lu Zhu, heading in the opposite direction of Yongzhou Palace. Hallie remained rooted to the spot, observing Zhen Huan's slender yet upright figure vanish around the corner of the palace path. She understood that Zhen Huan's decisive action today stemmed not only from camaraderie and disdain for Huafei's arrogance, but, more crucially, from an investment perspective, an observation of Hallie's potential value and her responses amidst crisis. This assistance was not without its price. Although Huafei's insidious schemes had been temporarily thwarted, they would not be abandoned so easily. The confinement was merely the beginning, not the conclusion. What judgment would the Empress render? How would the Emperor react upon learning of this? Would her quiet chambers and studies face stricter scrutiny or even be abolished? The crisis had not been averted. Rather, it had transformed into a more insidious and enduring form. Upon returning to the rear hall of Yongzhou Palace, the door closed behind her. Linglin's pallor betrayed her lingering trepidation. My lady, what shall we do now? She inquired anxiously about Huafei and the Empress. Hallie approached a cluster of green bamboo, her fingertips grazing the tender leaves. The cool sensation brought a modicum of clarity to her tumultuous thoughts. We wait, she murmured softly, awaiting the Empress's clarification. During this interim, we shall refrain from action, save for essential routines, minimizing visits to the quiet chambers. Every medicinal herb, and instrument must be thoroughly examined to ensure no suspicious items remain. She needed to appear utterly compliant, providing no opportunity for others to strike again. Simultaneously, she required time to contemplate Zhen Huan's words and to reflect upon her future path during this period of constrained movement. Hua Fei's venomous schemes had doused her like a bucket of ice water, awakening her to the realization that mere skills were insufficient. She required a more robust foundation and the kind of power that would deter others from encroaching upon her. This strength might derive from profound knowledge, such as formulating more effective yet safer remedies, or from higher patronage, like the Emperor's tangible endorsement or a more stable alliance with someone of Zhen Huan's caliber. Alternatively, it could stem from her own, as yet untapped, potential to navigate the intricate rules of this world. The road ahead was long and fraught with thorns. Yet, at least in the wake of the recent storm, she had not faltered. She lifted her gaze towards the northeast, in the direction of the astronomical observatory. Today, it seemed, the scrutiny from there was particularly intense. The turmoil sparked by the dispersal of blood stasis had likely already captured the attention of many watchful eyes. Every subsequent step would necessitate utmost caution. The uproar instigated by Hua Fei's schemes did not escalate into a grand scandal within the harem as anticipated. Upon receiving Hua Fei's impassioned report and Zhen Huan's objective appeal, the Empress's response exemplified a diplomatic compromise. She admonished Hua Fei for lax management of her servants, which had allowed rumors to fester, while also advising Hallie to exercise caution in her medical practices to avoid entanglements. Ultimately, both parties were reprimanded equally, ordered to adhere to their respective duties and to refrain from further disputes. Regarding the unfortunate little eunuch, the Empress lightly brushed aside the incident, asserting that since he had already recovered, there was no need for further inquiry, as if the near-fatal poisoning had never transpired. This outcome, seemingly impartial, was in reality a subtle reprimand to Hua Fei for her inability to manage her subordinates, which had brought trouble to the palace, while simultaneously serving as a veiled protection for Hallie, gently elevating her status and allowing her to retain her chamber and freedom of movement, at least for the time being. However, Hallie understood that the Empress's protection was far from benevolent. It stemmed from a reluctance to see Hua Fei's power grow unchecked, and it also meant keeping Hallie as a pawn to restrain Hua Fei and observe the Emperor. The east wing of the Eternal Longevity Palace returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet the invisible sense of confinement weighed heavily. Although the house arrest imposed on Hua Fei was not strictly enforced, Hallie consciously reduced her outings, particularly to crowded areas like the Imperial Garden. Her activities within her chamber became increasingly clandestine and infrequent. Most of the time, she quietly immersed herself in medical texts sent by the Internal Affairs Court, occasionally tending to herbs in the courtyard or practicing calligraphy, resembling a true palace lady devoted to self-cultivation. Nevertheless, beneath the surface calm, her inner desire for exploration and thirst for power continued to ferment. Hua Fei's schemes had made her acutely aware of her precarious situation, while Zhen Huan's admonition prompted her to contemplate long-term survival strategies. Being reactive always left her at a disadvantage. She needed to proactively understand and master certain deep-seated rules of this world, particularly those anomalies that vaguely connected to her own spiritual state and magic. An opportunity quietly emerged one afternoon. An elderly eunuch responsible for cleaning the Eternal Longevity Palace mentioned in casual conversation. Hallie had deliberately instructed Linglan to maintain basic relations with the lower-ranking palace servants through small favors. That he had passed by the Josue Palace and observed that the weeds at the base of the wall had grown to waist height, with no one to tend to them. He remarked that the Internal Affairs Court deemed that place inauspicious, sending someone to check the locks only as a formality each month. Neglecting the interior, he noted that wild mint was thriving in the crevices by the well, lush and green, which was a shame. The mention of wild mint and Zhongsue Palace stirred something in Hallie's heart. Mint was one of her frequently used herbs, and the small amount grown in the Eternal Longevity Palace courtyard was insufficient, often requiring her to request more from the Internal Affairs Court. If she could personally gather some high-quality mint, it seemed a reasonable excuse. Although Zhongsue Palace was remote, it was not an absolute forbidden zone, especially for someone like her. A former resident, revisiting the familiar grounds under the pretext of gathering some well-known herbs, while perhaps a bit abrupt, was not entirely implausible. The critical question was how to make this endeavor appear natural and not attract undue attention. With the request submitted, she felt uncertain. What would the Emperor think? Would he consider her restless or believe she had become consumed by her studies? Or might he detect a different implication altogether? Unexpectedly, the Emperor's response arrived swiftly and was remarkably simple, consisting of only two characters: approved. Delivered through Su Peixiong, the tone was neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. However, Su Peixiong added, "The emperor has stated that Zhongsue Palace has long been uninhabited, and it is inevitably damp. The noble lady should go and return swiftly, paying heed to her safety, and may take along a couple of reliable individuals." The emphasis on safety and the insistence on bringing companions stem not merely from concern, but also from a sense of surveillance that Harry is acutely aware of. 3 days later, on a fine morning with a gentle breeze, Harry arrived at the familiar, slightly rusted palace gate of Zhongsue Palace, accompanied only by Linglan and 2 silent, yet keen-eyed, middle-aged eunuchs designated by Su Peixiong. The eunuch in charge of the keys from the Ministry of Internal Affairs was already waiting, unlocking the heavy palace lock with a creaking sound before pushing the door open. A familiar scent, mingling dust, decaying vegetation, and a deeper chill, rushed forth, more potent than she remembered, as predicted by the old eunuch. The courtyard was overgrown with wild grass, nearly obscuring the path. The old locust tree remained bare, its branches appearing even more twisted. Clusters of wild mint thrived in the crevices of the stone slab at the well, standing out starkly amidst the desolation. The 2 eunuchs exchanged glances and bowed, saying yes. "We are here to serve. Please, noble one, proceed." They were evidently wary of this ominous place and were relieved not to enter. With Linglan at her side, Harry stepped into the courtyard. The sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, yet could not dispel the profound solitude and chill emanating from the palace. With each step she took, the dry grass crunched beneath her feet, the sound unervingly clear in the otherwise hushed environment. Linglan instinctively inched closer to Harry, whispering, "My lady, this place is still so eerie." "It's fine, we'll gather the herbs and leave," Harry reassured her, though her gaze swiftly scanned the entire courtyard. The system's energy scan was fully activated, with the energy structure visualization module presenting the surrounding environment in soft blue, 3-dimensional grids and colorful ripples within her consciousness. This imagery was even more vivid and alarming than she had anticipated. The level of energy pollution here far exceeded the usual notions of bad feng shui or ill omens associated with death. It resembled a catastrophic sight resulting from a failed, uncontrolled, powerful spell or something akin to it. She stifled the discomfort arising from her soul due to proximity to the pollution core, feigning diligence as she selected mint. Slowly approaching the well. Simultaneously, she focused part of her attention on the newly unlocked World Rule Analysis, Beginner, module, attempting to conduct a deeper analysis of the energy field in this vicinity. Command received. Initiating in-depth rule analysis of the target area, core, of Zhongsue Palace. Energy attributes confirmed. The subject comprises a high-intensity amalgamation of negative spiritual energy, resentment, suffering, despair, and chaotic, dark underground energy, stagnant water, foul soil. After prolonged accumulation, distortion, and fermentation, it has formed a stable pollution structure. Detection of rule interference traces, strong, unfinished binding and transformation-type rule interference residues detected. It is hypothesized that a conscious entity, a former consort of the previous dynasty, attempted large-scale energy operations, such as spirit gathering, refining, or some ritual, in this location. But due to severe errors or external disruption, it collapsed. The operator's spirit and energy backlash fused with intense resentment and uncontrolled energy, solidifying into this pollution field. Analysis of host correlation. The host's soul wavelength, high magical adaptability, exhibits a faint resonance with the distorted rule interference traces remaining in this area. The energy field in this place exacerbates the host's soul rejection. However, its high concentration of active, albeit negative, energy, if guided and transformed with utmost caution, may provide the host with a far superior energy source compared to ordinary environments. This energy could assist in the refinement of mental strength or specific magical endeavors, albeit at great risk. The unfinished rules interfere with the attempts of the former imperial concubine to harness this high concentration of active energy. Harley's heart raced violently, as her previous conjectures were partially validated. This location was not merely a haunted residence, but a remnant of a failed magical experiment. The former concubine was likely a local sorceress or researcher whose endeavors, presumably aimed at acquiring some power or achieving a particular goal, had met with utter failure here, resulting in permanent contamination. And she, due to the uniqueness of her soul, could resonate with these distorted remnants? What could this signify? It suggested that she might extract direct clues about the application of supernatural powers in this world, or, if approached correctly, draw energy far more potent, though perilous, than that from the floating azure pavilion, for her own recovery or growth. This notion was immensely tempting, yet exceedingly perilous. Absorbing the resentment from this place? A single misstep could lead to spiritual pollution or soul distortion, following in the footsteps of that former concubine. She required further information and safer guiding methods. The secret scroll within the wall cavity might hold clues. She picked a handful of mint, gestured for Lily of the Valley to hold it, and then seemingly casually walked toward the western side hall, her former abode. The doors creaked open with a slight push. Dust cascading down. The furnishings remained, yet they appeared more dilapidated, the air stagnant. I will take a look to see if anything has been left behind, Harley whispered to Lily of the Valley, her voice barely above a murmur. Though frightened, Lily nodded and stood guard by the door. Harley swiftly made her way to the inner bedroom, arriving at the familiar wall tile. Thanks to her enhanced mental strength and the system's precise location tracking, she was able to retrieve the small cloth pouch more quickly this time. The secret scroll's paper was even more fragile, and the dark red crystals still emanated an ominous pulse. She had no time to examine the frenzied symbols on the scroll. Instead, she initiated a rapid scan and recording through the system. Simultaneously, she retracted her mental energy significantly, leaving only the faintest perceptive tendril to gently touch the dark red crystal. Instantly, a more vivid yet chaotic stream of fragmented information flooded her mind. Several distorted symbols, repeatedly highlighted, appeared, differing from the main symbols on the scroll. These seemed closer to a guiding or stabilizing structure, yet they had been violently crossed out and modified at the last moment. Warning: contact with high concentrations of negative spiritual pollution residuals. Host mental stability decreased by 2. Immediate cessation of deep contact is advised. She had gleaned crucial information. The former concubine had indeed attempted to construct an energy formation, but had failed. The failure was possibly linked to astrological factors and defects in the core symbols of the formation. The fragments of symbols she had left behind might, in turn, assist her in understanding the energy dynamics of this world, and even in discovering a safe means to harness the energy here. Time was of the essence. She could not linger. She carefully tucked the cloth bag away and briskly exited the west side hall, accepting the mint from Lingland's hand, as if she had merely stepped inside for a moment of nostalgia. "Let's go," she spoke in a tranquil tone. As the two emerged from the grand gates of the Zhongsui Palace, the warm sunlight enveloped their bodies anew, yet could not dispel the chill that seeped from their very bones. The two supervising eunuchs visibly exhaled in relief upon their exit. On the journey back to the Yongzheng Palace, Hallie remained silent, her mind racing to assimilate the recent revelations. She required time to digest those symbols, to analyze the fragmented information, and to assess the potential of harnessing that perilous energy. While this path might present shortcut, it was equally likely to lead to a road of ruin. Nevertheless, the venomous schemes of the Huafei, the balancing act of the Empress, the scrutiny of the Emperor, and the prying eyes of the Astronomical Bureau all compelled her to grow stronger at an accelerated pace, to find a more secure foothold. Risk and opportunity intertwined like the swirling darkness of the ancient well in Zhongsui Palace, occasionally illuminated by a strange glimmer, enticing yet cautionary. The gate of Yongzheng Palace closed behind them. Hallie handed the bundle of wild mint to Ling Lan, instructing, "Put this away and dry it for later use." She stepped into the quiet chamber, closing the door to temporarily sever all noise and scrutiny from the outside. Unfurling the secret scroll of symbols and the dark red energy diagrams just scanned by the system, Hallie's gaze sharpened with focus. A new exploration might well commence within this old palace, long forgotten and feared by many. Yet, every step along this path bore the potential for miscalculation, leading into an abyss of irretrievable despair. Yet she understood that she had little room left for hesitation. The wind stirs at the edge of the green rushes, and the waves arise from gentle ripples. The long silent secrets within the depths of Zhongsui Palace may finally ripple forth due to her unexpected intrusion, creating unforeseen turbulence. However, just as she believed this venture would quietly dissolve amidst the mundanity of daily life, an insidious storm, intangible yet more treacherous, began to spread like the insidious miasma of early spring throughout the corners of the inner palace. At first, it manifested as the most subtle whispers, like the wind skimming across the water surface, leaving no trace. The course maids responsible for sweeping the outer areas of the Yongzheng Palace would exchange furtive glances at the firmly shut wooden door of the quiet chamber, their voices lowered to a near hush. "Have you heard? That place where she once resided in Zhongsui Palace is said to be unclean. Indeed, they say there are sounds of women weeping at night, and the well reflects things that ought not to be seen. How could she emerge unscathed after staying there for so long?" The emperor even expressed his disapproval of the quiet chamber. It's rather sinister. Not to mention the affairs involving the Huafei. Do you recall? A perfectly healthy eunuch nearly perished after using her concoction. The Imperial Medical Bureau claimed poisoning. And even the empress was alarmed. Yet later they said it was a misunderstanding. What a convenient coincidence. Hush, keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? I heard that Master Tang from the Astronomical Bureau has been frequently presenting astrological charts to the emperor, seemingly related to our palace's northwest corner. Rumors spread like a creeping vine, thriving wildly once they found a crack. Gradually, the discourse shifted from the uncleanliness of Zhongsue Palace to the peculiarities surrounding Hallie herself. Do you not find that Lady Min is rather too quiet? She spends her days confined within her chambers, surrounded by flowers and various trinkets, seemingly engrossed in some obscure pursuits. A lady of her stature ought to be preoccupied with serving the emperor, yet she resembles a reclusive Taoist priestess. A priestess? I beg to differ. She resembles the ethereal beings described in bizarre tales, dwelling deep within the mountains, or a sorceress skilled in arcane arts. How else can one explain her knowledge of such peculiar remedies? The emperor sleeps soundly upon imbibing her tea, while Lady Hua's attendants nearly succumbed to her concoctions. One brings comfort, the other peril. Are these not manifestations of sorcery? Ah, upon your mention, I recall a peculiar incident from the other night. I fancied I saw a faint green light emanating from the window of the rear hall of Yongzheng Palace, a glimmer that vanished almost instantaneously. I thought perhaps it was a trick of the light. A green light? Good heavens, do not frighten me. Could it be will-o'-the-wisps? Who can say? In any case, it will be prudent to maintain a safe distance from that secluded chamber. These rumors, like wings, have soared over palace walls, infiltrating the ears of the noble ladies and becoming fodder for the idle chatter of maids and eunuchs alike. They have been embellished and exaggerated, transforming into tales more vivid and sensational. The central accusation is singular. Lady Min Halia possesses extraordinary abilities, her origins shrouded in mystery, marking her as an ominous presence. Perhaps a siren of chaos within the palace. Halia is not oblivious to this. Though silent, the increasing vigilance in her eyes and her occasional hesitation to speak reveal much. Su Jiuning has conveyed a cryptic note through an obscure channel, a distant cousin working in the imperial kitchen, scrawled in hasty, indecipherable handwriting, bearing a few ominous words. Rumors are dire, pointing to the unusual. Beware of your sustenance and avoid solitude. The system has also detected a subtle uptick in regular personnel movements around Yongzheng Palace, with unfamiliar faces occasionally passing by, their gazes seemingly casual, yet scanning the courtyard. The gaze from the Astronomical Bureau, beyond routine inspections, occasionally intensifies, as if attempting to capture specific energy fluctuations at particular moments. The Empress, Lady Hua, or perhaps others, are weaving this malicious web of public opinion, exploiting the innate fears surrounding the unknown and the extraordinary. She understands that she must take action in response, rather than remain passive. However, making a direct attempt to clarify or dispel the rumors would only exacerbate the situation, playing right into their hands. She needs a more cunning and organic method to reverse or at least mitigate this adverse sentiment. Her gaze falls upon a nearly forgotten neighbor residing in the main hall of Yongzheng Palace, a frail and reclusive elder lady who has long lost favor. According to Linglin's inquiries, this elderly noblewoman, surnamed Zhao, has been bedridden for years, receiving only perfunctory care from the imperial physicians. Her appetite is poor, sleep elusive, and her health continues to deteriorate, with palace attendants largely neglectful. An idea begins to crystallize in Halia's mind. What if her extraordinary abilities could yield benefits? What if she could heal, or at least significantly alleviate the suffering of this overlooked elder? Moreover, what if she could do so in a manner that appears commonplace, yet cleverly showcases the results? This is yet another perilous gamble. If successful, it may attract greater scrutiny and suspicion. From whence do her medical skills arise? However, if one fails to remedy the situation or makes a slight misstep, they may swiftly become a new victim of malevolent accusations. Rather than waiting idly for rumors to engulf her, she resolved to actively showcase her value and goodwill, perhaps garnering some divergent opinions. Thus, she began her clandestine preparations. First, she instructed Linglan to establish a connection with an overlooked yet somewhat loyal old palace maid serving beside Consort Zhao. She sent a selection of her own handcrafted, entirely safe throat lozenges and calming sachets, devoid of any magical ingredients, and inadvertently hinted at her minor knowledge of traditional remedies for bodily ailments, expressing her sympathy for Consort Zhao's suffering. After several insignificant gifts and subtle expressions of concern, The old maid's demeanor noticeably softened. On one occasion, while coincidentally encountering the old maid lamenting consort Zhao's sleeplessness and lack of appetite, Harry casually suggested an exceedingly simple dietary remedy, a concoction of a minuscule amount of hawthorn, dried tangerine peel, malt, and shunshu, all common and safe digestive herbs, simmered in water, to be consumed in small sips before meals to stimulate appetite. Following this, she recommended a porridge made from millet, red dates, and lily bulbs, cooked until exceedingly soft, from which to extract the lightest layer of rice oil to be taken warm before sleep, which might soothe the spirit. She emphasized that this remedy was exceedingly gentle, merely a common folk method for regulating the spleen and stomach, posing no risk whatsoever, encouraging the old maid to consider trying it for consort Zhao. The old maid, though skeptical, noted down the suggestion. Harry understood that this alone would not suffice. In her newly refined calming powder, an improved version, she selected a minuscule portion of the mildest, least detectable ingredients, carefully grinding them into a nearly colorless fine powder, which she mixed with a small pouch of high-quality, delicately fragrant sandalwood powder. She instructed Linglan to deliver it to the old maid, merely stating that this was a calming sleep aid to be placed near consort Zhao's pillow or burned in the corner of her room in minimal amounts, with a scent lighter than ordinary incense. The calming powder's components have been systematically optimized and subtly adjusted by Harry's mental energy, designed to gradually alleviate anxiety and steady the mind, perfectly blending with the scent and effects of sandalwood, ensuring no abnormalities could be detected. While its effects would manifest slowly, consistent usage should progressively ameliorate consort Zhao's severe sleep disturbances stemming from prolonged illness and depression. She even fortuitously allowed a passing young eunuch to observe her perusing an illustrated edition of On the Human Body from the West, displaying pure curiosity and confusion towards the skeletal diagrams, before picking up a volume of Compendium of Materia Medica to compare the two and muttering to herself. The studies of East and West each possess their merits, yet, at their core, they merely seek to explore the harmony between the human body and the natural world. These actions, witnessed and embellished by the palace maids and eunuchs, gradually spread through the corridors. Among some of the less malevolent lower-ranked palace servants, alternative discussions began to surface. It seems that consort Min genuinely enjoys reading and studying herbs. Look at the texts she copies. They are reputable medical books. Indeed, she even proposed dietary remedies for consort Zhao. I heard consort Zhao has been able to sleep for an hour or two at night recently. Truly commendable. That green light could very well be a mere trick of the eye or the reflection of candlelight on some object, right? Though Zhongsue Palace is not ideal. Consort Min has moved out, hasn't she? The emperor even permitted her to establish a quiet chamber. Surely, there can't truly be any foul entities present? The incident concerning the Empress Hua, has not the Empress herself declared it a misunderstanding? Perhaps it was merely that young eunuch who inadvertently consumed something unwholesome. Public opinion began to show a faint, wavering divergence, despite the persistent rumors surrounding the enchantress and her arcane arts, particularly within the domain of the Empress Hua and among lower-ranking concubines who harbored jealousy towards Hallie. Not everyone remained steadfast in their belief of those shocking tales. Some began to regard Hallie not merely as an oddity, but as a curious figure, perhaps harmless, possessing a modicum of knowledge, and with a heart not entirely malevolent. This slight shift, while insufficient to fundamentally alter Hallie's circumstances, served as a thin veneer, temporarily shielding her from the onslaught of malicious tides, affording her a brief respite and a modicum of operational space. I have observed celestial phenomena. The guest star fluctuates in brightness. Yet the corresponding palace seems to exhibit a faint vitality, subtly counterbalancing the prevailing ominous atmosphere, albeit weakly, which bodes well. Furthermore, my nocturnal observations revealed the faint glow of the literary star, suggesting that those within this realm are inclined towards scholarship, resonating with the principles of natural order, not entirely belonging to the realm of darkness. However, the distinction between truth and illusion remains unclear. I humbly beseech the Emperor's wise judgment. The literary star's inclination toward scholarship does not wholly align with the malevolent. Emperor Yongzheng reviewed the confidential reports, his fingers gliding slowly over the cool jade ring, his gaze inscrutable. He had heard the rumors, witnessed Hallie's responses, and was aware of the observations made by the Astronomical Bureau. Hallie appeared to him as a swirling mist, intermittently revealing an eerie green glow. Similar rumors had been recorded, and at other times exuding a delicate fragrance of ink and herbs. She managed to produce effective remedies amidst the plague, yet fell prey to the Empress Hua's poisonous schemes. She incited rumors while quietly soothing an overlooked elderly noblewoman. The Astronomical Bureau claimed her connection to ominous forces, yet also detected the literary star's glow and vitality. The interplay of truth and deception was perplexing. He continued to observe. Addressing Su Peixiang in the shadows, his voice devoid of emotion. There was no need to suppress the rumors deliberately, nor to exacerbate them. I wish to see just how murky this water can become, and what she can achieve amidst such turbulence. Yes, Su Peixiang replied, bowing his head. Enchantress? Talented woman? A pawn? A variable? Perhaps all of these, or perhaps none. This tempest of rumors, seemingly thrusting Hallie into the limelight, also served as a mirror, reflecting the deeper currents and the fickleness of human hearts within the inner palace. Amidst this storm, Hallie, ensconced at its eye, was laboriously endeavoring to carve out a small foothold for herself, awaiting either the next wave of more ferocious impact or the advent of a turning point. Chapter 9. The former dynasty strikes back. The miasma of rumors permeated the inner palace, insidiously eroding everything that the name of the esteemed noblewoman Hallie represented. However, just as Hallie struggled to maintain her footing, attempting to fortify herself with the study of medical texts and the gifting of remedies to the elderly noblewoman, a more formal and lethal blow from the former dynasty struck suddenly, like a long-anticipated thunderclap. On that day, during the morning court session, Emperor Yongzheng listened intently with a solemn expression as ministers reported on the military supplies and transportation matters in the northwest, the atmosphere already heavy with gravity. Just as the court was nearing its conclusion and the emperor believed there would be no significant disturbances, a thin-faced censor dressed in a blue court robe, holding an ivory tablet, stepped forward and knelt to present a memorial. I, Guopu, the censor of the Court of Censors, have a matter to report. Guopu? The emperor's gaze sharpened slightly. This individual was renowned in court for his forthrightness, yet his startling remarks often drew mixed reviews, as he did not shy away from criticizing the powerful. More importantly, hailing from the Han army flag, he shared a connection with a certain general under the command of General Nian Gengyao, the elder brother of Consort Hua. Although not a core member of the Nian faction, his memorials were often intriguing. Speak, the emperor commanded calmly. I hereby impeach the Han army flag as 5th rank official Ha Feng for improper upbringing of his daughter, indulging in the supernatural. His daughter, Halia, consort Min, resides in the palace, exhibiting strange behaviors and using sorcery to confuse the emperor's judgment, thereby disturbing the tranquility of the harem and undermining the foundation of the state. Such crimes warrant execution. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the court. To impeach a consort of the harem on charges of sorcery and subversion was a rare occurrence in the annals of the dynasty. In an instant, countless shocked, scrutinizing, and even gleeful gazes turned toward the emperor's throne. Encouraged, Guopu continued with fervor, Your Majesty, since consort Min entered the palace, odd occurrences have abounded. Initially residing in the abandoned Zhongsue Palace, a place long associated with ill omens, she remained unharmed, which is peculiar. Last year, during the plague, she employed obscure remedies, yielding minor results. However, her methods were secretive and deviated from the norms of the Imperial Medical Institute, which is another oddity. She often isolates herself, engaged in concocting mysterious potions and fragrances in her secluded chamber. What she creates, while claimed to soothe the mind, has nearly led to the death of Consort Hua's maid upon usage, presenting a stark contrast. Is this not evidence of sorcery manipulating the human heart? This is the third anomaly. He paused, his voice growing more impassioned. Moreover, rumors have recently circulated within the harem, claiming that strange lights appear in consort Min's quarters at night, her behaviors being unearthly, coinciding with the celestial omens reported by the Astronomical Bureau, stirring ominous energies that disrupt the palace's celestial order. This is no mere coincidence. It is a celestial warning, a response from the Earth's essence. Feng, as a court official, has failed to restrain his daughter, instead permitting her to engage in such chaos within the palace. I have heard that as a father. Prior to consort Min's entry into the palace, he sought out books on obscure arts to bestow upon his daughter for her studies. What could this signify but intent? Your Majesty, the arts of the wicked cloud the mind and corrupt our governance. The calamities of sorcery in the Han Dynasty serve as a recent cautionary tale. I risk my life to speak, beseeching Your Majesty to discern clearly and punish Ha Fo severely to rectify our governance. Furthermore, I implore that consort Min Halia be subjected to rigorous interrogation by the imperial clan court to uncover the origins of her sorcery, thereby purging the palace and restoring peace to the hearts of the people. This memorial intricately wove together elements of the supernatural, sorcery, celestial omens, and past calamities, presenting a tightly woven logic and sharp rhetoric that extended its accusations not only towards Halia, but also toward her father, Ha Fengye, and subtly insinuated the emperor himself. This was not merely an attack on a consort of the harem, but a blatant provocation and challenge to the emperor's governance and authority. Guo Pu, having completed his petition, remained prostrate on the ground, embodying the archetype of a loyal minister willing to offer his life for counsel. Silence enveloped the court, the air seemingly suspended, with only the faint sound of the wind outside the hall. Some ministers, harboring grievances against Yin Gingyao or expressing discontent over the emperor's recent favor towards Halia, glimmered with a mixture of schadenfreude and contemplation. Yet, a greater number of officials bowed their heads in breathless anticipation, their hearts tumultuous with unspoken fears. It was evident to all that the impeachment was not merely a reflection of Guo Pu's unwavering loyalty. It was likely supported by powerful figures within the imperial harem, and possibly entangled in the political struggles of the previous dynasty. What merit could a mere fifth-rank official like Ha Fengye possess to warrant such upheaval? The intention behind this was clearly not as simple as it appeared. Halia was merely a pretext through which to suppress dissent, test the emperor's resolve, and disturb the court's equilibrium. Yongzheng remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials. His eyes, deep as an ancient well and sharp as an ice pick, instilled a palpable pressure upon those he regarded. At last he spoke, his voice calm yet laced with a disquieting steadiness. Guo Pu, your subject is here. Guo Pu responded. The matter you have presented pertains to the inner palace and involves the court ministers. It is of great significance. Yongzheng articulated each word with precision. You claim Halia's actions are enigmatic and that she wields sorcery to beguile. What evidence do you possess? Aside from the rumors circulating in the harem and celestial omens, are there witnesses or material proof to substantiate that she is indeed engaged in witchcraft, or that her actions pose a tangible threat to the state's foundation? He refrained from directly rebuking Guo Pu or defending Halia, instead maintaining a composed pursuit of evidence. This represented an exceedingly perilous signal. The emperor had not reacted with immediate fury or sought to protect Halia in the face of this shocking impeachment. Rather, he demanded more concrete proof, indicating that he at least regarded Guo Pu's allegations as worthy of serious consideration. Once again, this familiar tactic emerged. Without irrefutable evidence, one resorts to hearsay and potential long-term harm to frame accusations, occupying the moral high ground that renders rebuttal impossible, as any defense might be perceived as a sign of guilt or evasion. A nearly imperceptible, cold curve appeared at the corner of Yongzheng's mouth. He no longer looked at Guo Pu, but instead directed his attention toward another who had remained silent throughout, Tang Ruowang. Tang Ruowang, chief of the Astronomical Bureau, stepped forward. He commanded, your subject is present. Tang Ruowang bowed. Guo Pu has stated that celestial omens warn of ominous disturbances within the palace, linked to concubine men. What is your perspective on this matter? Yongzheng directly posed the question, presenting a conundrum to this observer. His words were meticulous and flawless. He neither denied the prior observations, an act that would contradict himself, nor did he endorse Guo Pu's direct accusations against Halia. Instead, he referenced relatively positive terms, such as the emergence of a new current and the auspicious brilliance of the literary star, ultimately returning the authority to interpret the situation back to the emperor. Guo Pu's expression stiffened slightly. Ha Feng, he slowly articulated the name, currently serving as the head of the water management department. Although of low rank, he had demonstrated diligence in recent years regarding river documentation and material accounting, without any significant missteps reported. As for his collection of miscellaneous texts, that was a personal preference. To condemn him on such grounds would be to undermine the freedom of expression. Matters of the harem were governed by established palace rules, overseen by the empress. Guo Pu's voice suddenly turned harsh. As an imperial censor, it is your duty to report matters of state. However, accusations must be substantiated, especially when they pertain to the palace. To label a consort as malevolent requires utmost caution. Merely relying on rumors, celestial phenomena, and unresolved cases, referring to the matter of Huafei's palace maid, to assert that her father condones wickedness and that his daughter bewitches the emperor, thus undermining the state, is an overreaction bordering on slander. While your initial intent may have been loyalty to the throne, I shall not pursue this matter further. However, such behavior must not persist. Henceforth, A 6-month salary reduction shall serve as a warning. A mere 6-month salary reduction, a punishment that felt rather insignificant. It neither completely dismissed Guopu's indictment, leaving room for future grievances, nor supported his accusations. Nor did it impose the severe penalties Guopu desired for Ha Feng or an interrogation of Helia. This was more akin to a caution. I am aware of your intentions, so tread carefully. As for the esteemed consort Helia, Yongzheng paused, his tone devoid of emotion, stating, whether her conduct is inappropriate, or if the rumors hold any truth, I shall assess in due course. Matters of the inner palace are not for the outer court to casually discuss. This matter ends here. Dismissed. The chief eunuch's prolonged bow resonated through the hall. Guopu's countenance turned a pallid hue as he prostrated in gratitude. The ministers, each with their own thoughts, exited the Yongxin palace. A dramatic session of court indictment appeared to have been forcibly subdued by the emperor's imposing authority. Yet, all were acutely aware that the matter could not simply end here. Guopu's memorial, akin to a poisoned dagger, had firmly affixed the label of siren upon Helia in the ears of certain officials and scholars. The emperor's protection may shield her temporarily, but could not withstand the relentless whispers and clandestine slanders of the court. News spread swiftly, as if it had sprouted wings. Reaching the inner palace, within Ikuan Palace, Huafei, upon hearing Song Ji's report, shattered her teacup in fury. Useless. This good-for-nothing Guopu. Is the emperor so lenient? A mere 6-month salary reduction? Is that a mere tickle? Your Highness, please quell your anger, Song Ji cautiously replied, though the emperor did not impose a severe punishment. The reputation of that which, Helia, has been firmly established. The officials of the previous dynasty are now aware, and her hopes of redemption may be bleak. Moreover, the emperor did not declare her innocent. He merely stated that he would deliberate further, indicating that he may not fully trust her. In Changchun Palace, upon receiving the report from Jinxiu, the empress paused momentarily, her fingers ceasing their motion on the prayer beads. The emperor still protects her. Her voice remained neutral. Betraying no emotion. In the rear hall of Yongzhou Palace, Helia was the last to learn of the events. When Su Peixiong personally arrived, conveying the morning court's occurrences in a tone fraught with complexity, blending sympathy, caution, and profound meaning, Helia felt a chilling sensation surge from her feet to her head, rendering her limbs icy. The indictment from the previous court, the censor's admonition, her father entangled, terms such as siren, sorcery, and undermining the state seared into her very soul like a branding iron. The emperor merely imposed a salary reduction. This seemingly protective act had, in reality, thrust her into an even more perilous position. The emperor's deliberation hung over her and her family like a sword, poised to descend at any moment. Once the name siren took root, she would become a target within this court, with no hope for tranquility. The voice of the small master, Ling Lan, trembled with cries and fear. Helia forced herself to stand firm, her nails digging deeply into her palm, the pain serving as a reminder to maintain a sliver of consciousness. She gazed at Su Peixiong, her voice slightly hoarse. Thank you, Lord Su, for your guidance. I understand. Su Peixiong regarded her pale, yet resolutely composed visage, and inwardly sighed, whispering, Your Highness, the Emperor wishes for me to convey a message. The pure shall remain pure, while the impure shall reveal their true selves. Follow your own path and do not heed the words of others. The phrase, the pure shall remain pure. Follow your own path echoed in Harley's mind. Was it a consolation, a warning, or perhaps a subtle encouragement, an urging for her to swiftly prove her worth, to demonstrate that she was not among the impure? Taking a deep breath, she knelt slowly in the direction of Yongxin Hall. I, your humble servant, thank His Majesty for the admonition. I shall keep it firmly in my heart. Once Su Peixiong departed, only Harley and the trembling lily of the valley remained in the courtyard. Rising to her feet, Harley gazed towards the northeastern sky, where the star-gazing platform of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau stood silently under the sun. The rumors lingered, and the former dynasty posed a threat. Pressures from all directions enveloped her like an invisible net, tightening rapidly. The emperor had granted her a vague directive to follow her own path, yet in doing so, he had perilously nudged her to the brink of a more dangerous precipice. She needed to act swiftly to decode the secrets of Zhongsue Palace, to discover a means to enhance her power securely, and to present irrefutable evidence of her value. Otherwise, the next blow might not merely be gossip and impeachment. The true storm may have only just begun, and she found herself with no retreat. Chapter 10. The Unforeseen Incident in a Magical Experiment. The atmosphere in the eastern side hall of Yongzhou Palace was heavier than ever before. Lily of the Valley hardly dared to speak loudly, tiptoeing as if to avoid disturbing something or drawing unwanted attention. The two trustworthy eunuchs dispatched by Su Peisheng now acted not only as monitors, but also as silent sentinels, tightly guarding the connection between this small courtyard and the outside world. The emperor's protection had transformed into a cold, transparent barrier, shielding her from some overt threats while further ensnaring her in the spotlight. The decree, "The pure shall remain pure, follow your own path," was like an invisible whip, driving Harley's nerves as she felt the urgency to achieve something noteworthy, to substantiate her purity and value with tangible proof. Otherwise, the next punishment would not merely be a 6-month salary reduction. The pressure was immense, yet Harley experienced a kind of clarity akin to a desperate gamble. Her routine study of medical texts and the gifts of medicine from the elderly noblewoman were no longer sufficient to alter her predicament. She needed a more substantial breakthrough, particularly in the recovery and application of her own powers. The secrets of Zhongshui Palace resembled a perilous yet alluring treasure trove, and she must find a key to unlock a path to survival or forge her own sword. For several consecutive nights, she shut out all external distractions, immersing herself in the system, integrating the distorted symbols of the wall's secret scroll, the energy map of dark red crystals, the pure vibrations of the floating jade pavilion's ley lines, and her acquired knowledge of improved alchemy, conducting vast simulations within her consciousness. The upgraded system's composite scheme simulation function operated at full speed, attempting to construct a miniature energy formation capable of safely and controllably guiding and transforming the dangerous resentment power of Zhongshui Palace. This endeavor transcends mere guidance, which is too slow and only addresses symptoms, as well as the crude absorption that risks tainting one's very soul. Instead, it seeks to establish a miniature energy filter or converter, employing specific runic structures to strip away or transform the tumultuous and negative spiritual attributes of resentment, extracting only the relatively pure and utilizable essence of energy. The theory has been progressively refined through countless simulations. Harley designed a composite structure composed of 3 layers of nested runes. The outermost layer is an enhanced version of the concealment and misdirection rune, intended to shield against energy fluctuations and counteract the prying eyes of the ministry. The middle layer is a conduit of stability, synthesized from secret scrolls and ancient texts, responsible for guiding the resentment energy into an orderly flow. The innermost layer is the core purification unit, the crux and challenge of the entire design. It draws inspiration from the principles of dispelling negative emotions inherent in the guardian charm of the magical realm, not summoning entities, but rather guiding thoughts, attempting to harness her own orderly and serene mental strength, complemented by specific material mediums, such as purified azure stone powder and trace amounts of white ash essence, to cleanse at the energy level. This intricate array is exceedingly minute, with a theoretical effective range of merely a few feet, and its conversion efficiency is quite low. However, its success or failure will directly validate Harley's ability to safely access and utilize the unconventional energies of her homeland. Should she succeed, she would secure a stable, concealed, and entirely self-controlled source of power, a matter of great significance. Everything is prepared. She chose the midnight hour, marked by a dim moon and heavy clouds, during which the system detected a relative weakness in the ministry's gaze. In the small dark chamber, only a single oil lamp set to its lowest flame provided a meager light. Harley sat cross-legged on the cold floor, with a peachwood tablet spread before her and a small porcelain dish containing special ink beside it. She closed her eyes and focused, adjusting her breathing according to the system's optimized meditation method, seeking to calm the restlessness that had arisen from days of high pressure. The courage belonging to Gryffindor, the tenacity of Hufflepuff, and the will to survive honed through trials in 2 worlds gradually coalesced and purified within her. After a long while, she opened her eyes, clarity shining within them. She picked up a specially crafted brush, its tip remarkably fine, transformed from a wolf's hair brush, dipped it into the ink mixed with vermilion and her own essence, and, with heightened concentration, began to inscribe upon the peachwood tablet. As the first stroke fell, the brush tip felt as if it bore a tremendous weight. She needed not only to control her wrist to produce precise, intricate lines, but also to meticulously infuse the precongealed thoughts representing concealment and misdirection into the extending ink traces. Her mental energy unfurled like delicate threads, seamlessly merging into the vivid crimson paths. The peachwood tablet quivered slightly, as if the air were imbued with an imperceptible ripple, akin to the gentle undulations of water, which quickly receded. The outermost layer of runes was complete. Beads of sweat formed at her temples, yet her gaze remained unwaveringly focused. Next came the middle layer of the stability-conducing structure. This layer's runes were more intricate, its lines filled with the essence of energy direction and constraint. Hallie's mental fortitude began to wane rapidly. She could sense an ethereal connection forming between herself and the peach wood, the rune she inscribed, and even a faint resonance being stirred from the distant direction of the Bell Palace. The tip of her brush glided across the surface, leaving traces of vermilion that seemed to shimmer with an imperceptible warmth. As the final stroke was made, completing the closure of the intermediary layer, two nested runes on the peach would suddenly ignited with an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible crimson glow, flickering as if merely a trick of the light. Yet Hallie understood that the foundational framework of the formation had been activated, awaiting the core's impetus. The crucial moment had arrived to delineate the core's purifying unit. This unit structure was the most enigmatic, drawing upon the fragmented concepts of energy, binding, and transformation inherent in the frenzied symbols of the secret scroll, while merging them with her own comprehension of protection and purification. Each stroke demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy and absolute precision in intention. Hallie inhaled deeply, immersing her entire being into the core image that represented tranquility, order, and the expulsion of filth. She was no longer merely a drafter. She had transformed into a forger, inscribing her beliefs onto the material realm. The brush met the surface once more. This time, her mental energy surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam, flooding into the tip of her brush. The vermilion traces on the peach would cease to be static lines. They came alive, flowing, swirling, and intertwining with her thoughts. In the air, an exceedingly subtle yet tangible disturbance of energy began to manifest, a chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. Drawn towards the small piece of peach wood and Hallie's mental power, slowly permeating from all directions, predominantly from the Bell Palace, and being constricted and guided by the outer and intermediary rune structures toward the forming core. Hallie's complexion paled visibly, and her hand that clutched the brush began to tremble slightly. The stabbing pain of soul rejection intensified sharply due to the drastic drain of her mental energy and the initial contact with external forces, akin to fine needles stirring within her skull. Yet she gritted her teeth, her gaze sharp as a blade, forcing herself to maintain absolute focus and stable output. The final stroke of the core rune was an anchoring point that converged all lines toward her spiritual imprint. Hallie concentrated her last, most refined fragment of intention, infused with a yearning for survival and freedom, as well as a steadfast commitment to purification and protection, and struck down with fervor. Buzz, a sound, exceedingly faint yet echoing deep within her soul, erupted suddenly. In that instant, the palm-sized piece of peach wood illuminated with 3 layers of nested runes simultaneously. The outer layer radiated a subtle crimson halo. The middle layer displayed flowing silver-white guiding lines, while the innermost purifying area erupted with a gentle, warm, milky glow. This luminescence was not blinding. Rather, it exuded an extraordinary sense of purity and tranquility, instantly filling the cramped dark chamber, suffocating the dim yellow light of the oil lamp. Meanwhile, Harley distinctly perceived, aided by the system's visual assistance, several wisps of extremely faint, murky gray-black energy tendrils being drawn forth from the void. Upon their contact with the core's milky white radiance, they melted away like snow in the searing sun, fading into nearly imperceptible, gentle streams of pale, golden energy, which were absorbed and stored by the core runes. It was a success. Though the conversion was minuscule, it was indeed a triumph. The formation functioned effectively, transforming that perilous resentment into harmless, even beneficial energy. However, just as Harley's heart swelled with joy, and her spirit relaxed momentarily due to the success, an anomaly suddenly erupted. Perhaps the energy feedback from the success exceeded the formation's instantaneous carrying capacity, or perhaps Harley's own mental power faltered due to its severe depletion. Or it could be that among the attracted resentment, a particularly obstinate fragment of malicious curse lay embedded. Crack! With a sharp sound, the peachwood piece bearing the runes developed a slight fissure from its core. Immediately, a surge of energy, far denser than what had been drawn before, dark as ink and filled with intense hatred and madness, erupted violently from that crack, as if it had found a breach. This energy was not transformed, but instead broke through the formation's restraints, morphing into an invisible, bone-chilling shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. Harley gasped as if struck by a heavy blow, stumbling backward, her vision darkening. The intense dizziness and soul-rending pain nearly rendered her unconscious. She felt as though she were being dragged into a frigid mire, surrounded by countless malicious whispers shrieking in her ears. Worse still, although most of this uncontrollable energy surge was obstructed and absorbed by the faintly isolating gray mortar and the enhanced concealment runes previously applied to the walls of the dark chamber, a minuscule fraction still leaked out. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the energy and its instantaneous explosive intensity, it caused a ripple effect in the real world, akin to a stone cast into still waters. In the dark chamber, the flame of the oil lamp flickered violently, elongating and bizarrely transforming into a ghostly green hue, lingering for 2 to 3 seconds before returning to normal. Next, in the eastern courtyard of the Yongzheng Palace's rear hall, the crystal-clear sweet water well began to ripple autonomously, creating fine, irregular waves without any wind. Further afield, the meticulously tended clumps of bamboo that hardly cared for rustled urgently, their leaves making a rapid whispering sound as if brushed by an invisible hand. All these phenomena occurred within a brief span of time and quickly subsided. However, in the profound silence of the palace night, any slight disturbance beyond the ordinary could be detected by the discerning, especially by those who had been closely monitoring the area. Almost at the very moment the peach wood piece fractured and the energy spiraled out of control in the spiritual chamber beneath the stargazing platform of the Northeast Astronomical Observatory, the vigilant Tang Ruowang, who had been maintaining an outward spiritual awareness in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Before him, the copper plate engraved with constellations and trigrams exhibited a region representing the direction of the Yongzheng Palace, where the once stable flow of soft light abruptly became violently chaotic. A fleeting yet strikingly distinct deep gray energy trail, interspersed with crimson, flashed past. Though it was momentary, the intense aura of resentment and chaos was keenly perceived by him. Tang Ruowang suddenly rose, his expression graver than ever, and hastened to the window, gazing towards the Yongzheng Palace. The night sky remained murky, shrouded by heavy clouds. Yet his eyes, capable of perceiving the unseen, seemed to glimpse the lingering, tumultuous energy above that particular area. After the outburst of resentment, the energy spiraled out of control towards the rear hall of the Yongzheng Palace. He murmured softly, his fingers calculating swiftly. No, it's not merely the old grievances of the Zhongsue Palace leaking. There are traces of deliberate guidance and transformation, yet it has backfired. He immediately turned and approached his writing desk, unfurling a sheet of paper and hastily inscribing his thoughts. This matter transcended mere celestial omens or terrestrial anomalies. Someone within the imperial palace was attempting to engage with and manipulate those forbidden, perilous forces. Moreover, it was likely directly related to that noble lady mired in scandal. This time, it was no longer mere gossip or conjecture, but rather undeniable evidence of energy fluctuations he had personally detected. Meanwhile, in the dim chamber of the rear hall of the Yongzheng Palace, Hallie struggled against the excruciating pain threatening to tear her soul apart and the overwhelming nausea. Forcing herself to rise, ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, a result of severe mental strain and minor backlash, she lunged towards the cracked peach wood fragment, pouring her last reserves of mental energy into the remaining runic structure. Simultaneously, she seized the remaining calming powder nearby, carelessly scattering it over the fragment. A faint milky glow flickered back to life, and, aided by the soothing effects of the powder, it managed to forcibly suppress and dissipate the surging black resentment and the chaotic energy that followed. The remnants were gradually absorbed and alleviated by the wall's mortar and the damaged remnants of the formation. When everything finally settled, Hallie felt as if she had been pulled from the depths of water, drenched in cold sweat, collapsing to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to even move a finger. The soul rejection oscillation index on the system panel surged into the danger zone, the red alert flashing violently. Her mental energy was nearly depleted, and the severe headache and tinnitus cast her vision into darkness. She had succeeded, yet failed. She had validated part of the formation theory's feasibility, but had suffered serious backlash and exposure due to operational errors and inadequate preparation. Although the exposure was fleeting, facing someone of Tang Ruowang's caliber from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau was more than sufficient consequence. Breathing heavily, she gazed at the cracked, charred peachwood fragment on the floor, her eyes filled with dread, reluctance, and a deeper resolve. An unexpected turn in the experiment had nearly destroyed her due to the backlash of power. Yet, a more lethal crisis had likely already reached the most vigilant ears within the palace, carried by the uncontrolled shockwave of energy. The dawn was approaching, and true thunder might already be on its way. Chapter 11. Crisis of Trust. On the ground, the fractured, charred peachwood fragment silently narrated the tale of the brief, yet perilous failure that had just transpired. In the air lingered a faint scent, a blend of vermilion. Her own essence, and the remnants of a charred, cold aura that had dissipated after the surge of resentment. The oil lamp's flame had long since returned to its steady flicker, casting a dim light upon Hallie's pallid visage and her disoriented eyes. She understood that trouble loomed large, not merely a failed experiment or her own injuries, but the critical energy that had spiraled out of control in that moment, triggering subtle anomalies. The green flame of the lamp, the rippling well water, the self-echoing bamboo leaves. To the average observer, these might seem mere illusions or coincidences. Yet to the ever-vigilant Tong Ruowang of the Imperial Observatory, they were akin to a bolt of lightning in the night. He would undoubtedly detect them. He would certainly investigate. The failed magical experiment from the previous night had likely become the most direct and damning evidence in his possession. What to do? Clear the scene immediately? Destroy the peachwood talismans? Feign that nothing had occurred? No, since Tong Ruowang could perceive the anomalous energy, her hasty cover-up would only raise further suspicion. Should she proactively offer an explanation? On what grounds? How could she account for the unmistakably unnatural surge of energy? Hallie's mind was a tempest of confusion, an unprecedented sense of crisis rendering her entire being cold. The aftershocks of the previous dynasty's impeachment had yet to settle, the stigma of being labeled a sorceress still fresh. Now, she had unwittingly provided such irrefutable evidence. What would the Emperor think? How would the Empress and the favored consort exploit this opportunity? Just as her mind was in disarray, grappling to rise and address the aftermath, a faint yet remarkably swift sound of footsteps suddenly pierced the courtyard. It was neither the delicate patter of Linglan nor the usual movements of the eunuchs, but rather the measured, deliberate steps of someone trained, intentionally softened, yet imbued with a rhythmic precision, followed swiftly by Linglan's hushed, terrified inquiry. Who? Ah. The words fell abruptly silent, as if stifled by an unseen force. Hallie's heart plummeted to the depths. The arrival was too swift. Almost simultaneously, from beyond the flimsy wooden door of the dark chamber, came a calm, yet undeniably authoritative voice. Lady Min, His Majesty's decree requests your immediate presence at the Western Warm Pavilion of the Yongzheng Palace. It was Su Peixing's voice, yet it bore none of the customary deference or subtle hints of previous encounters, only the chilling tone of official business. The Emperor had dispatched Su Peixing at this most illogical hour to summon her. Moreover, the commotion outside suggested that Su Peixing was not alone. Hallie summoned the last vestiges of her strength, bracing herself against the wall to rise with great effort. She quickly surveyed the room. Peachwood talismans, special ink, and drawing tools lay strewn about, remnants of her hurried work. With no time to spare, she swiftly kicked the cracked talismans to a corner behind a pile of clutter, hastily wiped the blood from her lips with her sleeve, and grabbed a handful of dried mint leaves, chewing them vigorously in an attempt to mask the metallic taste and any lingering traces of energy. Once she completed these actions, she took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. I accept the decree. Please wait a moment, Master Su, while I prepare myself. Lady, please hurry. His Majesty is awaiting you. Su Peixing's tone remained flat, yet carried an invisible weight of urgency. Hallie knew there was no time to lose. She swiftly removed her dust-streaked and sweat-soaked outer robe, donning a simple, unadorned garment. Splashing her face with cold water, she managed to coax a hint of color into her pale visage. Glancing at her reflection in the hazy bronze mirror, she saw a weary figure with sunken eyes, yet deep within, the indomitable spirit of Gryffindor and the resilience of a traveler remained unextinguished. She opened the door to the dark chamber. Outside, Su Peixing stood with his hands at his sides, his expression inscrutable. Behind him stood 4 guards clad in deep blue attire, their faces devoid of emotion, with piercing gazes. Lily was silently restrained by one of the guards, her mouth covered, her eyes filled with terror and tears as she desperately shook her head. Let us go. Su Peixing stepped aside, gesturing for her to proceed, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lily cast one last glance at her friend, signaling her to remain calm, then straightened her back and followed Su Peixing, escorted silently by the 4 guards, as they exited the rear hall of the Yongzheng Palace. Stepping into the darkest and coldest corridor before dawn, silence enveloped them. Only the soft sound of boots against the bluestone echoed, accompanied by the distant, muted clanging of the watchman's gong from beyond the palace walls. The biting wind pierced through her thin garb, yet Lily felt no chill, merely a numbing tension. In the warm chamber of the Yongzheng Hall, the bright lights dispelled the darkness outside, but failed to lighten the heavy, almost suffocating atmosphere. The heated floor radiated a spring-like warmth, yet the moment Lily stepped inside, she felt an even greater coldness. Several sheets of paper lay spread across the imperial desk. With keen eyes, she recognized one of the writings. It belonged to the esteemed director of the Astronomy Bureau, Tang Ruowang, characterized by its meticulousness and an air of otherworldliness. Beside it, there seemed to be confidential reports from the guards. I, your servant, Halia, humbly pay my respects to your majesty. Lily knelt in accordance with protocol, her voice resonating clearly yet faintly within the vast hall. The emperor did not immediately turn, nor did he bid her rise. The only sounds were the crackling of candle flames and the emperor's slightly deeper breaths than usual. This silence was more unbearable than any reprimand. Lily felt her heart thumping heavily within her chest, the chill creeping up her back in layers. After an indeterminate span of time, the emperor finally turned slowly. His face bore no anger, nor any particular expression, yet his profound gaze resembled two unfathomable icy pools, scrutinizing her with a cold intensity, as if to penetrate her very flesh and soul. Halia, he spoke, his voice low but clear, imbued with a weighty force that suppressed some unspoken emotion. I ask you, during the hour between midnight and the early morning, what transpired within the quiet chamber of Yongzheng Palace? He was direct, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. He even specified the precise time. She attributed everything to a failure in concocting the fragrance. The closest explanation to the truth, the use of fire had left a burnt odor. That could be accepted. Concocting a fragrance? Yongzheng repeated a phrase, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, icy arc. So, tell me, he demanded, how can you concoct a fragrance that draws the night watch eunuchs of the Qingnan Hall's attention, causing them to see a green light flickering in the direction of the Yongzheng Palace? How can it summon waves in your courtyard well without a breath of wind, or make the bamboo leaves resonate? How can it lead the astronomer Tang Ruowang to submit a report overnight, claiming to have captured a manifestation of vengeful energy, an uncontrolled surge of power, pinpointing its source directly to your residence? His voice rose with each inquiry, culminating in a sharp, almost accusatory tone. Each word pierced through to Hallie like an icy dagger. The green light, the well's waters, the rustling bamboo leaves, and Tang Ruowang's report. He knew it all, and with such specificity and swiftness. Hallie trembled, bowing low, her forehead pressed against the cold, golden bricks, her mind racing. The emperor had evidently gathered substantial evidence. Mere denial would only provoke his wrath. Your Majesty, I assure you. Her voice trembled with genuine fear and urgency. I truly do not comprehend why this has come to pass. I merely blend ordinary spices, employing only common ingredients such as mint, mugwort, and cedar nuts. There is nothing peculiar about it. Perhaps the green light arose from an accidental spill of some fluorescent powder, which I once received in a small quantity from the Ministry of Internal Affairs for creating luminescent items. As for the waves in the well and the sound of the bamboo leaves, I cannot fathom their origins. It is possible that in the stillness of the night, the wind's wailing led the palace attendants to misinterpret what they perceived. As for the vengeful energy Mr. Tang speaks of, I, a mere woman of the inner palace, truly do not grasp such esoteric notions. She attributed everything to coincidence, to the attendants' misperceptions, and her own inadvertence, resolutely denying any understanding of the unconventional forces at play. This was her only path to survival. She could not admit to any engagement with or comprehension of such arcane powers. You do not understand? Yongzheng approached the imperial desk, picking up Tang Ruowang's report, then another document from the stick record. Tang Ruowang has observed the celestial phenomena and earthly omens for decades without a single misreport. The individuals at the stick record station were also meticulously selected by me, possessing keen eyes and discerning minds. They cannot all be mistaken simultaneously, misjudging and mishearing. And, coincidentally, all errors lead back to your Yongzheng Palace during your late-night fragrance preparations. Halia, do you think me so easily deceived? The final phrase was delivered with a fierce tone. The emperor's authority bore down like an imposing mountain, overwhelming in its weight. Hallie felt an almost suffocating pressure. The discomfort of her soul's rejection stirred by this immense burden. A sweetness filled her throat, and she nearly coughed up blood. She held back her anguish, her nails digging deeply into her palms, using the pain to maintain her clarity. I would never dare. I would never dream of deceiving your Majesty. Her voice quivered, imbued with genuine terror and helplessness. Since my entry into the palace, Your Majesty has graciously not discarded me, granting me a quiet room to study the subtle arts of health and well-being, hoping to ease your burdens. Iarbo no illicit intentions. I truly do not understand why this incident has summoned such ominous phenomena and suspicions. Perhaps it is my lowly fate, having once resided in the inauspicious Zhongzue Palace, that has brought misfortune upon me, unaware of my own condition, yet inadvertently disturbing the tranquility of the palace. If this is indeed the case, I am willing to accept any punishment, only beseeching your Majesty not to let my folly harm your health or disrupt the serenity of the court. She began to play the emotional card, attributing everything to fate and the nebulous concept of misfortune, elements that are elusive and difficult to substantiate. She reiterated her loyalty and her sole intention of alleviating the emperor's burdens, even resorting to a strategy of retreat to advance her cause, voluntarily requesting punishment in an attempt to evoke a flicker of old affection or a sense of balance within him. As Yongzheng observed her frail figure trembling slightly upon the ground, listening to her tearful defense, the cold scrutiny in his eyes did not wane. Rather, it deepened. Fate? Misfortune? Coincidence? He had never subscribed to such excuses. Yet, there was a semblance of reason in Halia's words. If she truly possessed such supernatural abilities, why would she squander them on poisoning a eunuch or provoking minor disturbances? And why would she repeatedly present him with remedies that undeniably bore fruit? More importantly, in the reports from Tang Ruowang, aside from noting the eruption of resentment, there were indications of apparent manipulation and transformation, which ultimately backfired, revealing a faint trace of purity that resonated with the brilliance of the literary star. Manipulation? Backfire? Purity? This seemed to sketch the image of an amateur attempting to harness a perilous force, only to suffer repercussions due to inadequacies or miscalculations, rather than that of a cunning and malevolent schemer. Could it be that she had inadvertently stirred something? Or perhaps she possessed a unique gift or perception, one that even she herself did not fully comprehend, which inadvertently triggered forces better left untouched. This notion tempered Yongzheng's fury and suspicion, replacing them with a more complex and cautious assessment. He needed to discern whether this woman was a calamity that required immediate eradication or a peculiar tool that could potentially be controlled and utilized. The hall fell into a prolonged silence once more, broken only by Halia's suppressed, faint sobs and the rustling of fabric as the emperor paced slowly. Finally, Yongzheng halted, redirecting his gaze toward Halia, his voice regaining a steady calm devoid of discernible emotion, yet more chilling than his earlier harsh inquiries. Halia, I grant you one final opportunity. Who are you, truly? From whence did you acquire such knowledge? What is your purpose in entering the palace? These three questions struck at the very heart of the matter. Were they probing her identity as a time traveler? Inquiring about the source of her magic? Questioning her hidden intentions? She raised her head, her tear-streaked face striving to convey an air of candor and bewilderment. Your Majesty, her voice rasped, I am Halia, daughter of Hafeng'e. I was raised in seclusion, learning only the minimal skills taught by my mother, such as needlework, literacy, and rudimentary health knowledge. My entrance into the palace was in accordance with the selection system for maidens, under the decree of my parents, and as is befitting my station. How could I dare to harbor ulterior motives? Your Majesty, every word I utter is the truth. Should I speak even a half-truth? May I be struck down by divine thunder and my soul extinguished. Yongzheng gazed intently into her eyes, as if seeking to penetrate the veil of tears and unveil the deepest secrets of her soul. Halia endeavored to maintain an expression of clarity and confusion, withholding any revelation of the otherworldly essence and fear that lay hidden within. After a lengthy pause, Yongzheng gradually averted his gaze, looking out once more at the window where the dawn had begun to break with a pale light. Rise, he suddenly commanded, his tone inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Hallie was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced she had misheard. Hesitantly, she rose with great difficulty, her legs trembling from prolonged kneeling and her body weakened. The aromatic objects you possess, as well as that tranquil chamber, I shall have someone temporarily sealed for inspection, Yongzheng stated, his back turned to her, his tone devoid of emotion. Until the matter is clarified, you are to remain in the Yongshou Palace, without my decree. You shall not step beyond the palace gates, nor engage with any medicinal materials. Your daily sustenance and care will be managed by Su Peisheng. This was an even more severe and formal confinement than the previous instance with a noble consort, accompanied by comprehensive surveillance. Even the tranquil chamber was sealed. I obey your command, Hallie murmured, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. At least, for the time being, her life was spared. She had not been immediately cast into the ancestral hall or the cold palace. Remember your words from today. Yongzheng turned to face her once more. His gaze still inscrutable, yet softened slightly from its earlier deadly intent, now infused with scrutiny and warning. The innocent shall remain innocent? I hope you can indeed maintain your clarity. Your servant takes her leave, Hallie replied, bowing deeply, and at Su Peixing's gesture, she slowly exited the Sinan pavilion. As she stepped out of the Yangxin hall, the crisp air before dawn filled her lungs, and she felt as if she had been reborn, though her legs remained unsteady. Her garments soaked through with cold sweat. Please remember, I appreciate your assistance, Master Su. Hallie's voice was faint. Hallie chose to remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding her. She understood that she had barely survived the most perilous trial. The Emperor did not fully trust her, yet he had not immediately condemned her either. That last warning and the comprehensive monitoring implied she still had time, and her worthiness for observation and evaluation remained. However, this worth was predicated on absolute compliance and the avoidance of any further missteps. In the shadows, the Empress, the noble consort, and various factions aware of last night's ominous events would likely not allow her to remain undisturbed. Trust had irrevocably shattered, and the crisis was far from resolved. The Emperor had granted her a final chance, along with a stringent deadline. She must discover a new path to resolution within this closely monitored cage. Although last night's failed experiment had wrought disaster, it was not entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, she had validated the possibility of energy transformation and personally experienced the perilous might of that force. The path ahead seemed narrower than ever. Yet, the resolve to continue onward had never been so clear and urgent. The day had fully dawned. A new day, accompanied by deeper entrapment and unknown risks, had undeniably arrived. Chapter 12. The Queen's Thunderous Tactics. Two older palace maids, sent by Su Peixing, replaced the previously silent eunuchs, becoming the new guardians of the rear hall of Yongzhou Palace. One was surnamed Sun, the other Qian, both seasoned maids who had previously served the late imperial consort, conducting themselves with a steadiness bordering on rigidity. They managed every detail of daily sustenance, water, charcoal, and even the changing of Hallie and Linglan's garments and simple grooming, meticulously recording everything and regularly reporting to Su Peixing. Hallie felt as though she had become a carefully nurtured, yet closely monitored canary, every movement scrutinized under the watchful eyes of others, leaving her devoid of any semblance of privacy. The daily customary greetings have been waived, perhaps at the behest of the Emperor or Empress. The gates of the palace seldom open, except for the delivery of essential supplies. The outside world, rife with rumors, power struggles, and even the final conclusions drawn by the Astronomical Bureau regarding that night's strange phenomenon, appear to be completely isolated by the towering palace walls and vigilant guards. Hallie can only glean fragments of external whispers from the furtive glances and brief exchanges between the two palace maids, Sun and Qian. It is said that the beautiful consort of Ikuan Palace, upon learning of Min Gairen's complete house arrest and the sealing of her quiet chamber, has experienced a significant uplift in her previously gloomy disposition, even bestowing the monthly allowances for the entire palace. Rumor has it that the Empress has recently been increasingly diligent in overseeing the 6 palaces, meticulously scrutinizing expenditures and personnel allocations, particularly regarding the requisition of medicinal herbs, spices, and artifacts. Furthermore, it has been reported that Master Tang of the Astronomical Bureau has secluded himself since presenting his memorial that night, seemingly engaged in calculations of great import. Piece by piece, these fragments inform Hallie that she has not been forgotten. Rather, due to the events of that night and the Emperor's subsequent actions, she has been thrust into an even more delicate and perilous position. The Empress, appearing just, will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to further suppress and potentially eliminate this variable. A temporary calm often signals the brewing of a more formidable storm. On that morning, as per usual, Maid Sun delivered the breakfast which, in addition to the plain porridge and side dishes, included a bowl of dark brown, aromatic medicinal soup. My lady, Maid Sun placed the bowl on the table. Bowing her head, this is the clear heart and root soup, specially formulated by the Imperial Medical Bureau at the behest of the Empress. Although the Empress herself has not come in person, she, being mindful of the sisters in the 6 palaces, has taken into account your recent state of unease and has ordered the chief physician to personally consider this prescription to calm your spirit and restore your essence. Please consume it while it is warm. Clear heart and root soup. The chief physician personally considered it, the Empress's decree, as Hallie gazed at the steaming bowl. Its medicinal aroma wafting through the air, alarm bells rang in her mind. This was no mere act of kindness. The Empress intended to exert control under the guise of care. She aimed to intervene in Haley's diet and medication through the hands of the physician, potentially tampering with the concoction itself. Even if it were not a lethal poison, the addition of substances that could induce long-term lethargy, physical weakness, or dependency would be sufficient to ruin a person entirely, with the blame conveniently shifted to their inherent frailty or the conflicting properties of the medicine. Upon receiving Haley's command, the system immediately commenced a rapid scan and analysis of the medicinal bowl. Due to the inability to directly interact with the liquid components, it could only make a general assessment through the molecular scents detected. Scent molecular analysis detected common medicinal ingredients such as Rehmannia, Angelica, Astragalus, Poria, sour jujube seed, Polygala, and cinnabar in trace amounts. No known toxic or highly hallucinogenic substances were detected. Warning: long-term or excessive consumption of cinnabar, mercury sulfide, poses risks of neurotoxicity and heavy metal accumulation. Caution is advised regarding the proportions of certain ingredients, as excessive sour jujube seed may lead to drowsiness and fatigue. Overall assessment: the risks of this formulation are relatively low for short-term use, a few days, but long-term use, beyond half a month, may result in mental fatigue, sluggish responses, and potential health hazards. The possibility of containing non-volatile or systemically unknown harmful components cannot be dismissed. Vermilion, though in trace amounts, long-term consumption amounts to chronic poisoning. And who knows what else has been added to this bowl of medicinal soup beyond what the system can analyze. The imperial physician personally intervenes. It is unlikely he would merely dispense inconsequential herbs. Please convey my gratitude to Her Majesty, the Empress, through Lady Sunday. A look of gratitude graced Harley's face. Her tone submissive, yet she expressed, I experienced slight abdominal discomfort this morning. This medicine is warming and nourishing. It may not be suitable for me to take it at this moment. Might I wait a while and have some kanji first? She was buying time, seeking a strategy. Direct refusal was out of the question, as that would be tantamount to defying imperial orders. She had to consume it, but she must not allow this concoction to inflict substantial harm upon her. Lady Sun's expression remained impassive. By the Empress's decree, this medicine must be taken on schedule to achieve optimal efficacy. If the young master feels discomfort, a few spoonfuls of kanji may serve as a cushion, but the medicine should still be taken warm. Her tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Harley understood she could not evade this. She gestured for Lily to serve her a half bowl of kanji, sipping it slowly while her mind raced. Could she endure without drinking? Lady Sun and Lady Qian would never permit it. They would surely persuade or even assist her in drinking. Would pretending to drink and then spitting out work? Under their watchful eyes, it would be nearly impossible to do so without leaving a trace. And if the concoction were to be expelled, the Empress would immediately be informed, solidifying her guilt of defiance. She had to drink, but she needed to devise a means to mitigate or alleviate the medicine's potency. She recalled the last remnants of the tranquil powder she had kept hidden. It was a culmination of her mental fortitude and purifying energy. Perhaps it could offer some neutralizing or protective effect. Yet, that too was fraught with risk should the two energies clash within her. There was no time to hesitate. As she lowered her head to sip the kanji, she swiftly retrieved the powder from her sleeve and discreetly mixed it in her last spoonful of kanji, swallowing it silently. The amount was minimal and was quickly enveloped by the kanji as it descended into her stomach, unnoticed by Lady Sun and Lady Qian. A faint, soothing sensation emanated from her stomach, rapidly spreading to her limbs, temporarily suppressing the agitation brought on by anxiety and spiritual unease. Harley steadied her mind, aware that this would only provide a modicum of psychological comfort and perhaps slight protection. The true test lay ahead. She set down the bowl, took a deep breath, and lifted the bowl of heart-calming and essence-strengthening soup. The potent medicinal aroma caused her to frown. Yet she hesitated not to tilt her head back and consume the warm liquid in one gulp. The bitterness, pungency, and a hint of an indescribable metallic tang, perhaps from the vermilion, pervaded her mouth, sliding down her esophagus into her stomach, bringing with it a burning warmth that began to radiate throughout her body. Now that the young master has taken the medicine, all shall be well, Lady Sun remarked, her eyes flashing with a barely perceptible satisfaction as she collected the bowl. The Empress has commanded that this medicine be taken for 7 consecutive days. 1 dose each morning and evening. The servants will deliver it punctually. 7 consecutive days. 1 dose each morning and evening. This was intended to bolster her to the point of excess. Harley stifled the discomfort in her stomach and the strange drowsiness that began to wash over her from the medicine's effects, nodding in acknowledgement. Thank you. Once Lady Sun and Lady Qian had departed, Harley immediately instructed Lily to assist her to the couch for rest. She felt her mind beginning to cloud, her limbs growing weak, enveloped by an inexplicable sense of fatigue that was not entirely rooted in exhaustion. She understood that the effects of the medication were starting to take hold. System continuously monitor my physiological indicators, especially neural responses, liver and kidney function markers. And any abnormal energy fluctuations, she commanded inwardly. Monitoring has detected a decrease in host heart rate, a slight drop in blood pressure, a 12 reduction in neural electrical signal activity, and a slowdown in metabolic rate. Trace heavy metal, mercury, ingestion detected. A weak repulsion reaction between the host's calming energy field and the foreign drug components is noted, slowly dissolving part of the drug stimulation. Warning: if this dosage continues, significant mental fatigue and attention dispersion are expected in 3 days. Mild neurological suppression and metabolic disorders may occur in 7 days. Indeed, this medication was designed to undermine her spirit and body, a slow poisoning. She could not remain passive. She must find a way to counteract the drug effects or discover a legitimate reason to abstain from it. Over the next 2 days, Harley endured the haze and weakness. She appeared unusually docile, taking her medication on time each day, then succumbing to drowsiness, speaking little, and struggling to hold even a book. Sun and Qian observed this closely, documenting it, and surely the queen would soon receive a report on the drug's marked effects. However, secretly, Harley was exerting every ounce of her dwindling mental power. Sluggish from the drug suppression, in conjunction with the continually optimized meditation techniques from the system, attempting to accelerate her metabolism and guide the faint calming energy to envelop and dissolve the drug components within her body more effectively. Simultaneously, she began to deliberately exhibit signs of excessive drug reactions in front of Sun and Qian. On the evening of the 3rd day, shortly after taking her 2nd dose of medicine for the day, Harley suddenly turned pale, clutching her chest and retching, fine beads of cold sweat appearing on her forehead, her breathing becoming rapid. "Little master, what is wrong?" Linglong exclaimed, rushing to support her. Sun and Qian hurried in upon hearing her distress, their brows furrowing at the sight of Harley in agony. I feel a tightness in my chest. I can't catch my breath. My head is spinning. This medication seems too potent for me." Harley spoke weakly, her voice fragmented. "Perhaps it is just a momentary discomfort, little master," Sun said, stepping forward to offer comfort. "Just endure it. The effects will pass." No. Harley grasped Lingling's hand tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, her acting skills in full display. "I feel a severe palpitation. Everything is going dark. Linglong, quickly go report to Eunuch Su or find a physician at the Imperial Hospital to take a look at me. I fear I may not be well." As she spoke, her body weakened, as if she were truly on the verge of fainting. Feigning illness, especially an acute reaction to the medication, was the only method she could conceive to interrupt her regimen and attract the intervention of a third party, particularly one that might capture the Emperor's attention. Sun and Qian exchanged glances, hesitation evident in their eyes. If noble men were to encounter a serious issue during her medication, they would not escape culpability. Yet, if it were merely an act, "Please remain calm, little master. I will fetch a physician at once," Qian said cautiously, swiftly turning to leave. Sun remained, closely observing Harley's condition. Before long, a young and unfamiliar physician, introduced by Lady Qian, entered the room. Judging by his attire, he was merely a low-ranking doctor from the Imperial Medical Institute. It was evident that the Empress had prearranged this, ensuring that neither physician Wang, who had previously interacted with Hallie, nor any other potentially discerning physician would attend. Hallie inquired, her voice barely a whisper, about the medication for the evening. "Tonight, perhaps we may defer a dose and adjust the prescription for tomorrow." The young physician wiped the sweat from his brow. A postponement. Hallie felt a sense of relief within. At the very least, she had secured herself a night of respite and conveyed a message to the outside world, especially to the Emperor, who might be watching, that she had taken the medicine bestowed by the Empress, yet her body could not endure it. The young physician hurried away, presumably to consult with the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, the Empress's confidant. She understood that this silent yet lethal confrontation with the Empress had only just begun. As she lay upon the couch, gazing at the gradually darkening sky outside, she felt the invisible shackles of palace rules and imperial decrees tightening around her throat. Constricted by the bitter essence of the medicine, the key to breaking these chains, perhaps, did not lie within the eternal longevity palace, nor in her current state of compliance. She required a variable, one significant enough to compel both the Empress and the Emperor to momentarily divert their attention or reassess her worth. The night deepened, spreading like dark ink. Hallie, caught between the lingering effects of the medication and the tension of her spirit, wearily closed her eyes. Chapter 13. The Scheme of Yongzheng and the Inspection Platform. Just as Hallie was mustering her resolve to face the Empress's next offensive, an unexpected yet seemingly reasonable decree descended like thunder, shattering the eerie tranquility of the Eternal Longevity Palace and the entire harem. It was the morning of the third day following the incident of the drug reaction. Lady Sun and Qian had just served Hallie a simple, light breakfast when Su Peixiong personally arrived at the rear hall of the Eternal Longevity Palace. Unlike the cold and severe summons of the previous dawn, Su Peixiong's expression now bore an unusual gravity, infused with a rare, formidable authority that belonged to a high-ranking eunuch. He held a royal edict tied with a bright yellow ribbon, accompanied by several eunuchs and guards of considerable rank. Upon seeing Hallie, he slightly bowed and spoke with clarity and solemnity. His Majesty has decreed noble consort Halia to receive the edict. Hallie's heart trembled violently, and she hastily knelt on the ground with the support of Linglan. Was this a blessing or a curse? Was it a final judgment or a new twist of fate? Su Peixiong unfurled the edict and proclaimed in a loud voice, "By the decree of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, recently, the palace has been unsettled, with rampant rumors and reports of strange occurrences, leading to disputes reminiscent of the previous dynasty. I, under heaven's mandate, govern the realm. How can I allow malevolent spirits to confuse our perceptions and disrupt our palace's sanctity? Yet, the ways of heaven are clear, and matters of the supernatural are elusive and profound. They must be investigated, yet not hastily judged. To discern right from wrong, to stabilize the hearts of the people, and to rectify perceptions, I have decided to establish an inspection platform before the Qinan Hall." The term inspection platform struck Hallie like a hammer, reverberating within her mind. She instantly recalled similar rituals from the annals of history, employed in certain dynasties to identify malevolent forces and dispel evil. Was the Emperor intending to place her upon a public, ceremonial platform of judgment? Hereby, the esteemed supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau, Tang Ruoang, is commanded to convene with the Vice Minister of the Censorate, Li Wei, and the Chief Minister of the Imperial Household, Yin Lu, to publicly examine the peculiar occurrences within the palace 3 days hence, at the hour of the snake, before the Qinan Hall. All concubines of rank 4 and above are required to attend this solemn occasion. The party in question, the favored consort Halia, must personally appear to answer inquiries and affirm her innocence. Upon the proclamation of this edict, an unsettling silence enveloped the courtyard. Sun and Qian stood with bowed heads, while Linglan, stricken with fear, clutched tightly at Halia's sleeve. A public examination, the tripartite judiciary, astronomical bureau, censorate, imperial household, high-ranking concubines in attendance. The accused summoned to face questioning. This was not merely a matter of discerning truth from falsehood or assuaging public anxiety. It was evidently a meticulously orchestrated, high-profile public trial. The Emperor laid bare all contradictions, suspicions, rumors, and anomalies, intending to resolve them through this almost ruthless ritual. He thrust Halia, the suspect at the vortex of turmoil, directly into the intersection of imperial power and enigmatic forces, under the scrutiny of countless gazes. Success might cleanse her of ignominy, while failure would plunge her into irredeemable despair, leaving no room for reprieve. Moreover, the edict explicitly stated the necessity of proving her innocence, seemingly granting Halia an opportunity. Yet, all were acutely aware of the daunting challenge of establishing one's innocence in such circumstances. The Astronomical Bureau held the records of the anomalies. The censorate represented legal scrutiny and public opinion, and the imperial household possessed concrete evidence from within the palace. The high-ranking concubines, including the Empress, Hua Fei, and Zhen Huan, watched with hawkish intensity. Halia knelt upon the ground, acutely aware of her heart racing, her blood nearly frozen. The immense fear and pressure nearly suffocated her, yet concurrently, a fierce resolve born from desperation quietly took root within her. The Emperor's move was perilously bold and ruthlessly decisive. He was no longer content with clandestine observation and balance. He sought to unveil all hidden cards, her own, the Empress's, Hua Fei's, the Astronomical Bureau's judgments, and whether extraordinary forces truly dwelled within the depths of the palace. I humbly accept the decree and express my gratitude. Halia's voice, though somewhat hoarse, rang out with exceptional clarity. She gradually straightened and accepted the weighty imperial edict from Su Peixiong's hands. Su Peixiong regarded her intently and softly remarked, "Noble consort, I implore you to prepare yourself diligently in the palace over these 3 days. The emperor anticipates your self-justification. His emphasis on self-justification was laden with meaning. Anticipation? Was it the hope that she would produce astonishing evidence to exonerate herself, or the expectation to witness her complete breakdown during this public trial, thereby solidifying his resolve to act? Halia could not fathom the emperor's intent. She merely understood that there was no turning back. After Su Peisheng and his entourage departed, the rear hall of Yongzheng Palace descended into an even more oppressive silence than before. Even Sun and Qian, the palace maids, exchanged glances filled with complex emotions. No longer merely icy observers. The establishment of the examination platform signified that the matter had escalated to a state affair, far exceeding the realm of ordinary palace disputes. The news swept through the entire court like a tempest. Upon receiving the news in the Changchun Palace, the queen paused momentarily, her fingers deftly manipulating the prayer beads. A glimmer of cold calculation flickering in her eyes. The emperor has ultimately grown impatient. Very well, with the establishment of the investigation platform, is the perfect opportunity to uproot all that is vile. She began to contemplate how to substantiate the title of demoness before the 3 departments. Within the Equine Palace, Hua Fei was initially taken aback, but soon her countenance brightened with delight. Excellent. What a splendid investigation platform. The emperor intends to publicly tear away the mask of that wretched maid. I shall see how she attempts to deceive us in 3 days' time. Susi, prepare the most exquisite garments and jewelry for me. I wish to witness her disgrace and ruin with my own eyes. In the Suiyu Pavilion, or the side hall of the Yongzheng Palace, depending on the plot, Zhen Huan received the news and dismissed those around her. Standing alone at the window, gazing in the direction of the Qingnan Hall, her brow furrowed. A rare glimmer of worry and contemplation in her eyes. This step taken by the emperor regarding the investigation platform, does it signify his trust in her, or his doubt? Or could it be that even the emperor himself seeks to comprehend the so-called anomaly? She realized that this matter transcended the fate of merely one individual, potentially influencing the dynamics of the harem and even the previous dynasty. She needed to weigh her options carefully, contemplating how to express her stance 3 days hence and how to exert influence within the possible confines. Meanwhile, in the previous dynasty, officials like Guopu, who had previously impeached Hallie, were invigorated, fervently submitting petitions, either demanding severe punishment for the demoness or lauding the emperor's sagacity in confronting the supernatural, further escalating public sentiment. Throughout the Forbidden City, the mere mention of the investigation platform stirred a tempestuous undercurrent, all gazes converging upon the Qingnan Hall in 3 days. Sequestered in her chamber, Hallie remained oblivious to the outside world, enveloped in a tempest. She required absolute calm and concentration to devise her response to this unprecedented trial of life and death. To staunchly deny everything, in light of the possibility that the Astronomical Bureau might produce observational evidence, such a stance would appear feeble. To fully confess her possession of extraordinary abilities, that would be tantamount to self-destruction. The only path to survival might lie in blurring the boundaries, in transformation and interpretation. She recalled the failed experiment in the Zhongsue Palace, the moment when the core of the formation emitted a milky white light, imbued with a sense of purity and tranquility. And the traces mentioned in the report by Tom Ruowang, which suggested some form of guidance and transformation, revealing a faint aura of rectitude. Perhaps she could partially acknowledge her sensitivity to certain energies or auras imperceptible to the average person, framing it as a unique gift or constitution that even she has yet to fully comprehend. She could attribute the anomaly of that night to her attempts at harmonizing health through specific breathing techniques, meditation, or even the minute assistance of herbal remedies, inadvertently stirring or guiding the adverse energies accumulated in Zhongsue Palace, which, due to her limited control, led to a slight backlash and energy leakage. This would necessitate her wrapping the principles of magic in concepts comprehensible within this world, such as qi, yin and yang, guidance, and harmony. Simultaneously, she must demonstrate the harmlessness and even beneficial nature of this talent, emphasizing her ongoing commitment to researching the path of health and tranquility, and indeed showcasing some tangible results, the calming tea used by the emperor, the improvement in Lady Zhao's sleep. Yet, this would still not suffice. She required a more evocative and impactful demonstration to substantiate that her purported talent was not sorcery, but rather a purifying force capable of cleansing impurities and ensuring tranquility. This exhibition had to be clever, safe, and withstand scrutiny in the presence of many witnesses. Her gaze involuntarily drifted once more towards the direction of Zhongsue Palace. There lay the source of her troubles, and perhaps also the resolution. A daring, almost reckless plan began to take shape in her mind. She understood the immense risks involved, with the odds of success perhaps falling below 10%. Yet, doing nothing would surely lead to her demise on the inspection platform before the Tribunal of Three and the gathering of concubines. Better to strive for a glimmer of hope than to succumb to despair. Command received. Data retrieval in progress. Integrating energy field scan data from Zhongzhou Palace. Analyzing secret scroll symbols, and commencing host purification rune structure deduction. Warning. This plan involves direct contact and attempts to guide high concentrations of negative energy, posing extreme risks. The current mental and physical state of the host is suboptimal, with a success rate estimated below 15%. The deduction commenced. Hallie's voice was resolute. She had no other choice. 3 days passed in a blink. During this time, Hallie remained secluded, claiming to be in meditation to prepare her defense. She instructed Linglan to procure the most ordinary, utterly unremarkable spirits, coarse salt, dried mugwort, and cypress leaves. Meanwhile, she seized every moment, utilizing the system's assistance to repeatedly simulate and refine the streamlined purification guidance process, reinforcing the core, guiding, and stabilizing intentions deep within her consciousness with the dwindling remnants of her mental strength. Her complexion grew increasingly pale and haggard, yet her gaze shone brighter, akin to a solitary flame flickering in the dark night. At last, the morning of the inspection platform arrived. Before dawn, Su Peixiang arrived at Yongzhou Palace with a retinue of guards and palace maids. This time, they afforded Hallie no opportunity for preparation or delay. Noble consort, the hour is at hand. Please follow me to the Qinan Hall. Su Peixiang's voice was devoid of any emotion. Hallie had donned a simple, unadorned moon-white qipao, her hair pulled back plainly, devoid of any hairpins. She cast a glance at Linglan, whose face was streaked with tears and nearly on the verge of collapse, and subtly shook her head, signaling her to remain calm. Turning away, she made final adjustments to her collar in the bronze mirror. The reflection revealed a pale, gaunt figure, yet upright in posture. Stepping out of the door, the biting morning wind lifted the edges of her thin garment. "Let us proceed," she said calmly, embarking on the path toward an unknown judgment, perhaps the only road to survival. Behind her, the gates of Yongzhou Palace slowly closed. Ahead, the majestic silhouette of the Qinan Hall emerged in the brightening dawn, and it seemed a high platform had already been erected in the square, banners fluttering, figures bustling. The sky over the Forbidden City was laden with dark clouds, as if it too awaited this fate-determining inspection. And Hallie, a soul from another realm struggling for survival, was about to confront the most stringent scrutiny in the Empire's most solemn religious venue, undertaking the greatest and most perilous performance of her life. Success may emerge from the depths of despair. Failure, however, leads to utter annihilation of the soul. With no retreat, one can only advance. Chapter 14. The Duel at the Judgment Altar, Part 1. As the hour of the snake approached, the atmosphere in front of the Qing Palace became as heavy and oppressive as a leaden weight. The sky remained overcast, with thick clouds hanging low, obscuring the sun, while the sharp chill of early spring stirred the bright yellow drapes and colorful prayer flags surrounding the square, causing them to flutter ominously. A majestic altar, standing 9 feet tall and constructed of azure bricks, draped in bright yellow satin, loomed before the main entrance of the Qing Palace. The altar, octagonal in shape, harmonized with the trigrams of the I Ching, adorned at each corner with flags of various colors. At the center of the altar lay an incense table, a bronze cauldron, and several astronomical instruments and Taoist ceremonial tools reserved for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. The curling blue smoke rising from the incense burner ascended straight and slow, appearing particularly solemn in the stagnant air. In front of the altar, seats for witnesses had already been arranged according to rank. The Queen, Olenara, sat regally in the central phoenix seat, dressed in a bright yellow ceremonial robe, adorned with a hairpiece of emerald, her countenance calm as water. With her eyes slightly lowered, she gently twirled a string of tourmaline prayer beads, as if the unfolding scene were merely another court ritual requiring her presiding presence. To the left of the queen sat the favored concubine, Nian Shirlan, clad in a deep purple gown embroidered with golden peonies. Her makeup was striking, and a cold smile, blending satisfaction and resentment, curved her lips. Her gaze, sharp as a poison hook, fixated intently on the entrance of the altar. On the right side sat the consort, Zhen Huan, or perhaps already elevated to a higher rank, adorned in a moon-white brocade dress with a pale lotus-hued overcoat. Her appearance simple and elegant, while her expression was tranquil, Her eyes held a depth that suggested careful contemplation, occasionally sweeping across the assembly with an almost imperceptible caution. Further down, according to their ranks, other concubines of the fourth rank and above were seated, all bedecked in splendid attire. Their expressions varied, some curious, some whispering, others silent with bowed heads, but all unequivocally focused on the grand performance about to unfold. On either side of the altar were the seats for the presiding judges of the three divisions. On the left, seated at the upper position, was the chief of the Astronomical Bureau, Tang Ruohuang, clad in a deep blue official robe of the fifth rank. His white hair was meticulously arranged, his countenance lean and austere, and his eyes, half open and half closed, seemed to gaze beyond the material world, as if sensing the subtle currents of energy flowing through the cosmos. Before him lay a thick compendium of star maps and observational records. Seated below him was Li Wei, the left vice minister of the censorate, known for his sharp acumen and deep trust from Yongzheng, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, his gaze as piercing as a hawk, surveying the entire assembly, clearly treating the scene as yet another courtroom in need of truth. On the right side, at the upper position, sat the Grand Minister of the Imperial Household, Yunlu, or perhaps another prominent royal relative, representing the royal family and the inner court administration, his expression solemn and devoid of levity. Surrounding the square stood a phalanx of guards, clad in resplendent armor, their weapons glinting ominously, creating a barrier that allowed no escape. The air was thick with the scent of incense, the rustle of banners, and an intangible, disquieting sense of pressure. As Hallie stepped slowly into the square, escorted by Su Peisheng and 4 guards, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, akin to a droplet of water plunging in a boiling oil, before erupting into a cacophony of complex gazes. Astonishment, scrutiny, disdain, curiosity, schadenfreude, and pity pierced her like countless invisible needles. She donned a plain, almost shabby moon-white court dress, unadorned with makeup, her long hair held up by a simple wooden pin. Her complexion was pallid, her frame delicate, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Yet her back was straight, and though her steps were slow, they exuded remarkable steadiness. She slightly lowered her eyelids, averting the most piercing gazes, focusing solely on the path beneath her feet and the altar ahead, a symbol of judgment and the potential for salvation. Her performance, or rather her struggle for survival, had yet to commence, yet she found herself at the center of this grand, austere, hostile, and scrutinizing stage. The queen slowly opened her eyes, her gaze landing upon her. Devoid of emotion, present yourself. Lady Min, today's inspection altar has been established by His Majesty to discern the anomalies within the palace and to reassure the hearts of the people. As you are the party involved, you must speak truthfully and cooperate with the investigation. If your heart is open and clear, the heavens will reveal the truth. If there are hidden motives, you cannot escape the law as scrutiny. Do you understand? I understand, and I thank your Majesty for your guidance, replied Hallie, rising and bowing her head. At this moment, Hua Fei let out a derisive laugh, yet refrained from speaking further, her gaze brimming with malice. Tang Ruohuang, too, opened his eyes, his gaze as deep as an ancient well, directly fixing on Hallie. Lady Min, I have been tasked with presiding over today's energy investigation. According to my observations, since last year, the guest star in the Ziwei constellation has fluctuated, causing disturbances in the Earth's energy, especially at the intersection of the Rat and Ox, with the direction of the rear hall of the Yongzhou Palace being most affected. A month ago at midnight, I captured the eruption of resentment energy, an unmistakable phenomenon. You were present during this time. How do you explain it? Right from the outset, he posed the most crucial and damning accusation, directly linking the anomalies to her. All ears perked up. Hallie took a deep breath, raised her gaze to Tang Ruohuang. She exhibited neither panic nor haste to deny, instead adopting a tone tinged with confusion and slight unease, saying slowly, Master Tang, your scholarly insights astound me. The celestial and terrestrial energies you speak of, along with the forces of resentment, are profound mysteries, and I, being rather dull, find myself quite at a loss. At a loss? Li Wei snorted, his voice booming. I ask you, a month ago at midnight, what were you doing in the quiet chamber of the Yongzhou Palace? Why did so many anomalies occur simultaneously? The palace attendants witnessed the green light, water in the well stirred without wind, bamboo leaves resonated, and Master Tang detected the energy eruption. Are these mere coincidences? She once again attributed the core issue to her meditative practices and an accidental incense burning, deliberately avoiding the sensitive term of energy manipulation. Meditative practices? Incense burning? Hua Fei could no longer contain herself, interjecting sharply, What kind of herb can produce green light? What kind of meditation can cause the earth to shake and the waters to ripple? Hallie, do not attempt to obfuscate the truth and mislead us. In my view, you clearly possess sinister abilities, and that night, you were engaged in some clandestine sorcery, only to suffer backlash due to your lack of skill. Your Majesty Hua Fei. Zhan Huan suddenly spoke, her voice clear and resonant, interrupting Hua Fei's aggressive tirade. Today's gathering is a tribunal of the 3 divisions for the purpose of discernment, not an interrogation by the Equine Palace. There were indeed doubts when Lord Tang, Lord Li, and Lord Yunlu, following evidence and established protocols, began their inquiries. The Empress's concern for the inner palace is commendable. However, it would be prudent for her to remain patient and allow the gentlemen to proceed according to the proper procedures. Her words not only underscored the importance of rules, but subtly implied that Consort Hua had overstepped her bounds, leaving Consort Hua's expression momentarily frozen. The Empress cast a brief, indifferent glance at Consort Hua, stating, "Consort Hua, please allow the gentleman to speak." Consort Hua was left with no choice but to sulk in silence, her anger simmering. Li Wei furrowed his brow and addressed Hallie, saying, "Your singular testimony is insufficient to establish credibility. Lord Tang, in your opinion, could the burning of ordinary herbs, intended to promote tranquility, possibly provoke the energy disturbances you have observed?" All eyes once again fixed upon Tang Rolong. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head, asserting such commonplace items could not possibly be the cause. What I sensed was a highly concentrated and distinctly negative spiritual energy, namely resentment, erupting, intertwined with chaotic and uncontrollable elements, which could not arise merely from the burning of flora to guide the breath. Unless, he pivoted sharply, his gaze piercing towards Hallie. The individual performing this act possesses an extraordinary intent or constitution, capable of resonating strongly with the dark energies of the earth's veins, inadvertently or purposefully stirring the remnants of resentment that have accumulated over decades in the Zhongsui Palace. The notion of possessing an extraordinary constitution and inadvertently triggering the resentment of Zhongsui Palace nearly elucidated Hallie's anomaly, though he framed it in terms of unintentionality rather than control. The implications were equally grave. Hallie's heart raced. Indeed, Tang Rolong was astute, nearly unveiling the essence of her predicament. She could neither fully deny nor admit to wielding control. A look of appropriate shock and realization crossed her face, even tinged with a hint of trepidation. Could it be, Lord Tang, that my fears and anxieties caused my mind to falter during my meditative practice, inadvertently drawing forth something malevolent? I did reside in Zhongsui Palace, and its chill often left me feeling unwell. Might I have unwittingly absorbed its ill fortune, and due to my unstable state of mind, brought it forth? She cleverly reframed her extraordinary constitution as merely an unstable mind clouded by misfortune, transforming the notion of triggering resentment into an unintentional carrying forth of negativity, presenting herself more as an unfortunate victim of her environment than a malevolent sorceress. Ill fortune? Yunlu interjected calmly, asserting, in the heart of the imperial court, where the emperor's majesty reigns, what ill fortune could possibly exist? While Zhongsui Palace may harbor old tales, the Imperial Household Bureau conducts annual repairs and cleanings. If there were truly any vile entities, could they have persisted until now? Lady Min, your assertions are difficult to substantiate. The pressure grew ever heavier. Hallie realized that mere verbal defense was inadequate. She needed to present something tangible. Taking a deep breath, as if resolving to act decisively, she bowed deeply before the assembly at the altar. The Emperor is wise to establish this examination platform to discern truth from falsehood. I find myself wronged to such an extent that I am left speechless. However, since Lord Tang has suggested a possible connection between me and the dark energies, I dare to propose a test to verify my intentions. Oh, and what manner of test do you propose? Li Wei raised an eyebrow. Hallie lifted her gaze, surveying the assembly before finally resting her eyes on Tang Rolong. Her voice clear and resolute. Lord Tang has observed that the source of resentment emanates from the direction of Zhongsui Palace. I humbly beseech you, my lord, to invoke the secret arts of the Astronomical Bureau upon this altar, to summon or reveal a whisper of the faintest shadowy essence emanating from the direction of the Palace of Eternal Purity. Should I indeed be the one capable of stirring the forces of resentment, possessing an otherworldly nature, I must certainly react in response to this essence. She paused, each word deliberate, if I could, through my own understanding and tranquility, endeavor to soothe and resolve even the most minuscule trace of this murky energy? Would it not demonstrate that my heart seeks purity and clarity, rather than to stir up chaos? Would it not prove that all my actions were mere happenstance, inadvertently touching upon energies imperceptible to the common folk, and striving, albeit with limited power, to guide them towards goodness and tranquility? Upon the utterance of these words, the audience erupted in disbelief. Not only was she to confront the shadowy essence, but she also intended to attempt its resolution on the spot. This was sheer madness. Setting aside whether Tang Ruowang could accurately summon and reveal such energy, even if he could, was that shadowy essence something to be trifled with? A single misstep could lead to severe illness or even death, not to mention the attempt at resolution. The Empress paused in her manipulation of the prayer beads. Consort Hua first appeared stunned, then revealed a scornful smile of incredulity. Zhen Huan furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with profound concern. Li Wei and Yun Lu exchanged glances of apprehension. Only Tang Ruowang, within the depths of his tranquil gaze, suddenly ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. He fixed his eyes intently upon Hallie, as if seeking to penetrate the very depths of her soul. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Tang Ruowang's voice bore an unusual gravity. "The energies of heaven and earth are no trifling matter. The shadowy forces of resentment can severely harm the spirit. Even in minuscule quantities, they could induce delusions or illness in an ordinary person. Your notion of resolution is utterly absurd. I am willing to try," Hallie declared with unwavering certainty, her gaze resolute, "for the pure shall remain pure. Should I suffer backlash or reveal any disgrace, I shall accept all accusations willingly, without complaint. Should I, by some stroke of fortune, succeed, I implore His Majesty, Her Majesty, and all esteemed officials to restore my innocence, that the name of the enchantress may no longer tarnish the palace's reputation." She staked everything on this singular demonstration, placing herself in a perilous position. Perhaps life would emerge from it. The square fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the mournful whisper of the wind. All eyes were fixed upon Tang Ruowang. He alone possessed the capability and authority to determine whether this audacious test would proceed. Tang Ruowang remained silent for an extended period, long enough for the air to feel almost stagnant. At last, he rose slowly, bowing towards the imperial throne, then turned to the Empress. "Your Majesty, though Miss Min's request is indeed extraordinary, it may very well be the key to unraveling this enigma. I possess the secret art that can utilize the altar's formations and a pre-sealed sample of the Earth's essence from the Palace of Eternal Purity to manifest a ripple of the faintest shadowy energy. However, the risks are unpredictable and the consequences uncertain. I ask for your guidance, Your Majesty, and esteemed officials." He placed the decision in the hands of the Empress and the three departments. The Empress, her expression unreadable, cast her gaze over Li Wei and Yun Lu. Li Wei contemplated. If this method can discern truth from falsehood, though fraught with risk, it may be worth a trial. Yun Lu nodded slowly. Given the gravity of the matter, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Only then did the Empress speak, her voice still calm. "In that case, let be as Tang Ruowang suggests. However, caution is paramount. We must ensure that no innocent souls are harmed." The final two words she uttered carried profound significance. The humble monk complied with her directive. Tang Ruowang bowed respectfully and turned to walk towards the center of the altar. A public experiment, one that involved matters of life and death, and could potentially unveil the mysteries of this world, was about to unfold in the solemn and austere setting of the observation platform. Below, Hallie gazed up at Tang Ruowang, who was preparing the instruments. Her palms already damp with sweat, yet her eyes shone with remarkable intensity. The path to resolution could only be sought through peril. She inhaled deeply, slowly closed her eyes, and began to mentally rehearse the optimized plan proposed by the system, concentrating the dwindling yet extraordinarily pure mental energy she possessed, aligning all her thoughts of tranquility, purification, and protection to their optimal state. The calm at the center of the storm is often the most perilous and frequently harbors the sole opportunity. Chapter 15. The Duel at the Observation Platform, Part 2. Tang Ruowang approached the incense table at the altar with measured steps, his demeanor grave and his movements meticulous, as if he were conducting a solemn ceremony of offering to the heavens rather than an uncertain experiment in energy manifestation. He received a palm-sized, tightly sealed box made of sandalwood from the hands of an attendant, intricately engraved with swirling cloud patterns and celestial maps. His words served to reassure the assembled crowd. particularly the timid concubines, while also establishing a clear boundary. This was merely an examination, not an invocation of spirits. The queen nodded slightly, continuing to move her prayer beads with a steady rhythm. Tang Ruowang placed the wooden box at the center of the incense table and retrieved a small, exquisitely crafted object, neither gold nor jade, with a soft and warm hue, gently pressing it atop the box's lid. He then signaled the attendant to light 3 specific incense sticks on the table. The smoke rose straight up and, under the influence of an unseen force, began to swirl around the box, forming a faint ring of smoke. The square fell into a hushed silence, all present holding their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the center of the altar. Hua Fei wore a cold smile, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Zhan Huan furrowed her brow, her fingers unconsciously curling in her sleeve, while Li Wei and Yun Lu focused intently, attempting to discern the intricacies of this arcane ritual. Hallie stood below, her eyes closed, yet the system's energy structure visualization module was operating at full capacity, illustrating the fluctuations of energy on the altar within her consciousness. She could perceive that with each step Tang Ruowang took, an exceedingly faint, yet chillingly stagnant gray-black energy began to seep from the box's sealed edges. Ensnared by the swirling smoke and the aura of the crafted object, slowly gathering and stirring within the space above the incense table. Sensitive noble, Tang Ruowang said, completing his preparations and turning towards Hallie with a serious tone. The foul essence is about to manifest. Please ascend to the platform and stand 3 steps before the incense table. Remember, regardless of what transpires, maintain your composure and do not panic or resist. Otherwise, the energy exchange may inadvertently harm you. Hallie opened her eyes, nodded, and, accompanied by 2 guards, ascended the altar with careful steps. Her gait was steady, yet only she knew that her heart was pounding like a war drum. The closer she approached the incense table, the more palpable the chilling, discomforting sensation became, and the prickling pain of her soul's rejection began to manifest subtly. She endured the discomfort, standing resolutely in the designated spot, her gaze tranquil as she beheld the energy that began to manifest as a faint gray mist. At this moment, Tang Ruowang, holding a scepter, pointed towards the wooden box with a flick of his wrist, uttering a low yet rhythmically enchanting chant. In an instant, the pale, gray mist sharpened in clarity, deepening into a foreboding shade of dark gray, within which countless tiny shadows writhed and entwined, exuding an oppressive chill that made it hard to breathe. Although there was no tangible stench or sound, the sheer malevolence and spiritual filth emanating from it instinctively caused the concubines in close proximity to take a half-step back, their faces betraying expressions of fear. Even Hua Fei suppressed her mocking laughter, her eyes now tinged with trepidation. Was this the manifestation of the resentment power of Zhongsue Palace? Even a mere wisp was sufficient to evoke an instinctual discomfort and dread. Min Guiren, the aura of filth has manifested. Tang Ruowang's voice resonated again, akin to the tolling of an ancient bell, infused with a calming potency. Can you feel it? Very well. His gaze was piercing. You claim to possess the ability to harmonize and dispel this energy through meditation. Now is the moment to test that claim. However, I must caution you. Though this aura appears slight, its nature is venomous and capable of eroding the mind, inciting illusions and fears. The resolution you seek is no trivial matter. Even the slightest misstep could lead to your downfall. It is not too late to withdraw. This served as a final warning, laced with an undertone of inquiry. Taking a deep breath, Hallie forcibly suppressed the escalating discomfort in her soul and the tumultuous fears churning within her. She understood that the performance must continue, and it must be authentic. She did not act immediately. Instead, she first closed her eyes, adopting a pose of deep concentration and tranquility. To the outside observer, it appeared she was calming her mind in preparation for the meditative practice. In truth, she was rapidly confirming the system's strategic plan one last time in her mind, while drawing upon the meager mental strength she had managed to restore after 3 days of arduous training. She could neither inscribe runes nor employ any magical materials. Her only recourse lay in her own mental intent, supplemented by a modicum of props for concealment. Gradually, she opened her eyes, her gaze becoming clear and focused. Instead of looking at the dark gray mist, she slightly tilted her head, as if attuning herself to the invisible currents of energy flowing through the cosmos. This posture was optimized based on the principles recorded in the Taoist texts. Then, she extended her right hand, palm upward, fingers gently splayed, performing a gesture of virtual support. Severing the malign winds, one must sometimes evade tranquility and vacuity. The true essence flows from this. With the spirit inwardly guarded, health arises from the natural order, allowing the tainted air to disperse. A clear heart brings clarity. A serene spirit assures peace. To the outside observers, this seemed akin to a charlatan performing tricks. Hua Fei could no longer contain her disdainful expression, while some concubines in the audience began to whisper amongst themselves, questioning whether Min Gairan had succumbed to madness from fear. However, within the center of the ritual platform, closest to her, Tang Ruowang, along with Hallie herself, who was fully focused with the support of the system, perceived an extraordinary transformation unfolding. Within the realm of the system's visual perception, as Harley engaged in seemingly purposeless circular motions accompanied by her specific rhythmic incantations, her faint yet pristine psychic energy began to weave itself in an exquisitely intricate manner, giving rise to an exceedingly rudimentary, intangible, yet distinctly swirling and purifying thought field. This thought field emulated certain functions of the core purification unit previously stripped from the array, relying solely on her mental energy to construct it, albeit at a strength that was more than 100-fold weaker. Simultaneously, the content and cadence of her recited verses were far from ineffective. System analyses revealed that the specific frequency of her vocal vibrations resonated faintly with the fluctuations of her psychic energy, creating a delicate resonance that seemed to induce subtle disturbances within the foundational energy field of this realm, akin to auras of spiritual radiation, rendering it slightly more vibrant and orderly. This fragile thought field and sonic resonance acted like two purification stones cast into murky waters, beginning to influence the bound. Gray-black mist of resentment hovering above the incense altar. Under the astonished gazes of all present, including Tang Ruowang, the previously sluggish gray-black mist suddenly writhed violently, contorting as if agitated and repelled by some unseen force. Paler gray tendrils began to be shed from the mist's edges, dissipating into the air like evaporating vapor. The core of the mist appeared to lighten slightly in hue, almost imperceptibly so. Even more astonishingly, hovering approximately an inch above Harley's outstretched palm, several minuscule specks glimmering with a soft, milky white light emerged into view. They appeared from thin air, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Although fleeting, they stood out vividly against the somber sky and the gray-black mist. "What is that?" One of the concubines could not help but exclaim. "There are light points." Even Li Wei and Yun Lu leaned forward, eyes wide with astonishment. Tang Ruowang's pupils dilated in realization. He perceived it clearer than anyone else. This was no mere trick or illusion. It was a manifestation of pure, positive spiritual energy, or in other words, the essence of order, briefly coalescing into visibility. Though pitifully faint and ephemeral, it undeniably occurred. Moreover, the timing and location of these milky white specks coincided perfectly with the disturbance and fading of the resentment mist. Could it be that she truly wielded the ability to summon the purest and most righteous energies of the universe through mere thought, breath, and recitation to dispel the foulness? The only plausible explanation was that she possessed an extraordinarily unique, almost instinctual gift, a natural sensitivity to the dichotomy of purity and impurity within the universe, capable of subtly guiding and transforming energies with her conscious intent. Just as Tang Ruowang's thoughts raced, and uncertainty lingered among the crowd, the situation within the arena shifted once more. Perhaps it was due to the rapid depletion of Hallie's mental fortitude, or perhaps the malicious mist sensed an imminent threat and instinctively retaliated. It might even have been Hallie's deliberate act to illustrate the difficulty and peril of the situation. The swirling gray-black vapor suddenly emitted a slender tendril, as fine as a hair yet as dark as ink, which lunged towards Hallie's face with the ferocity of a viper. "Be careful." Thomas's countenance shifted, and he prepared to intervene. He understood that although this tendril was thin, it embodied the purest malevolence of the vengeful energy. Should it penetrate the human body, the consequences would be dire. However, Hallie's response took him completely by surprise. Instead of recoiling in fear from the encroaching darkness, Hallie widened her eyes and abruptly ceased her incantation, replacing it with a succinct, clear, and resolutely determined exclamation. "Disperse." Concurrently, her right hand, which had been gesturing in a circular motion, clenched into a fist before instantly unfurling, as if she were shattering and then releasing something. To an onlooker, this gesture, accompanied by her command, resembled a reprimand aimed at banishing the black mist. In reality, in that fleeting moment, Hallie unleashed the majority of her mental energy, sustaining the thought field, coupled with an extraordinarily intense will to survive and an unwavering belief in expelling the foulness. Igniting in a manner akin to combustion. A low hum emanated, perceptible only to Hallie, Thomas, and a select few with keen senses. The dark tendril, halting abruptly a mere half-foot from Hallie's face, collided with an invisible, searing barrier, warping and then dissipating with a faint hissing sound, perhaps an illusion, as it fragmented into lighter wisps of gray smoke, swiftly vanishing into the air where the milky white light had once flickered, leaving no trace behind. Hallie, having seemingly exhausted all her strength, turned as pale as parchment, her body swaying as she stumbled back, only to be caught by the timely intervention of Lily of the Valley, who had been permitted to wait at the front. Gasping for breath, her forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat, her gaze slightly unfocused, clearly exhibiting signs of severe mental fatigue. The entire square was enveloped in silence. Everyone was left astounded by the preceding spectacle. From the moment Hallie began her incantation and traced her circles, to the tumultuous mist, the flickering light, and finally the dispersal of the encroaching darkness, all occurred within mere moments, yet were imbued with an incomprehensible mystique. Had she truly accomplished it? Had she dispelled a tendril of foul energy solely through the method of tranquil harmonization? Though the process appeared exceedingly arduous, and she herself seemed gravely diminished, the result was undeniably tangible and witnessed by all. Thomas gazed, entranced, at Hallie, who was pale and on the brink of collapse, before his eyes fell upon the remnants of the now noticeably lighter, diminished, and less turbulent gray-black mist on the incense table. A complex turmoil stirred within him. He was acutely aware of the nature of the vengeful energy he had personally harvested. The black mist that had surged towards Hallie was undoubtedly not under his control, but rather a backlash of the vengeful energy itself. Yet, the incantation uttered by Hallie, imbued with an extraordinary force alongside her final gesture, undeniably shattered the prevailing notions. This phenomenon transcends mere coincidence or illusion. The queen's fingers, which had been deftly manipulating the prayer beads, came to a halt. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the frail Hallie on stage, her expression shifting in a tempest of emotions. On the other hand, the consort wore a face of disbelief, her mouth agape, seemingly searching for words to question the authenticity of something personally validated by Tang Ruowang. Could she dare to label it a fabrication? Li Wei and Yun Lu exchanged a glance, each perceiving shock and gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The unfolding events appeared to surpass their initial expectations. Zhen Huan's tightly clasped hands gradually relaxed, her gaze upon Hallie filled with concern, yet also deepening into contemplative contemplation. Tang Ruowang steadied himself, gesturing for the attendant to employ a secret method to recapture and seal the remaining, weakened aura of resentment. He then turned towards the queen and the three officials, his voice imbued with the solemnity of a historical witness. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, I have perceived the actions of noble consort men through spiritual insight, and I assure you, there is no falsehood. She has indeed not employed any known spells, formations, or external forces. Instead, it seems she relied upon her unique mental state, her voice, and a faint sensitivity to the pure and righteous energies of the universe. Though rudimentary and taxing, and only capable of influencing minuscule amounts of malevolent essence, the effects of her harmonization and dispelling are indisputable. He paused, scanning the audience with a more solemn tone. Thus, I posit that the earlier observed eruption of resentment and the uncontrolled energy phenomenon may be explained as follows. Noble consort men, due to her unique constitution and intense emotional fluctuations, induced by rumors and accusations, inadvertently resonated with the accumulated resentment of Zhongsui Palace. However, due to her insufficient abilities and improper control, this led to an energy backlash, resulting in various anomalies. Her heart may not have intended any malevolent acts. Rather, it seems she possesses an extraordinary talent allowing her to faintly perceive and harmonize the yin and yang of energies, yet lacking guidance and understanding. She inadvertently brought harm upon herself. Extraordinary talent. Ultimately, Tang Ruowang bestowed this designation upon her. Not sorcery, not malevolence, but extraordinary talent. A unique, innate ability to sense and even subtly influence energies invisible to the ordinary eye. This conclusion not only acknowledged Hallie's peculiarity, but also transformed its nature from harmful malevolence to a neutral stance. Possessing the potential for either benefit, harmonization, or detriment, loss of control. The entire assembly fell into an eerie silence once more, each individual grappling with Tang Ruohuang's earth-shattering conclusion. With the aid of Linglan, Hallie managed to steady herself, listening to Tang Ruohuang's words as the colossal weight that had long hung over her heart began to ease. She had secured her first victory. Through a meticulously orchestrated and fully committed performance, combined with genuine faint energy guidance, a manifestation of mental force, and clever props, recitations, gestures, and the milky white light that was, in fact, a fleeting manifestation of concentrated mental energy, she successfully crafted an image of herself as a pitiable figure endowed with extraordinary talent, yet blissfully ignorant, suffering from her own gifts. However, she was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The conclusion drawn by Tang Ruohuang is merely technical. Ultimately, the power to define and decide lies with the queen, the three departments, and even the emperor, who, though not present, is inevitably aware of everything. She gasped, striving to muster her final ounce of strength, and bowed deeply before the assembly at the tribunal, her voice frail yet clear. Lord Tang, please discern. For today, I have come to realize that I may indeed be different from ordinary individuals. However, this difference is not of my choosing, nor can I control it. The past misfortunes may all stem from this unknowing anomaly, which has entangled the court and disturbed the sacred presence. I bear grave guilt. Today, having fortuitously gleaned a fragment of understanding, I beseech your majesty, her majesty the queen, and all esteemed officials to observe closely. If this anomaly proves to be harmful rather than beneficial, I willingly accept any punishment, harboring no grievances. Yet, if there remains a glimmer of potential to guide it towards good, to foster harmony and tranquility, I am prepared to exert all my feeble efforts, obeying any directives. In hopes of atonement, she once again surrendered her fate, bowing low, yet also casting out the possibility of benefit like a fishing line. The ball was now in the court of the queen and the three departments. Would they deem her a malevolent sorceress deserving of severe punishment, or acknowledge her as an anomaly worthy of observation and utilization? All eyes once more converged upon the queen. She remained silent, her gaze slowly sweeping over the frail but resolute Hallie, the solemn Tang Ruohuang, and the various expressions of Li Wei, Yin Lu, and others. The balance of victory and defeat in this tribunal confrontation began to subtly tilt towards an unforeseen direction. The ultimate outcome would determine Hallie's life or death, and could potentially alter the court's perception of extraordinary powers. Chapter 16. The Tribunal Confrontation, Part 2. Tang Ruohuang's assertion of the anomaly reverberated like a massive stone cast into a deep pool, stirring silent waves throughout the tribunal and the entire hushed square. Sorcery and anomaly, though differing by a mere character, are fundamentally disparate in nature. The former must be eradicated as malevolent, while the latter may require identification, guidance, and even potential utilization as a special talent. The queen's gaze shifted from Hallie to the left, addressing Li Wei, the deputy chief of the supervisory office, who was now furrowing his brow, clearly deep in thought. Well-versed in law and penal codes, he instinctively harbored skepticism towards this arcane notion of anomaly. Yet, Tang Ruohuang's reputation and the extraordinary sight he had just witnessed compelled him to tread carefully. Lord Tang, Li Wei began, his voice resonant and measured. You assert that the esteemed Lady Min possesses an anomaly, capable of perceiving and subtly harmonizing the forces of yin and yang. I have one point of confusion. If she is indeed an anomaly, why has it never manifested before? Why, after her arrival at Zhongsue Palace and the onset of slanderous accusations, does it repeatedly provoke unusual occurrences? The timing of this anomaly's emergence coinciding with court disputes seems too coincidental. Furthermore, if she can incite uncontrolled resentment and today can faintly dispel it, does that not imply she possesses a degree of control over this power? If she were to harbor malicious intent, would it not spell disaster? Truly a master in the realm of law, he struck at the core of motive and controllability. If the anomaly could be subjectively controlled and employed for malevolent purposes, how would it differ from sorcery? Tang Ruohuang appeared to anticipate such inquiries, nodding slightly. Your concerns are well-founded, Lord Li. Upon observing, I discern the unique talents of the esteemed lady, akin to an innate sensitivity yet to be fully realized. It resembles individuals who possess an extraordinary vision, capable of perceiving the minutiae that elude the average eye, or those with exceptional hearing, able to detect sounds imperceptible to ordinary ears. Such gifts, if not guided appropriately and harnessed with a robust spirit, may easily fall prey to overwhelming external stimuli, such as the vengeful aura of the palace or one's own tumultuous emotions, leading to uncontrollable resonance and backlash. ultimately causing harm to both oneself and others. It is likely that her earlier invocation of vengeful energy was a result of her fear and anxiety upon sensing its presence, leading to an inadvertent resonance rather than a deliberate act of control or summoning. He paused, casting a glance at the pale-faced, still gasping Hallie, and continued. As for the dispelling today, observing the process revealed a tremendous expenditure of spirit, fraught with peril, culminating in a near depletion of strength. Rather than control, it was more of an instinctive endeavor sparked under the pressure of life and death, a feeble attempt at purification fueled by her own mental energy. The process was clumsy, the effects limited, and the cost exorbitant. This state is leagues away from the desired mastery of control. I deduce that her unique talent currently resides solely in passive perception and the ability to generate extremely limited resonance or repulsion under extreme emotional duress, far from the realm of active and stable manipulation. Tang Ruohuang's explanation positions Hallie's abilities as a form of passive sensitivity, easily influenced by her surroundings and difficult to stabilize or control actively, significantly diminishing her threat level. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a slight easing of his doubts. If what Tang Ruohuang asserts is true, this woman appears more as a pitiable individual burdened by her peculiar constitution, prone to trouble in specific environments, rather than a scheming enchantress. At this moment, Yulu, the chief minister of the imperial household, interjected. What Lord Tang has articulated seems reasonable. However, this exceptional talent is still distinct from a norm and has already incited unrest within the palace and disputes from the previous dynasty. Even if she harbors no malicious intent, residing in the inner palace, surrounded by many eyes and fickle hearts, one cannot ensure that she will not inadvertently cause further disturbances in the future for various reasons. This matter still requires the emperor's divine judgment. He deftly shifted the responsibility to the absent emperor, reflecting the royal family's cautious stance towards individuals of extraordinary nature. To eliminate Hallie under the guise of a demoness would indeed quell some rumors and mitigate potential threats. Yet it would simultaneously undermine the public assertions of the emperor's trusted minister, Tang Ruohuang, and could engender resentment among those who covertly support or sympathize with Hallie, such as Zhen Huan, or even the emperor himself, who may harbor expectations regarding Hallie's healing abilities. Acknowledging her uniqueness entails formally incorporating this variable into the court's management, posing challenges regarding her placement, monitoring, and potential utilization or prevention. However, as the queen's gaze swept across the faces of the concubines below, some fearful, some curious, some contemplative, an idea stirred within her, perhaps making this matter public and procedural, leveraging the power of the emperor and the court to address this contentious issue, while simultaneously demonstrating her own fairness and principled nature as the empress, unafraid of the supernatural, would be more beneficial than a discreet resolution. Just as she was about to speak, a clear voice preemptively rose. Your Majesty, esteemed lords, it was Zhen Huan, who had risen and slightly bowed towards the queen and the altar. I have a few words to say, though I am uncertain if they are appropriate to voice. The queen cast a glance at her, a subtle gleam flickering in her eyes. You may speak freely, Lady Wan. Zhen Huan straightened, her gaze calmly sweeping across the assembly, finally resting on the frail Halia, her voice clear and steady. What we have witnessed today in the inspection forum is indeed extraordinary. Lord Tang possesses a discerning eye, and his judgments are astute. The gifts that Lady Min possesses are certainly not of ordinary nature. However, as both Lord Tang and Lord Li have stated, such unusual traits, at present, appear to be uncontrollable and rather a source of calamity. She is herself bewildered and suffers as a consequence, leading to unrest within the palace. Her plight is pitiable, yet her actions are not without fault. She first affirmed Lord Tang's conclusions and pointed out Halia's missteps, exhibiting a stance of remarkable impartiality. Then, she deftly shifted her tone. Yet the wonders of heaven and earth are profound and inscrutable. All things are born with purpose. In ancient times, Shinnong tasted the myriad herbs to discern their medicinal properties. The Yellow Emperor consulted Qibua to elucidate medical principles. Exceptional individuals with extraordinary abilities are not necessarily harbingers of disaster. The crux lies in how they are guided and utilized and the rules under which they operate. She turned to the queen, her tone imbued with earnestness. Your Majesty, as the embodiment of maternal grace, overseeing the 6 palaces, has always balanced leniency with firmness, with rewards and punishments distinctly defined. The exceptional gifts possessed by Lady Min may be either a blessing or a curse, yet it remains uncertain. If we were to impose strict punishment solely due to her uniqueness, We might risk straying from the benevolence bestowed by heaven and could potentially miss out on a valuable opportunity. Conversely, should we allow her to be carelessly abandoned to fate, it may lead to further complications. In my humble opinion, Zhen Huan raised her voice slightly. It would be wise to present this matter, along with Lady Min herself, to the Emperor for his divine judgment. His Majesty is endowed with remarkable wisdom. Illuminating the path for all, he shall render the final verdict. Until His Majesty's decree is issued, we might temporarily place Lady Min in a secluded area within the palace, allowing for oversight while keeping her away from discord, thereby preventing her extraordinary gifts from inadvertently stirring trouble elsewhere. The Imperial Medical Academy and the Astronomical Bureau could collaborate to regularly observe her physical and mental state, documenting her unusual traits. This would serve two purposes. Firstly, to nip potential issues in the bud. Secondly, it might reveal insights into harmonious health practices that could calm and focus the mind. Should these insights prove beneficial, it would be a boon for the harem and for His Majesty. Her discourse was impeccable, addressing all concerns comprehensively. She provided the Queen with an escape route, entrusting the final decision to the Emperor, while proposing a practical transitional plan, isolation, and observation, even hinting at potential benefits, perhaps discovering new health practices. Moreover, she underscored the significance of the Emperor's divine judgment and the possible advantages. A proposal undoubtedly palatable to all parties involved, including the Emperor himself, who might take interest in this matter. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Li Wei and Yun Lu both nodded slightly, evidently perceiving this course of action as more prudent. Lord Tang appeared contemplative. From a research perspective, he was genuinely intrigued by this rare case. The Queen's gaze lingered momentarily on Zhen Huan's serene countenance, understanding that this astute Lady Wan was, in her own way, advocating for Halia's chance at survival and a respite. At this juncture, it was undoubtedly the most effective proposal to break the deadlock. The Queen slowly set down her prayer beads, her expression regaining its dignified serenity as she surveyed the assembly, ultimately proclaiming in a solemn tone, "What Lady Wan has articulated is indeed most reasonable." The Emperor established this inspection forum to discern right from wrong. Today, Lord Tang has thoroughly examined the matter, revealing that Lady Min Halia possesses extraordinary gifts. However, her character remains unclear and her abilities unmastered. The peculiar phenomena within the palace have largely stemmed from this. Yet, considering her innocence, which is not of her own volition, and today as public endeavor to mediate, despite her limited capacity, her intentions are commendable. She paused, rendering her final decision. This matter is of grave importance, concerning the auspiciousness and safety of the palace. I do not dare to take unilateral action. Therefore, I shall have all records of today as proceedings, including Lord Tang's deliberations and the observations of all present, meticulously compiled and promptly submitted to the Emperor for his sacred judgment, until the Emperor's decree is delivered. Noble Consort Halia is to relocate to the Qing Hall in the western courtyard of the palace. This hall is isolated and serene, distanced from the eastern and western palaces, and the Internal Affairs Bureau is to assign personnel for strict surveillance. All matters of sustenance and daily life shall be overseen by designated individuals. Without the permission of myself or the Emperor, no one is to intrude or visit. The Imperial Medical Bureau and the Astronomical Bureau shall periodically, every 10 days, send individuals to monitor her pulse and observe her physical and mental changes, documenting any anomalies and reporting them in detail. Furthermore, all items previously sealed in her quiet chamber shall be jointly inspected, registered, and catalogued by the Internal Affairs Bureau, the Censorate, and the Astronomical Bureau. They are not to be utilized without permission. I trust you all will diligently perform your duties, and the noble consort shall reflect quietly, remain composed, and await the Emperor's sacred edict. Qing Hall, the western courtyard of the palace. It is even more secluded than the rear hall of Yongzheng Palace, nearly akin to a high-ranking cold palace, with strict surveillance, completely isolated from the outside world, and regular observations. It seems that Halia is being treated as a peculiar subject of study or a potential source of risk. However, for Halia, this is the best outcome she could hope for at the moment. She has not been cast into the ancestral palace or directly deposed, preserving her life and noble status. She has been explicitly recognized as extraordinary rather than malevolent. She has secured a residence that, while monitored, is relatively independent and tranquil. Qing Hall at least sounds preferable to Zhongsui Palace. More importantly, the Emperor retains ultimate authority over the verdict, suggesting that there is still room for maneuver, and she appears to have been incorporated into a framework of official observation and study, which may serve as an alternative form of protection. I humbly thank Her Majesty the Empress for her grace, express my gratitude to the esteemed officials for their discernment, and extend my appreciation to Lord Tang for his guidance. With the support of Linglan, Halia once again struggled to bow, her voice weak, yet imbued with a hint of relief. The Empress nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and rose to leave, surrounded by palace attendants. Although Huafei felt discontent, the Empress had made her ruling, and she could only glare fiercely at Halia before departing. Zhan Huan cast a deep glance at Halia before turning away, her expression imbued with inscrutable complexity. Li Bei, Yunlu, and Tang Ruowang murmured among themselves for a moment before also taking their leave. The guard began to guide the other consorts away, and the crowd in the square gradually thinned. Halia stood in place, gazing at the desolate tribunal and the dissipating shadows, feeling a wave of profound exhaustion wash over her. The performance just rendered had nearly drained her of all her strength and spirit. The sting of her soul's rejection and the weariness of her body crashing over her like a tide. Yet within her heart, a faint flicker of flame persisted, defiantly burning amidst the cold confinement. By engaging in this tribunal-esque confrontation, she had nearly self-destructively carved a path for herself. The road ahead remains uncertain. Surveillance is omnipresent, and her future fate continues to rest in the hands of the unfathomable emperor in the distant Yongzheng palace. However, at the very least, the hat of the enchantress has been removed, replaced with a more neutral and flexible label of exceptional talent. She has been isolated, yet this has afforded her a respite from the direct intrigues of the harem. The regular observations from the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau serve as a constraint, but they may also provide her with a channel to access more information and even gain unconventional knowledge about this world. Most importantly, she is still alive. As long as she lives, there's hope. Su Peixing approached, his expression softened compared to before. Noble one, please follow your servant. Someone has already been dispatched to tidy up at the Qing. Hallie nodded, and with the assistance of Ling Lan and two newly assigned maidservants, who were evidently watchers, she slowly descended from the altar and stepped onto the path leading to the Qing in the western garden. The Qinan Hall receded behind her, and the road ahead remained shrouded in tall walls and uncertainty. Yet this time, she walked towards the designated isolation zone bearing a newly defined identity. The term exceptional talent echoed in Hallie's mind. Perhaps she could endeavor to transform this label, which she was forced to accept, into her unique bargaining chip for survival in this world. The wind, still piercing, seemed to disperse some of the gloom. Beneath the vast sky of the Forbidden City, a small, redefined variable was stumbling toward an uncertain yet promising future. Chapter 17. The Judgment of Yongzheng. Hallie was settled in the warm chamber on the eastern side of the main hall. The room was more spacious than the quiet chamber of Yongzhou Palace. Yet its furnishings were so simple they bordered on the austere. A bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a wardrobe. Facing the inner courtyard, the window offered a view obstructed by high walls, revealing only a small portion of the gray, square-cut sky. The first day of isolation passed in silence and stringent scrutiny. The meals delivered were still in accordance with noble standards, yet carried a cold, bureaucratic indifference. The personnel from the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau had not yet arrived, leaving Hallie to sit quietly, resting and feeling the gradual recovery of her spirit after the severe drain on her mental faculties, while also organizing her thoughts from the encounter at the altar. She knew she was temporarily safe. However, the name Qing lingered like an invisible brand, declaring her as a unique existence within the court, one that is observed, studied, and isolated. Her future fate hung precariously in the balance, tethered to the forthcoming report to be presented before the emperor, along with his ultimate decree. This waiting was more agonizing than facing judgment itself. Within the Yongzheng Hall, the lights burned brightly, yet silence reigned so deeply that a falling pin could be heard. Su Peixing stood in the shadows beside the imperial desk, holding his breath and focusing intently, his very breath subdued. Exceptional perception of yin and yang. Subtle harmonization, stirring resentment not born of malice, dispelling foul energy at the expense of great physical toll, and remaining bewildered and unclear. He believed in Tang Ruowang's judgment. He had never doubted the old minister's knowledge and character. If even Tang Ruowang deemed it exceptional talent rather than sorcery, then the matter could be essentially settled. The crux of the issue lay in how to deal with this exceptional talent. Li Wei and Yin Lu's petition was prudent, advocating for isolation and observation, awaiting the opportune moment, either when the situation is completely harmless or when it presents controllable benefits, before making a final decision. This approach aligns with the court's customary method of handling extraordinary matters, which emphasizes initial containment followed by gradual examination. However, Yongzheng's aspirations transcended this. The figure of Helia, from her insightful and pragmatic responses during the palace election to her effective remedies amid the epidemic, and even her seemingly ambiguous studies on health within the quiet chambers, revealed more than mere mystical talent. There existed a tendency within her, even in dire straits, to seek harmony and purification, an intelligence, or perhaps cunning, in her attempts to interpret and guide her peculiarities towards beneficial ends, alongside a resilient spirit that remained unyielding under tremendous pressure. She resembled an unrefined gem, imbued with exceptional qualities akin to a double-edged sword, sharp yet potentially hazardous to oneself. While outright destruction, exile to the cold palace, or worse, would certainly eliminate future troubles, it seemed rather regrettable. If her capacity for harmony could indeed be harnessed, directed towards calming the spirit and stabilizing intentions, or even assisting in the treatment of certain difficult ailments faced by the court physicians, it might not be devoid of value, especially in the aftermath of the epidemic. When the hearts of the court and palace were still unsettled, an extraordinary individual capable of symbolizing tranquility could serve a unique purpose. Yet, to either overlook or excessively empower her posed significant risks. The uncontrollable nature of her gifts, their susceptibility to provocation, and the unknown origins and limits of her abilities were concerning. More critically, she had already attracted considerable attention and controversy within the previous court and harem. How to position her would itself send a political signal. Yongzheng needed to find a balance, a solution that could mitigate risks, extract latent value, and convey a clear message to both internal and external observers. He slowly closed his eyes, envisioning the map of the court in his mind, weighing the reactions of various factions, calculating the potential gains and losses of each possibility. After a long pause, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharp resolve illuminating his gaze, and he had reached a decision. Supei Singh, at your service. Draft the edict. Supei Singh promptly stepped forward, unfurling a piece of bright yellow silk while preparing the ink. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees. I have learned that the inspection at the Qinan Hall has concluded, revealing that noble Lady Helia possesses extraordinary gifts and remarkable perceptions. The anomalies previously witnessed within the palace stem from this. However, upon examining her true nature, it is evident that she does not harbor malice. Her character remains unclear, and her abilities have yet to be fully revealed. Heaven embodies a benevolent spirit, and I, with a heart of compassion, cannot bear to punish one so unique. He paused momentarily before continuing. Therefore, I hereby elevate noble Lady Helia to the rank of concubine and relocate her to the Qing Hall in the Western Garden. This hall is tranquil, suitable for her cultivation of character. The Internal Affairs Department is instructed to provide for her according to the rank of a concubine, with all necessary guards and supervision, as previously directed. An elevation from noble lady to concubine, after just undergoing the scrutiny of the inspection platform, being classified as extraordinary, and placed under isolation and supervision. Not only was she not punished, but she was also promoted. Su Peixing's wrist trembled ever so slightly, yet the ink remained steady. A tempest surged within his heart. What was the emperor's intent? Yongzheng appeared oblivious to his subtle reaction, maintaining a calm demeanor, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. However, the extraordinary must be carefully observed and guided. Thus, I decree, establish a study room in Qing Hall, permitting concubine Helia to delve into medical texts and explore the principles of health and harmony. The necessary ordinary books, writing implements, paper, ink, and harmless herbs and flowers may be requested from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be dispensed according to established protocol, with the chief eunuch meticulously recording all transactions. This grants an independent research space. Although the restrictions are stringent, harmless herbs and flowers must be documented. It signifies that the emperor has formally acknowledged and incorporated her research activities into an official and controllable framework. Furthermore, the voice of Yongzheng resonates with deeper authority, instructing the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau to dispatch, every 10 days, individuals of scholarly aptitude and meticulous thought to the Qing Hall. Their purpose is twofold. First, to pulse and calm the mind, while observing and recording the physical and mental state of the concubine. Second, to engage in discussions regarding medical principles, astronomy, and the study of things, extracting beneficial insights for her well-being and tranquility, to be recorded for imperial review. All interactions must be noted by the chief eunuch present. Not only observation, but also discussion is required to distill beneficial theories. This indicates that Hallie's unique talents and knowledge will be purposefully researched and refined, with the emperor personally reviewing potentially advantageous elements. The concubine must adhere to palace regulations, reflecting deeply and diligently studying the path to health in the study of things, guiding her extraordinary gifts towards virtue. Should she achieve notable results in nurturing her body and mind, and in fostering serenity within the palace, I shall not withhold rewards. However, should she provoke further incidents or act inappropriately, stern punishment will ensue. Lastly, this serves as a warning that balances grace with authority. Upon the completion of the decree, Yongzheng personally took the jade seal and heavily impressed the vibrant red emblem upon the end of the silk document. He immediately dispatched a message to the 6 palaces, informing the former court. Yongzheng handed the imperial edict to Su Peisheng, his tone indifferent, instructing the Ministry of Internal Affairs to ensure that the guards at Qingrui Hall maintain a relaxed exterior while remaining vigilant within. All items in the study of things must undergo strict inspection and regular inventory. The individuals selected from the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau must be reliable and discreet. Yes, the servant understands. Su Peisheng received the edict with both hands, already comprehending in his heart. The emperor intends to place this extraordinary concubine within a transparent, controllable, and utilitarian box. The elevation of her rank serves both as a pacification and as a legitimization of her research. The study of things acts as both a cage and a stage. The regular discussions serve as both surveillance and value extraction. Risks are stringently managed, while potential benefits are permitted to flow slowly under supervision. This is no mere protection, but rather a masterful display of imperial strategy that not only alleviates the crisis surrounding the perceived witch, but also transforms her uniqueness into a manageable resource, simultaneously demonstrating his tolerance and control to both internal and external observers. Moreover, Yongzheng added, his gaze profound, informing the empress that he had reached a sacred decision regarding the concubine. No one in the inner palace shall dare to speak recklessly of the strange or extraordinary. Violators shall be deemed disruptive to the palace order. Furthermore, they must not casually visit Qingrui Hall to cause disturbances. This aims to completely silence the rumors while also shutting down any potential interference from other factions in the harem, particularly that of Consort Hua. The servant obeys. Su Peisheng bowed and exited, immediately arranging the proclamation of the edict. Within the Yangxin Hall, silence returned. Yongzheng sat alone upon the throne, gazing out into the deepening night. Halia, the concubine. He has granted her an unprecedented and peculiar identity and space. Whether this proves to be a blessing or a curse, a success or a failure, rests solely upon her ability to navigate this limited chessboard. If she can indeed extract something of value, it may turn out to be a brilliant move. If the situation remains uncontrollable, both the Qingrutang and the Gui will become her ultimate grave. The favor of the emperor has always been accompanied by shackles. Meanwhile, within the Qingrutang, Halia was lost in thought, gazing at the flickering candlelight, contemplating the uncertain paths that lay ahead. Suddenly, the sound of urgent and orderly footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the respectful inquiries of the guards and the elongated tones of the emissary announcing the decree. The imperial edict has arrived. The favored consort Halia received the decree. Favored consort? An imperial edict? Halia's heart raced with shock, prompting her to rise and, with the support of Linglan, hastily kneel before the hall. Her mind was a tempest of confusion, uncertain whether this unexpected decree in the dead of night heralded fortune or misfortune. As the announcing eunuch clearly and resoundingly recited the edict, Halia knelt on the cold ground, scarcely able to believe her ears. Promotion, consort position, Gui, permission to conduct research, the imperial physician and astronomical observatory to discuss periodically. This was nothing short of a miraculous escape from despair. No. It was the forging of an unprecedented and perilous path amidst dire circumstances. The emperor had not abandoned her, nor had he simply deemed her a peculiar anomaly to be dealt with. Rather, he acknowledged her uniqueness with a stark rationality, incorporating it into the empire's administrative framework, bestowing upon her an exceedingly special and perilous position. Favored consort, express your gratitude for the edict. The announcing eunuch's voice roused her from her stupor. Halia inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, and bowed deeply. I, Halia, humbly receive the decree. Long live the emperor. The edict was respectfully accepted and enshrined. The announcing eunuch and the head eunuch from the Internal Affairs Bureau then explained the regulations and procedures for applying to Gui before taking their leave. The courtyard door was closed once more, the sound of the lock resonating sharply in the night. Halia stood still, her hand still tinged with the chilling touch of the silk decree. She lifted her gaze towards the direction of Yongzheng Hall at the heart of the capital, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The emperor had seen her value, or rather, the potential value she might possess. He had granted her an opportunity to prove her worth under vigilant scrutiny. Gui was his investment, his wager, and she must seize this hard-won, albeit twisted, freedom and resources. It was no longer merely a struggle for survival. It was a performance on this confined stage, one that must satisfy the audience, the emperor, by yielding tangible and commendable results. The road ahead remained fraught with peril, the shadow of her peculiar nature ever present, with surveillance omnipresent. Yet, at the very least, she now held an additional card, a researcher's identity formally recognized by the highest authority of the empire. Linglan. Halia slowly turned to look at her devoted maid, whose face was awash with tears of joy, her voice calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented determination. From tomorrow onward, we have work to do. The lights of Gui were about to flicker to life in the most secluded corner of the palace. A unique research endeavor, concerning knowledge and power, survival and value, would soon commence under the emperor's watchful gaze, taking place within the confines of a gilded cage. The night stretches long, yet dawn seems to whisper a faint glimmer through the darkness. Chapter 18. New Patterns and Old Grievances. The emperor's unexpected edict resounded like a thunderclap, shattering the already tumultuous atmosphere of the Forbidden City. The elevation of the Min consort, the granting of residence in Qing, and the establishment of the Guwuzhai for her to study medical texts and explore the principles of health and harmony. Accompanied by the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau's periodic discussions on this series of arrangements, appeared to be profound favors. However, the implications were immense, drawing countless skeptical eyes from the previous dynasty and the imperial harem towards that suddenly extraordinary and secluded courtyard deep within the western garden of the palace. Naturally, the first to erupt in outrage was Ikuan Palace. What? An elevation? Yevusai. How could the emperor do this? The furious Huafei trembled with rage. Precious porcelain vases from the imperial kiln met their demise amidst the cacophony of her piercing voice. That wretched maid is clearly a sorceress. The old fool Tang Ruowang mutters some nonsense about her being extraordinary, and the emperor believes it, he even promotes her. What Guwuzhai? I decall it a den of sorcery. The emperor has been bewitched by her. No, I must see the emperor. Songji and the others, terrified, knelt on the ground, desperately imploring, Your Highness, please temper your anger. The emperor's edict has been issued, openly declaring it to the 6 palaces. To confront him now would surely incite his wrath. The emperor must have deeper intentions. Perhaps he merely wishes to placate her for easier oversight. Placate? Oversight? Then why promote her? Why establish a separate hall for her? This is clearly an elevation. Huafei's chest heaved violently, her eyes brimming with resentment and indignation. And what of the empress? How could she preside over the harem and allow such an evil presence to remain, granting her a title? How is she fit to be the central palace? After venting her fury, Huafei gradually regained her composure, yet the coldness in her gaze deepened. She understood that the emperor's decision was irrevocable. The edict's admonition against discussing supernatural matters and the prohibition against visiting Qing further sealed her path to openly criticize. Humph, she scoffed softly, stroking her newly dyed crimson lips, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Even if she has been elevated to a consort, confined in that desolate corner of the Western Garden, what difference is there from imprisonment? Discussions between the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau? Who knows whether they are for inquiry or surveillance? The emperor ultimately harbors doubts about her. Moreover, there are many in this palace who wish to see her suffer, not just me. I shall see what she can derive in that Guwuzhai. Songji, I am here. Keep a close watch on the happenings at Qing, as well as the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau. Find out who visits, what is said, what is done. Gather every piece of information for me. In stark contrast to the fury of Ikuan Palace, the atmosphere in Changchun Palace remained far more subdued, yet equally intricate. The emperor has indeed handled it this way. The empress murmured softly to herself, as if she had anticipated it all along. The elevation serves to demonstrate to the world the vast benevolence of heaven, unconfined by conventions. Qing and Guwuzhai draw both a cage and boundaries for her and for all. The discussions between the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau serve as both surveillance and a means for the emperor to ascertain what further revelations this extraordinary individual might yield. Jinxiu whispered, Your Majesty, does the emperor's action signify his intention to retain Min Pin, perhaps even to utilize her? Utilize? A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of the Empress's lips. Perhaps. The Emperor is a man of pragmatism. If she possesses the ability to nurture health and soothe the spirit, and can be kept under control, why not make use of her? It is certainly preferable to those who merely engage in jealousy and slander. The implication in her words left Jianxiu with lowered eyes, hesitant to respond. However, the Empress's tone shifted abruptly, growing cold. Yet, this unique talent is ultimately a double-edged sword. While the Emperor may benefit from it, others may be inspired to harbor ill intentions. Though Qing Dynasty is distant, it cannot entirely shield us from the storms of gossip. Relay this message. Those of us in Changchun Palace should maintain our distance from the West Garden to avoid entanglements and scandal. Yet, we must remain informed of all pertinent news, especially concerning Huafei and any developments at Suiyuxuan. I understand, Jinxia replied. The Empress intended to observe from the sidelines while meticulously monitoring the reactions from various quarters. In Suiyuxuan, where Zhen Huan stood alone beneath the corridor, gazing thoughtfully towards the West Garden, Lu Zhu quietly attended by her side. Min Pin, Zhen Huan softly repeated the term, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. The Emperor's maneuver was indeed exquisite. Lu Zhu, puzzled, queried, "Is it a good thing for His Majesty to promote that Min Guerin? It signifies his trust in her, dismissing the notion of her being a temptress. A good thing?" Zhen Huan shook her head, her voice laced with an ineffable sense of melancholy. On the surface, it appears beneficial, yet it places her in a more conspicuous and perilous position. With her elevated status comes a rightful dignity, but she also becomes a target for envy. While Ge Wuzhai sounds esteemed, it is in reality a gilded cage, with every move scrutinized by the Emperor. The discussions at the Imperial Medical Institute and the Astronomical Bureau, ostensibly exchanges, are, in truth, mechanisms of surveillance and evaluation. The Emperor has granted her a lifeline, yet that path is fraught with thorns and trials. She paused, turning to Lu Zhu. "Do you think, given Min Pin's disposition, she would willingly confine herself to mere study at Ge Wuzhai, awaiting discussions?" Lu Zhu pondered and shook her head. "I do not believe so. Although Min Pin appears serene, there is an unmistakable flicker in her eyes, as if she resists accepting her fate." "Then let us," Lu Zhu tentatively suggested. The reactions from the previous dynasty were even more nuanced. Guopu and other censors who had previously vehemently criticized were now rendered silent, as though their voices had been stifled following the imperial decree. The Emperor's handling of the situation acknowledged the uniqueness of the talent, while firmly placing it within a regulated framework, rewarding it to demonstrate imperial favor. This rendered their earlier accusations of her being a seductress, leading to national calamity, utterly feeble. Observant individuals detected a deeper implication regarding the Emperor's attitude toward unconventional matters. Perhaps he was more open-minded and pragmatic than previously thought, as long as they proved useful and manageable. Meanwhile, Min Pin's father, Ha Fengye, experienced a subtle shift in his circumstances within the Ministry of Works. Although his colleagues remained cautious, their previously evasive demeanor had softened considerably, with occasional tentative congratulations. After all, his daughter had been promoted, receiving a peculiar appointment sanctioned by the Emperor, indicating that royal favor had not waned and perhaps contained further mysteries. As for the epicenter of the events, Qing and its new mistress, Min Pin Halley, embarked on a new chapter of life amidst an atmosphere that was outwardly relaxed yet internally taut. The efficiency of the Internal Affairs Office was remarkably high. By the following day after the imperial decree was issued, the plaque of the Ge Wuzhai was already affixed above the entrance of the West Wing. The room had been meticulously cleaned and furnished in accordance with the standards of the studio, complete with bookshelves, writing desks, the four treasures of the study, as well as a modest apothecary cabinet and an empty antiquities shelf. A shipment of books soon arrived, primarily consisting of fundamental medical texts such as the Huangdi Neijing, the Shang'anlin, and the Binchao Gongmu, alongside a selection of miscellaneous writings from the previous dynasty and manuscripts of Western scientific texts awarded prior to the reign of Yongzheng. The medicinal herbs provided were of the most common and safest varieties, including chrysanthemum, goji berries, mint, and dry tangerine peel, with their quantities strictly regulated. The guards remained vigilant, yet they no longer restricted Harley's movements within the courtyard of the Qing. 2 additional palace maids and eunuchs had been assigned to her service, both taciturn and methodical in demeanor, responsible for her daily needs and the basic upkeep of the Ge Wuzhai. The head eunuch would conduct daily inspections, verifying the inventory of items. Harley was acutely aware that every action of hers was under the scrutiny of countless eyes. She maintained an unusually composed and focused demeanor, spending most of her days in the Ge Wuzhai, either poring over medical texts, practicing calligraphy, or tending to the limited assortment of herbs, sorting, drying, and documenting their characteristics. Occasionally, she would experiment with concocting the most basic risk-free herbal teas or calming sachets, testing the results on herself and sharing with Ling Lan and a select few palace attendants. She no longer rushed to conduct any experiments involving energy or runes. The systematic deductions and analyses had shifted to a completely silent background mode, engaging solely in theoretical simulations and data integration. The immediate priority was to adapt to her new identity and environment, establishing a harmless, beneficial, and focused research persona. Simultaneously, she awaited the forthcoming first discussion. On this day, personnel from the Imperial Medical Office and the Astronomical Bureau finally arrived together. Representing the Imperial Medical Office was Physician Wang, who had previously diagnosed Lady Zhao and was familiar with Harley's dietary remedies. He was evidently a carefully selected practitioner with solid medical skills, a composed demeanor, and a degree of tolerance for unconventional therapies, maintaining a relatively neutral stance. The Astronomical Bureau had sent a middle-aged Taoist named Xuanjun, one of the direct disciples of John Tang, skilled in celestial observations and geomancy. He was taciturn, yet possessed sharp, clear eyes, clearly chosen for the purpose of observation and dialogue. Accompanied by the head eunuch, the two entered the Chengrutang and paid their respects to Harley in the Guwuzhai. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, given the sensitivity of their identities and the uniqueness of their purposes. Physician Wang first took Harley's pulse, inquiring about her dietary habits and sleep patterns, which he documented. His diagnosis indicated excessive worry and slight deficiencies in qi and blood, recommending rest and tranquility. And he prescribed some of the most common tonics for nourishing qi and blood. Only then did the conversation shift towards exploration. Taoist Xuanjun showed a greater interest in the extraordinary itself. He posed a rather profound question. Might I inquire, Lady Minpin, during moments of meditation or focus, have you ever sensed the flow of energy around you or experienced variations in temperature? Are there any peculiar perceptions related to specific directions or times? Xuanjun remained non-committal, silently observing Harley's complexion and the surrounding environment, occasionally moving his fingers as if attuned to some unseen force. The initial discussions concluded within an atmosphere marked by politeness, detachment, and a sense of tentative exploration. Both Physician Wang and Taoist Xianjun took their leave, promising to return in 10 days. Hallie understood that this was merely the beginning. Each subsequent discussion would transform into a silent examination and assessment. She needed to gradually reveal sufficient value, knowledge of health and harmonious principles, while simultaneously concealing the core secrets that must remain hidden, such as magic systems and the essence of the soul. After bidding farewell to her guests, Hallie stood alone before the window of the Gowu study, gazing at the sliver of sky divided by high walls in the courtyard. A new paradigm had emerged. She was no longer the frail figure struggling amidst the resentments of the Zhong Shui Palace and the intrigues of the harem. Instead, she had become a delicate consort with a unique status, nurtured and studied by the emperor, while being scrutinized by various factions, both overtly and covertly. Old grievances had not dissipated. The resentment of the Hua concubine, the queen's cold glances, and the suspicions from the former dynasty lingered like a lurking undercurrent, ready to surge once more. Yet, in her possession was also something new, a relatively secure space, an officially recognized research identity, and the emperor's scrutinizing yet expectant gaze. The path ahead was long and fraught with twists and complexities. However, she knew she must tread carefully along this narrow and perilous path that had been delineated for her. The lights of the Gowu study quietly illuminated the night of the Chengruei Hall, casting light not only upon the pages of books, but also upon a soul from another realm, forging a unique corner of existence within the depths of this ancient empire. Beneath the calm surface, turbulent undercurrents surged ever more fiercely. Chapter 19. Clues on the journey home and the endeavors left behind. The regular discussions between Physician Wang and Taoist Xianjun gradually settled into a consistent pattern. Physician Wang focused more on the exchange of medical theories and herbal properties, while Hallie carefully presented health knowledge gleaned from the system's database, ensuring it aligned with the era's understanding and remained safe. She offered this knowledge in the form of ancient texts or folk remedies, intertwined with her own insights, with great caution. From dietary recommendations corresponding to different constitutions, to simple acupressure techniques for alleviating headaches and insomnia, and even to the meticulous preparation methods of commonly used herbs that affect their efficacy. Her contributions, though not groundbreaking, often exhibited fresh perspectives, clear reasoning, and a practical emphasis. Even physician Wang, a veteran steeped in traditional medicine, frequently found her insights enlightening. And the content he documented for imperial presentation gradually evolved from mere observational records to include valuable commentary. Taoist Xianzhen's discussions were more enigmatic and elusive. Occasionally, he would bring forth seemingly trivial records of celestial phenomena or subtle shifts in earthly energies observed by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, inquiring about Halley's perceptions. He would also delve into abstract theories of qi, spirit, and the duality of yin and yang found within Taoist texts. Halley responded as a curious learner, listening more than speaking, occasionally articulating her vague sensations from meditation, carefully sanitized in description, or observations of changes in the natural environment, never presuming to make judgments or touching upon any areas that might involve energy manipulation. Most of the time, Taoist Xian simply listened quietly, his clear yet profound eyes seeming to penetrate the depths of one's heart. Yet he maintained an air of detachment and objectivity, characteristic of one who exists beyond the ordinary realm. The superficial tranquility and academic exchanges fail to entirely conceal the undercurrents lurking beneath. Although the subtle maneuvers from the favored consort have somewhat subsided due to the emperor's explicit decree, whispers persist among the lower-ranking palace attendants, insinuating that while the favored consort resides in the Western Garden, her resources surpass those of her peers, and that peculiar fragrances occasionally waft from the Gowu study, leaving one to ponder the nature of her activities. The empress, meanwhile, remains firmly seated in Changchun Palace, observing with a detached gaze, wielding influence through Qiu Jian to monitor the movements of various parties, as if the Chungrui Hall were merely a chess piece momentarily left undisturbed. These two paths, seemingly contradictory, coexist harmoniously in her mind. The journey of exploration necessitates a profound understanding of the world's rules and the essence of its energies, which in itself serves to enhance one's capabilities and demonstrate value. A turning point emerges following what appears to be a serendipitous discussion. Hannah's heart raced. She promptly instructed the system to conduct a high-precision scan and character decryption analysis of the fragmentary text. Simultaneously, she prudently kept her intentions discreet, planning to return the fragment to its rightful owner under the pretext of seeking guidance on ancient characters during the next visit from Xianzhen, casually inquiring about several ambiguous concepts within. When Xianzhen received the fragment, his demeanor remained unchanged, yet he scrutinized Hannah intently before slowly stating, "This is a remnant of notes left by a certain geomancer and astrologer from the previous dynasty. Much of it consists of fanciful conjectures and bears little relevance to orthodox astronomy. The so-called spiritual hinges, tides, and crevices are merely the ancients' tenuous interpretations of the celestial energy flows and certain rare natural phenomena, such as auroras and mirages. The favored consort need not dwell on them excessively." His explanation was reasonable, and his demeanor beyond reproach. Yet, Hannah discerned a faint, almost probing significance in his penetrating gaze. Was Xianzhen, or rather, his superior, Tang Ruowang, deliberately leaving this fragment behind? Were they eager to observe her reaction? Or perhaps within certain limits? Were they providing her with clues? Regardless, this fragment served as a key, unlocking a door to deeper exploration. In conjunction with the secret scroll discovered in the Zhongshui Palace, the energy of the floating jade pavilion, and her personal encounters with manifested resentment at the appraisal platform, Hannah and the system began to integrate all fragmented information, attempting to construct a preliminary model of the unconventional energy system of this world. Integrating information to establish a preliminary hypothesis model for the energy rules of the low spiritual power Qing Dynasty world. Core hypothesis: this world possesses a universal yet sparse foundational spiritual energy field, whose vitality and expression are strongly suppressed by the world's rules. Spiritual energy manifests in diverse forms, as the Qi referred to in Taoism: earth veins, spiritual energy, human essence, the star power observed by the Qingtian Observatory, cosmic energy projection, as well as the residual thought energy from intense mental activities, such as the resentment power in Zhongshui Palace. Preliminary estimation, based on the existing incomplete data. The next potential peak of spiritual energy tides, meeting the necessary conditions, is anticipated to occur within 5 to 8 years. The specific timing, intensity, and whether suitable crevices will arise remain fraught with uncertainty. 5 to 8 years, perhaps even longer, and rife with the unknown. Meanwhile, her career unfolds slowly before her eyes. Through the platform of Gowu Zhai and the channel of Dr. Wang, some of her benignly processed health concepts and simple methods began to subtly permeate, presented as suggestions from the imperial physician or as traditions from the palace. For instance, She emphasized the significance of ventilation in the sick room to combat the lingering notions of epidemics, promoted dietary remedies for common ailments, such as food stagnation and mild wind cold, and even suggested, through Dr. Wang's counsel, that the imperial hospital consider incorporating minute quantities of soothing spices in the preparation of certain tranquilizing medicines, a diluted application of her knowledge of potions. These subtle influences may not yield immediate visible effects, yet they resemble a gentle stream, quietly altering entrenched beliefs and practices. Holly understood that haste was unwise. In this era of gradual transformation, any abrupt deviation from established understanding could lead to calamity. Only such incremental, seemingly insignificant infiltration could truly take root and flourish. She began to utilize the relatively independent space of Guwuzhai to conduct some exceedingly clandestine research, devoid of energy leakage. For example, she meticulously ground and purified the limited herbs at her disposal, experimented with various combinations, and recorded changes in their physical properties, color, aroma, solubility, etc., allowing the system to establish a database. She also repeatedly copied and memorized the peculiar symbols she encountered in the secret scrolls of Zhongshui Palace and the remnants of Xianzhen, striving to comprehend their structural principles, although she dared not actually draw or invoke them. These tasks were tedious and prolonged, yet they served to solidify her foundation for future necessities. As time flowed like water, the deep autumn of the second year of Yongzheng quietly transitioned into the spring of the third year. The wild grass in the corner of Qing Tang turned green once more, and the notes Li recorded in Guwuzhai quietly accumulated into a thick stack. The emperor no longer summoned her personally, yet through Su Peixiong, he bestowed ink, paper, and a few newly published books upon her, serving as a tacit encouragement. In the records presented by Dr. Wang, there were indeed unique insights regarding health and harmony from the sensitive concubine. However, her quiet demeanor, focused on her studies, elicited no comments of discontent, gradually becoming a fixed narrative. Holly seemed to have genuinely become a unique presence within this deep palace. A scholar concubine residing in the Western Garden, fond of reading and herbology, somewhat eccentric yet apparently harmless. Only she was aware that beneath the calm surface of the sea, the undercurrents never ceased to surge. The hostility of Hua Fei was merely suppressed, the queen's scrutiny never relaxed, and the emperor's expectations, or rather, observations, hovered like a sword of Damocles. Within her heart, the clues to her return were akin to a distant lighthouse, its light faint yet unwaveringly guiding her path. The endeavor she wished to leave behind resembled the exquisite brocade she was weaving, each thread extending slowly yet resolutely. On this radiant spring day, the Taoist Xianzhen arrived once more. After their discussion concluded, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the patch of blue sky above Qing Tang, cleaved by tall walls. Suddenly, in a voice so low that only Holly could scarcely discern, he seemingly spoke by chance. Recently, I observed with my master that purple qi is approaching from the east, and the Wenchang star dimly shines above this Qing Tang. The murky energies have dissipated, leaving a faint aura of purity coalescing. Your Highness has indeed chosen the right place for your studies here. The vastness of heaven and earth holds intricate connections, not easily discerned in a single day nor comprehended by a solitary soul. Take heed, Your Highness. Upon concluding his words, he bowed and departed as per usual. Hallie stood rooted in place, contemplating Xianzhen's enigmatic remarks. The arrival of violet mist from the east? The brilliance of the Wenchang star? A sentiment of integrity? Was he insinuating that her surroundings, or perhaps she herself, were transforming for the better? Or did his words allude to something else entirely? The final phrase, the vastness of heaven and earth holds intricate connections, not easily discerned in a single day nor comprehended by a solitary soul, resonated as a veiled reminder or encouragement. She lifted her gaze towards the direction in which Xianzhen had departed, then cast her eyes towards the expansive sky beyond the high walls. The clues to her journey lay shrouded in the mists of celestial phenomena and geomantic currents, with aspirations taking root in the confines of this modest study and the gradual seep of knowledge. The road ahead remained long and fraught with peril, hope appearing faint. Yet, she was no longer a passive leaf adrift in the currents of fate. She had established a goal for exploration, a direction for her endeavors, carving out, under the weighty rules of this foreign world, a unique space for survival and value. Spring had arrived, reviving all living things. The windows of the Qing Hall, a place of inquiry, stood open to the spring light, as if welcoming the unknown future while quietly gathering the strength to break through the earth. In the distance, on the imperial desk of Yangxin Hall, the regular reports concerning the West Garden Chengruei Hall continued to be delivered punctually. Yongzheng perused the latest records from Imperial Physician Wang and the Zhang Guanju, pausing momentarily on a line, noting Min Pin's recent dedicated study of Dreamstream essays, which seemed to touch upon astronomy and geography, his fingertip unconsciously tapping the table surface. Dreamstream essays, he murmured to himself, the familiar cold arc of his lips appearing to soften slightly. What path might this Halia, no, Min Pin, traverse on the narrow road I have delineated for her? Will she ultimately dull her sharpness, becoming a true scholar of the inner palace? Will she be unable to restrain her extraordinary talents, igniting further turmoil? Or can she truly, as she claims, surpass expectations and create something distinct for this court and the broader world? The answer may lie in the not-so-distant future, or perhaps it shall remain forever concealed within the mists of time and personal choices. Yet, regardless of the outcome, a seed from a foreign realm, once mired in turmoil, has already discovered a unique crevice for existence deep within the ancient walls of this empire, quietly extending its exploratory tendrils towards the sun and the unknown. The story is far from over. Chapter 20, Conclusion. I Create My Own Rules, Part 1. The first snow of the 5th year of Yongzheng seemed to arrive earlier and with a gentler touch than in previous years. Delicate snowflakes silently blanketed the layered, glazed tiles of the Forbidden City, adorning the towering walls and tranquil courtyard of the West Garden Chengruei Hall in a simple, elegant silver gown. Time flowed imperceptibly over the course of more than 2 years, seemingly suspended in a predictable rhythm. The days at Chengruei Hall remained tranquil to the point of isolation, yet beneath this calm surface, profound changes unfolded, perceptible only to those directly involved. Her discussions with Imperial Physician Wang had evolved from a one-sided inquiry into genuine academic exchange. Dr. Wang frequently brings forth perplexing medical cases encountered within the Imperial Medical Institute. Engaging in discussions with her, with the aid of a robust database and a cross-temporal perspective, Harley often proposes refreshing and even groundbreaking insights that astonish Dr. Wang. After Dr. Wang digests and tests these ideas through practical application, some have indeed yielded commendable results. In reports submitted to the Emperor, Dr. Wang consistently highlights the astute interpretations of medical principles by the revered consort, which often strike at the heart of the matter, offering evaluations previously unarticulated. Within the Imperial Medical Institute, there is a vague awareness that a mysterious figure behind Dr. Wang provides counsel, although the identity remains unknown. The legend of that individual from the Western Garden has quietly circulated within certain circles. Harley's own research, bolstered by the system's assistance, has achieved groundbreaking advancements. After countless trials and adjustments, she successfully amalgamated the stable structures deciphered from the secret scrolls of Zhongsui Palace. The pure characteristics of the energy from the floating azure pavilion's ley lines, and her own improved principles of soothing and guiding energy. This culminated in the creation of an entirely new system of energy guidance and stabilization runes, fundamentally based on the refined manipulation of mental energy and specific material mediums, restricted to locally common and safe minerals and plant essences. This system wholly discards the core paradigm of the Harry Potter universe, which relies on wands and specific incantations, and instead emphasizes the purity of the practitioner's mental energy, the concentration of intent, and a profound understanding of the carrying mediums, such as specially crafted talismans, treated gemstones, or even lines drawn on the ground under specific conditions, and the nature of the targeted energy. It does not conjure visually striking magic, such as roaring flames or crystal-clear springs. Its effects are extremely subtle and discreet, primarily focusing on several aspects. 1. Microenvironment purification. This can be inscribed on specific carriers and placed indoors, gradually absorbing and neutralizing minute traces of negative spiritual energy residues, such as the stale energy formed from prolonged emotional suppression, thereby rendering the environment more serene and tranquil. Harley has discreetly arranged several of these in the main hall of Chengruei Hall and her own quarters, with effects that have imperceptibly improved the atmosphere, to the extent that Xian Zhan alluded to the increasingly harmonious ambience during his visit. 2. Support for concentration, by combining specific herbs, such as sandalwood and cedar, with miniature runes. She creates sachets or fillings for pillows that can subtly enhance the wearer's sense of mental calmness, providing auxiliary benefits for mild insomnia and anxiety. Through Dr. Wang, she presented this item to the Emperor Yongzheng, who had been suffering from chronic insomnia due to the burdens of state affairs, under the guise of an improved ancient remedy. Although the emperor did not explicitly commend it, Su Peixing privately revealed that the emperor had indeed been sleeping somewhat more soundly of late. This item has not been widely disseminated, remaining a privilege for a select few trusted ministers or senior members of the royal family, thereby serving as another testament to Harley's value. 3. Subtle energy marking and sensing. This is the most crucial and perilous ability developed with the system's aid. Harley can expend vast reserves of mental energy to leave an exceedingly faint spiritual mark on specific objects or locations, perceivable only by herself or the system. Coupled with the upgraded wide-range energy scanning capabilities of the system, she can vaguely sense the approximate locations and states of these marks within a certain radius, currently limited to the Forbidden City and parts of the outskirts of Beijing. This serves as a prologue to her potential explorations or self-preservation in the future. This self-created system, which she has aptly named Qing, lacks the convenience and power of magic, yet it seamlessly integrates into the cognitive framework of this world, interpreted as a sophisticated practice of feng shui adjustment, techniques for guiding the mind and spirit, or a unique amalgamation of special herbs and intention. Its high safety profile virtually eradicates the risk of losing control. The issues surrounding her soul's rejection have significantly alleviated as her understanding of the local energy rules deepens. Her continuous refinement of mental strength through the Qing system progresses, and the increasingly pure environment of Qing fosters this growth. Although structural contradictions persist, the oscillation index has stabilized within a safe range, and her daily discomfort has markedly diminished. Over the past 2 years, she has not been entirely insulated from the tumult of the outside world. The downfall of Hua Fei's brother, Nian Gengyao, at the end of the 3rd year of Yongzheng led to Hua Fei's loss of power. Though not formally deposed, she has been reduced to a state akin to house arrest, no longer capable of posing a substantive threat to Qing. The Empress continues to hold her position in the central palace. Yet her attitude towards Harley seems to have shifted from that of a wary pawn to a more observant and special presence, occasionally maintaining a semblance of decorum through the bestowal of books and stationery. The previous course discussions surrounding the demonic woman have long since subsided, with the gifted and health-conscious Min Pin becoming a more mainstream impression, even among certain reformist scholars. Her dedication to learning and avoidance of factional disputes have garnered some favorable sentiments. Harley's father, Ha Fengye, has reaped the benefits of this situation, securing his position in the Ministry of Works and even receiving accolades for his involvement in several effective river management projects. On the surface, it appears that Harley has discovered the most ideal mode of existence within this realm, a scholar in the imperial court endowed with unique abilities, acknowledged and protected by the emperor, distanced from the machinations of power, and devoted to her personal research interests. However, only Harley knows that the flame of her longing for home has never extinguished within her heart. The system's calculations regarding the cycles of spiritual energy are becoming increasingly precise, and combined with the occasional celestial observations hinted at by Xianzhen, the next significant peak is projected to occur between the 7th and 8th years of Yongzheng. The window of time is drawing near. Furthermore, with the initial formation of the Qing system and the increasingly smooth channel through Wangtai, the prospects for her endeavors have broadened. She begins to contemplate whether she could further simplify and standardize this system, stripping away the core elements that involve mental strength, elements that cannot be imparted, while retaining its material mediums and foundational concepts, thus creating genuinely accessible methods for the general populace to nurture their bodies and minds. Could she, through Wangtai, subtly disseminate more advanced public health principles, such as stricter water cleanliness and awareness of waste management? She stands at a crossroads in her life. On one side lies a nebulous yet tangible path, requiring her utmost preparation and perhaps a daring leap towards home. On the other, a pathway that is already laid out, grounded, capable of genuinely impacting the world, while also providing her with stability and recognition. The choice appears imminent, yet simultaneously feels achingly distant, for she must still wait for that fateful tidal peak, and await the true opportunity to make a decision. On this day, after the snowfall, the sun rarely peers through the clouds, casting its golden rays upon the snow-laden courtyard of Qing, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Unlike her usual routine of lingering in the Guzai's eye, Harry donned a thick cloak and stood alone beneath the ancient plum tree in the courtyard. The plum blossoms had yet to bloom, but the sturdy branches, adorned with a blanket of white snow, exuded a sense of pride. She extended her hand to catch a drop of melting snowmelt that fell from the eaves, its icy touch sharp and biting. Yet her thoughts drifted far away. Nearly 4 years had passed since she had traversed time. From the struggling orphan in the Zhongshui Palace to the timid consort in the Yongshou Palace, and then to the audacious anomaly at the Jianxia platform, she had evolved into a devoted scholar of a natural world at Qing Dynasty. This journey, fraught with trepidation, had transformed her from a passive traveler reliant on magic and systems into a new entity possessing a profound understanding of the local rules, striving to integrate and even subtly reshape them, endowed with the capacity for independent survival and unique value system. She was no longer merely Harry Potter, nor solely Halia. She was a fusion of both, a singular individual who had resiliently thrived in the interstices of two worlds. My lady, the wind is chilly outside. Be cautious not to catch cold. Linglan emerged with a thicker cloak in hand, gently draping it over her. Now, Linglan had shed her initial trepidation, her demeanor marked by a newfound composure, making her one of the few individuals in this deep palace whom Harry could fully trust. It matters not, Harry replied, adjusting her cloak as her gaze turned towards the towering walls. Linglan, what do you suppose the world beyond these walls is like now? Linglan paused for a moment, shaking her head with a smile. I spend my days in this courtyard. How would I know of matters beyond? Though I have heard the eunuchs delivering goods occasionally mention that the emperor is in good health and the realm is at peace, which is ultimately a good thing. Peace in the realm, Harry mused silently. This vast empire, under the diligent governance of its sovereign, was progressing steadily along its predetermined historical trajectory. As an unexpected intruder, what mark could she leave in this relentless current? Would she quietly await an opportune moment to depart, or would she endeavor, with her modest strength, to inscribe a subtle, yet genuine imprint upon this path that belonged solely to her? My lady, Imperial Physician Wang and Taoist Xianzhen seek an audience, claiming it is by royal decree and of urgent importance to discuss matters with you, reported a running eunuch. By decree? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Harry. The emperor rarely intervened directly in discussions. Today, as summons must bear significant meaning. Please, show them to the main hall. Harry turned and strode back inside, the snow crunching softly beneath her feet. This new discussion might be the opportunity she had long awaited, a potential catalyst compelling her to make an early choice or illuminating her next direction. The doors of Qing main hall swung open, allowing the winter sunlight and crisp air to flood in. Wang the Imperial Physician and Taoist Xianzhen were already seated, their expressions more solemn than usual. As Harry entered the hall, the scales of her internal deliberation regarding her return and her decision to remain began to tremble slightly. The path to establishing her own rules was already laid before her, waiting for her to take that final step. Chapter 21. The final chapter, I Establish My Own Rules, Part 2. The tide is rising. The flame of knowledge is ever past. The tides are imminent. The 13th year of Yongzheng, autumn. In the study of Cheng Rui Tong, a plethora of tomes, manuscripts, and peculiar instruments lay strewn about. Outside the window, the ginkgo trees glowed with golden hues. Standing at the desk was Haraminru, or rather, the soul of Harry Potter fully merged with Haraminru, her hand gracefully suspending a meticulously crafted observational device composed of jade and runic inscriptions. The system interface unfolded vividly within her consciousness. It was no longer a cold list of tasks, but a flowing celestial map, at the center of which a countdown began to crystallize. Peak of spiritual tide, 7 days and 3 hours. It was finally approaching, she murmured softly to herself. After more than 40 years of diligent effort, she had ascended from a mere attendant in the Zhongshui Palace to the overseer of the Guwuzhai, established by the Yongzheng Emperor, and now, though lacking an official title, she could enter the Yangxin Palace directly and sit alongside the emperor to deliberate matters. She had established a network for harmonizing spiritual energy across the capital, quietly promoting improved agricultural tools and epidemic prevention measures across several provinces. Among her 17 disciples, 3 had entered the Qingtian Observatory, and 2 were in the Ministry of Works. Behind all of this lay her profound understanding of the essence of energy in this world. The time and space of the Qing Dynasty represented a realm governed by stringent rules, with a strong suppression of extraordinary powers, yet deep within the earth's veins remained periodic spiritual tides. The ancient well of Zhongshui Palace was a blockage formed after the previous dynasty's sorcerers had attempted to forcibly break these rules during the last peak of the tide and failed. Her transmigration was a result of the resonance between the energy of the Avada Kedavra curse and this blockage during a low tide period. She had not fallen by chance. She had come forth out of necessity. The system was an adaptive interface born from the collision of two worlds' rules, now fully integrated with her soul, becoming her instinct for deciphering the world and harmonizing energy. The sound of steady footsteps approached from outside. Haraminru waved her hand to retract the observational device and turned around. Yongzheng entered the room. Nearing his 60th year, the depth and fatigue of an emperor were etched upon his brow, yet his eyes remained sharp as an eagle's. He gestured dismissively to wave her greeting, his gaze sweeping across the room filled with scrolls, ultimately landing upon her face. "Your complexion appears different of late," he remarked, his tone flat. "The Qing Observatory has reported unusual celestial phenomena. The guest star near the Z-Way star flickers. I know it pertains to you." Haraminru offered a slight smile, neither confirming nor denying. "Your Majesty is astute. The tide approaches, the cosmic energies shift, and the path I cultivate resonates with them." Yongzheng gazed at her for a long moment before suddenly asking, "Are you departing?" The question was direct, yet within it, Haraminru discerned a profound complexity of emotions. After decades of companionship, their relationship transcended mere monarch and subject or even romantic ties. It was a near symbiotic understanding and trust of co-governors. Yongzheng utilized her abilities to stabilize the realm, while she leveraged his power to pursue her research and safeguard this land. They were mutually vigilant, interdependent, and collectively accomplished. "Not entirely a departure," Haraminru replied, moving to the window, gazing upon the layers of glazed tiles of the Forbidden City. "Does your Majesty still recall when I mentioned that this body hails from another realm, and my heart yearns for home?" Yongzheng fell silent. She approached the desk and unfurled a scroll that had long been completed. It was an intricately detailed diagram of energy pathways, with the Forbidden City at its core, radiating numerous hidden lines connecting the mountains and earth veins of various regions. "For the past 40 years, I have been secretly constructing a network of spiritual energy harmonization under the guise of the Gowu study." With a gentle tap of her finger, the lines on the diagram shimmered with a faint golden hue. "This network does not interfere with human affairs or alter destiny. It serves but one purpose: to alleviate the stagnation of the Earth's veins, purifying accumulated resentment and facilitating the smooth flow of cosmic energy. While floods, droughts, and plagues cannot be entirely averted, their impact may be mitigated by 1/3. As Yongzheng approached to examine it closely, a spark ignited in his eyes. "Can this diagram be transmitted?" "Indeed," replied Harley, "but must be inherited by those of pure heart and keen perception. I have selected 3 individuals: the grandson of Su Jia, Yu Hong, who possesses a natural talent for sensing spiritual energy; Qing, the son of Ling Lan, steadfast and loyal, capable of wielding the key; and one more." She paused, "a Han strategist by the name of Chun Hongji, though unaware of the essence of spiritual energy, is deeply concerned with the welfare of the people and harbors aspirations for practical governance. I shall impart the practical aspects of the Gowu study to him." Yongzheng suddenly lifted his head. "Are you outlining arrangements for the future?" She pointed to her heart. "On the night of the tides, I shall, with my soul as a bridge, transmit my lifelong learnings, insights, and constructions to my successors. This body shall succumb to a long slumber, yet my consciousness will merge with the network, becoming a part of the protective order." Yongzheng remained silent for a prolonged moment. Finally, he extended his hand, gently resting it upon the scroll, his voice low. "What would you have me do?" "2 things, Harley replied, meeting his gaze directly. "First, I beseech your Majesty, after my slumber, to transform Cheng Rui Tang into the Gowu Academy, allowing Chun Hongji and the others to continue their research. Though slow, the promotion of practical knowledge is a spark of progress." Second, she produced a white jade token inscribed with intertwined symbols of Chinese and Manchu. "This is the key to the core of the network. I ask that, after my slumber, you entrust it to Chang'ing. Yu Hong will assist him, ensuring the legacy is passed down without interruption." Yongzheng took the token, gripping it tightly. "I promise you." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Harley responded with a solemn bow. Yongzheng regarded her thoughtfully, suddenly asking, "Harley, have you ever regretted coming here these past decades?" Harley paused, then shook her head. "In the beginning, I felt regret, fear, and struggle. Yet now I do not regret. Although there is no magic school, no Quidditch, nor old friends, there are people worth protecting, ventures to be undertaken, and," she hesitated, "a sovereign like you, allowing me the freedom to act." A faint smile, subtle yet genuine, graced Yongzheng's lips. "I too do not regret," he declared. As the flames of knowledge were to be passed down, on the eve of the tides, Harley secretly summoned her 3 successors to the hidden chamber of Cheng Rui Tang. Yu Hong, now over 30, exuded a calm demeanor, being one of the few who had truly perceived the existence of spiritual energy and had studied systematically under Harley. Chang'ing, in his early 20s, bore the resolute spirit of Ling Lan, having grown up in Cheng Rui Tang. viewing Harley as a mother figure. Qing Dynasty, a scholar in his 40s, possessed a discerning gaze, chosen by Harley after years of observation as a proponent of practical knowledge. Harley revealed no secrets, succinctly conveying the nature of spiritual energy, the structure of the network, and the truth of her origins. Yongzheng and Cheng Ying were astonished, yet swiftly accepted the extraordinary nature of their teacher they had already sensed. Qing Dynasty, though struggling to comprehend the magic of another realm, quickly grasped the essence, so the agricultural, medical, astronomical knowledge. And those intricate devices you have promoted over the years are the fruits of the fusion of wisdom from another world with practical knowledge of this one. Precisely, Harley affirmed. Hallie nodded. Hongji, what I wish to impart to you encompasses all publicly available and disseminable practical knowledge, from the sanitary regulations for pestilence prevention and control, to the blueprints for improving looms, and extending to foundational mathematics and observational methods. These insights do not delve into spiritual powers, yet they possess the potential to substantially enhance the livelihood of the populace. I urge you to use the Institute of Natural Philosophy as your foundation, collaborating with like-minded individuals to gradually advance this initiative. She bestowed 3 specially crafted jade tablets upon the 3 individuals. The tablet given to Yongzheng contained a comprehensive record of the methods for spiritual energy perception, harmonization techniques, network maintenance keys, and the ultimate theory regarding the essence of energy in both worlds. The tablet entrusted to Qing Ying contained the runes for controlling the network core, emergency activation secrets, and a solemn admonition. Safeguarding this network equates to protecting the fortune of this land. Only when the earth trembles and the nation's fate hangs in the balance should one act without reservation. The tablet given to Qing Dynasty comprised a voluminous outline of practical knowledge, spanning 1,000 pages and covering 5 major categories: mathematics, physics, engineering, medicine, and agriculture, all meticulously recompiled in a language comprehensible to this era. 3 days hence, at the hour of Z, I shall initiate the final ceremony. Hallie gazed at them, her eyes ablaze with intensity. At that moment, I shall also employ the method of soul resonance to imprint deeper insights directly into your consciousness. However, thereafter, I shall no longer be able to instruct you in person. Cheng Ying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Teacher, do not exhibit such sentimentality. Hallie patted his shoulder, reminiscent of the way she once comforted Ron and Hermione. What you are tasked with is far more significant than my own role. I am the pioneer, and you are the inheritors. The spark has been ignited. Do not allow it to extinguish. The 3 knelt, bowing solemnly. The gate between the 2 realms. The rules endure eternally. On the night of the tide, at the hour of Z, Hallie stood at the center of a complex formation within a secret chamber. The array was composed of 360 jade stones inscribed with characters akin to ancient script, resonating with her extensive network of spiritual energy across the nation. The system interface unfurled within her consciousness at full power, the cosmic tableau transforming into a surging galaxy as the countdown reached 0. Peak of spiritual energy tide reached. Stability of temporal spatial weak points, 71. Executable plans. A. Open a unidirectional return passage, success rate 89. The network of this world will collapse. B. Execute the knowledge inheritance and spiritual network solidification ritual, success rate 67. The practitioner's soul will partially merge with the rules of this world, losing the possibility of return. Hallie hesitated not for an instant. She chose Plan B. With her arms outstretched, her magical essence, an order of power harmonized over 40 years, embodying both Western magical principles and Eastern spiritual characteristics, surged forth from her being, infusing the formation. The jade stones illuminated one by one, their brilliance forming a chain that pierced upward through the Earth's layers, resonating with the stars in the night sky. The entire spiritual energy network of the Forbidden City was activated. An invisible flow of energy converged like rivers returning to the sea, gathering towards the Hall of Tranquil Peace. Hallie's consciousness began to ascend in dimension. She beheld the network she had woven as a golden web of light, enveloping the mountains and cities of the Qing Dynasty, slowly untangling the blockages and resentments within the Earth's veins. She witnessed Yongzheng in the secret chamber, eyes closed in perception, Cheng Ying firmly grasping the token at the Hall of Clarity, and Qing Dynasty perusing manuscripts within the Institute of Natural Philosophy, his eyes gleaming with insight. She saw Emperor Yongzheng in the Hall of Nurturing Heart, standing by the window, gazing at the celestial phenomenon, the white jade token held firmly in his hand. Unmoving for a long time, she gazed upon the distant ancient well of the Clock Tower Palace, a pivotal anchor point of her past traversals, now purified, its waters crystalline. Surrounded by flourishing orchids, in that moment, her consciousness pierced through higher dimensions, brushing against a familiar boundary, the barrier of rules governing the world of Harry Potter. Information cascaded like pebbles cast upon a lake's surface, sending ripples through the fabric of magical regulations. In the depths of the forbidden forest at Hogwarts, Firenze, the centaur guardian of unicorns, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the eastern starry sky. A flicker of confusion passing through his equine eyes as the trajectory of the stars resonated with an unfamiliar echo. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, a long-dormant hourglass of a time-space gate unexpectedly flipped, golden patterns shimmering through the flowing sands. The on-duty, unspeakable noted, Gate 47 has exhibited anomalous fluctuations. Type, knowledge transmission. No signs of physical traversal. At number 12, Grimmauld Place, in this world, the resonance of Harry's soul peaked. She transformed her lifelong knowledge, derived from potion-making, into the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. The runes extrapolated from the language of Nivern, and the foundational logic of existence gleaned from system analyses into streams of invisible knowledge, precisely channeling them into the depths of Yuhong, Cheng Ying, and Chun Hongji's consciousness. Each of the three trembled in their respective locations, a spark of enlightenment igniting in their eyes. Simultaneously, she branded the ultimate control of the spiritual energy network and the mission of harmonization into Cheng Ying's soul, destined to be passed down through generations. Finally, she turned her gaze to her corporeal form. As the brilliance of the array dimmed, she sensed a portion of her soul gradually merging with the laws of this world, not vanishing, but transforming into a background existence, akin to the oxygen within the atmosphere. Intangible, yet indispensable. Her physical body gently succumbed, supported by preordained runes, laid flat upon the jade platform in the chamber center. Her countenance remained serene, a smile gracing her lips, resembling a slumbering maiden. In the final moment before her consciousness fully integrated with the rules, she received the system's ultimate notification. Ritual complete. Spiritual energy network solidification rate, 92. Knowledge transmission completeness, 89. Cross-dimensional information delivery, confirmed. Practitioner's soul state, partially integrated with world rules, entering guardian mode. Thank you, Harry Potter and Hallie Minru. Your choices have defined the future of both worlds. And thank you, system, Hallie whispered in her fading consciousness. No, thank you myself. The radiance finally subsided. In the annals of legend, during the winter of the 13th year of the Yongzheng reign, Hallie, the mistress of Qingrui Hall, passed away peacefully, mourned by the empire. She was posthumously honored as the guardian saint of the nation, laid to rest beside the imperial tomb with the rites befitting a national teacher. Qingrui Hall was transformed into the Institute of Natural Studies, under the direction of Chun Hongji, with Su Jiayu and Nailan Chengying as co-organizers. For the subsequent century, despite the upheavals of dynasties and tumultuous times, the Institute of Natural Studies persevered. Its publications, including Essentials of Natural Studies, illustrated agricultural and industrial reforms, and epidemic prevention regulations, quietly permeated the populace, propelling gradual technological advancement. By the mid-19th century, as Western powers began to knock upon its doors, this ancient Eastern nation found its foundational agriculture, public health, and artisan systems to be threefold more robust than their original historical trajectory, preserving greater vitality for the transformative changes that lay ahead. Another more clandestine lineage of spiritual energy harmonization networks has been passed down through generations within the Nailan clan, bearing the name Qingying to avoid taboos. They remain hidden among the common folk, acting as geomancers, healers, or guardians of tombs, silently maintaining the equilibrium of the earth's veins. Before calamities strike, the network offers subtle warnings. In places where malice accumulates, they discreetly intervene. This tradition has persisted into the 21st century, becoming one of the myriad secret forces safeguarding this land. In the realm of Harry Potter, Hermione Granger devoted her entire life to the study of Eastern magical systems. In her later years, she published an exploration of cross-rule magical theory, which cited a plethora of mystical insights from the East, dedicating it on the title page to all who believe in the boundless nature of magic and to the traveler who may never return. The owner of the Qing Dynasty during the Yongzheng era, Lady Hallie, is suspected to be an ancient transcendent, her existence intertwined with the fate of a nation. Do not disturb, for she is a guardian. She no longer belongs to any singular world, yet eternally exists within the rules of two realms. From survivor to strategist, from outsider to protector, she ultimately crafted her own principles. Epilogue 1. The century-long legacy of the study of things. In the 28th year of Qianlong, 1763, 30 years after Hallie fell into slumber. In the spring of that year, at the Institute of Things in the Western Forbidden City, dusk filtered through the paper windows, casting elongated shadows over the shelves filled with books and maps. Chen Qiyuan set down his wolf hair brush and rubbed his weary eyes. Spread before him was the original manuscript of Outline of Practical Studies, solemnly entrusted to him by his grandfather, Chen Hongzhi, now yellowed with age, yet brimming with dense annotations from 3 generations of insights. Master, a low voice from outside interrupted. Mr. Nayland has arrived. Please let him in. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a man in his 30s, clad in an indigo long gown, slender in build, with an air of sharp clarity about him. He was Nayland Mingda, the 4th guardian of the Nayland clan. Brother Mingda, what brings you out so late? Chen Qiyuan rose to greet him. Nayland Mingda inclined his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the documents on the table. Has there been another disturbance in today's court session? With a wry smile, Chen Qiyuan retrieved a transcribed memorial from the drawer and handed it over. Nayland Mingda unfolded it. The characters illuminated clearly in the candlelight. Since the establishment of the Institute of Things, its research and publications have largely dealt with ingenious devices and even ventured into theories that align with Western heresies. The teachings of the sages emphasize agriculture and the cultivation of human relationships. Why must we pry into the secrets of heaven and earth? I request the decree to dissolve this institute, to burn its heretical texts, and to rectify the scholarly atmosphere. The memorial was signed by Gao Pu, the left vice minister of the censorate. Nayland Mingda lightly tapped the paper with his fingertip. Gao Pu, last year he purged heretical cults in Jiangnan, implicating hundreds. Now he seeks to set fire to the Institute of Things. Not just that. Chen Qiyuan pulled out a thin booklet from beneath the table. 3 days ago, a bookseller was apprehended at Lulikang by the Shuntian Prefecture, discovered in possession of an unauthorized printing of epidemic prevention guidelines. Precisely the edition published by the Institute of Things 5 years prior. The bookseller confessed, identifying that he acquired the woodblocks from a laborer at the institute. Nayland Mingda's expression sharpened. The woodblocks were stolen? It must be a switch. Chen Qiyuan's voice was heavy. The original version in the storeroom still existed, but it had been meticulously re-engraved in nearly identical pear wood, with alterations made to several crucial medicinal dosages. If printed and distributed according to this version, it would fail to cure the epidemic and instead cause harm. The room fell into a moment of silence, interrupted only by the faint crackling of the candle wick. This was to solidify the accusation against the Guwu Institute for disseminating malevolent prescriptions that jeopardized the populace. Nayland Mingda slowly remarked that behind Gao Pu, there were likely motives beyond merely preserving the conservative stream. I heard from an old acquaintance at the Zhanggan Bureau yesterday that there were discontented voices within the Interior Ministry regarding the Guwu Institute's recent royal business privileges, which disrupted the financial pathways of certain families due to our promotion of new weaving machines. Chen Qiyuan closed his eyes. When his grandfather, Chen Hongzhi, was alive, he had divided the Guwu Institute's research into 2 lines based on the manuscripts left by the real person Hallie. The first line focused on tangible benefits to the populace, such as agricultural tool improvements, hydraulic maps, and epidemic prevention. The second delved into deeper theories regarding energy principles and rule deductions, shared only verbally between him and the Nayland family. Yet even the first line had infringed upon the interests of many. The new spinning wheel had significantly increased the efficiency of ordinary weavers in Jiangnan, but it had drastically reduced the income of the guild that monopolized machine repairs. The improved dragon bone water wheel, when promoted in Jili, deprived the local gentry of an excuse to exploit tenant farmers. Even the epidemic prevention guidelines, advocating for patient isolation and boiled drinking water, were viewed by some shamans as a threat to their livelihood. Nayland Mingda inquired about the emperor's stance. The emperor has chosen to remain silent today, Chen Qiyuan replied. But the whispers from Yangxin Hall suggest that the Guwu Institute must justify itself and present tangible proof of its scholarly efficacy within 10 days. Nayland Mingda approached the window, gazing out at the majestic palaces of the Forbidden City cloaked in twilight. This was both a trial and an opportunity. The following morning, in the Guwu Institute's library, this was the original site of the Cheng Rue Hall, transformed under the decree of Yongzheng after Hallie's slumber. The 3-story wooden structure appeared unassuming, yet the interior had been remodeled according to Hallie's original blueprints, with tiles embedded over ceramic pipes for moisture drainage, ventilation gaps between the bookshelves, and all wooden components treated with medicinal herbs for protection against pests and mildew. Chun Shiyuan and Nalin Mingde stood before the ebony cabinet at the innermost part of the top floor. The cabinet door was unlatched, with only a palm-shaped indentation as a mark. Nalin Mingde pressed his right hand upon it, closing his eyes in concentration. After a moment, a faint click emanated from within the cabinet, and the door slid open slightly on its own. This was a simple seal set by Hallie's spiritual power, accessible only to the bloodline of the Nalin family, who possessed the key. Inside the cabinet lay no other items, only a Zetonwood box. Chun Shiyuan carefully lifted it and placed it on the central long table. The instant the box was opened, a subtle, delicate fragrance reminiscent of sandalwood wafted forth, lingering in the air. Within the box, resting upon a satin lining, were 3 items: a roll of star maps crafted from special silk, depicting not the traditional 28 constellations, but rather intricately outlined trajectories of energy flow in gold and silver threads. This was Hallie's own hand-drawn exploration of the spiritual energy pathways from Qianqing Palace to Zhongshui Palace. A notebook bound in parchment, the cover devoid of words, contained pages inscribed with a mixture of Chinese characters, Latin, and a peculiar script, similar to ancient Tibetan, chronicling her analyses of the suppression of the Qing Dynasty's world order. Lastly, there was a round jade stone the size of an egg, its color resembling congealed fat, with faint golden threads swirling within. Nalin Mingde once heard from his father that this is the rule-sensing stone, nurtured by Hallie's own magical power over the years, capable of faintly perceiving the fluctuations of the world's energy. Before his grandfather passed away, he cautioned that Chun Shiyuan should gently caress the star map silk, as these remnants left by the real person Hallie pertain to the very foundation of heaven and earth, and should not be revealed to others unless absolutely necessary. However, now is not the time for full disclosure. Nalin Mingde retrieved the sheepskin notebook and quickly flipped to the latter sections. "Look here," he said. Chun Shiyuan leaned in. On that page, Hallie had inscribed in Chinese characters, "The rules of this world are stringent, yet all things operate according to their own principles. Spiritual energy can be regarded as a form of subtle essence, responsive to geomagnetism, tides, and even the inclinations of human hearts. I once set up a formation by the ancient well in Zhongshui Palace to channel resentment for 3 years, during which the palace fires were reduced by half, and the infant mortality rate dropped by 20%. This is not a mere illusion. It is the result of energy harmonization leading to a more suitable environment." Attached below were several simple diagrams, the positioning of the runes on the well's walls, the depth of the jadestone's burial, and monthly observation records. What we present to the emperor is not spiritual energy, but empirical evidence. Nalin Mingde's fingertip rested on the line indicating the halving of fire incidents and the 20% reduction in mortality rates. The techniques promoted by the Institute of Natural Studies over the years bore similar records. The new spinning wheel increased the annual income of weaving households in Songjiang by 30%. The improved water wheel prevented a major famine during 3 years of drought in Baoding. And after implementing preventive measures in Shuntian Prefecture, the mortality rate from smallpox decreased by 40%. Chun Shiyuan's eyes brightened. If we compile these data into a volume, supplemented with documents from local officials and testimonies from village elders, we could create the records of empirical effects in natural studies. Precisely, Nalin Mingde nodded, but even that is insufficient. The criticisms from Gao Pu and others challenge the very foundation of our studies. We need something that the emperor can witness firsthand, something auspicious that he can personally experience. Their gazes simultaneously fell upon the round jade stone. 3 days later, at Yuyuan Mountain in the western capital, the golden threads within the jade began to slowly rotate, emanating a gentle radiance. "How is it?" Chun Shiyuan whispered from the side. Though he was not a successor of the spiritual network, years of collaboration with the Nalin family had granted him a faint awareness of the subtle shifts in the surrounding energy. At this moment, the mountain wind seemed to pause for an instant, and the sound of the flowing spring water became crisper. He crouched down and, using a dagger, inscribed a set of simplified runes upon the stone surface beside the spring. This was a basic variant of the energy channeling formation recorded in Hallie's notes, stripped of all aggressive and controlling elements, retaining solely the purest functions of energy amplification and circulation. 7 days later, within a 10-mile radius, the vegetation would green 3 days early, and the spring water would be significantly sweeter. Nalin Mingde stood up, saying at that time, "We shall invite the emperor for a casual inspection here, to personally taste the spring water and witness the early onset of spring. This will be an auspicious sign of harmony between heaven, earth, and humanity, entirely unrelated to the Institute of Natural Studies." yet capable of substantiating the principle that aligning with a natural order allows all things to flourish. Chen Qiyuan took a deep breath. The risk is immense. If the Imperial Astronomical Bureau detects something unusual, the head of the bureau, Su Ju, is a descendant of Su Jieyuheng, Nayland Mingda replied calmly. 3 days ago, I had a private discussion with him. He will coincidentally observe the early signs of spring at Yuyuan Mountain during those days and report it to the inner court. Chen Qiyuan was enlightened. Since Su Jieyuheng, the Su family had secretly assisted the Nayland family in maintaining the spiritual network, while also securing a position within the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, becoming a clandestine ally of the Institute of Natural Studies in official celestial interpretations. Before long, Chen climbed up, breathless, clutching a sealed letter. Master, Mr. Nayland. An urgent missive from Guangzhou. Chen Qiyuan hastily opened the letter, his expression shifting dramatically. It was written by a disciple stationed in Guangzhou from the Institute of Investigation, and the contents were brief. John Carter, a liaison from the English trading house, has come bearing a fragment of the outline. He expresses a desire to exchange the Western methods of pneumatic machines and thermometers for the knowledge of investigation. His words are earnest, yet his identity is sensitive. Please, Master, make a decision. At the end of the letter was a small, yellowed page, a copy of a section from the outline of practical investigation concerning the relationship between atmospheric pressure and water flow, with an English annotation penned by Harry in the corner, C.F. Boyle's Law. Chen Qiyuan and Nayland Mingda exchanged a glance. At last, a Westerner had sought them out. 10 days later, in the side hall of the Institute of Investigation, John Carter, a man in his 40s from England, stood before them, high-nosed, deep-eyed, with neatly tied brown curls, clad in a crisp, deep blue woolen coat that attempted to mimic the style of a Qing long gown, yet still bore the essence of Western fashion. His command of the Chinese language was somewhat clumsy, but his vocabulary was precise, evidently the result of considerable effort. Mr. Chen, Mr. Nayland, Carter said, rising to bow respectfully, his demeanor gracious yet not servile. I apologize for my impromptu visit, driven by a profound admiration for the scholarship your esteemed institute advocates. He retrieved from his leather satchel the fragment of the outline, consisting of merely 20 pages, crudely bound, with inferior paper, clearly a version transcribed multiple times. Yet beside a diagram illustrating the principle of leverage, someone had meticulously copied the annotations in Latin from Harry's original manuscript in pencil, albeit without comprehending their meaning. This booklet was acquired 3 years ago in Macau from a Portuguese missionary, Carter exclaimed, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. It was obtained from a scholar of the Qing Dynasty and contains discussions on force, energy, and numbers, which resonate intriguingly with the latest natural philosophy in Europe. Particularly this page. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Chen Qiyuan lifted his teacup, discreetly concealing his expression as he exchanged a glance with Nayland Mingda. The origins of the esteemed Harry were a closely guarded secret within the core legacy of the Institute, yet they were acutely aware of her knowledge regarding Western scientific advancements. Now, this secret had been inadvertently exposed by a Westerner, presenting a delicate predicament. Mr. Carter, Nayland Mingda, began slowly. This manuscript represents the collective wisdom garnered from the travels and insights of our predecessors. The Western sciences possess their own merits. However, the path of investigation and knowledge in our Chinese tradition is deeply rooted and may not necessarily require external validation. His words were artfully diplomatic, neither denying nor affirming. Yet Carter nodded vigorously. Precisely. This is what captivates me most about your institute's teachings. It is not merely a translation of Western thought, but rather an integration into your own framework. For instance, this theory of gases, which interlinks atmospheric pressure, water flow, and even human respiration, embodies a holistic perspective that is notably rare in European academia. He paused, retrieving additional blueprints from his satchel to demonstrate my sincerity. I have drafted a conceptual design for a firewheel carriage based on your institute's hypotheses on thermal propulsion, combined with the latest steam engine principles from Europe. I also have a detailed method for constructing a thermometer. I am aware your institute possesses similar instruments, yet this design, utilizing mercury with finely calibrated scales, may hold reference value. The blueprints unfurled, lines meticulously drawn, annotations distinctly clear. Chen Qiyuan merely cast a few glances, and a tremor coursed through him. Although this firewheel carriage remains in its nascent form, its underlying principles and structure far surpass the current research on steam power conducted by the Institute of Natural Philosophy. Moreover, the methodology for the thermometer directly addresses the Institute's shortcomings in low-temperature measurements. This individual is a genuine scholar, not an ordinary merchant or spy. What does Mr. Carter seek? Chun Chiyuan inquired, fixing his gaze upon the other. Mr. Carter, with a solemn demeanor, replied, "Firstly, I wish to establish a long-term correspondence with your esteemed institute to exchange insights on natural philosophy. Secondly, if possible, I would like to read the complete text of the outline. Of course, I am willing to exchange it for manuscripts of the latest European works in mechanics, astronomy, and medicine. Thirdly," he hesitated, "my family possesses some antiquities in England, including peculiar manuscripts that pertain to energy and symbols. I do not comprehend them fully, yet I sense they may bear relevance to certain theories of your institute. If you're interested, I could arrange to transcribe some portions." Nayland Mingda's fingers quivered almost imperceptibly. Peculiar manuscripts concerning energy and symbols. Could this be a trace of the Western magical realm? That night, in the secret chamber of the Institute of Natural Philosophy, Chun Chiyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the trustworthiness of this individual. Nayland Mingda spread out the blueprints brought by Carter and produced a geometrically shaped sensing stone, placing it atop the drawings. Golden threads flowed within the jade stone, radiating a steady luminescence, devoid of any agitation or malevolence. This indicated that Carter harbored no ill intent, and the blueprints concealed no negative energies. Master Halley foresaw this. Chun Chiyuan murmured. Thus, the connection with Carter must not be severed. Nayland Mingda closed his notebook, yet it was imperative not to divulge everything. The current predicament of the Institute could not withstand accusations of collusion with the West. The two deliberated deep into the night, ultimately resolving to establish 1. A limited academic exchange with Carter. Chun Chiyuan would correspond with him in a personal capacity, strictly confining discussions to practical subjects such as mechanics, mathematics, and astronomy, avoiding any deep theoretical discourse on energy or rules. 2. The complete text of the outline would not be provided. However, they could transcribe portions of publicly published materials, along with some recent achievements of the Institute, such as illustrations of improved agricultural tools, compiling them into a work titled A Brief Discourse on Natural Philosophy to be gifted to him. 3. Nayland Mingda would utilize the spiritual network to discreetly monitor Carter's activities in Guangzhou and attempt to discern whether the family manuscripts he mentioned indeed harbored any residual anomalous energies. 4. Most critically, the auspicious plan for the upcoming Qiuquan Mountain event in 7 days must be executed flawlessly. Only with the Emperor's clear support for the Institute could they possess sufficient confidence to confront external uncertainties. With the plan set, Chun Chiyuan suddenly recalled, "What Gao Pu? How progresses our record of practical efficacy? No matter," he resolved, determination flashing in his eyes. They would first present their existing achievements. As for the possibility of borrowing the firewheel carriage blueprints brought by Mr. Carter, Nayland Mingda blinked in surprise. "Are you suggesting?" "The Emperor's interest in Western clocks and instruments has intensified over the years," Chun Chiyuan replied slowly. "If the Institute not only improves upon old devices, but also pioneers prototypes of the latest Western machinery, even if merely in blueprint form, it would be sufficient to demonstrate that we are not merely engaging in idle talk, but are indeed practitioners capable of mastering foreign techniques." He approached the window, gazing towards the Forbidden City. "If Gao Pu accuses us of undermining the foundation, let us allow the Emperor to witness that the study of the natural world is indeed the essence of the prosperity of the Qing Dynasty." 7 days later, at Yuquanshan, the Emperor Qianlong arrived at noon. Now 53 years of age, he was in the prime of his vitality. This excursion to the western suburbs was ostensibly to inspect the spring plowing, but in truth, it also served as a respite for his mind. He was well aware of the ongoing debates regarding the Institute of Natural Studies and intended to seize the opportunity to personally ascertain the veracity of this empirical knowledge. The effects were more pronounced than anticipated. As the imperial entourage ascended the mountainside, Qianlong dismounted and, upon walking, immediately spotted several peach trees by the roadside. Although spring had just begun, these trees had already begun to bloom, their pale pink and white blossoms trembling gently in the breeze. Curious, Qianlong approached for a closer inspection, reaching down to feel the moist, warm earth beneath the branches. Indeed, the signs of spring were early here. At that moment, the vice director of the Astronomical Bureau, Su Ju, stepped forward, bowing and stating, "Your Majesty, I have observed the celestial phenomena in recent days. The starlight over Yuquanshan is clear and vibrant, and the Earth's energy is rising, indicating an early awakening of spring. This is a sign of Your Majesty's virtuous governance, hence this auspicious omen." Qianlong remained non-committal, merely instructing, "Let us proceed to the spring." Upon arrival at the spring, they beheld a pool of crystal-clear water bubbling forth from the crevices of the rocks. Its color as clear as jade, flowing gently into the stone basin below. Fresh grass had already sprouted at the water's edge, warm to the touch. A eunuch offered a silver cup filled with water, and Qianlong took a sip. His brows slightly lifted as he savored the unusually sweet and refreshing water. A revitalizing sensation coursing through him, easing the fatigue of recent days. Good water, Qianlong remarked, better than in previous years. He turned to Su Ju and inquired, how long might this phenomenon last? Su Ju replied cautiously, the Earth's energy often remains vibrant for several weeks, if the weather remains favorable. This year's crops in the western suburbs may mature a few days earlier. Qianlong nodded, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding mountains and forests, and suddenly asked, is Chen Qiyuan of the Institute of Natural Studies among us today? From the rear of the procession, Chen Qiyuan hurried forward and knelt, declaring, I am here. I recall that your grandfather, Chen Hongji, once asserted that the energies of heaven and earth could be guided and nurtured, Qianlong remarked, observing him. Given the early spring at Yuquanshan today, how would you interpret this according to your studies? All eyes focused intently upon him. After a brief pause, he continued, for example, in the rice paddies of Jiangnan, if one understands the relationship between the temperature of the water and the germination of rice seeds, one can choose the appropriate time for planting, avoiding the cold and enhancing warmth to improve yields. This is also a facet of guiding and nurturing the earth's energy. Qianlong remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. That is indeed practical wisdom. It far surpasses empty discussions of auspicious omens without regard to tangible benefits. He waved his hand, rise. I have perused your work, records of efficacy from the Institute of Natural Studies. The data is comprehensive and commendable. We shall reconvene in 10 days at the Yangxin Hall. Chen Qiyuan remained kneeling until the emperor departed, only rising with the assistance of Nailan Mingda. His back drenched in cold sweat. It is done, Nailan Mingda whispered. Another 10 days passed, and at the Yangxin Hall, when Chen Qiyuan was summoned to present himself, he found not only Qianlong in attendance, but also 2 ministers from the military council, the chief of the imperial household and the vice chief censor, Gao Pu. The atmosphere was solemn. Qianlong tossed a memorial onto the imperial desk. It was Gao Pu's petition to dissolve the Institute of Natural Studies. Gao Pu. The emperor's voice was flat. You assert that the studies of the institute are mere tricks and undermine the foundation. I inquire of you, if there exists a spinning wheel that can double the efficiency of weavers, a water wheel that can irrigate airlands, and a method of disease prevention that could have the death toll from smallpox. Are these mere curiosities or true benefits for the populace? Gao Pu bowed deeply, Your Majesty. I do not deny their practicality. However, the way to govern lies in rectifying the hearts of the people and fostering moral education. If everyone pursues profit through cleverness, it will breed cunning and lead to the loss of simplicity and integrity. Cunning? Qianlong interrupted him, picking up the volume of records of practical knowledge from his desk. The reports from the provincial government indicated that, due to the preventive measures implemented by the Institute of Practical Knowledge, the number of families devastated by the epidemic had decreased by 30%, and the grateful populace erected no fewer than 10 shrines. Is this a loss of the people's hearts or a gain? Gao Pu was rendered speechless. Qianlong then held up a copy of the firewheel card design, redrawn by Chen Qiyuan, omitting Western annotations and retaining only the structural principles, along with the Institute's projections that, if realized, could enable travel of several hundred miles daily, transporting goods and people, greatly benefiting grain transport. This design was derived from the principles of Western machinery, independently deduced by the Institute. Qianlong presented the blueprint to the assembly. Consider, if this contraption could indeed be manufactured, how much could the annual grain losses be reduced? How quickly could military supplies be transported to the frontiers? The head of the imperial household hesitated. Your Majesty, the cost of such an invention may be substantial, and its feasibility remains uncertain. Thus, it requires the Institute's research and testing. Qianlong turned to Chen Qiyuan. Chen Qiyuan, I grant you 3 years. The Institute shall remain funded, and resources shall be allocated, but you must report on your progress annually. Should there be no achievements after 3 years, or if further turmoil arises, I shall personally issue an edict for its dissolution. Chen Qiyuan bowed deeply. I humbly accept the decree and express my gratitude. Gao Pu's complexion paled as he bowed and exited. Once the assembly dispersed, Qianlong remained alone with Chen Qiyuan. That early spring at Yuyuan Mountain, was it not your institute's handiwork? The emperor suddenly inquired. Chen Qiyuan's heart quaked, yet he steadied himself. I would not dare deceive your Majesty. The emergence of Earth's vitality is indeed a natural occurrence. Enough. Qianlong waved his hand. I do not concern myself with how you achieved it, but remember, such matters can occur but once. The great Qing seeks genuine strength, not mere auspicious names. He rose and approached a massive comprehensive map of the Emperor's travels. Turning his back to Chun Shiyuan, your grandfather, Chun Hongji, was once appointed by the illustrious Master Halley as a successor. Though I am unaware of the true extent of that master's powers, the legacy she left has benefited the great Qing, and that is sufficient. Work diligently. Do not betray the trust of those who came before. Chun Shiyuan bowed deeply. I shall not fail to meet your Majesty's expectations, nor shall I forsake the aspirations of my ancestors. Epilogue. A month later, in Guangzhou, accompanying a letter was an unassuming small wooden box. Carter opened it to reveal a white stone, the size of a dove's egg, warm to the touch, accompanied by a brief note. Carter picked up the stone and felt an inexplicable surge of energy. He carefully stored it away and retrieved an ancient manuscript bound in leather, a relic left by his great-uncle, its pages filled with peculiar symbols no one in the family could decipher. He unfolded the manuscript, hesitated for a moment, then took up a quill, meticulously transcribing the clears page. Outside the window, sailboats traversed the Pearl River, the faint sound of steam whistles in the air. In this moment, through a letter, a stone, and a page of notes, the sparks of knowledge from the east and west quietly forged an invisible bridge between two worlds. Deep within the Forbidden City, in the Hall of Tranquil Longevity, the consciousness of the long-slumbering Hali stirred gently, creating ripples in some hidden dimension. As if to proclaim, the spark has been passed, now awaiting the great conflagration. In the year of Daoguang, 1838, a full century and 20 years after Ha Li succumbed to her slumber, in the 12th lunar month, the southern part of Guangzhou, in the 13 Hangs merchant district, Nalan Qingru, cloaked in a plain robe, traversed the damp and chilly alleyways. The air was thick with the briny scent of the sea, the sickly sweetness of inferior opium smoke, and a deeper, more insidious decay that only she could faintly perceive. She was the seventh-generation guardian of the Nalan clan, 32 years old and unmarried. Since inheriting the key to the spiritual network at the tender age of 16, she had been aware that her fate was inextricably entwined with turmoil rather than the tranquility of ordinary life. Her grandmother, on her deathbed, had grasped her hand and intoned, "Qingru, the women of the Nalan family are fated to carry a touch of loneliness. Yet, the world required guardianship, and the trust bestowed by the true Ha Li must not falter." At the street corner, a few ragged laborers huddled against the wall, their sunken eyes reflecting despair as they burned refuse under the light of an oil lamp. The rising smoke intertwined with dark crimson resentments, cravings for addiction, the despair of shattered homes, and the bitterness towards the world. These negative emotions seeped into the earth like invisible toxins, clashing violently with the spiritual network she had sustained for 120 years. Quickening her pace, she turned into a narrower alley and paused before an unremarkable black wooden door. After 3 knocks, the door opened a crack, revealing the aged visage of Suju. "Qingru, come in," he beckoned. Suju, the head of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the 6th-generation descendant of the Su family, was over 60, his hair and beard now white, yet his eyes retained their bright clarity. He was Nalan Qingru's senior and her sole ally within the court. The courtyard was cluttered with various ancient instruments, an armillary sphere, a quadrant, a clepsydra, and several Western glassware pieces that Nalan Qingru could not identify. On the wall of the main room hung a massive celestial map of Lingnan, the ink still fresh. "Look here," Suju said, bypassing pleasantries and pointing directly at the southeastern corner of the star map. Nalan Qingru focused her gaze. It depicted the constellations of Guangzhou, which should have glimmered in a clear azure, now shrouded in a layer of gray haze, with dark crimson lines extending from the direction of the Pearl River estuary into the interior, entangled like a spider's web. "What is this?" she asked softly. "Resentment taints the earth's veins," Suju replied gravely. "I have been observing with the secretive techniques of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau for over a month, calibrated with the sensing stone you provided, and there is no doubt. The area around the 13 Hangs has been severely polluted, and the contamination is spreading northward." What troubled her further was the faint sound of countless fragmented wails, curses, and cries of desire emanating from the depths of that dark crimson energy. "Opium," she gasped, her complexion paling. It was not merely the opium itself, but the extreme negative emotions it engendered, shattered families, broken bonds, and the degradation of humanity, were coalescing into a karmic force, corroding the earth's veins. He paused, lowering his voice even further. "The earth's veins are striking back. The mildest consequence will be years of calamity in Lingnan, while the severest could lead to earthquakes and landslides." Silence enveloped the room. Outside, The distant sound of a steamboat's whistle from the docks echoed, an English merchant vessel signaling. This sound to Nalan Qingru bizarrely harmonized with the wails emanating from the depths of the earth. "Is there any news from the court?" she inquired. He retrieved a copy of a confidential memorial from his drawer. This was submitted 3 days ago in the name of the Astronomical Bureau, reporting that the celestial phenomena in Lingnan are ominous, fearing a great plague or seismic disaster, and urging the court to take precautions. What was the emperor's response? The imperial edict acknowledged it and instructed the governor of Guangdong to conduct a thorough investigation. Su Ju shook his head, remarking that such ambiguous wording would hardly be taken seriously by local authorities. Nalan Qingru fell silent for a moment, then approached the wall, her fingertip lightly brushing against the dark red mark on the star chart. "Shi Xiao, I may need to resort to that." Su Ju trembled slightly. "The emergency purification array? Qingru, do you understand the price of such a spell?" "I am aware." Nalan Qingru turned around, her gaze calm. The notes left by Master Ha Li clearly stated, using the blood of a guardian as a guide and the spirit net key as a pivot, forcibly directing untainted earth vein energy to cleanse the polluted area. The practitioner may suffer reduced lifespan or, at worst, perish on the spot. But if I do nothing, what are the countless innocent lives in Lingnan 3 years hence? Nalan Qingru's voice was soft yet resolute. Moreover, should the spirit net fracture here, the entire protective system of the Qing Dynasty would be compromised. At that point, external threats and internal strife would truly spell disaster. Su Hui sighed deeply. He understood he could not dissuade her. The women of the Nalan family were all like this, appearing cool, yet possessing an unyielding spirit. "What do you need me to do?" "This should not be difficult." Su Ju nodded. "Lord Lin is in need of support from all quarters, under the pretext of disaster prevention. The local officials will not obstruct us." Secondly, Nalan Qingru produced a dragon-patterned jade pendant, a replica of the token bestowed upon the Nalan clan by Emperor Yongzheng, lacking in real power but capable of intimidation. "Please, Shi Xiao, find a way to allow me to approach a key figure under the guise of being the feng shui heir of the Nalan family." "Who?" "Yishan." Nalan Qingru revealed a name, the emperor's nephew, the current general of Guangzhou. "He is greedy for wealth and fame, yet enjoys the emperor's favor. If we can persuade him to mobilize troops under the guise of a heavenly sacrificial ceremony during the activation of the purification array, we could prevent public unrest and thwart any malefactors." Su Ju frowned. How could someone of Yishan's ilk be swayed by notions of feng shui? He may not believe in feng shui, but he believes in auspicious omens. Nalan Qingru's eyes gleamed coldly. "I have my methods to show him what he wishes to see." "And the third matter?" Nalan Qingru retrieved a palm-sized jade box from her bosom and opened it, revealing a translucent purple crystal the size of a walnut. This was one of the 3 original spirit stones left by Holly, containing a fragment of her pure order magic, utilized only during significant crises in the spirit net by successive guardians of the Nalan family. When the purification array is activated, it will cause a violent fluctuation of earthly energy. She pushed the jade box towards Su Ju. At that time, malevolent spirits or those with ulterior motives will surely be drawn here. "Please, Shi Xiao, hold this stone and oversee the main array at Baiyun Mountain. This stone can release a purifying field to protect the array's core." Su Ju accepted the jade box with trembling fingers. "Qingru, how confident are you?" Nalan Qingru gazed out at the overcast sky. 50%. After a pause, she added, "Yet some matters must be addressed, even with a mere 10% chance of success." 3 days hence, at the human site of the opium burning, Nalan Qingru mingled among the crowd of onlookers, gazing from afar at the enormous opium destruction pit on the beach. Within the pit, lime surged, white smoke billowed skyward, and a pungent odor wafted through the air. Soldiers poured box after box of opium into the pit, while the shore teemed with a dense throng of people, some applauding with glee, others with pallid faces, and still others lurking on distant ships, peering through telescopes. She closed her eyes amidst the crowd, her spirit attuned to the fluctuations of the earth's energy as the opium was obliterated. From the pit ascended not merely white smoke, but also a plethora of released resentments. The anguish and greed of cultivators, traffickers, and users, once bound to the noxious substance, now transformed into formless negative energy, seeking new attachments. While much of this resentment gradually dissipated in the sea breeze, a portion, like a dark tide, seeped deeper into the earth's veins. Nalan Qingru silently formed a hand seal, her fingertips glowing with a faint golden light. This resonance was the key to the spirit net. She guided the nearby, untainted earth energy to create an invisible barrier beneath the destruction pit, temporarily obstructing the encroaching resentments. Yet this was merely a stopgap measure. The barrier could only hold for 3 days. Once that time elapsed, the resentments would inevitably infiltrate the main vein. "Are you unwell, my lady?" A gentle voice inquired beside her. Nalan Qingru opened her eyes to see a middle-aged scholar in a blue official robe, his lean face etched with concern. It was Lin Zexu. She offered a slight bow. "I am well, sir. It is merely the acrid smoke that stings the senses." Lin Zexu scrutinized her for a moment, his gaze lingering on the hexagram jade pendant hanging at her waist. "This pendant, my lady, has an elegant design. Is it a family heirloom?" "Indeed. My ancestors practiced the art of feng shui," Nalan Qingru replied. "I observe that the energy in this place is chaotic. Although the poison has been destroyed, the malevolence persists. If you wish to achieve complete purification, perhaps it requires the rectifying energy of heaven and earth." Lin Zexu's eyes flickered with interest. "Do you understand feng shui?" He pondered for a moment, though he was not one to believe in the supernatural. The calm demeanor of this woman and her words did not resemble those of mere charlatans. Furthermore, in recent days, he had indeed sensed an unusual atmosphere in Guangzhou. While the populace cheered the destruction of opium, an inexplicable restlessness lingered in their brows, and even the soldiers occasionally erupted into senseless quarrels and brawls. Bayan Mountain's main peak, the old artillery battlement at Huangpu Port, and the ancestral temple in Foshan. Nalan Qingru named 3 locations, precisely where she intended to position auxiliary formations. For one was the source of Guangzhou's earth vein, another the energy inlet, and the last a gathering place for the hearts of the people. To conduct the ritual here would yield the best results. Lin Zexu regarded her for a long while before slowly asking, "What is your name, my lady?" "I am Nalan Qingru." Lin Zexu appeared contemplative. "Is it the Nalan clan from the capital?" "Indeed." Lin Zexu nodded. Although the Nalan family was not particularly prominent at court, they had long-standing ties with the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, of which he was aware. Suju had also sent a letter a few days prior, indicating unusual celestial phenomena and the necessity to establish observational sites at several locations, coinciding with what Nalan Qingru had mentioned. "Thank you, sir." Nalan Qingru bowed and withdrew. Merging back into the crowd, she understood that her connection with Lin Zexu had been established. That night, at the Guangzhou General's residence, Ishan was enjoying a banquet with several trusted aides, where merriment and revelry reigned. The imperial nephew, nearing 40, possessed a slightly portly figure with a fair complexion. Adorned in a brocade robe embroidered with a majestic pattern of a 4-clawed dragon, he exuded an air of noble lineage. The general and the steward entered quietly, whispering that a woman sought an audience, claiming to be a descendant of the Nalan family, a practitioner of feng shui and bearing auspicious offerings. Ishan raised an eyebrow, contemplating the absurdity of such claims. Feng shui? Auspicious signs? Ah, these wandering charlatans seek to deceive once more. Yet the woman produced a jade pendant, which the steward presented. Upon receiving it, Ishan felt its smooth, warm surface exquisitely carved, but what truly drew his attention were the 4 small characters inscribed on the back. Resembling as if I were present. Although a replica, its form mirrored the token bestowed upon the Nalan family by Emperor Yongzheng. His expression subtly shifted. He instructed her to wait in the side hall. Within the side hall, Nalan Qingru stood quietly. As Ishan entered, she greeted him with neither subservience nor arrogance. "I am Nalan Qingru, honored to meet the general." Ishan appraised her, his gaze lingering momentarily on her graceful visage. "You claim to present auspicious signs?" "The soil is sourced from the true vein of the dragon on Bayan Mountain," she replied, placing the earth upon the table. "General, please observe." With both hands hovering above the soil, she silently activated the spiritual net key. A soft golden radiance emanated from her palms, seeping into the earth. Moments later, the handful of soil began to writhe, revealing intricate, vein-like golden patterns that subtly formed the character for auspicious. Ishan's eyes widened in astonishment. This manifestation of the earth's auspicious energy was undeniable. Nalan Qingru withdrew her hands, the golden light gradually receding. "Recently, I have observed celestial phenomena and earthly energies. I discovered that the earth's energy in Guangzhou is tainted by toxic smoke, accumulating malevolent qi, which could lead to calamity. Only by channeling the righteous energy of heaven and earth can we avert disaster." She turned her gaze to Ishan. "As a member of the royal bloodline, you carry the dragon's energy. If you preside over the grand ceremony to purify the land, it could summon auspicious signs, not only dispelling misfortune, but also achieving great merit that reaches the heavens. Ishan's heart raced. Though he was greedy for wealth, he was even more eager for fame, especially the kind that would shine before the emperor. The efforts to eradicate the opium trade had all the glory attributed to Lin Zexu, leaving him desperate for recognition. This purification ceremony sounded promising. How shall the ritual be conducted? He inquired in a deep voice. Nalin Qingru unfurled a map, indicating 3 locations. We must establish altars at these 3 sites, with you as the principal officiant. At the stroke of midnight, 7 days hence, we shall simultaneously commence the ritual of the 3 talents to purify the land. At that time, auspicious signs will surely manifest, and the earth's energy will be clarified. Midnight? We must also mobilize troops to seal the surrounding area. Indeed, the ceremony requires absolute silence, free from the disturbances of mortals. Ishan paced a few circles before suddenly turning. Very well. I, the general, grant permission. 7 days hence, I shall personally ascend Baiyun Mountain to officiate. But remember, he fixed his gaze upon Nalin Qingru. If no auspicious signs appear, it shall be deemed treason. Nalin Qingru lowered her eyes. I pledge my life as guarantee. In the 18th year of Daoguang, on the 23rd day of the 12th month at midnight, atop the main peak of Baiyun Mountain, on Moxing Ridge, the biting cold wind howled, and the stars and moon were obscured. Nalin Qingru stood at the center of a makeshift 3-tiered altar, garbed in white, her long hair simply tied with a wooden hairpin. On her forehead rested a gold talisman, the size of a fingernail, serving as the blood-linked talisman for the emergency purification array, created with her own blood. Below the altar, Ishan, donned in full court attire and flanked by his loyal guards, stood solemnly. Surrounding them, 3,000 green camp soldiers had secured the mountain, torches blazing like dragons, illuminating the wilderness. In Huangpu and Foshan, the officials from the Imperial Astronomy Bureau, arranged by Suju, were already in position, awaiting the signal. Nalin Qingru gazed upward at the sky. The time was drawing near. She adorned her right index finger with a silver ring, intricately inscribed in the ancient script of Anivan, and retrieved a purple primordial spirit stone, placing it within the recess at the center of the altar. Are you prepared, my senior brother? She silently pondered. 100 miles away, at the auxiliary focal point of Baiyun Mountain, Suju sat cross-legged, with a celestial sphere and the purple crystal before him. With closed eyes, he attuned himself to the undulations of the spirit web. As the hour of the rat struck, the chime resonated from the city of Guangzhou. Nalin Qingru inhaled deeply, biting her tongue to draw a drop of her vital blood, which she then sprayed onto the blood conduit talisman. The talisman ignited instantly, transforming into a golden light that penetrated her brow. Simultaneously, she swiftly formed seals with her hands, not the conventional talismans of the Taoist school, but rather a modified incantation by Halley, merging the principles of Niven's order. With my blood, I connect to the veins of heaven and earth. Her voice rang out, and 36 bronze lamps upon the altar ignited simultaneously, their flames not of ordinary red, but a pure, resplendent gold. A deep rumble emanated from the earth, as if a colossal beast awakened. The entire Baiyun Mountain trembled slightly, rocks cascaded, and trees swayed. The earth quakes, a soldier exclaimed in alarm. Ishan's face paled, striving for composure. Silence. This is an omen of auspiciousness. Nalin Qingru could not afford to divert her attention. Her consciousness had completely immersed itself within the spirit web, extending through the golden veins towards the 13 rows of polluted zones. There, dark crimson grievances accumulated like festering sores, and upon sensing the impact of pure energy, they erupted in a furious backlash. Countless distorted illusions exploded within her consciousness. Emaciated serfs in the smoky fields knelt upon the parched earth, clawing at the soil, their nails falling off, oozing with blood. In a dim smokehouse, men bartered wives and daughters for a mere puff of smoke, their tears flowing as they inhaled. Corpses floated down the Pearl River, hollow-eyed, clutching smoking guns, the sneering faces of foreign merchants, the obsequious postures of traders, the avaricious gazes of officials. Get out! Nalin Qingru bellowed, fully activating the spirit web key. The silver ring emitted a blinding radiance, resonating with the primordial spirit stone upon the altar, coalescing into a violet beam that shot skyward. Almost simultaneously, the auxiliary focal points of Huangpu and Foshan also released their beams, intertwining in the night sky to form a colossal golden triangular barrier, enveloping the entirety of Guangzhou. Within the barrier, the energy of the spirit web's main vein was forcibly directed, akin to a golden deluge, rushing towards the polluted zones. Boom! Beneath the 13 rows, The dark crimson grievances clashed violently with the golden energy. The ground cracked, buildings swayed, and the foreign merchants in the commercial district fled their rooms, only to witness the night sky shrouded in an extraordinary luminescence, as though the apocalypse had descended. Blood began to seep from Nalan Qingru's 7 orifices, forcibly guiding. Such immense geospatial energy surpassed her limits. She could sense her vitality swiftly waning, the spirit web key trembling violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet she could not cease. In the depths of her consciousness, a gentle female voice suddenly resonated. "Hold on." Nalan Qingru trembled. It was the voice of Master Halley. No, it was not merely a voice, but a resonance of will transcending a century, conveyed through the spirit web, reaching her in this very moment. In a daze, she perceived a figure, adorned in the attire of the Qing Dynasty, yet possessing the profound gaze of a Westerner, smiling faintly at her. "You're doing splendidly. Now, let the last vestiges of filth be driven into the river." Nalan Qingru, invigorated in spirit, clenched her teeth and channeled all her remaining spiritual energy into the key. "Purify." The golden beam of light suddenly expanded, transforming into countless delicate golden threads that enveloped the core points of resentment in the polluted area, which were none other than the largest opium dens and foreign warehouses. The dark red malevolence melted away under the golden light, emitting a piercing shriek. Ultimately, the residual filth coalesced into a thick black vapor, fleeing along the Earth's veins, headed straight for the Pearl River. A thunderous roar. The black vapor surged into the river, causing the water to boil instantly, bubbling with a foul stench. Fish and shrimp flipped over, floating lifelessly, but soon the golden light pursued, completely purifying the black vapor. 3 beams of light gradually dimmed. The barrier dissipated. The night sky returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet all present witnessed the intangible oppressive feeling that had shrouded Guangzhou vanish. The air became crisp, and even the cold wind seemed to soften slightly. On the altar, Nalan Qingru staggered, sinking to one knee, and coughed up blood. The blood was not red but a dark gold, a sign of the depletion of her vital essence. Ishan rushed up the altar, both astonished and delighted. "A celestial omen. Indeed, a celestial omen. I must report to the court immediately." He glanced at the frail Nalan Qingru, pondered briefly, and instructed his guards. "Escort this young lady down the mountain, and take good care of her." There is no need for Nalan Qingru to struggle to raise her head. The commoner may leave on her own accord. She forced herself to stand, swaying as she descended the altar, disappearing into the dark forest. Behind her, Ishan excitedly commanded, "Quickly, document this auspicious phenomenon. I shall dispatch an urgent report across 800 miles. 7 days later, in a secluded courtyard to the west of Guangzhou, Nalan Qingru lay on a bamboo bed, her complexion as pale as paper, her breath faint. That night, forcibly activating the purification array had cost her at least 30 years of life, and her spiritual essence was nearly depleted. Had it not been for the resonating will of Master Halley, she would have perished on the spot. Suju sat by the bedside, using silver needles to guide her chaotic energy channels. Ishan's report had already been submitted. He whispered, "The Emperor is overjoyed and has elevated Ishan to the title of Duke of Fengtian, bestowing him with double-eyed plumes. As for you," he chuckled wryly, "your name was not mentioned in the report, which merely stated that a celestial omen had descended, with the general expressing sincere gratitude to the heavens." Nalan Qingru kept her eyes closed, yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "This is for the best. The Nalan family ought not to stand in the limelight. However, your body," Suju's voice choked. "Qingru, you are only 32. Enough." Nalan Qingru replied softly, "I have done what I ought to do. The spiritual net has been preserved, saving countless citizens of Lingnan from disaster. That is worth it." She paused, and then inquired, "What of Lord Lin?" "The opium trade is nearing its end." Suhui responded. "Oddly enough, since that night, the citizens of Guangzhou have shown a marked decrease in agitation. Even the military has seen a reduction in brawls. Lord Lin privately asked me the other day whether the purification ritual truly had a calming effect on the populace." Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the window. Suju stood alert, peering through the crack of the door, and was taken aback to see a scholar clad in blue, none other than Lin Zexu, accompanied only by an elderly servant. He hurriedly opened the door. "Lord Lin, what brings you here, Su Jianzheng?" Lin Zexu clasped his hands, boldly visiting with urgent matters at hand. Upon entering the room, he observed Nalan Qingru on the couch, her brow slightly furrowed. "Miss Nalan, is it an old ailment resurfacing?" "No matter." Nalan Qingru struggled to rise. Lin Zexu raised his hand to stop her. There is no need for such formalities, Mississippi. I have come today to inquire about a particular matter. He produced a document from his sleeve. This is a confidential report received this morning from Macau. The manager of the British trading house revealed that 7 nights ago, when auspicious signs appeared, several British merchant ships experienced complete compass failure. The crew reported witnessing a golden light rise from the river, with the ethereal figure of a woman hovering in the air. Nalin Qingru exchanged a glance with Su Ju. I do not believe in ghosts or deities, Lin Zexu asserted, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Nalin Qingru. However, what you mentioned that day regarding harmonizing the earthly energies may not merely pertain to geomancy, correct? The room fell silent. After a long pause, Nalin Qingru spoke softly. Lord Lin, do you believe in a force that is formless and intangible, yet capable of influencing all things under heaven and the hearts of men? Lin Zexu remained silent for a moment before responding. I believe in righteousness. The heavens and earth are imbued with righteousness, manifesting in myriad forms. Below, they take the shape of mountains and rivers. Above, they are the sun and stars. In man, it is the boundless spirit, surging forth to fill the vastness of the cosmos. That is sufficient. Nalin Qingru smiled gently, saying, what I have done is merely to draw upon the righteous energies of heaven and earth to cleanse the impurities. As for the golden light and ethereal figure, they may be manifestations of this righteousness or reflections of the human heart. There is no need for you to delve deeper. Lin Zexu regarded her intently, then suddenly bowed in respect. Regardless, your contributions to Lingnan are commendable. I thank you on behalf of the people. You flatter me, my lord, Nalin Qingru replied, sidestepping the gesture of respect. The true merit belongs to you for your efforts in banning opium and saving the nation. I merely acted in accordance with circumstances. Lin Zexu straightened, retrieving a jade pendant from his bosom and placing it beside the couch. This is a family heirloom of mine, possessing calming properties. Take care of yourself, Mississippi. With that, he turned and departed as quietly as he had arrived. Su Ju closed the door, exhaling a sigh of relief. That was close. Lord Lin's gaze was sharp enough to see through everything, yet he refrained from speaking it. Nalin Qingru gently caressed the jade pendant. He was indeed a wise man, cognizant that some truths are better left unknown. She gazed out the window, where the winter sunlight filtered through the paper, casting a warm yellow glow. Su Ju paused. Your health cannot withstand long journeys. She closed her eyes, a young girl's face emerging in her mind. The orphan she had encountered 3 years prior during disaster relief in Gili. No more than 10 years old. Yet she had rescued her siblings from the ruins, her eyes clear and resolute. Nalin Qingru had discreetly tested her then. The girl exhibited a faint natural sensitivity to spiritual energy. Perhaps she was the 8th generation. Yet, Qingru, the Nalin family's legacy has always been passed down through bloodlines. Master Halley chose the Nalin family not for its bloodline, but for its character. Nalin Qingru interjected. Rules can be flexible, as long as one's heart is righteous and one can bear the responsibility of guardianship. One is a Nalin. Su Ju fell silent, only able to sigh deeply. As the last days of winter approached, the festive spirit in Guangzhou grew palpable. The opium pits had been filled in, yet the standoff between Lin Zexu and the British was increasingly tense. Outside the Pearl River estuary, British ships began to assemble. A storm was brewing. Yet, at least for this moment, the earth was pure and the hearts of the people momentarily at peace. Nalin Qingru reclined upon the couch, her fingertips gently caressing the faint golden mark upon her forehead, a remnant of the blood-binding spell that had burned away, resembling a delicate feather. This was the vestige of the will of the venerable Halley. Thank you, she silently intoned within her heart, for allowing me to fulfill my promise. Outside the window, the sound of firecrackers erupted from an unknown childish celebration. Amidst the crackling echoes, the old year departed, making way for the new. In a distant dimension of time and space, the slumbering consciousness of Halley stirred once more, sending forth gentle ripples. You have done exceedingly well. Now rest well. In the year 2024, within the realm of Harry Potter, at the Ministry of Magic in London, Victoria Coleman, the Silent One, carefully cradled a silver tray as she traversed the corridor. The tray was adorned with dark green velvet, its edges embroidered with ancient runes of the Nemenian sealing spell. For 30 years, this tray had been delivered to the office of the department head once a month, yet it had never been truly opened. On either side of the corridor loomed unfathomable archways, from which faint whispers echoed, remnants of the Hall of Time. Victoria remained focused, her steps steady, though her heart raced with increasing urgency. Today marked the official retirement of Hermione Granger. As the former head of the Magical Law Enforcement Department and a lifetime honorary advisor to the International Confederation of Wizards, Hermione's status in the magical community had become nearly legendary. However, few were aware that her first endeavor post-retirement was to assume the position of a distinguished researcher in the Department of Mysteries, ostensibly to study interdimensional magical theory. But in truth, it was to uncover a secret buried for over 3 decades. Victoria halted before the last door, an unremarkable oak barrier devoid of a nameplate. Save for a simple brass knocker, she rapped thrice. "Enter," came Hermione's voice, calm and gentle, yet imbued with an ineffable intensity. Victoria pushed the door open. The office was modest, featuring merely a desk, 2 chairs, 3 walls lined with bookshelves, and on the 4th wall, a massive star chart. Not the typical zodiac chart seen by wizards, but a composite diagram based on the Eastern 28 mansions, interwoven with markings of some unknown energy. "Miss Coleman," Hermione greeted with a smile. "Thank you for delivering the items." Victoria placed the tray upon the desk, unable to contain her curiosity. "Madam Granger, what exactly lies within?" "I have been tasked with safeguarding it for 7 years, and the sealing spell automatically strengthens each month. It feels as though I am guarding something alive." Hermione interjected, her fingertips gliding over the velvet. "In a sense, yes." She rose and approached the wall, lightly tapping the star chart with her wand. The starry lights shifted. The imagery transformed, ultimately settling upon a peculiar model of energy flow. Golden and silver lines intertwined to form a vast, slowly rotating octagram. At its center, a pale lavender light. She turned back to the tray. "The information has been securely sealed within this vessel." However, the former department head deemed its origin unknown and its risks uncertain, choosing to permanently seal it, reinforcing the seal each month until someone could decipher it. Victoria held her breath. "You have deciphered it?" At the center of the tray, contrary to expectations of a crystal orb or scroll, lay a fragment as thin as gossamer, semi-transparent and of a delicate ivory hue. It hovered an inch above the tray, slowly rotating, its surface adorned with faint, flowing golden patterns. This was the information vessel itself. Victoria's eyes widening in astonishment. "It is not material," Hermione whispered, "but a highly compressed essence of soul imprints and a congealed stream of knowledge. In the Eastern magical system, this is referred to as the divine thought jade tablet." She extended her right hand, lightly touching the fragment with her index finger. In that instant, the entire office was suffused with a gentle golden light. Victoria instinctively took a step back, only to witness countless flowing runes, charts, and texts emerging from the golden glow, some resembling ancient scripts, others Chinese characters, and some even hieroglyphs she had never encountered before. To her further astonishment, at the center of the golden light, a phantom gradually took shape. It was a young woman clad in Qing Dynasty court attire, her countenance exquisite, her gaze profound, with a faint golden mark adorning her forehead. She smiled faintly, her lips unmoving, yet a gentle feminine voice resonated directly within Victoria's consciousness. The apparition raised her hand, and the golden light transformed into myriad delicate streams, flowing into Hermione's brow. Hermione closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Victoria could see beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips pressed tightly, clearly overwhelmed by an immense influx of information. This process lasted approximately 3 minutes. The golden light gradually receded, and with a soft sound, the fragment dissipated into countless motes of light. The phantom also faded, leaving behind a final whisper in the air. "Hermione, Ron hopes you're both well." The office returned to its former state, as if nothing had occurred. Hermione slowly opened her eyes, her eyelids reddened. She raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, offering Victoria a somewhat frail smile. "I apologize for letting you witness my moment of weakness." "Was that Harry Potter?" Victoria's voice trembled slightly. Yet Hermione replied, "No, he is neither dead nor vanished." Taking a deep breath, she approached the window, gazing toward the eastern horizon. "He has merely transitioned to another world, existing in a different form. Moreover, he has been studying, guarding, and conveying." Turning around, her eyes gleamed with determination. "Miss Coleman, from this day forth, you are no longer a mere custodian. I appoint you as an assistant researcher for the Interdimensional Research Project. Our first task is to locate a particular individual." "Who?" Hermione flipped to the last page of the dossier, where a clipping from 3 years ago of the Daily Prophet was tucked away, reporting an incident during an ancient magical text class at Hogwarts. A Ravenclaw student had inadvertently activated an Eastern talisman illustrated in the textbook while practicing ancient scripts. causing all the desks and chairs in the classroom to float for 10 minutes. The name of that student was Lin Su. She possesses an unconscious resonance with the magical symbols of both the East and West, Hermione murmured. Harry's message requires such a bridge. At Hogwarts, in the Ravenclaw Tower, Lin Su sat cross-legged on the windowsill of the common room, a thick parchment book titled Advanced Ancient Scripts. The principle of symbolic resonance sprawled across her knees. However, she was not reading the text. Instead, she was sketching. The quill traced a complex rune along the edge of the parchment. A calming talisman she had copied from her grandmother's old notes, belonging to the Eastern Taoist system. According to family records, this talisman requires specific breathing techniques and the application of vermilion to be effective. However, Lin Su always felt that if it were combined with the tranquil symbol, awakens, from runic texts, it could yield different results. Subconsciously, she added a variant of awakens around the perimeter of the calming talisman. The moment her pen touched the parchment, a faint blue aura suddenly emanated from it. Almost instantaneously, the air within a 5-foot radius around her fell into a profound silence. The crackling of the fireplace, the hushed discussions of classmates in the distance, and even the hooting of an owl outside vanished. They did not truly disappear. Rather, they were isolated. Here it comes again, she murmured to herself, bending down to retrieve her pen. Ever since the floating incident 3 years ago, she had discovered a peculiar sensitivity to magical symbols from both Eastern and Western traditions. It was not the kind of extraordinary talent one might expect. Her performance in charms class was merely average, and she frequently stumbled in transfiguration. Yet, whenever it came to runes, formations, or energy structures, elements governed by rules, she consistently produced unexpected effects. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, had privately tested her and concluded, "Miss Lin, your magic is not about casting, it is about triggering. You resemble an energy resonator rather than a source of output." The remark sounded esoteric, and Lin Su did not fully comprehend it. She only knew that no one else in her family experienced such phenomena. Her grandmother was a genuine practitioner of Taoist arts, and her father, a wizard of Muggle origin, both wielded magic in a conventional manner. Lin Su, a voice interrupted her reverie. At the entrance of the common room, the 7th-year prefect, Catherine, peeked in. "Professor Flitwick wants to see you in his office. He mentioned a guest wishes to meet with you." "A guest?" Lin Su queried, closing her book. "Who?" "I don't know, but it seems..." Catherine lowered her voice like someone important from the Ministry of Magic. 10 minutes later, Lin Su stood outside Professor Flitwick's office, took a deep breath, and knocked. "Please come in." Upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Hermione Granger. Lin Su instinctively muttered the name, then realized her rudeness and quickly bowed. "I apologize, Mrs. Granger. I meant, it's quite all right, Miss Lin." Hermione smiled. "Please have a seat." Lin Su nervously settled into the chair. Professor Flitwick nodded at her. "Mrs. Granger wishes to discuss something with you regarding your unique magical resonance ability." Hermione wasted no time, directly producing a memory crystal and placing on the table. "Miss Lin, I would like you to take a look at this first." Lin Su gasped, astounded. As the image concluded, Hermione softly inquired, "What do you feel?" Lin Su struggled to articulate her thoughts. The energy fluctuations in that apparition felt remarkably similar to the aura when my grandmother draws symbols. Yet, it was also different, more orderly. Furthermore, those golden runes had structures reminiscent of runic text, though their arrangement was entirely distinct. Hermione exchanged a glance with Victoria beside her. Lin Su gasped. She retrieved a small jade pendant from her robes, an improvised resonator crafted using the methods detailed in Harry's information. Lin Su accepted the jade pendant. It was warm to the touch, with an almost imperceptible flow of energy within, as if it were alive. "May I ask why it is me?" She lifted her head, expressing that she was merely a 4th-grade student, her academic performance not particularly exceptional. "Because you are the bridge," Hermione remarked earnestly, as Harry's message required comprehension, transformation, and application. Purely Western wizards could not fathom the Eastern structure of spiritual energy, while purely Eastern sorcerers struggled to grasp the logical rules of runic script. Yet you inherently possess the ability to resonate between the two. She rose to her feet. "In 3 days, if you are willing, come to the Ministry of Magic to find me. If not, the Jade token will automatically become void, and today's events will be regarded as if they never occurred." "Do you think she will come?" Victoria inquired. "Yes," Hermione replied softly, for the light in her eyes mirrored Harry's from years past, curious, courageous, and tinged with a hint of defiance. That evening, in the Ravenclaw dormitory, Lin Su sat cross-legged upon her 4-poster bed, cradling the Jade token in her palm. Her roommates had already succumbed to slumber, and the moonlight streamed through the window. casting mottled shadows upon the bed curtains. She closed her eyes, attempting to utilize the internal vision technique taught by her grandmother to sense the jade token. It was a simple endeavor, focusing her mind, envisioning her consciousness sinking into her palm to touch the energy within the jade. Initially, there was nothing. However, gradually, she began to perceive something, not with her eyes, but through a more direct sense. Within the jade token, countless threads of golden and silver light intertwined, forming an exceedingly intricate three-dimensional network. The golden light flowed warmly and vibrantly, akin to flickering flames. The silver light remained tranquil and stable, reminiscent of flowing mercury. At times they traveled in parallel, at others they converged, and, at the points of intersection, faint violet sparks erupted, reminiscent of the star at the center of Hermione's office star map. Instinctively, Lin Su projected the mixed runic structure she had doodled on parchment earlier that day in her mind's eye. A miracle transpired. The light within the jade token suddenly accelerated. The golden and silver streams whirled madly, ultimately coalescing at the point of her consciousness projection to form a brand new rune, neither runic nor Taoist, but a simple yet elegant composite symbol composed of 3 arcs and a point. Simultaneously, a gentle female voice resonated deep within her consciousness, identical to Harry's voice from earlier, detecting primary rule resonance. Initiating guidance protocol. First lesson, energy and rules. A torrent of information flooded Lin Su's mind, not in words, but as direct concepts, images, and insights. Eastern spiritual energy is rooted in qi and intention, essentially mobilizing primal energy between oneself and the cosmos, directly intervening in reality. Talismans are the solidified forms of energy, while hand seals are the guiding pathways for that energy. Neither is superior. They merely take different paths. However, if one can combine the precision of rules with the freedom of energy, it could lead to the creation of more stable, flexible, and powerful forms of magic. The flow of information continued for approximately a quarter of an hour. By the end, Lin Su was drenched in sweat, yet her eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. She opened her palm, a flicker of thought stirring within her, attempting to summon the mixed energy she had just comprehended. Above her palm, the air shimmered slightly, and a pale violet light appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating. It was not a flickering fluorescence, nor any spell she had learned. It is a pure energy conglomerate, operating autonomously according to the principles of the composite rune within her consciousness. She could sense that, should she desire, she could cause this luminous point to explode, to soar, or even to adhere to objects, altering their very nature. Yet, simultaneously, she felt the immense toll of this energy expenditure. Within mere seconds, she was left dizzy and disoriented. Lin Su withdrew her energy, causing the light to dissipate. She collapsed on her bed, gasping for breath, her heart surging with an indescribable excitement. Is this the essence of fusion magic? Is this the path that Harry Potter explored in another realm? Early the next morning, Lin Su knocked on Professor Flitwick's office door. "Professor, I would like to request a 3-day leave," she announced, "to visit the Ministry of Magic." Flitwick observed the spark in her eyes and nodded in understanding. "Go ahead. Ravenclaw will always support the pursuit of the unknown." At the Ministry of Magic, in the Department of Mysteries, the newly established interdimensional research laboratory was transformed by Hermione into a hybrid workspace. One side featured a standard wizarding workbench filled with crystal balls and potion vials, while the other was arranged in the style of an Eastern meditation room, complete with cushions, incense burners, ink wash paintings, and even a miniature rockery, simulating a natural landscape. Lin Su sat cross-legged on a cushion, with Hermione and Victoria seated opposite her. "So, the jade tablet guided you to condense the foundational resonance rune," Hermione noted swiftly in her notebook, "and your ability to replicate it independently is remarkable, even more rapid than I had anticipated. However, the energy consumption is exorbitant." Lin Su massaged her temples. "It feels as though I have cast 10 advanced spells in succession." She stood and approached the star chart on the wall. "Nevertheless, we need not entirely replicate Harry's path. Our goal is to comprehend the principles and discover applications suitable for this world." With a light tap of her wand, the star chart morphed to display 2 parallel energy models. One depicted a typical Western wizard's magical flow chart, branching like a tree. The other illustrated the Eastern spiritual energy meridian grid from Harry's information, interwoven like a net. "You see, the Western system emphasizes output and control," Hermione elucidated. "Wizards transform their internal magic into tangible effects through their wands, drawing upon their own reserves. Thus, wizards must meditate to recover. as the capacity of their magical core determines their limits. Conversely, the Eastern system highlights circulation and resonance. She pointed to the net-like diagram. Sorcerers guide the celestial energy to circulate within and outside themselves, acting more as conduits rather than sources. This grants them greater endurance, yet they rely heavily on their environment. In areas where magic is sparse, their effectiveness diminishes. Lin Su pondered thoughtfully. So, has Mr. Harry indeed discovered a method for these two systems to complement each other? To precisely guide through rules and efficiently output energy? Clever, Hermione nodded approvingly. But it is more than that. Harry's true breakthrough was realizing that the rules themselves are also a form of energy. With a wave of her wand, the central part of the star chart revealed the composite rune Lin Su had previously concentrated upon. The runes are not mere lifeless symbols. They are fragments of magical rules. When activated by specific energy, they yield coherent effects. This is the essence of rule-based magic. In contrast, the Eastern talismans inscribe temporary rules with energy, producing stronger effects but lacking in permanence. The essence of the fusion lies in the harmonious collaboration between the permanent principles of runes and the transient regulations of symbols. Does it not? Lin Su's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, Hermione smiled. Yet this is merely theoretical. In practice, we require a plethora of experiments, adjustments, and optimizations. This, my dear, is the task that you, as the bridge, are to undertake. For the following 3 days, Lin Su immersed herself entirely in her research. Hermione gradually decrypted the segments of the energy visualization rule analysis and the composite structure of runes from the information on Harry, imparting her knowledge to Lin Su. Meanwhile, Victoria meticulously recorded data and established the testing environment. Lin Su's progress was astonishingly rapid. Not only did she swiftly grasp the fundamental operation of dual-track energy, but during one meditation session, she inadvertently combined a cleansing charms rune with an Eastern purification symbol, thereby creating an entirely new spell that autonomously purified dust within a 10-foot radius for 3 days. Hermione dubbed it the self-regulating cleansing field. This was already approaching the efficacy of a constant magical item. Hermione noted in her experimental report that the energy consumption was significantly lower than that required for crafting a talisman and could be recast repeatedly. If stable replication could be achieved, it holds immense potential in fields such as medicine, protection, and environmental conservation. On the evening of the 3rd day, Hermione received an owl letter from China. The sender was Zhang Mingyuan, a senior researcher at the Ministry of Magic, locally known as the Bureau of Mystical Management, and Hermione's long-term contact in Eastern magical studies. The note was brief, yet its contents furrowed Hermione's brow. What is it? Lin Suing Waiyev. There appears to be a situation in Beijing. Hermione handed her the letter, which indicated that the Forbidden City, the imperial palace of the Ming and Qing dynasties, had recently detected abnormal fluctuations in magical rules. This was neither dark magic nor typical geopathic disturbances, but rather a gentle yet substantial background radiation that was gradually altering the local magical environment. The letter mentioned that these fluctuations closely matched the phenomenon of interdimensional rule permeation described in Hermione's paper on the theory of interdimensional magical harmonization, published 3 years prior. Could it possibly be related to Harry? Lin Su recalled the shadow of Harry. It is highly likely that it pertains to him. Hermione rose, stating that Zhang Mingyuan had invited her to Beijing to assist in the investigation. Lin Su, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. A week later, in Beijing, the Palace Museum had closed its doors, yet the Artifact Restoration Center in the northwest corner was ablaze with light. This served as one of the Bureau of Mystical Management's disguised outposts, outwardly appearing as an ordinary research institute, while below it lay laboratories filled with a fusion of Eastern formations and modern magic. Zhang Mingyuan, a refined gentleman in his 50s, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting round spectacles, shook hands with Hermione and paused momentarily as his gaze fell upon Lin Su. This is the bridge you mentioned? Lin Su, a 4th-year Ravenclaw, Hermione introduced. She possesses the ability to directly sense the resonance between Eastern and Western magic. Zhang Mingyuan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and led them directly into the control room on the 3rd underground level. In the center of the room floated a holographic projection, revealing the 3-dimensional energy map of the Forbidden City. Unlike ordinary geopathic maps, this one displayed the entire Forbidden City area enveloped in a faint golden light membrane, upon which countless intricate silver runes flowed, forming a vast and elegant composite structure. This is the background radiation field we have detected. Zhang Mingyuan lightly tapped the map with his wand, which he referred to as a staff. It had begun to manifest 3 months prior, gradually intensifying in strength while remaining remarkably stable. It neither attacked nor defended. It simply existed. Within its sphere of influence, the stability of all magic increased by 17, and energy expenditure decreased by 9. Hermione approached for a closer inspection, her breath catching in her throat. Although the arrangement of the silver runes differed, their fundamental structure was identical to the order runes documented in Harry's information. More crucially, the core energy source of the luminous membrane was situated within the Qing Hall. Zhang Mingyuan pointed to the center of the map, indicating the heart of the entire field. We have attempted to probe it, but all detection spells were gently repelled upon nearing 100 meters from the hall, as though an invisible consciousness was imploring. Do not disturb. Lin Su Suden Pireset Herr Forhat. What is wrong? Hermione inquired with concern. Something there is calling me. Lin Su's voice was somewhat dazed, soft and gentle, yet undeniably insistent. Zhang Mingyuan exchanged glances with Hermione. Are you certain? Lin Su nodded, indicating the location of Qinian Hall on the map. It is not a sound, but a feeling. It resonates like that jade tablet, but on a grander and more ancient scale. Hermione fell silent for a moment, then made a decision. Mingyuan, can you arrange for us to go to Qinian Hall? Right now. It requires the director's approval. To say it might be related to the interdimensional information transmitter. Hermione asserted resolutely. This is the key to unraveling everything. An hour later, the three stood before the tightly shut vermilion doors of Qinian Hall. The Forbidden City was eerily silent under the night sky, with only the distant beams of patrolling security guards' flashlights occasionally sweeping by. Zhang Mingyuan had cast advanced confusion and muggle expulsion charms to ensure they remained undetected. Lin Su stepped forward and placed her hand upon the door. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted in her mind. Countless fragments of images flooded in, a woman clad in palace attire, inscribing a vast array within the hall. A golden seal shimmering upon her forehead, the woman burying a purple crystal deep into the ground, a golden web of light radiating outward from her. The woman resting peacefully upon a jade platform, her visage serene, her spirit transforming into gentle light, merging with the earth. For over a century, generations of guardians had left their marks here, maintaining this web. 3 days prior, the light web had subtly trembled as if welcoming something. It is Harry, Lin Su murmured. No, it is Hallie. She sleeps here, yet her rules continue to operate, safeguarding this city, this land. She turned, tears glistening in her eyes, yet a smile gracing her lips. Madam Hermione, Harry has not departed. He merely exists in a different form. She has become a part of the rules of this world, perpetually harmonizing, protecting, and transmitting. Hermione slowly stepped forward, placing her hand upon the door as well. Lacking the intense resonance Lin Su experienced, she nevertheless felt a familiar warmth akin to the inexplicable fondness she felt upon first encountering that boy with broken glasses and a scar on his forehead aboard the Hogwarts Express. Harry, she whispered, you truly accomplished it. Not only did you survive in another world, but you also created something so magnificent. In the air, there seemed to be a faint, contented sigh. Zhang Mingyuan silently observed the scene before him, ultimately speaking. So this background radiation field is, in fact, a legacy left by a guardian from another realm? He turned to Lin Su. Can you recount the images you just witnessed? Particularly the segments concerning the array structure and energy cycles. Lin Su nodded, accepting the shorthand quill and parchment that Zhang Mingyuan offered, and began to write and sketch with remarkable speed. For the ensuing 3 days, the trio nearly resided in close proximity to the Qingnan Hall, acting as a conduit. Lin Su continuously received and translated the information from the Hallie Ling network. Meanwhile, Hermione and Zhang Mingyuan meticulously compared this data with Western magical theories and Eastern mystical systems, endeavoring to unravel the secrets of this vast system that had been operational for over 2 centuries. They discovered that this transcended mere magic, approaching the realm of a civilization's protective system. Zhang Mingyuan mused that if such a model could be propagated nationwide, it would be a formidable task. Hermione shook her head, explaining that Hallie was able to achieve this because she originated from another world, with her soul resonating with the rules of both realms. To replicate this, they would need to establish similar bridges, and not just one. She glanced at Lin Su, who was in meditation, but at the very least, we have found a starting point. On the eve of their departure from Beijing, Hermione ventured alone to the front of the Qingnan Hall. She retrieved the now-defunct jade token, whispering, Harry, if you can hear me, thank you. Not only for this knowledge, but for showing me that magic knows no boundaries, and that friendship can traverse time and space. She paused, her voice softening. Ron as well, and the children have grown. Ginny has never ceased her search for you. I will tell her that you are doing splendidly and engaged in something of great importance. Hermione buried a new memory crystal beneath the pine tree in front of the hall, containing her research findings from the past years, the current state of the magical world. And a brief message. Harry, we have received your call. Take care. The following day, on the return flight, Lin Su sat by the window, toying with a newly crafted jade token, a gift from Zhang Mingyuan, infused with the energy emanating from the Forbidden City's spirit network, serving as an auxiliary medium for her practice of fusion magic. I wish to continue my studies, Lin Su declared with determination. Madame Halley's system is vast. What I have encountered thus far is merely the surface. I aspire to explore the possibility of establishing a small-scale harmonization network in our world, even if it only encompasses Hogwarts. Hermione smiled, a commendable goal. However, before that, you must first complete your OWL examinations. Lin Sui's cheeks flushed, but she soon smiled in return. Outside, the clouds surged and the dawn broke. A bridge of knowledge had been erected between the two worlds, and the legacy of guardianship continued. Meanwhile, a soul, infused with the essence of Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, gently rippled with contentment in the depths of rules. As if whispering, all is well, continue onward.